The world of Shunming has descended, selecting challengers to embark on adventures. With the ultimate goal of ascending to the divine throne, Sue has been chosen, and as a newcomer, he acquires level talent, transparent sword heart, thus commencing an interesting adventure. While others toil to cultivate their sword intent, Sue already wields over 100 perfected sword wills. In the face of terrifying dungeons that have thwarted multiple guilds, Sue can crush them with a single sword strike. While others fret over finding a suitable weapon, Sue casually produces thousands of divine artifacts. Years later, as Sue stands tall at the pinnacle of the Grand Path, a reporter interviews him, asking, "Recently, some have claimed that you are cheating. What are your thoughts?" Sue responds, "I merely possess a touch of extraordinary talent and a stroke of good fortune, I assure you. There is no cheating involved." Chapter 1. As a swordsmanship prodigy, I firmly believe in science. In the swordsmanship gymnasium, Sue, clad in a loose robe, brandishes a wooden sword, its tip aimed at a man's throat. The man, dressed similarly to Sue, has already dropped his own wooden sword to the ground. "Senior, I sincerely apologize," Sue says, sheathing his sword at his waist. As a first-year student, he has been part of the swordsmanship club for merely 2.5 weeks, and this marks his third challenge against the president of the martial arts society. He has won. The former president of the Martial Arts Society sighs resignedly and cannot help but ask, "Junior, have you truly never studied swordsmanship before?" Sue ponders, "I did mimic some swordplay while watching dramas as a child. Does that count?" The president's face darkens. "I am genuinely impressed that it seems that true talent exists in this world. I have held a sword since the age of 4, and after 15 years of practice, I still cannot match your 2 weeks of effort. With your talent, had you lived in ancient times, you would surely have become a great hero," Sue remarks, somewhat helplessly. Indeed, he feels as if he has been born in the wrong era. 2.5 weeks ago, he had passed by the swordsmanship gymnasium and felt an inexplicable stir upon witnessing others practicing. Thus, he chose to join the club, ultimately discovering his hidden talent. He, Sue, is a bona fide swordsmanship prodigy. Yet, this talent seems of little use in the modern world. What significance does mastering the sword hold when compared to bullets? In his 18 years of life, Sue has no illustrious history nor tragic tales to recount. After finally uncovering an impressive talent, it appears to serve little purpose, which is rather disheartening. I concede defeat according to club rules. You are now the president. The former president appears somewhat dejected. Sue shakes his head. "You should continue in your role, Senior. I have little interest." He joined the club purely out of that initial excitement and merely challenged the president to validate his suspicions, never intending to usurp his position. The president, taken aback, responds, "But you won." Sue replies, "Shall we have another match, and I will throw it to you?" The president's expression darkens. "Ah, Senior, you should comfortably remain as president. I have class this afternoon. I must take my leave." With that, Sue turns and strides into the changing room, dons his attire, and exits the gymnasium. As Sue prepares to return to his dormitory, he overhears 2 boys engaged in conversation. "Did you see the video I sent you?" "No. By the time I clicked on it, it had already been deleted." "What was it about?" "Recently, there have been a growing number of supernatural incidents. The one I sent you is among them. The video took place in a gym. A slight man was striking a punching bag, but suddenly vanished into thin air. Approximately half an hour later, he reappeared and, upon returning, struck the bag with such force that it exploded. Netizens speculate that during his disappearance, he entered another world, and his strength was acquired from that realm. Come on, that can't be real, right? But I saw the video with my own eyes. Sue silently scoffs from a distance. Can't videos be edited? How can they still believe in such nonsense at their age? The conversation continues. If only another world truly existed. I wish I could be drawn into it. Both boys display expressions of yearning. Sue shakes his head, thinking to himself, please, trust in science. At that moment, one of the boys' phones suddenly buzzes. He glances at the message and then looks up, astonished. Oh my gosh, a student named Jiang Jie from our school just vanished in broad daylight. Jiang Jie? Sue turns abruptly. Isn't the senior I just defeated named Jiang Jie? The 2 boys exchange glances and dash in the same direction, clearly eager to witness the spectacle. Sue furrows his brow, contemplating. He must have seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. As for the notion of a supernatural event, he remains skeptical. Entering the corridor, he quickly returns to his dormitory, where his roommates are absent. Stretching lazily, he notices a series of numbers appearing on his wrist, seemingly out of nowhere. Sue. When did I get a tattoo? Even more astonishing, the numbers on his wrist begin to fluctuate. One moment it reads 10, the next it changes to 9. Is this a countdown? Sue speculates. He rubs his wrist vigorously, nearly scraping his skin, yet the numbers refuse to disappear. What is happening? For some reason, he recalls the earlier conversation between the 2 boys. After this countdown ends, I won't be teleported to another world, will I? Sue feels bewildered, but he quickly compels himself to regain composure. What is meant to be will be. One cannot escape their fate. Perhaps after 10 seconds, nothing will happen. But if another world truly exists, with only a few seconds remaining, what can he prepare? Suyi glances around, picks up a drying rack from the corner, deeming it a suitable weapon. He licks his lips, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his eyes. As the time reaches 0, Suyi feels his vision darken, and he loses consciousness. Upon opening his eyes again, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place. Before him stretches a vast expanse of grassland, with grassland behind him, to the left and to the right. It is open and boundless. Suyi looks at his empty hands. His weapons have not been brought along, and he checks his pockets, discovering that all other belongings have vanished. Even the jade pendant he has worn for many years did not make the journey. So, aside from my clothes, nothing else has come with me. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonates in his ear. Greetings, chosen challenger number 233333. Welcome to the world of Shinming. Current location, newcomer trial space. This space has been specifically designed for novice challengers to assess their potential. You will soon undertake a beginner trial mission. Current trial mission, defeat 5 waves of enemies. Or more. Is Shinming the name of this world? How peculiar. A newcomer trial? Is this the task assigned to every individual who enters this realm? It feels reminiscent of an online game. As Suyi listens, he swiftly analyzes the situation. Thus, I must confront unknown foes in this expanse of grassland to complete the mission. Are there rewards for fulfilling the task? One detail piques his interest, the number designation. Number 233333, if it signifies order, implies that at least over 200,000 individuals have previously arrived here. Senior Jiang Jia must be one of them, right? The voice continues, and Suyi furrows his brow, concentrating intently, fearful of missing any detail. Tip 1. After defeating each wave of enemies, you will be granted 5 minutes of rest. Tip 2. Each time you pass a multiple of 5 levels, you will receive a random reward. Hint 3. You may choose to exit the task at any time. If you exit before defeating 5 waves of enemies, it will be considered a failure with no rewards. If you exit after defeating 5 waves, rewards will be issued based on your performance. Hint 4. After completing the task, you will be transported to the lower realm of Shinming Dalu. You can return to the real world at any time by uttering the words Hui Gui. Hint 5. Before the trial formally begins, you have the opportunity to awaken your talent. This will take effect when you speak the words Jueshing Tiankai. Hint 6. The first wave of enemies will appear within 10 seconds after you awaken your talent. Hint 7. Please take the newcomer trial seriously and defeat as many enemies as possible. Chapter 2. Tongming Jinshin, strengthening by slaying monsters? Suyi raised an eyebrow. Doesn't this beginner task sound reminiscent of a tower defense game? One notably user-friendly aspect is the ability to exit at any moment. What sort of rewards might there be? Suyi felt a surge of anticipation. Everything happening around him was rather intriguing. Awakening a talent? Let's give it a try. As he uttered the phrase, Jueshing Tiankai, he immediately sensed something deep within his body being awakened. Concurrently, a mechanical voice echoed once more. A warm, comforting aura enveloped him entirely. Talent awakening in progress. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent, Tongming Jinshin S. You can view detailed information about your talent through your personal data panel. Personal data panel. How does one view it? Just as Suyi pondered this, a semi-transparent light screen suddenly materialized before his eyes. Name, Suyi. Occupation, none. Level, LV0. Talent, Tongming Jinshin S. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Pets, none. Suyi was taken aback. Goodness, this is starting to feel more and more like a game. Aside from the talent and level, everything else was blank. After several attempts, he finally grasped how to operate the personal data panel. With just a thought, the panel would automatically expand or retract, as if it were an innate instinct. Focusing on his talent, he immediately saw more detailed information appear before him. Tongming Jinshin S. Talent description. You are a born swordsman. As he read this vague description, Suyi could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You scoundrel, is that an insult? You are the swordsman. Your entire family is filled with swordsmen. This description is far too abstract. Could it be that I was chosen by this Shinming world due to my displayed swordsmanship talent in the real world? Tongming Jinshin is my talent, and the S at the end, if I am not mistaken, indicates the level of the talent. I wonder if S rank is considered impressive? Suyi murmured. He longed for a sword to test the effects of his talent. At that moment, a massive countdown appeared in the sky. There were now less than 5 seconds remaining. The enemies will appear once the countdown concludes. Suyi's body tensed, ready to either attack or flee at any moment. Soon, the countdown reached 0. The first wave of enemies has arrived. Whoosh! A burst of colorful light flickered in the air, and as it dissipated, a green, basketball-sized orb appeared before Suyi. Young slime level, LV1 description. This is a slime that has just been born. Do you have the heart to harm it? Hint. During the newcomer trial, you can concentrate to view information about monsters or other objects. In nature, there exists a rule. The larger the creature, the stronger its combat power. Observing the bouncing slime, Suyi thought he could easily crush it with a single step. Defeating it counts as passing the first level, right? Suyi and the slime exchanged glances for a moment before deciding to take the initiative. Though the slime appeared weak, he remained cautious and maintained a defensive posture as he approached slowly. Just as he entered a 2-meter radius of the slime, it suddenly shot upwards. Whoosh! Its gooey body elongated like an arrow and propelled itself towards Suyi. Wow, how fast! Suyi, having practiced archery, was astonished that the slime's speed surpassed that of arrows shot by adults. Fortunately, he had always possessed quick reflexes in an instant. He managed to sidestep just in time. You little rascal, looking so adorable, yet possessing such malice. Well, I shall not hold back. As the slime arced through the air and crashed to the ground, Suyi swiftly closed the distance. He aimed at the slime, lifted his leg, and exerted all his strength. Crack! He crushed it into a pulp, green goo splattering everywhere. Suyi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The countdown in the sky reappeared, and simultaneously, a golden light emerged from the slime's remains, soaring into Suyi's body. Suyi attempted to dodge, but the golden light locked onto him, and its speed was too swift for him to evade. Upon entering his body, he realized it must be a good thing. As it integrated with him, he felt all the fatigue from the battle vanish. Clenching his fists, he experienced an illusion of increased strength. He jabbed forward twice, creating a sound that pierced the air. I feel at least 30% stronger than I did a minute ago. Suyi raised an eyebrow, estimating a figure. He glanced at the data panel, noticing some changes. The level had increased from 0 to 1. I leveled up, so I've become a bit stronger. I understand now. Defeating monsters grants experience points. Suyi licked his lips, excitement shining in his eyes. Initially, he had some resistance to the inexplicably appearing Shenmeng world, but that resistance had now dissipated. I wonder how many have already seized the opportunity. I expect the number of newcomers entering the trial will only increase. It is evident that this task allows one to grow stronger, even acquiring extraordinary powers. In the real world, with so many gaining extraordinary abilities, can society remain stable? If others are growing stronger, what if I do not and someday find myself being pressed to the ground? If one day, this world were to become filled with extraordinary powers and everyone could grow stronger, how would I position myself? Suyi's answer is clear. If everyone can grow stronger, then I shall strive to be the strongest. He does not relish instigating trouble, yet he cannot ensure trouble won't seek him out. He does not wish to be powerless when that day arrives, unable to protect himself and his family. Having contemplated all this, Suyi began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of the next wave of enemies. As he thought this, remarkably, the countdown in the sky began to accelerate. It seemed to jump 2 seconds for every second that passed. When I first entered, the mechanical voice indicated that rewards would be issued based on my performance, without mentioning the need to see how far I could persist before rewards were given. If I were to forego resting time, would that also be considered a form of good performance? With this thought, Suyi tentatively addressed the sky. I wish to immediately face the next wave of enemies. Indeed, the countdown in the sky reached 0 instantly. The second wave of enemies appeared. It consisted of 2 young slimes. 2 against 1, huh? With prior experience defeating slimes, Suyi felt unperturbed and charged forth. With a flurry of movements, he dodged their attacks and swiftly dispatched his foes. Bring it on, let the time reset. Chapter 3. The Sword, a Reward. The third and fourth waves merely differ in the number of slimes. With each additional slime, the challenge remained manageable for Suyi. Upon vanquishing the fourth wave of slimes, his level ascended to 3, further augmenting his strength. He discerned that with each elevation in level, his overall capabilities were enhanced, not solely his physical strength and speed, but even his mental responsiveness and cognitive abilities saw a slight improvement. When he first entered, he had to be exceedingly cautious to evade the slime's attacks. However, after leveling up 3 times, dodging became as effortless as a leisurely stroll. Had he possessed such physical prowess prior to his initial encounter with Senior Zhang Jie, he might have emerged victorious at that time. Suyi could not help but be astonished by the rapidity of his own advancement. This was merely level 3. If he could ascend to 30 or even 300 levels, how formidable would he become? Would he possess the power to obliterate a mountain with a single punch? Such thoughts were too daunting to contemplate. The next wave would herald the 5th enemy. According to the lore of advancement, defeating this wave would yield a random reward. Thus, the difficulty of this wave may significantly increase. One could only wonder if the random reward might grant him a sword. Suyi was exceedingly eager to test his newfound talent. This talent appeared quite formidable, yet without a sword, all was rendered futile. At last, the 5th wave of enemies descended. Unremarkable slime. Level 5. Description: this is an unremarkable slime. Do not underestimate it. Had the diminutive slime grown, though still a slime? Its appearance indicated it was not to be trifled with. The small slime was merely the size of a basketball. While the unremarkable slime was as large as an old desktop computer, it lay on the ground, resembling a stone pedestal. Without hesitation, Su Yi charged forward. The unremarkable slime possessed tremendous attack power, and unlike the feeble slime with its singular mode of attack, it could extend parts of its body like a whip. With a resounding crack, it lashed against the ground, creating a multitude of fissures. Its defensive capabilities had also significantly improved. While he could crush the weak slime with a single footfall, a punch from Su Yi against the unremarkable slime yielded only minimal damage, causing it to shudder slightly before returning to stillness. It appeared that this battle would require a more gradual approach. Su Yi devised a strategy. His reflexes were swift, and his evasion skills surpassed the attack speed of his opponent. Meanwhile, the enemy was rather clumsy and struggled to move. Boom, boom, boom. Su Yi landed a decisive punch on the slime. After nearly 2 minutes of effort, he finally shattered it with a loud explosion. The experience orbs that emerged were at least 10 times more bountiful than those from the weak slimes. It seemed that the amount of experience gained was closely tied to the level of the adversary. The more powerful the enemy, the greater the experience yielded. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed. Congratulations on overcoming the 5th wave of trials. Your reward is a random weapon, due to your exceptional performance. The reward has been upgraded from a random weapon to a specified weapon. Please indicate your desired weapon type. Su Yi. I knew that preemptively confronting the enemy bore its advantages. There is no need for deliberation. I want a sword. The strength of the unremarkable slime far exceeded that of the weak slime, and although Su Yi had grown stronger, defeating even one would require considerable effort. If the number of enemies increased thereafter, he might find himself at a disadvantage. This sword was just what he needed. Your reward has been placed in your backpack. Please check it yourself. A backpack? Within Su Ye's mental realm, a small space suddenly materialized. Instinctively, he found he could manipulate it with ease. With a mere thought, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a short sword, approximately the length of his forearm, its emerald blade glinting with a chilling sheen, exuding an aura of sharpness. As Su Yi grasped the sword, an enigmatic sensation welled up from within him. Though this was his first encounter with the blade, it inexplicably resonated with a sense of familiarity, as if it were a long-lost kin or an extension of his own being. He could even perceive the delicate sounds of air flowing along the blade, creating subtle vibrations. Is this my talent? In the real world, he had merely expedited his learning of swordsmanship, lacking the profound connection he felt now. It appeared that in awakening his talent, he had significantly enhanced his innate abilities. As he chose to confront the next enemy immediately, the 6th wave of foes emerged. As anticipated, there were 2 unremarkable slimes. With the sword in hand, Su Yi effortlessly dispatched them with a few casual strokes. Am I truly this powerful? Su Yi was astonished. While wielding the sword, he found that he needed to do little, yet he experienced a vivid premonition. The position of the enemy appeared enticing. If he lunged forward, he would surely inflict substantial damage. He acted upon his intuition and emerged victorious. The subsequent 2 waves were similarly dispatched with ease. By the time the 10th wave of enemies arrived, the slimes had evolved once more. Su Yi had discerned a pattern, at levels that were multiples of 5. The enemies underwent a qualitative change, while other levels merely saw an increase in numbers. Confronting a menacing, towering slime measuring 2 meters in height, Su Yi chuckled softly, embracing a moment of bravado. Without my sword, I might have had to beg for mercy, but I do possess one. Prepare to witness, for this strike will be truly magnificent. With the sword drawn, like a gentle breeze brushing against him, he unleashed 3 swift strikes, obliterating the slime. The reward for this round was initially set at 1,000 gold coins. However, due to Su Ye's decision to confront the enemies head-on in each wave, the reward was elevated to 3,000 gold coins. Gold coins, the currency of the SHNM. Let us proceed. His level advancement had begun to slow considerably, unable to keep pace with the escalating strength of the slimes. Yet he possessed a sword. In the 15th wave, the slimes continued to evolve, intensifying the pressure, and he barely managed to secure victory through sheer effort. Su Yi also discovered a troubling issue, due to overuse. His short sword began to show signs of wear, with small nicks appearing on its blade. The reward for this round was a skill. Congratulations on passing the 15th wave trial. This reward is a random skill, due to your exceptional performance. The reward has been upgraded from a level skill to a higher level skill. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, gunfighting technique, as the announcement faded. A palm-sized rectangular jade piece materialized in Su Ye's hand. Upon gazing at the jade, more detailed information emerged. Gunfighting technique, skill description. Mastery of this skill requires possession of a spear-type weapon. Once perfected, it allows for a dash attack with the spear, inflicting substantial damage on enemies ahead. A spear? Unfortunately, my current aptitude only affects swords, and lacking any spear-type weapon renders this knowledge moot. Chapter 4 PLL NGW, NGN, SHNM, SHG. The enhancement of this reward did not eliminate its randomness, but rather elevated the quality of the rewarded skill. For Su Yi, it would have been more beneficial to receive even the weakest sword-related skill. Although he had yet to encounter any related skills, he had an inexplicable intuition that he would learn sword skills with remarkable speed. It remained uncertain whether the level was valuable. Perhaps, upon entering the SHNM SHG, he could exchange it with others. Shaking his head, he temporarily set these thoughts aside. Onward. The 20th wave. The enemies remained slimes, yet they had assumed humanoid forms, donned in armor and wielding axes. Su Yi charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. This was undoubtedly the most challenging battle he had faced since embarking on the trial. The slimes surpassed him in both physical prowess and reflexes, their armor incredibly resilient. Impervious to his sword strikes, his only advantage lay in the dexterous swordplay granted by his innate talent. The battle raged for a full 5 minutes. Finally, after delivering 200 consecutive strikes to the same spot, he pierced through the core of the slime. With a splat, it exploded in a shower of goo. A golden light, nearly the size of a person, enveloped Su Yi, elevating him to level 7. Simultaneously, his sword shattered into numerous fragments as its durability reached 0. Phew, that was close, but victory was his. The reward was an egg. Pet egg. Description: this is an egg capable of hatching a pet. Su Yi gasped for breath. During the battle, a single misstep could have allowed the slimes to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. He was forced to maintain maximum focus at every moment. Those 5 minutes were more exhausting than running a marathon. He glanced at the remaining handle of his sword. His first sword was gone, and he felt a pang of sorrow. After a moment's thought, he squatted down, gathering all the fragments and placing them in his backpack. This was as far as he could go. In truth, even if he still possessed a sword, facing 2 armored slimes would have proved futile. Shaking his head, Su Yi addressed the air. I wish to conclude the task. The mechanical voice immediately responded. Challenger has chosen to forfeit the challenge. Layers surpassed 5. Task completed. Generating rewards based on performance and challenger information. Congratulations, you have received the PLL-NGW NGN. Reward has been placed in the backpack. Oh, the final reward is also a sword? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of joy. My efforts were not in vain. Having cleared 20 layers, the quality of this sword must surely exceed that of the one obtained through the 5th wave. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately drew it. Eager to admire and caress it, perhaps due to his innate talent, he felt a natural affinity for sword-type weapons. However, what appeared before him was a long sword, blackened, rusted, and filthy. Su Yi? His expression turned blank. Is this for real? Shaking his head, he mused that the reward for clearing 20 waves could not possibly be so haphazard. Could this sword possess some extraordinary quality? He turned it over in his hands, thrusting it at the air a few times, yet felt no sensation at all. In fact, it seemed inferior to his previous sword. Su Yi facepalmed. The PLL-NGW NGN, a name that sounded quite formidable, yet it turned out to be a wretched sword. Is it possible that the final reward is random? If so, my luck is truly abysmal. He attempted to protest to the air, but it was futile. He could only accept his fate. At that moment, the familiar voice echoed once more. A 10-second countdown is now in effect. Upon completion, the challenger will be transported to the lower realm of the SHNM SHG. Su Yi was filled with questions. Hopefully, he would find answers in the SHNM SHG. The countdown concluded, with a closing of his eyes and an opening of them. He found himself in an unfamiliar space. Su Yi lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Is this the room assigned to me by the SHNM SHG? Before his eyes lay a closed chamber, with a glass window in the ceiling allowing sunlight to pour in, illuminating the entirety of the space. If this were someone's home, describing it as bare and devoid of furnishings would not be an exaggeration. Approximately 20 square meters in size, it contained nothing but a bed and a small table. He refrained from exiting immediately, opting instead to deliberate and strategize. He pulled the table closer to the bed, seated himself upon it, and began to extract the contents of his backpack, laying them out upon the table. Among the items were a broken sword, its blade long since severed from the hilt, a considerable pile of gleaming circular coins, a fist-sized egg adorned with a riot of colors, a jade tablet inscribed with skills, and a tattered long sword. These comprised the entirety of his spoils. He picked up a coin, contemplating the implications of its existence. If currency was present, a marketplace must surely exist. He pondered whether 3,000 gold coins would suffice to procure a proper sword. The disparity in combat prowess between having a sword and being unarmed was monumental for Su Yi. Although he possessed a broken sword, he dared not wield it for fear that it might shatter upon the first strike, an undignified predicament indeed. He then lifted the egg, noting that his data panel contained an entry for pets. He needed to ascertain how to incubate it. Suyi rose to his feet. There were two locations he sought. One was the marketplace, not solely for the acquisition of a sword, but also to explore the possibility of exchanging for sword skills. The other was a place for identifying and hatching the egg. Wasting no more time, he stowed all his belongings back into his backpack and resolved to push open the door to the outside world. The door, made of wood, was secured with a lock, into which a key was inserted. He removed both the key and lock with ease, swinging the door open. Instantly, blinding sunlight flooded in, prompting him to shield his forehead with his hand. Exiting the room, he locked the door behind him with the key he had just acquired. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with sun and clouds, indistinguishable from the world he once knew. He found himself in a vast residential area, densely populated with numerous identical earthen houses. To his surprise, a piece of paper was affixed to his door, inscribed in flawless Longwa language. "Greetings, newcomer. I am the guide responsible for assisting you in adapting to the Shunming world. Congratulations on being chosen by this realm. I understand you may have many questions. Should you wish to find answers, please visit Training Room 233, where I await your arrival." "What? You inquire about the location of the training grounds? I am confident that a clever individual such as yourself will be able to discover it by asking passersby." Suyi mused. Chapter 5. Senior Jiangjia. Sunqing. After glancing around, he noticed that many other houses bore similar notes on their doors. Could this be the work of his compatriots from Longwa? The impeccable Longwa language on the paper suggested as much. He resided on a planet named Lanxing, home to hundreds of nations, each with its own language. Suyi hesitated, pondering the possibility of a trap. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching and turned to see a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Instantly, Suyi straightened his posture. The man halted approximately 10 meters away, then turned to unlock his door. A neighbor, perhaps? Suyi relaxed slightly. The man seemed to notice him as he opened the door, greeting him with a wave. "Are you a newcomer who just arrived today? Welcome to the Shunming world." After a brief pause, he continued, "You must be contemplating whether to heed the notice and visit the training grounds." "Huh. I too debated this matter when I first ventured out a couple of days ago. Fear not, for it is an official matter from our Longwa." Suyi raised an eyebrow, realizing the reasonableness of the man's words. The man then earnestly pointed out the way. "Just follow the direction of my finger and walk straight ahead until you reach a crossroads. Turn right, and you will find a plaza. Beyond the plaza lies the training grounds." After expressing his gratitude, Suyi watched as the man entered his home. "Then I shall go take a look," Suyi resolved. The two locations he sought might very well be found within the training grounds. Following the man's directions, he walked straight for about 700 meters until he indeed reached a crossroads. Just as he was about to turn right, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Suyi? What brings you here?" Turning around, he was greeted by Jiang Jia, the president of the swordsmanship club, whom he had defeated not long ago. Although only a year his senior, Jiang Jia appeared remarkably mature, with a neat buzz cut and dark skin, complemented by a plain short-sleeved shirt. Recalling the conversation he overheard before entering this world regarding Jiang Jia's disappearance, it was evident that he too had arrived in the Shunming world. Jiang Jia was astonished. What an incredible coincidence. He strode forward to walk alongside Suyi. "Immediately after our match, I noticed a countdown appear on my hand. And then I found myself here. What about you? When did you arrive?" Suyi replied honestly, "I entered less than 10 minutes after you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jia could not suppress a slight smile that crept onto his lips, but quickly stifled it. He had entered earlier, yet they coincidentally met at the same moment. What did this signify? It indicated that Suyi had endured a shorter duration in the newcomer trial, implying he had defeated fewer adversaries. Just recently, Jiang Jia had suffered a public defeat at Suyi's hands, yet here he was, poised to reclaim his honor. "Are you headed to the training grounds?" Suyi nodded, and Jiang Jia continued, "That is my destination as well. We might as well go together." "All right, senior." The two proceeded forward when Jiang Jia suddenly chuckled softly. "Suyi, once we return, shall we have another match?" Having completed his trial task, Jiang Jia had also gained significant enhancements. He felt ready for the challenge. Washing away the shame is an urgent matter. Suyi pondered for a moment. Indeed, he has always been one to welcome challenges with open arms. Jiang Jia, curious, inquired. "Suyi, I chose to withdraw only after defeating the 8th wave of enemies. How many waves have you conquered?" At the moment he posed this question, he astutely noticed a glint of surprise flicker in Suyi's eyes, which brought him quiet joy. It was as he suspected, astonishment arises from the unexpected. Suyi, however, did not respond and simply shook his head. "I'm afraid I must decline to answer that question, senior." Jiang Jia clapped Suyi on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "No worries, if you don't wish to answer, then don't." Yet, in his heart, he had already deduced the answer. The two continued along the indicated path and soon reached their destination, the training ground. From the outside, it appeared to be an unremarkable 3-story building. Upon entering, they found numerous rooms lining the corridor, each door marked with a room number. Is the room number you seek 233? Yes. They proceeded down the corridor and soon spotted the room numbered 233. After knocking, a muffled voice resonated from within. Are you newcomers? Just push the door open. It's not locked. They complied. Inside, it resembled a conference room. A slightly overweight man was grinning, leaning on his desk as he observed them. He gestured toward a few chairs in front of the desk. Come sit. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself. I am a representative of our Longhua official organization, here to clarify any doubts you may have as newcomers. The notices you saw outside were all affixed by me. My name is Sun Qing. You may call me Sun Fatty or Brother Fat. Jiang Jie took a seat and greeted him warmly. Hello, Brother Fat. Su Yi, however, remained somewhat guarded, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Sun Qing, noticing Su Ye's demeanor, chuckled lightly. Good, a strong sense of vigilance is commendable. It is essential for thriving in the Shunming world. He could readily discern that both newcomers were still students. Few possess such heightened alertness at their age. Jiang Jie felt a tinge of embarrassment, despite being the senior. Why did Su Yi seem more mature? Sun Qing waved his hand and turned his attention back to Su Yi. Rest assured, I am genuinely affiliated with the official organization, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you. To be frank, if I wished to harm you both, I could easily subdue you in an instant. With that, his expression turned serious, and a wave of terrifying aura emanated from him. The two felt their scalps prickle, though Sun Qing merely sat there. He exuded the presence of a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Most alarmingly, they found themselves unable to move. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Sun Qing resumed his smile, as if nothing had occurred, and the dreadful aura dissipated in an instant. Both inhaled deeply, struggling to catch their breath. Su Yi felt a measure of reassurance. Indeed, there was no necessity for deception. To put it bluntly, he was far too insignificant to warrant such trickery. If Sun Qing desired something, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Uncertain of his level and how long it would take to surpass him, they braced themselves. Chapter 6. Concerning the Shunming world. Alright, let us now commence the process. I will provide you with foundational information about the Shunming world. Throughout this discourse, feel free to pose any questions you may have. This is the first segment. After this, you will need to register your identities. Finally, you may ask me a few pressing questions, and once I respond, the process will be complete. Sun Qing declared. Both sat up straight, attentively focused on Sun Qing as he began to elaborate. Let us start with a discussion of the Shunming world itself. Have you ever played games where one levels up and battles monsters? Both nodded, and Sun Qing continued. You can simply comprehend the Shunming world as a game that can influence reality. Everything you acquire here, abilities, equipment, skills, is real. Upon your return to the real world, you will find that they are preserved intact. The Shunming world periodically selects individuals from our reality who meet certain criteria to enter. However, the specific selection criteria remain a mystery to this day. The first selection occurred 50 years ago. 50 years? Su Ye's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated that the Shunming world had been in existence for such an extended period. In less than a day, his power had multiplied unimaginably. How formidable must those who entered 50 years ago be? According to Sun Qing, their strength was preserved in reality. For the first time, he sensed the profound depths of this world. Jiang Jie, equally taken aback, asked outright, Brother Fat, how terrifying must the strength of these individuals be now? Are there truly so many monsters in our reality? Sun Qing chuckled. Let me put it this way. Those who were among the first to enter the Shunming world and have survived until now could extinguish me with but a breath. Both felt a chill run down their spines. In their eyes, Sun Qing already seemed incredibly formidable. Initially, when the Shunming world emerged, our Longhua indeed faced considerable turmoil. Some fools, upon gaining power, became arrogant. Fortunately, at that time, a battalion of special forces was also selected by the Shunming world, and with their assistance, the chaos was swiftly quelled. Subsequently, our Longhua officials came to realize the immense impact the Shunming world could have on the real world, thus establishing a dedicated management department to continuously cultivate strength. As of now, we have nearly perfected our control over the situation in the real world. I, too, am an employee of this department. Therefore, you can rest assured that the real world is exceedingly safe. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly inquired. Since the situation can now be controlled, why do we not publicly announce the existence of the Shunming world? If we do so, those selected could better prepare themselves before entering and achieve superior results in their trials. Sun Pang shrugged, a valid question. It is foreseeable that in the future, the formidable individuals nurtured by the Shunming world will become the most vital strategic resource for every nation. We wish to make an announcement as well, but the Shunming world imposes certain constraints on our real world. It seems reluctant to allow us to disclose information too hastily. However, the good news is that the strong individuals from Longhua have sensed that this constraint is gradually weakening. Perhaps before long, You will hear discussions about the Shinming world in the streets and alleys. Jiang Jie raised his hand. What is the name of the department you belong to, fat brother? Can I join as well? Are there any requirements? That will be addressed in the second segment. Once I finish discussing the Shinming world, I will naturally cover that. Sun Qing replied. All right. He continued after taking a sip from his cup to moisten his throat. Now, let us return to our discussion. Next, I will elaborate on the composition of the Shinming world. I trust you noticed during your initiation trials that the task prompts mentioned you would be transported to the Shinming continent's lower realm. Since there is a lower realm, there must also be an upper realm. The Shinming world comprises these two components. The place we currently inhabit is the lower realm. You may simply consider it as the novice village within a game. You must meet certain conditions here to gain entry into the upper realm. Su Yi raised his hand again. Is there only one lower realm? Upon exiting the room, he observed that the notices were all written in Longhua characters. He had already begun to wonder if only Longhua had been chosen by the Shinming world. Sun Pang's eyes lit up. Another excellent question. Indeed, there is not just one lower realm. Each lower realm has a carrying capacity limit. Once the number of trial participants exceeds 10,000, it reaches its limit, prompting the opening of a new lower realm. Furthermore, they are categorized by country, meaning that participants from each nation will enter the same lower realm. The lower realms do not interconnect. Sun Qing continued to speak for about 10 minutes before finishing the prepared content. Both Su Yi and Jiang Jie listened intently, deep in thought. After Sun Qing's explanation, they developed a clearer understanding in their minds. He also introduced the most crucial structures within the lower realm of the Shinming world, such as the gateway to select dungeons for battling monsters and leveling up, the arena for mutual combat, and the temple where one can accept job transition quests. Currently, Su Ye's level is 7, and according to Sun Qing, once a trial participant reaches level 10, they can no longer progress further without undertaking a job transition quest at the temple to acquire a specialized profession. The breakthrough quest refers to the opportunity available to trial participants once they reach level 30, allowing them to undertake a breakthrough quest to gain eligibility for entry into the upper realm. Fat brother, I would like to inquire if there is a designated area for trading within the Shinming world? As Sun Qing paused, seemingly unwilling to continue listing, Su Yi could not resist asking. If he could discover the answer here, that would be ideal. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing hesitated momentarily, then countered with a question. Have you acquired any gold coins? Su Yi nodded. Sun Qing raised an eyebrow, stood up, and scrutinized Su Yi once more. I did not notice before. Having served as a guide for newcomers for several years, I have assisted many, and I pride myself on my perceptiveness. Yet today I misjudged. In the initiation trials, the sole method for obtaining gold coins is to defeat the 10th wave of enemies. According to Sun Qing's statistics, if one had not been specifically trained before entering the Shinming world, only about 1 in 100 would emerge as such, typically being experts in some field within the real world. As he resumed his seat, a broader smile graced his face. Chapter 7. Yi Long Wei. Indeed, there is. After you exit the trial grounds, proceed east for approximately 3 kilometers, and you will encounter a sign that reads Trading Street. Beside them, Jiang Jie appeared puzzled. What exactly are gold coins? They seem like a formidable currency, yet I do not possess any. He observed that upon Su Ye's inquiry, Sun Qing's demeanor had softened. Previously formal, he now exuded a friendlier vibe. Embracing a spirit of inquiry, he asked, Fat brother, what precisely are these gold coins? Before Sun Qing could respond, a voice emerged from behind the door. Gold coins are a reward that can only be obtained after defeating the 10th wave of enemies. Additionally, they can be acquired through trading or by entering dungeons to slay monsters. What? The 10th wave? Jiang Jie was taken aback. Something seemed amiss. How could Su Yi have defeated more enemies than he? Su Yi turned towards the entrance, where 2 men had just entered. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other was a youth of similar age to them. Both had square faces and bore a resemblance in their features. The middle-aged man, with a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, appeared quite formidable, as if the word expert were inscribed upon his countenance. Additionally, it might have been an illusion, but the young man, upon seeing him, subtly curled his lips downward, a fleeting expression of disdain flashing in his eyes. Initially, the middle-aged man cast an appreciative glance at Su Yi before leading the youth before Sun Qing. Brother Pang, I hope you do not mind my taking the opportunity to speak. Sun Qing raised his head. I would be grateful if you could say a bit more on my behalf. He then glanced at the young man. Is this your family's younger generation? Did he just arrive today? His name is Ma Haoyan, and he is my nephew. Just going through the motions, the middle-aged man nodded, introducing him. He then patted Ma Haoyan on the shoulder. Greet Brother Pang. No, you should call him Uncle Pang. Ma Haoyan complied, displaying an air of great respect. Hello, Uncle Pang. Nearby, Su Yi squinted his eyes. Goodness, the trial takers can have second-generation offspring? Those with wealth are referred to as Fu Dai, and those with political connections as Guan Dai. So what should this be called? Chong Dai perhaps? The middle-aged man's demeanor and actions appeared far too familiar, leading one to suspect this was not his first time bringing a younger relative along. Was it not said that no one could decipher the rules governing the selection of individuals in the Shinming world? How then did they manage to have multiple members of the same family enter simultaneously? Sun Qing chuckled. Is it still the same as before? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes. We can skip the introductory segment. I've already briefed him. Let us proceed directly to registration. Sun Qing promptly produced 3 forms and handed them to the 3 young individuals. Coincidentally, these 2 young brothers are also about to enter this process. Let us fill them out together, he explained to Su Yi and the others. To ensure the safety of the real world, this is a mandatory procedure for every trial taker entering the Shinming world. Jiang Jie, having just recovered from his astonishment, inquired curiously. What if we do not fill them out? Sun Qing replied. If you do not fill them out, you will become an undocumented individual in the Shinming world, akin to lacking an identification card in the real world. Jiang Jie gasped. All right, is this for the management of trial takers? Su Yi understood as well. Taking the form and examining the details presented, they were all standard inquiries: name, age, address, and place of origin, among others. The sole point of interest lay in the final section, which asked whether one was willing to join the official organization. Just then, Sun Qing's voice echoed in their ears. You may choose freely in the last section. Even if you select no, as long as you do not commit heinous acts in the real world, we will not interfere. Moreover, if you choose no now, you may change your mind in the future. Our doors are always open to everyone. Su Yi nodded, catching a glimpse of the young man named Ma Haoyan opting for no immediately. Jiang Jie raised his hand. Brother Pang, what benefits would there be in joining the official organization? There are indeed benefits. Sun Qing squinted his eyes. Joining the official organization equates to being a civil servant, with a salary every month. The welfare benefits are quite favorable as well. For instance, everyone receives a 100,000 yuan bonus upon entry. Additionally, we have the most powerful individuals in the Shinming world among all factions, so it is advantageous to be affiliated with a formidable entity. A greater number of strong individuals means more resources. If you possess talent and can catch the eye of a powerful figure who takes you as an apprentice, that is the path to soaring success. What would our responsibilities be after joining? Jiang Jie pressed on. Quite simple. When dangers arise in the real world, we are required to intervene and resolve the crisis. What sort of dangers might arise in the real world? 2 categories. First, foolish trial takers attempting to cause trouble. We possess the authority to eliminate them on the spot. The second category involves the occasional merging of the Shinming world with the real world, leading to the appearance of monsters in reality. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. What? Monsters can appear in the real world? Sun Qing seemed to sense their apprehension and smiled. Relax, it is not as terrifying as you imagine. The monsters that can manifest in reality are not overly powerful. Although, as the constraints of the Shinming world on the real world diminish, the strength of the monsters may increase in the future. However, the rate at which humanity enhances its capabilities will far surpass the rate of diminishing constraints. The 2 nodded, deep in thought. Meanwhile, as the conversation unfolded, Ma Haoyan had completed the form and set it before Sun Qing, preparing to depart. Before leaving, the middle-aged man patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Young man, be sure to choose wisely when joining the organization. Once you make your decision, it is difficult to change. Besides the official organization, there are numerous other avenues. For instance, our family, the Ma family, has also established a guild in the Shinming world. As he spoke, he placed a business card before Su Yi. If you are interested, feel free to contact me for more information. We have always welcomed geniuses like you, who can withstand the 10th wave of trials. The terms are negotiable. Boom. Sun Qing's imposing aura suddenly erupted, this time directed at the middle-aged man. Get out. The middle-aged man clasped his hands together. Brother Pang, there is no need to be so irate. I was merely offering a few suggestions to the newcomer. I will leave, right away. The pressure that Sun Qing could exert on the 2 seemed as gentle as a spring breeze to the middle-aged man. He chuckled lightly and departed with his nephew. With a clap, the door closed, leaving only 3 individuals in the room. Chapter 8. I have a friend. Previously, Su Yi had thought that Sun Qing's assertion regarding the official organization imposing minimal restrictions on trial takers might have been mere pretense. It now appears highly probable to be true. Otherwise, these families would not be permitted to establish their own guilds. Sun Qing let out a cold snort before regaining his smile. I apologize for my earlier lapse in composure. Please, continue with your forms. The 2 nodded in compliance. Jiang Jie opted to join the official organization on the spot, stating that he wished to safeguard world peace. Meanwhile, Su Yi hesitated momentarily before choosing to decline for the time being. Sun Pang discreetly sighed. In the information Su Yi provided, he was merely an ordinary student. For someone like him to endure through the 10th wave without any preparation, there could be only one explanation: exceptional talent. The middle-aged man was not mistaken. Su Yi could be deemed a prodigy. Thus, Sun Qing sought to recruit Su Yi. Young brother Su Yi, why not reconsider? Our official benefits are abundant. I may have been too brief in my earlier remarks. Allow me to elaborate further. Sun Qing collected the forms back and could not help but speak. Su Yi shook his head. I apologize, brother Pang. But I wish to ponder this for a while longer. In truth, he was inclined to join the official organization. But he had a personal principle of not making decisions too hastily. Sun Qing, feeling helpless, replied, Very well, should you come to a decision, feel free to contact me. As he spoke, he handed his business card to Su Yi. Beside them, Jiang Jie chimed in, What about me? Why don't I get a card? He coughed twice forcefully before Sun Qing remembered that another person was present. He quickly retrieved another card, which satisfied Jiang Jie. He then pointed towards the door. Brother Pang, what was the situation with those two earlier? Sun Qing explained. In theory, as long as your level exceeds 30, you can establish a guild. You are aware of guilds, correct? They are essentially groups of trial takers congregating together. Those who have not entered the official organization may create their own guilds. The individuals you just encountered were trial taker Ma Xingxiang, a member of a family in the real world, who is a guild founder. Su Yi frowned in curiosity. Was it not said that the criteria for selecting trial takers in the Shenmeng world were unclear? How did these families manage to navigate that? Sun Qing chuckled. What I meant by unclear is that the selection criteria are complex, diverse, and filled with randomness. Yet, certain patterns can be discerned. For instance, individuals with superior physical prowess in the real world are more likely to be chosen. Additionally, those who attain a high level of achievement in a particular field are also more likely to be selected. Of course, this is merely a possibility and does not guarantee selection. These families exploit this by bringing resources from the Shenmeng world back to the real world, nurturing close individuals to enhance their chances of being chosen. Our official organization employs a similar strategy, selecting a group from the military and outstanding athletes each year for training. However, due to limited resources, the number of individuals we can cultivate is correspondingly restricted. Su Yi nodded in understanding. He was now quite intrigued by the resources mentioned by Sun Qing. Could he also utilize these resources to nurture his own relatives? With both parents alive, it would be splendid if they could also enter the Shenmeng world. They need not possess extraordinary strength, but at least be capable of self-defense in times of danger. Jiang Jie suddenly grew curious. Brother Pang, how do the offspring of those families and the trial takers nurtured by the official organization perform during the newcomer trials? Sun Qing laughed. Are you certain you wish to hear this, lest you be disheartened? Jiang Jie hesitated but remained resolute. I want to hear. Sun Qing glanced at Su Yi, whose expression seemed indifferent. Very well, I shall share. Typically, among the offspring of families, 1 in every 2 can endure through the 10th wave of adversaries. Some, with a stroke of luck, acquire suitable weapons by the 5th wave and may even reach the 13th or 14th wave. Conversely, those nurtured by our organization, to be frank, statistically fare worse than the family offspring, with roughly 1 in every 4 managing to reach the 10th wave. This is due to the sheer number of individuals we train, which far exceeds the total combined of these prominent families. With so many candidates, the resources allocated to each are significantly lesser than those provided to family offspring. Jiang Jie gasped, clutching his chest. So formidable. I regret hearing this news. My resolve is crumbling. He thought he had pushed himself to the limit by reaching the 8th wave. Sun Qing chuckled, recognizing Jiang Jie's jest. You, a mere fledgling. What resolve could you possibly possess? Meanwhile, Su Yi displayed a look of astonishment, internally reflecting on the extent of his own terrifying talent. Jiang Jie sighed. No wonder that fellow earlier appeared so arrogant. He must have also persevered through the 10th wave. At that moment, Sun Qing shook his head. The newcomer trials are indeed crucial, determining each person's starting point, yet later stages are not irreparable. I am not boasting, but I too was a genius who endured until the 14th wave in my day. However, I find myself surpassed by many who only managed 6, 7, or even 5 waves. As he spoke, he sighed, conveying a lesson to the two. Those who strive may not necessarily become strong, but those who do not exert effort, regardless of luck, lineage, or talent, will achieve little. Remember this phrase from Brother Pang. It will serve you well throughout your lives. Both nodded, appearing contemplative. Sun Qing clapped his hands. Well then, I have shared nearly everything I intended. Do you have any questions? Let us limit it to 2 questions per person. Sun Qing looked at the two. Jiang Jie immediately raised his hand. I wish to inquire about the matter of talent levels. I possess a level talent. Does that denote a certain prowess? Sun Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Level? That is quite commendable. The hierarchy of talents, from highest to lowest, is as follows. The higher the talent, the lesser the probability of its occurrence. Furthermore, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Do not readily disclose your private information to others. Jiang Jie responded with an affirmative sound. Understood. He had initially intended to ask about Su Ye's talent level, but since Sun Qing had said as much, he opted to refrain. Meanwhile, Su Yi exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which he swiftly suppressed. What? The highest talent level is then what does mine signify? He wished to inquire, but hesitated. Instead, he approached the subject indirectly. So, can our talent levels be enhanced? I have a friend who is a level. Is there any hope for him to elevate to a level? If so, to what extent can one be elevated? Jiang Jie chuckled. Huh. Are you insinuating that your friend is, in fact, you? Su Yi shot him a glare. The friend I referred to is you. Jiang Jie replied. Thank you. Chapter 9 Entangled. Sword Chi. Sun Qing chuckled. Well done, young man. You have already begun contemplating the enhancement of your talent. Indeed, talent can be improved, and it can be elevated twice in total. However, that is a distant prospect and fraught with difficulty, so do not dwell on such matters at this stage. At that moment, Jiang Jie scratched his head. If my talent is level, does that mean I have no further opportunity for enhancement? Su Yi silently applauded him for posing a good question. Sun Qing clarified, that is not entirely accurate. Above level, there exists level and level. However, for newcomers entering the Xinmeng world, the highest talent is indeed level, which is why I refrained from mentioning these details earlier. Jiang Jie nodded in understanding. I see now. Su Yi felt a surge of excitement within. What? The highest for newcomers is level? He thought to himself. I must not expose my talent. He had come to realize his uniqueness. Exceptional individuals are often susceptible to being targeted. Jiang Jie suddenly felt a wave of despondency. My talent is merely level. Does that not mean I am destined to be outmatched by those with stronger talents? Sun Qing shook his head. Talent is merely a facet of strength, not the entirety of it. Do not belittle yourself. He clapped his hands. All right, let us move on to the next question. I should be wrapping up soon. The two of you have posed numerous questions, but they all stem from a single topic, so it counts as one inquiry. Now it is Su Yi's turn. You just mentioned that talent is a part of strength. I wish to ask, what components constitute strength specifically? Sun Qing took a sip of water before responding. The composition of strength is multifaceted and cannot be entirely elucidated. I shall share some foundational elements with you. First and foremost, your level determines your basic physical attributes. I trust you have experienced this. The higher the level, the stronger the physical prowess. Additionally, suitable equipment and skills can significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Within your data panel, there exists a pet entry. If you can acquire a pet and form a bond with it, you can further augment your physical attributes. Of course, foundational techniques should not be overlooked. The skills I just mentioned rely on fundamental techniques for mastery. Some trialists with exceptional foundational techniques can unleash destructive power without the need for skills. As he spoke, Sun Qing retrieved 3 wooden swords from his backpack, tossing 2 to the 2 individuals. Allow me to provide you with an example of technique. When you level up, do you not feel a warm current coursing through your body? This current can indeed be directed at your will. The 2 closed their eyes to sense it, and indeed, it was so. The most basic technique is to channel this warm current into your weapon and maintain that state. This is essentially the prerequisite for mastering all weapon-related skills. As Sun Qing finished speaking, the 2 opened their eyes to see a grayish aura spilling from his hands, swiftly enveloping the wooden sword. As if it were shrouded in a thin membrane, they exchanged glances and resolved to give it a try. Jiang Jie concentrated, directing the warm current within him into the wooden sword with great haste. Observing Sun Qing perform the action appeared effortless. Yet he soon realized the challenge upon attempting it himself. The wooden sword was not part of his body, and controlling the flow of energy evenly within it proved exceedingly difficult. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from his hands, and the once smooth wooden sword shattered into several pieces. Jiang Jie's expression darkened. I failed. Sun Qing chuckled lightly. It is not so simple, is it? Haha. I too attempted this hundreds of times before I began to grasp some semblance of control. Do not be disheartened. Failure is a normal part of the process. With diligent practice, you will master this skill in no time. He then turned to Su Yi, intending to offer some words of encouragement, only to find Su Yi gripping the sword with shimmering waves of light, his aura seamlessly integrated with the weapon. What a familiar sight. Has he succeeded? Su Yi, fully immersed in controlling the wooden sword, only realized Sun Qing was looking at him when he responded with a dazed expression. Is it like this? Sun Qing, Jiang Jie. You Jiang Jie pointed at Su Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. Without comparison, there is no pain. Su Yi's success made him appear somewhat foolish. Sun Qing was equally astonished. Each individual's aptitude varies, and the efficiency of learning techniques differs accordingly. Yet Su Yi's speed was astonishingly extraordinary. Why have you fallen silent? Su Yi furrowed his brow in curiosity. Is there something wrong with what I did? Sun Qing waved his hand dismissively. No, you did remarkably well. This technique belongs to the simplest category. Allow me to demonstrate one with slightly more complexity. He maintained a smile, emphasizing the term little with a deliberate inflection. Watch closely. With a swift motion, he retrieved a scarecrow, nearly half his height. from his backpack and tossed it into the air. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, he drew his sword, carving a graceful arc through the air. A flash of sword energy surged forth, and the scarecrow was cleaved cleanly in two. This technique is known as Jianqi. Both Su Yi and Jiang Jie's eyes lit up in astonishment. So cool. Sword energy for swords, blade energy for knives. Ultimately, it is the process of channeling one's internal energy through a weapon. Mastering Jianqi grants us the ability to engage in ranged combat. Would you like to give it a try? Sun Qing gazed at Su Yi with a playful smile. I doubt you can resist the challenge. Techniques are categorized by difficulty. The foundational sword techniques encompass slashing and thrusting moves that do not involve energy, as well as the simple application of energy to envelop a weapon. Building upon this foundation, we arrive at intermediate techniques, of which Jianqi is a member. While Jianqi is considered the simplest among intermediate techniques, it is by no means easy to master in a short span of time. It requires prolonged and repetitive training to grasp its nuances. Jiang Jie gazed at the halved scarecrow with stars in his eyes, eager to attempt the technique. However, his wooden sword lay broken, so he turned to Su Yi instead. Fat brother, could you demonstrate Jianqi once more? I didn't catch it clearly the first time. Sun Qing chuckled. Sure. He repeated the motion, internally thinking. Don't be surprised if you can't learn this even after 100 attempts. This time, Su Yi observed intently. He refrained from acting immediately, instead closing his eyes to recall every minute detail of Sun Qing's previous actions. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and made a swift motion towards the ceiling. Unfortunately, no energy erupted from his sword. Chapter 10. A novice? Had he failed? What had gone awry? Su Yi frowned. At that moment, Sun Qing's voice echoed in his ear. It can't be that simple, can it? Haha. He patted Su Yi on the shoulder. How about this? If you're willing to join our official organization, I can help you find a teacher who will ensure you master Jianqi within a week. If you rely solely on your own exploration, it might take you a month to grasp the technique. This was his ultimate objective. After witnessing Su Yi easily learn the entangling technique, Sun Qing was resolute in his decision to recruit him. This was a natural talent. He surmised that Su Yi's innate abilities were undoubtedly linked to the sword. He suspected that this was why Su Yi had managed to surpass the 10th wave of enemies. The first 5 waves were relatively simple, and upon overcoming the 5th wave, one could acquire a weapon. With Su Yi's sword-related talents, obtaining a sword would make conquering the 10th wave much less daunting. Su Yi remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Sun Qing chose not to interrupt. After a few more failures, Su Yi would surely give up. Suddenly, Su Yi moved. He effortlessly lifted the sword, channeling energy into the wooden blade like a gentle stream flowing into a reservoir. He made another swift motion towards the ceiling, and immediately, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy shot forth. The Jianqi clashed with the ceiling for several seconds, ultimately succumbing to its resistance and dispersing into shimmering particles in the air. The ceiling was composed of a special material, beyond his current capability to cut through. I see now, Su Yi reflected. When utilizing Jianqi, there are 2 key points. The energy infusion must be smooth, and one must not exert excessive force, but rather apply finesse. My initial failure stemmed from exceeding my control over the energy infusion. He nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the 2 observers were once again rendered speechless. Sun Qing stared at Su Yi, as if witnessing a ghost. What just happened? Did he learn it already? Given Su Yi's low level, the sword energy he emitted was relatively weak. Nevertheless, even the slightest Jianqi was still Jianqi. Jiang Jie was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Su Yi's words. However, that did not diminish his admiration for Su Yi's prowess. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Jie cast a doubtful glance at Sun Qing, questioning. Didn't you just say that without a teacher's guidance, Su Yi would need at least a month to master Jianqi? He was skeptical of Sun Qing's honesty. Was it possible that techniques like entangling and Jianqi were actually quite simple? Was his own inability to learn them immediately due to his own lack of intelligence? Sun Qing pointed at Su Yi, his expression incredulous. Are you truly a novice just entering the Shinmeng Dalu? Su Yi replied, yes. Sun Qing facepalmed, feeling as though his worldview was crumbling. He had not deceived Jiang Jie. For an ordinary person, mastering Jianqi would indeed require at least a month. For those with lesser aptitude, it could take 2 or even 3 months. At that moment, Su Yi began to sense that something was amiss. Had he displayed too much talent? He had hoped to remain low-key, but his innate abilities would not permit it. He had not exerted much effort. He had merely contemplated for a moment and grasped the concept entirely. Why must you be so effortlessly skilled? Sun Qing exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with fervor. He stormed around the desk and approached Su Yi, grasping his hand with determination. Su Yi, my young brother, you must join our Yi Long Way. At that moment, his eyes were red, gazing at Su Yi as if he were a rare treasure. If such a level of genius were to slip away, he would likely suffer insomnia for several years. Suye's lips twitched as he struggled to free himself from Sun Qing's grasp. Calm down, brother Fat, he urged. Everything can be discussed. Sun Qing spoke earnestly. Only by joining the official organization can you fully unleash your talent. What do you mean by that? Suye inquired. Sun Qing, realizing his earlier outburst, took a deep breath before continuing. Let me explain. At level 10, trialists must undergo a job transition to continue advancing. There are many types of professions, and for now, I will categorize those related to swords into one group. The strongest sword trialists in the world are members of our Longgua official organization. If we claim to be second in terms of skill books, information, and resources, no other organization in the world would dare to assert they are first. Sun Qing exclaimed, slapping the table. How about this? I can take the lead. If you agree to join, I will help you apply for a free level X sword skill. Suye, my young brother, you earned 1,000 gold from the 10th level, right? You can check the trading street later. The cheapest level X skill costs around 1,000 gold, while the highest level skills available on the market are level XX, valued at over 200,000 gold. Level XX skills are practically priceless. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know how challenging it is to earn money. Not to boast, but when I first entered the Shonming continent, I earned less than 200,000 gold from level 0 to level 30. Suye gasped. It seemed making money was indeed quite difficult. Nearby, Jiang Jie's eyes also glistened with jealousy. Why doesn't anyone gift me a skill? He thought. But he dared not ask, fearing humiliation. He could only scream internally. I will think about it, Suye replied, feeling tempted yet unwilling to commit immediately. Sun Qing sighed, feeling helpless, but since Suye was unyielding, he had no choice but to sit back down. All right, I won't pressure you. If you have any thoughts, feel free to contact me anytime. I'm online 24 hours a day. Suye nodded. The demonstration of skills came to an end, and it was time for the two to continue with their inquiries. Jiang Jie's question this time was about where to obtain pets. Sun Qing answered that there was a certain probability of obtaining pet eggs from dungeons, and that one could take these eggs to a shop specializing in hatching pets on the trading street for a fee. Suye then asked whether the rewards at the final settlement of the novice trials had any randomness. Sun Qing responded, there is randomness, but it manifests in the diversity of rewards. The rewards will be customized to a certain degree based on the trialist's performance. In simpler terms, the rewards for novice tasks will be items suitable for your use. As for value, the more enemies you defeat, the higher the value of the rewards you will receive. This is beyond question. Suye nodded, understanding that his mediocre sword was certainly not so simple. After their questions were answered, Sun Qing briefed Jiang Jie on the subsequent process of joining the organization, and the two prepared to take their leave. Brother Fat, thank you. We shall take our leave now, Suye waved. However, Sun Qing suggested, why not stay a while longer and ask a few more questions? After pondering, Suye replied, I still have ample time today. He shook his head, having received so many answers. I am already quite satisfied. If I ask more, I fear I won't be able to digest it all. Chapter 11, Wild and Talented. Sun Qing felt a bit regretful. All right then. Before they departed, he reiterated that Suye could reach out any time in the real world if he had questions. As they exited the trial arena, both felt slightly lightheaded. They had just stepped outside when several individuals approached, each holding flyers. Hello, I'm a member of the Song family. Hello, I'm a member of the Ma family. The two then realized their purpose. These individuals wasted no time. After distributing their flyers, they left. Suye picked up a flyer and glanced at it briefly. The content was similar across the families. Treatment was categorized based on the number of successful novice trials completed. Below 10 waves, the treatment was fixed. However, above 10 waves, one would gain a voice in negotiations, allowing them to contact various families in the real world via the phone numbers on the flyer for customized contracts. Jiang Jie shrugged. Having already joined the official organization, I naturally won't be joining any other groups. Suye, on the other hand, was currently uninterested in joining any organizations. Senior Jiang Jie, I plan to head to the trading street next. What about you? Suye inquired. Jiang Jie's lips twitched slightly. He too wished to visit the trading street, but lacking gold, he could only say, I plan to study the dungeon gate and see if there are any dungeons suitable for me. Suye frowned. All right, let us part ways here then. Following Sun Qing's directions, the two headed in different directions. By the way, what about our battle after we exit? Our return to reality might not be synchronized. Suye suddenly recalled their earlier agreement to battle after leaving their respective rooms. He was not one to back out of commitments. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Jiang Jie said, let us put that off for now. There's no rush. After a pause, he added, think about it. We've just entered the Shunming world and haven't fully familiarized ourselves with the surge of power we've gained. Engaging in battle now could easily lead to losing control. Our intention is to engage in communication. If we end up hurting each other, that would be unfortunate. Suye nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, He was interrupted by Jiang Jia. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. We can discuss the battle another time. With that, he hurried away. What the hell? He's no fool. He's already mastered the sword aura. The ceiling of the trial arena could withstand Su Ye's sword aura, but his own frail body could not. Su Ye gazed at Jiang Jia's rapidly retreating figure, puzzled. Was he really in such a hurry? Meanwhile, after Su Ye departed, Sun Qing immediately took out a crystal, infusing it with energy to illuminate it. Soon, a voice emanated from the crystal. Cousin, it's rare for you to reach out to me. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man. Sun Qing replied helplessly. I truly have something to discuss. I discovered a wild genius in the novice village. Intrigued, the voice on the other end inquired, pray tell, just how wild? And how genius? Sun Qing explained. According to the information he provided, he is merely a student. I just checked his records. Both his parents are ordinary folks, and his lineage is nothing remarkable. This means he has never received any training. I've already sent you his details via email. As for his genius, how about learning to wield sword aura in under 10 minutes? Does that qualify? After a long pause, the voice from the crystal responded. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? I swear by the heavens. If I were joking, may I perish alongside my cousin. The voice on the other end was taken aback. He and Sun Qing were indeed relatives, with the latter being the cousin. However, despite being of a lower generation, his standing within the organization far exceeded that of Sun Qing. Cousin, please don't jest. Could it be that you've been deceived? I heard that the Sword Emperor took nearly half an hour to master sword aura techniques. Is there truly someone with a greater aptitude than the Sword Emperor? The Sword Emperor mentioned was the very figure Sun Qing had just referenced, the strongest swordsman in the world. When they spoke of him, their tone inevitably became reverent. I have surveillance footage. If you'd like to see it, I can send it to you. Sun Qing was aware of how incredulous his words sounded. While my current strength may be lacking, my discernment remains sharp. This young man, after my demonstration of sword aura, executed it twice. The first time, he appeared entirely untrained. Aside from a proficient use of the wrapping technique, there was nothing noteworthy, and he didn't even possess a profession, making it impossible for him to feign success under my scrutiny. Yet, on the second attempt, he had already mastered all the essential points. Sun Qing's cousin identified a flaw in the argument. Cousin, according to your description, he is merely a novice. How could he possibly possess the wrapping technique? Sun Qing chuckled. I demonstrated it once, and he grasped it. Silence ensued, an extended pause on the other end. At that moment, the surveillance footage had been transmitted. Sun Qing continued his analysis. I suspect this young man possesses an exceptional understanding, coupled with a rare talent that enhances his swordsmanship learning efficiency. While he may not surpass the Sword Emperor, he is undoubtedly a rare genius. Suddenly, Sun Qing heard what seemed to be something shattering on the other end. His cousin spoke urgently. Brother, I will grant you the resources for a genius. You must, without fail, secure him. It was evident that his cousin had viewed the surveillance video and confirmed its authenticity. Within the organization, there were varying levels of rewards for exceptional talents based on their caliber. The highest tier was designated as Level A. Sun Qing nodded in agreement. Understood. He then inquired, what of the Sword Emperor? Can we summon him? I believe he would be inclined to consider taking this young man as his disciple. His cousin replied, the Sword Emperor is currently in seclusion, contemplating the sword path. It is uncertain when he will emerge. Very well. Once the Sword Emperor comes out of seclusion, make sure to report Su Ye's information at the earliest opportunity. Rest assured, I would do so regardless. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Sun Qing paced around his room for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Perhaps I should work overtime today? Meanwhile, Su Ye walked along the street. After proceeding a few steps, he was halted by a voice from around the corner. You must be Su Ye? It was Ma Haoyan, the individual he had encountered in trial room 233. However, at that moment, he was alone, without the presence of his elders. Chapter 12. Ma Haoyan. Ma Haoyan smiled and extended his hand into the air. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ma Haoyan, 20 years old, and like you, I have defeated the 10th wave of enemies in the novice trial. Su Ye shook his hand. May I ask what brings you here? I have a little game in mind. Are you interested? What? A wager. We bet on who can reach level 10 first. The one who arrives later will pay the other 1,000 gold coins. Ma Haoyan was somewhat short on funds. His family had provided him with ample resources, but none included suitable weaponry. The weapons offered during the novice trial were merely the most basic. Realizing that Su Ye had defeated the 10th wave of enemies, a singular thought occupied his mind. This young man possesses 1,000 gold coins. Aware that this was only their second meeting, he boldly proposed such a substantial wager. Su Ye was unlikely to accept, yet Ma Haoyan had prepared a series of arguments to persuade him. Very well, it is a deal. As Ma Haoyan was about to speak, Su Ye suddenly grasped his hand once more. Ma Haoyan found himself utterly bewildered. Wait a moment, this development is not right. Are you being so reckless? How can you agree so quickly? This is your entire fortune at stake. Do you not fear losing it all? What am I to do with the carefully prepared arguments I had in mind? Unbeknownst to Ma Haoyin, Su Yi was already elated within. He, too, was in dire need of funds. Although 1,000 gold coins may not seem substantial, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. With his exceptional talent, he did not genuinely believe he could lose. Furthermore, as he surpassed the 10th wave, he was at level 5, and he presumed others were in the same position. In truth, he had advanced through 20 waves and now stood at level 7, naturally endowed with a 2-level advantage. Wasn't Ma Haoyin effectively gifting him money? Even if he were to lose, he could afford it. It was worth a gamble. He was not merely acquiring 1,000 gold coins as others might assume. In fact, he contemplated increasing the stakes. At this moment, Ma Haoyin appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you not reconsidering? Su Yi frowned. Haoyin, our agreement has already been established. You cannot go back on your word. Do not make me lose respect for you. Ma Haoyin felt a strange sensation. How could someone so seemingly ordinary exude such confidence? His own assurance stemmed from his family background, yet he wondered where Su Yi derived his confidence. After adjusting his emotions, Ma Haoyin laughed heartily. Of course, I shall not retract my words. Although the process diverged significantly from my expectations, the outcome remains the same, which is what matters. He retrieved 2 sheets of white paper and a pen from his backpack. With swift strokes, he inscribed identical terms of the wager on both sheets. After signing his name, he presented them to Su Yi. It is your turn to sign. Su Yi complied without hesitation. Both held a copy of the wager, thus formalizing their agreement. In the realm of Xinming, when a trialist reaches level 10, their name appears on a stone tablet within the temple. Names are arranged in the order of their attainment of level 10, rendering any attempt at deception futile. With matters set in stone, there was no turning back. After exchanging contact information from the real world, Ma Haoyin remarked, Brother Su, you may now commence your dungeon runs. He patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Best of luck. Su Yi replied, let us encourage each other. The two then parted ways. After distancing himself from Su Yi, Ma Haoyin took out a crystal and dialed another crystal. Second sister, could you lend me 1,000 gold coins? I will provide a written acknowledgement. I assure you I will repay it within 3 days. Ma Haoyin was currently at level 5. Although the difficulty of leveling up increased geometrically, he was confident he could reach level 10 within 3 days. To him, the money in Su Ye's possession had already become his. A female voice emanated from the crystal. Certainly, but what if you cannot repay? That is not possible. If I truly cannot repay, I will convert the resources my family provides me into gold coins to return to you. Very well. The money has been transferred to your crystal. Thank you, second sister. Ma Haoyin ended the call, musing to himself. How could Su Yi, a penniless individual without even a crystal, compete with him? The identity crystal possesses functions such as communication, currency storage, and transactions. Each individual may possess only one, unless it is destroyed or confirmed lost before a replacement can be issued. Produced by the temple, its price is 1,000 gold coins. For someone like Su Yi, who is merely an independent player, purchasing it would require his own funds. Conversely, members of established families are typically provided with crystals upon entering the Xinming world. As Su Yi walked a certain distance, he was once more accosted by an individual. It was Sun Qing. Brother Su? What a coincidence. We meet again. Su Yi suspected that Sun Qing had approached him deliberately, yet he had no evidence. Greetings, Brother Pang. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Qing smiled. I just finished work and have nothing to do. How about I accompany you for a stroll? You are heading to the trading street, right? Since it is your first visit, you are unfamiliar with the area and could use a guide. There are many pitfalls in the trading street. Newcomers like you could easily lose everything if not careful. Su Yi pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Brother Pang. The two walked forward together. Sun Qing suddenly remarked, I saw you chatting with Ma Haoyin from a distance. What were you discussing? Little Yi. I must caution you. Those from prominent families can be quite unscrupulous. Sun Qing was genuinely worried that Su Yi might be taken advantage of by the Ma family. Su Yi responded with a slight acknowledgement, recounting the terms of their wager. Sun Qing slapped his thigh. This fellow indeed has a bold heart. Little Yi, why would you agree to such a thing? He regretted not having accompanied Su Yi from the outset, although he did not understand why Su Yi acted so hastily. It seemed there was no turning back now. Su Yi may possess strength that could rival Ma Haoyin's, but behind Ma Haoyin stood an entire family. Sun Qing recalled that he, too, had once gambled against a scion of a prominent family, exuding confidence much like Su Yi. The outcome had been disastrous. Little Yi, you are being foolish. Su Yi shrugged. Brother Pang, are you so certain I will lose? Sun Qing replied, let me put it this way. There is a potion shop that rarely sells a particular elixir called the double experience potion. Once consumed, for 3 hours, any trialist who defeats monsters within a dungeon will receive double experience. For the descendants of noble families, Possessing such items was almost a standard requirement prior to reaching level 10. Do you have any? In addition, they also possess various tools that can expedite the progress of dungeon runs, such as single-use consumables that can inflict damage directly on enemies and potions that enhance various attributes. The lower the level, the greater the effect of these items. Now, do you understand the difficulty involved? Chapter 13. Purchasing Potions. Su Yi maintained a calm demeanor, which earned him a measure of respect from Sun Qing. Not to mention, his psychological resilience was commendable. Sun Qing patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Xiao Yi, if you wish to win now, there is essentially only one path you can take. Su Yi looked up, curious. What path? Sun Qing replied, join our Yilong Way. I will assist you in applying for these resources, ensuring that you receive more and better than what Ma Jia provides to Ma Hao Tian. Su Yi responded. How do we end up here again? He clasped his hands together. I am still contemplating. Sun Qing felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself, if Xiao Yi loses the wager, it might present an opportunity for me. If he cannot afford it, I can swoop in and offer my assistance. Surely, I would be able to win him over. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly. Young people are still immature, they need more refinement. The trading street is situated on the eastern side of the lower realm of Shenming World. It is primarily divided into two sections. The first section is a commercial street lined with various shops, weapon stores, consumable shops, pet care stores, and many more. It is evident that each shop's signboard is brand new. The second section is a street where stalls can be freely set up. Su Yi pointed at a sign and, filled with curiosity, turned to Sun Qing. Fat brother, judging by the freshness of the sign, these shops must have just opened recently, right? Sun Qing nodded. Of course. This novice village has existed for less than 10 days in total. Naturally, these shops are in their newly opened state. Less than 10 days? No wonder it feels like there aren't many people around, Su Yi remarked, puzzled. But what about the staff in these shops? Where do they come from? Sun Qing chuckled. The two sections consist of different elements. Most shop owners have descended from the upper realm. The lower realms do not circulate among themselves. But as long as someone from the upper realm has a location in the lower realm, they can enter through special means. Additionally, some staff members are newcomers like you. Not everyone can complete the novice tasks. Those who do not receive task rewards or have the ability to farm for money must work to remain in Shenming World. Working to earn money to purchase methods for leveling up is also a viable path, albeit slower, yet stable. Su Yi sighed. Workers truly are everywhere. By the way, what exactly are these methods for cultivation? Sun Qing explained. Cultivation methods involve inhaling the energy present in the air of Shenming World to enhance one's level. There is no superiority or inferiority compared to leveling through monster farming. Su Yi frowned in contemplation. Should I also purchase a cultivation method? That way, I could farm dungeons when I am full of energy and return to my room to rest and meditate when fatigued. The efficiency would surpass merely farming monsters and resting repeatedly. Sun Qing cleared his throat. No need to purchase one. Joining Yilong Way grants you the benefit of applying for a cultivation method for free. However, for a talent like you, I recommend focusing entirely on monster farming to increase your level before reaching level 30. Cultivation also requires mental effort and is not easier than farming monsters. And its efficiency is lower. Su Yi acknowledged, realizing his weight here was intentional. One cannot deny Sun Qing's determination. He could only respond with a light-hearted remark. I am still considering. The two then entered a potion shop. Su Yi was immediately dazzled by the array of potions on display. Xiao Yi, I recommend purchasing some recovery potions to ensure greater safety when entering dungeons. Once you enter a dungeon, you cannot exit at will. Endurance is crucial. The novice trial is also considered a dungeon, but it differs from normal dungeons as it is relatively lenient and allows for exits at any time. Su Yi nodded and began examining the potion names and their descriptions on the shelves. Minor recovery potion. Description. Quickly restores 30 stamina and source energy within 1 minute. The effect decreases as the user's level exceeds 10. Price, 20 gold coins. The so-called source energy refers to the energy within the body of a trial taker. The sword energy Su Yi previously unleashed was essentially source energy. Eagle Eye Potion. Description. Greatly enhances vision for 5 minutes. Price, 40 gold coins. Divine Healing Potion. Description. Used to recover from internal injuries. Price, 200 gold coins. Each potion possesses unique effects, making Su Ye's eyes glisten with desire. Following Sun Qing's advice, he purchased 10 recovery potions and 5 healing potions, totaling 500 gold coins, 20 gold coins for each recovery potion, and 60 gold coins for each healing potion. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 1/6 of his 3,000 gold coins. These should suffice for a while. Once you reach level 10, you will need to prepare for higher grade potions. Sun Qing intended to lead Su Yi out, but was halted. Su Yi pointed to the potions on the shelf and inquired, Fat brother, these potions also work in the real world, correct? Sun Qing nodded, then observed Su Yi as he approached the shelf and retrieved 2 bottles of the divine healing potion. intended for treating internal injuries. Sun Qing raised an eyebrow. Xiaoyi, do you have internal injuries? You appear young and robust. It's hard to tell. Moreover, even if there were injuries, one bottle should suffice, so two seemed excessive. Suyi shook his head. It's not for me. It's for my parents. My father worked physically demanding jobs in his youth, leaving him with chronic ailments. My mother suffers too. Come winter, she experiences severe back pain. Life has improved a bit, but their issues persist. I thought this potion might help them. Sun Qing fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something, and his eyes grew slightly misty. He patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Good lad. In his eyes, Su Yi possessed a mere 1,000 gold coins, having just spent 500, leaving him with 500. For any trialist, gold coins hold immense significance, especially in the early stages. Thus, Su Yi's actions seemed somewhat extravagant. Buying the healing potion could have been postponed. At that moment, Sun Qing felt a strong desire to win Su Yi's favor. If his initial interest stemmed from Su Yi's remarkable potential, now it included a genuine appreciation for the young man himself. With satisfaction, Su Yi stowed away all the potions in his backpack, already contemplating how to surprise his parents. As they exited the apothecary, Sun Qing inquired, "You still have 100 gold coins left. Where do you wish to go next?" Chapter 14, The Broken Sword. After pondering for a moment, Su Yi asked, "Brother Pang, is there a place on Trading Street for weapon appraisal? With my current funds, can I afford an appraisal?" He was quite concerned about his shabby sword. If it proved usable, he need not worry about weapons any longer. In addition to the sword, he had two other items in his backpack, a skill jade tablet, which he had not yet decided whether to use for joining the official organization, and an egg, which he was hesitant to reveal. Previously, he had mentioned Trading Street, inadvertently disclosing his gold coins, and thus revealing that he had passed the 10th wave of enemies. If the egg was tied to the 20th wave, presenting it would be tantamount to confessing he had overcome that challenge. Now, Su Yi realized that his achievements seemed quite extraordinary. Well, an appraisal costs 10 gold coins. That is sufficient. Let us go? Sun Qing strode ahead, prompting Su Yi to hurry after him. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a weapon shop, approximately 100 square meters in size, with various weapons displayed on three sides. At the back, a door stood, concealing whatever lay beyond. "Old Su, I've brought you a guest," Sun Qing declared as he entered, as though stepping into his own domain. Immediately, a muscular middle-aged man, bare-chested and wielding a hammer, emerged from a back room. Su Yi instinctively thought of the word, blacksmith. "Brother Pang, long time no see," Sun Qing exclaimed, pulling Su Yi closer to introduce him to the burly blacksmith. "This is Su Yi. He just entered the Shinmeng world today. This is Su Jianxi, but just call him Old Su. He prefers it that way. He is the owner of this weapon shop and also affiliated with our official organization." Su Yi nodded, realizing why they were acquainted. Su Jianxi appeared intrigued. "Brother Pang, is he your relative?" He was aware that Sun Qing's role was to welcome newcomers, but it was typically done in the training hall, and once the conversation concluded, so did their interaction. Sun Qing shook his head. "Not a relative, but closer than family. My young brother Su Yi and I hit it off right away, almost as if we were sworn brothers." His playful banter elicited hearty laughter from Su Jianxi. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Sun Qing seemed to remember Su Yi and slapped his forehead. "Almost forgot the main point. My young brother here wishes to appraise a weapon." "Very well, follow me," Su Jianxi replied, leading them to a back room where the air was thick with the scent of iron, and the temperature felt significantly warmer than outside. A furnace was blazing nearby, with a metal bucket positioned above it, seemingly filled with molten iron. "This is my workshop. It's a bit messy, so please excuse the disarray." Curiosity piqued, Su Yi inquired, "Old Su, are you forging weapons?" Su Jianxi clapped a hand on Su Yi's back. "Just call me Old Su. None of that uncle business." "All right, Old Su." Su Jianxi chuckled lightly. "Indeed, my profession is that of a blacksmith. As long as I continue to forge equipment, I can grow stronger." Su Yi's pupils dilated in surprise. Sun Qing explained, "Professions are varied and unique. They are not solely combat-oriented. Each profession possesses distinct characteristics. For instance, Old Su is a blacksmith. He doesn't engage in combat or practice magic. He simply forges iron. Other professions, like chefs or alchemists, share similar non-combat traits." Suddenly, Su Yi felt a twinge of concern. "Brother Pang, you mentioned that when a trialist reaches level 10, they undergo a job change quest to acquire a profession. Is that profession chosen at random?" His talent was as a swordsman, and if assigned to a knife-wielder profession, he would have no idea where to express his discontent. Sun Qing laughed heartily. "Fear not. When the temple assigns you a quest, it assesses your talent, physical condition, and mastery of skills to determine the profession best suited for you. Moreover, you will be presented with at least 3 options from which you can select the one you most desire." Su Yi nodded in understanding. Su Jianxi clapped his hands and said, "Please present the equipment you wish to appraise." Following his instruction, Su Yi retrieved the Pai Li Long Wang sword. leaving the other two individuals present utterly astonished. What a dreadful sword, they exclaimed. Su Juanqi could not contain his excitement as he cradled the sword, examining it closely. His eyes filled with profound astonishment. Remarkable. Su Ye's eyes sparkled. The blacksmith uncle was indeed discerning, immediately recognizing the sword's extraordinary nature. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "May I ask, in what way is it remarkable?" Su Juanqi replied, "In my lifetime, I have never encountered a sword in such a lamentable state. I cannot even conceive how one would wield it to result in such a condition." Su Yi facepalmed. However, Su Juanqi's subsequent words illuminated his eyes once more. The material of this sword is unlike anything I have ever seen. Normally, a sword of standard materials would either remain intact or suffer degradation until it shatters completely. It is impossible for a sword to exhibit excessive use while retaining its core integrity. Su Juanqi turned to Su Yi and asked, "Young man, from where did you acquire this sword? Would you mind sharing?" Su Yi candidly replied, "I obtained it from the newcomer trial." Su Juanqi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget to ask that?" Meanwhile, Sun Qing regarded Su Yi with newfound admiration. If he was not mistaken, this was the reward for defeating the 5th wave of enemies. He could not fathom how Su Yi managed to endure until the 10th wave wielding such a wretched sword. Su Juanqi then produced a rectangular device, complete with a display screen. He opened the box, placed the sword inside, and the screen lit up immediately. It is currently testing the weapon's various attributes. The results should be available in about a minute. After a minute had passed, the screen was filled with parameters that Su Yi could not comprehend, prompting him to look towards Su Juanqi for clarification. Su Juanqi drew in a breath and said, "This sword's material is unknown. Its level is indeterminate. Its sharpness is average, but its hardness surpasses any sword I have encountered." Sun Qing echoed his astonishment. "Old Su, you must have seen at least 8,000 swords, right? Is this wretched sword truly so formidable?" Su Juanqi nodded earnestly, stating, "Let me put it this way. This sword, based solely on its hardness, could achieve the strength of a high-level weapon." Sun Qing promptly patted Su Yi on the back. "You've struck gold." Su Yi queried, "Is a high-level weapon truly so valuable?" Being a novice, he was genuinely unaware of such matters. Chapter 15. Pet Attributes. Sun Qing shot him a glance. "That is exceedingly valuable. The price of weapons of the same level surpasses that of skills. A high-level skill requires at least 30,000 gold coins. So consider how costly your sword must be." At that moment, Su Yi was engulfed by a sense of guilt, directed towards the trial task. "I am sorry. I misjudged you." Sun Qing rubbed his chest, feigning sorrow. "Back in my rookie days, I didn't possess even a single high-level weapon, let alone a high-level one. It's infuriating how the world compares." Just then, Su Juanqi interjected, "Perhaps it is not merely a high-level weapon." Su Yi looked at him inquisitively. "What do you mean by that?" "Currently, this sword remains in a damaged state. If restored to its perfect form, it may yield an even greater surprise." Su Yi asked urgently, "What must I do to restore it?" "Just come to me, but of course, it will cost you." "How much?" Su Juanqi did not respond immediately, instead inspecting the sword for a while longer. "I have some thoughts in mind. To restore it completely, it will require 5,000 gold coins. However, if you wish to elevate it further in its perfect state, you may need to gather a few rather expensive materials, roughly estimating around 50,000 gold coins." Su Yi pressed on, "So I can first restore it completely and consider the enhancement later when I have the funds?" Su Juanqi shook his head. "That won't work. The sword's current condition is ideal for integrating other materials. Once restored, it will be exceedingly difficult to achieve that again. At that point, the cost may triple or even quadruple." Su Yi exhaled deeply. "All right, thank you, Uncle Su. I understand." He had already made up his mind to choose the second option. Since he was going to do it, he would aim for the best. As for money, he would find a way. Sun Qing seemed to sense Su Ye's intentions and initially wanted to offer a caution, but ultimately decided against it. This young man was yet unaware of the hardships of earning money. "Uncle Su, what about the appraisal fee?" Su Yi produced 10 gold coins to hand to Su Juanqi, who declined the offer. "This appraisal is complimentary. All I ask is that you come to me when you wish to restore the sword in the future. That will be the real profit." Su Yi clasped his hands together. "Thank you very much, Uncle Su." Taking back the sword, Su Yi tested it against some scrap metal in the workshop. To his surprise, it was indeed very hard. Although it appeared battered and worn, even with all his strength, he could not inflict any damage upon the sword, not even dislodging a speck of rust. After the appraisal, the two left the weapon shop. "Brother Fat, I plan to check the dungeon entrance next. All right, I will return to the real world first. Farewell, Brother Fat." After bidding farewell, Su Yi hurried off. However, not long after leaving the trading street, he stealthily returned. Earlier, he had spotted a pet cultivation shop on his way to the weapon store. Ensuring that Sun Qing was not nearby, he spent a hefty sum of 1 gold coin at a nearby clothing store to purchase a black robe and a mask. Once adorned, he quietly slipped inside. On the streets, There were quite a few individuals adorned in similar attire to his, rendering him not particularly conspicuous. Clearly, not everyone is inclined to reveal their true selves to the gaze of others. He mused whether there might be more sophisticated methods of concealment to learn about. Stepping into the pet breeding shop, he found it somewhat different from his expectations. The establishment housed several shelves, yet instead of pet eggs, they were lined with an array of square devices. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Upon entering, a uniformed young woman approached him promptly. Suyi deliberately lowered his voice slightly and inquired, "What must I do to hatch a pet egg?" The young woman immediately pointed to the shelves as she explained, "These are all devices designed for hatching pet eggs. You may choose any that suits your needs. Different pet eggs possess distinct attributes, and one must use the corresponding device to hatch them. We also provide free identification of pet eggs. Would you like that?" Suyi nodded appreciatively. "Thank you very much. This shop is quite remarkable." He retrieved his pet egg and handed it to the attendant, watching closely as she scraped a small fragment of the shell with a tiny knife. This fragment was then dissolved in an unknown liquid and dripped onto a testing paper. Instantly, the paper erupted in a burst of white light, which dissipated after a few seconds. Witnessing this spectacle, the uniformed young woman couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Her expression now tinged with envy as she gazed at Suyi. "Congratulations, sir. Your pet is exceptionally rare with a light attribute." Her surprise was understandable. Although she, like Suyi, was a novice in the Shunming world, she had undergone 2 days of specialized training before becoming a staff member. She understood that while pet attributes did not signify superiority or inferiority, they did vary in rarity. Attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were relatively common, while attributes like wind, ice, and thunder were far less frequent. The light attribute, however, was among the rarest of the rare. The more uncommon an attribute, the higher its value. A light attribute pet egg could command a price more than 10 times that of a standard attribute egg. Having worked for 3 days, she had encountered numerous inquiries in the shop, yet only 2 individuals had actually possessed pet eggs. Pet eggs were inherently rare in the early stages for trialists, with a drop rate that was astonishingly low. Rumor had it that even some seasoned veterans above level 30 might not own a pet. The fact that Suyi not only had a pet egg, but also one with a light attribute, was enviably fortuitous. In the Shunming world, gold coins had a conversion relationship with real-world currency. Both official entities and families were willing to pay handsomely for gold coins. To put it succinctly, if Suyi chose to sell this egg and convert it into real-world money, he could indulge in a lavish lifestyle without a care in the world. "Sir, would you be willing to sell this egg? If so, I could arrange for an expert to assess its value. I assure you, we will offer you a fair price, ensuring you do not incur any losses." While pets may vary in bloodline quality, your light attribute pet egg, even of the lowest caliber, could fetch at least 50,000 gold coins. The uniformed young woman began to exhibit her professional acumen. Suyi shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I wish to keep it for myself." He had learned during a casual conversation with Sun Qing that not only pets, but also trialists would possess attributes upon acquiring a profession. Different attributes inclined towards different tendencies. For instance, fire attributes were more suited for offense, while earth attributes favored defense. The light attribute, on the other hand, was more inclined towards healing. Chapter 16. The entrance to the dungeon. Pets could also learn skills. If he could teach his light attribute pet several healing skills, it would be akin to carrying around a personal healer. Who could resist such temptation? The uniformed young woman refrained from further persuasion. Her gaze towards Suyi now tinged with an inexplicable sentiment. She had keenly observed that when she mentioned the price of 50,000, Suyi's expression remained unchanged. This indicated something significant. Suyi was likely a scion of a prominent family. The previous customer who had visited the shop, also possessing a pet egg, had been overwhelmed with excitement when she offered him 5,000 gold coins, quickly signing a contract to sell it. The contrast between him and Suyi was stark. Moreover, observing Suyi's bare arms and neck revealed his youth. In summary, he was undoubtedly a young heir. If she could forge a connection with Suyi, there would be no need for her to toil away in this job. Approaching the section of the shelves designated for light attributes, Suyi inquired further. "These devices appear similar at first glance, yet their prices differ considerably. I wish to know the distinction between them." The light attribute devices numbered in the dozens, ranging from 500 gold coins to 5,000 gold coins. The uniformed young woman donned her most charming smile and enthusiastically explained, "The higher the price of the device, the faster the hatching process. When you place the pet egg within the device and carry it while defeating monsters in the dungeon, a portion of the experience points will be transferred to the device to aid in hatching the pet. More expensive devices require fewer experience points." Suyi nodded, comprehending the process. The act of hatching was essentially the infusion of experience points. Pointing to the least expensive option, he declared, "I will take this one. Experience points are not particularly valuable. With a bit of effort, I can simply run through a few dungeons. The primary reason lies in his current financial constraints. Every little saving counts. The uniformed girl raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. However, she quickly came to a realization. Oh, so he is a second-generation individual who understands the value of frugality. An added virtue indeed. Very well, sir. The uniformed girl promptly packed the equipment and respectfully handed it to Su Yi. As Su Yi prepared to leave after his purchases, she could not help but extend her hand to stop him. Su Yi was taken aback. Is there something else? The uniformed girl appeared somewhat bashful. Her legs together and hands entwined behind her back. She lowered her head slightly and spoke. Sir, may I have your contact information in the real world? We could engage in discussions about the Shunming world. Su Yi frowned. Apologies, but I cannot provide that. With that, he turned and fled. What a jest. Clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, he wished to remain unrecognized. Providing contact information would be tantamount to revealing his identity. What a mischievous girl. Inside the store, the uniformed girl felt quite flustered. She considered herself to possess a fair degree of charm. Throughout her life, suitors had never been lacking. Why did Su Yi flee so swiftly? It felt as if he feared being associated with her. Such an affront. She stomped her foot in frustration. How infuriating. Soon, Su Yi arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, aptly named the Great Door, which was, in reality, a spacious room. Upon entering, it resembled a gaming arcade from the real world. Close to the entrance stood numerous signs outlining various notices. At the farthest wall of the room, 20 identical bronze doors were embedded. Many challengers stood before the doors, scribbling on a nearby screen, after which the doors would open. Su Yi speculated that passing through the bronze doors would allow entry into the dungeon. He refrained from immediate action, opting instead to peruse all the posted notices. So it is. As he had surmised, behind the bronze doors lay the dungeon. The process of challengers writing on the screen was, in fact, the selection of the dungeon to enter and its difficulty level. There were a total of 30 distinct dungeons, corresponding to levels 1 through 30. Of course, challengers could also choose dungeons above or below their own level. The dungeons were categorized into 5 tiers of difficulty: simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell, with increasing challenge levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty of the dungeon, and thus, the more experience gained from defeating monsters. Additionally, the drop rates for loot increased correspondingly. It was also worth noting that entering a dungeon carried inherent risks. If one failed to exit in time, there was a high likelihood of perishing within. There were only 2 methods to exit. The first was to complete the dungeon, and the second was to force an exit, which came at a cost, directly forfeiting all loot gained and 90 of remaining stamina. Furthermore, after a forced exit, a mandatory 10-hour cooldown period was required before re-entering the dungeon. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a flicker of light at one of the bronze doors. A familiar figure, Jiang Jia, materialized in the room. He appeared quite disheveled, with various tears in his clothing. Currently, he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Su Yi took the initiative to greet him. Senior. Jiang Jia paused for a moment, as Su Yi was still wearing a mask. After discerning the outline, he finally confirmed it was Su Yi. Junior, you've come to tackle a dungeon as well? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. Senior, what was the situation inside? Jiang Jia sighed. I chose a level 3 secret realm at normal difficulty. I nearly perished in there. Upon entry, there were 3 maps, each populated with dozens of monsters. The strength of the monsters increased progressively across the maps. By the 3rd map, each monster's strength was comparable to the 5th wave of the rookie task S slime. Jiang Jia regretted his decision. Had I known, I would have opted for the simple difficulty. The rewards must be substantial then? Su Yi pressed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jia's lips twitched involuntarily. He slapped his thigh in frustration and replied darkly, I don't know if it was my bad luck or if the dungeon was inherently like this. But aside from 50 coins dropped from kills, I gained nothing else. Moreover, the experience obtained from defeating monsters was inferior to that of the rookie trials. I estimate the experience gained from defeating monsters of the same level barely reaches 1/10 of that from rookie trials. Su Yi gasped. Is it truly that grim? Not to mention the reduced experience, 50 coins would only suffice to purchase 2 of the most basic potions. Su Yi calculated the time, noting that between their 2 encounters, over an hour had passed, so let us consider it 1 hour. Chapter 17, Grinding. Earning 50 coins in an hour is hardly efficient. To acquire the most basic weapon would require 20 hours. Furthermore, human stamina is limited. Those 20 hours might need to be spread over several days to complete. Of course, once levels increase, efficiency should markedly improve. At that moment, a challenger passing by overheard their conversation and chuckled. You both just emerged from the rookie trials, right? Haha. Let me tell you, the rookie trials are a gift for newcomers. This is the true Shunming world. After speaking, the individual did not linger but walked directly toward a door. Within seconds, he selected his dungeon and difficulty, vanishing from view before the 2. Su Yi and Jiang Jia exchanged glances. In the exchange, both individuals could perceive the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Su Yi remarked, "Indeed. It is not so simple." Jiang Jie inquired, "Senior, what are your plans next?" Su Yi replied, "Having just completed the dungeon, my level has increased, and I still have plenty of stamina remaining. I will attempt another run at a simpler difficulty before returning to reality." "What about you?" Jiang Jie responded. "I also plan to enter the dungeon and give it a try." "All right, Senior, I won't say much more, just remember these 4 words, act within your means." After saying this, Jiang Jie stretched his body and boldly approached a bronze door, swiftly entering the dungeon. Su Yi arrived at another door. "My current level is 7, so I'll start with the level 7 dungeon on easy mode to test the waters." He quickly made his selection. The great bronze door swung open, and Su Yi stepped inside, finding himself in a dense forest. Theoretically, defeating the monsters within the dungeon would constitute clearing it. Thus, he faced 2 distinct choices: ignore the lesser creatures and head straight for the final boss, or eliminate every creature on the map before proceeding to the next area, cleansing the dungeon of all its monsters. Suddenly, a shadow darted from a tree. Upon closer inspection, it was a monkey. The moment the monkey spotted Su Yi, it brandished its stick and charged at him. "So, this is the monster of this secret realm?" Su Yi hastily retrieved his broken sword from his backpack. As the monkey neared, he struck decisively at an opening, swiftly ending the creature's life. The monkey burst into luminous particles, and a small orb of experience floated towards him. Su Yi frowned. Judging by the size of the orb, it was hardly larger than a fist. Is it really this small? Well, even the smallest of mosquitoes are still flesh. After absorbing the experience, Su Yi ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately 5 minutes, he found himself back in the room where the dungeon door was located, feeling bewildered. Is it already over? In this dungeon, all the monsters were monkeys. Yet neither the small ones nor the final boss could withstand a single strike from him. Most of the 5 minutes were spent traveling. Otherwise, he could have finished even faster. Due to the rapid completion, his stamina had hardly diminished, not even enough for a proper warm-up. Su Yi pondered for a moment and decided to attempt a higher difficulty. Then it shall be normal difficulty. Another 5 minutes passed, and Su Yi reappeared in the room. Concluding, compared to easy mode, the number of monkeys in normal mode did not increase, yet the strength of each individual monkey has improved. Still, there isn't a single monkey that can withstand my sword. Thus, Su Yi continued to escalate the difficulty until reaching hell mode, finally feeling some pressure. He realized he needed to unleash 3 strikes to fell a single monkey. However, when he attempted to envelop his broken sword with his internal energy, he discovered that it could still be done with just 1 strike. He also experimented with sword energy, which proved devastating. If faced with multiple monkeys simultaneously, a single wave of sword energy could cleave through them all. Yet, the drawback of utilizing sword energy was considerable. It consumed a significant amount of stamina. At this moment, Su Yi had developed a certain awareness of his physical condition. With full exertion, a single use of sword energy could deplete nearly 1/10 of his stamina. It seemed this technique would have to be reserved as a trump card for the time being. Under normal circumstances, merely employing entanglement techniques sufficed. After successfully clearing hell mode, his level rose to 8. Su Yi clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his muscles, invigorated and stronger. Attempting a one-handed handstand was effortless. He picked up a stone and crushed it with ease. In addition to the gold obtained, he collected various materials and stored them all in his backpack. Onwards to level 8 dungeon. He did not recklessly dive into a higher level dungeon nor immediately opt for hell mode. Instead, he began at easy difficulty and gradually worked his way up. Caution is the key to enduring success. Thus, he progressed from level 8 easy dungeons all the way to level 9 nightmare. Ding! His level had increased once more. I, Su Yi, am now a level 9 powerhouse. Reflecting on his rapid advancement, he mused, an hour to raise 2 levels is quite commendable, isn't it? Upon exiting the dungeon, he chose not to immediately re-enter, but instead found a corner to sit cross-legged and rest. His black robe and mask had long been discarded due to the heat. After running through several dungeons, even with potions replenishing him, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Su Yi took deep breaths and retrieved a brand new potion, popping the cap with a satisfying sound. An aromatic scent wafted from within. He gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling a warm flow spread through his limbs, alleviating much of his fatigue. Aside from being a bit pricey, it's quite effective, Su Yi remarked, noting the potion cost several gold coins. This was his last bottle, and he would need to purchase more before re-entering the dungeon. According to Sun Qing, 10 potions should suffice to carry him through to level 10. However, Sun Qing did not anticipate Su Yi's fervor for dungeon runs. He found himself contemplating whether to begin hatching a pet at this juncture. Initially, due to the wager, he intended to focus entirely on leveling up and, upon victory, commence the hatching process. However, he discovered that his speed in clearing dungeons seemed to be rather absurdly faster than that of others. Distributing experience points to pets was also permissible. Once hatched, if the pet possessed restorative abilities, it would be a significant gain, sparing him the expense of purchasing potions. Suyi nodded, making up his mind. Hatch. At that moment, Jiang Jie appeared not far away, looking even more disheveled. Upon seeing Suyi resting, he staggered over and sat beside him. Chapter 18. Return to reality. Jiang Jie inquired. Have you just emerged as well? Yes, Suyi replied. How is it? I was not mistaken. Clearing dungeons is both exhausting and challenging, with meager rewards. Jiang Jie gazed at Suyi, seeking a sense of resonance. Suyi acknowledged with a slight grunt. Indeed, he refrained from speaking the entire truth, fearing it might dishearten Jiang Jie. Jiang Jie nodded with satisfaction. See, it's not just me who thinks this way. He glanced at the empty bottle in Suyi's hand. Envy evident in his voice. I have completely exhausted my stamina. Today will be my last effort. I will return tomorrow to continue, and before I do, I need to buy a few potions. His second venture into the dungeon had yielded good fortune, netting him over 80 gold coins. Jiang Jie sighed. You cannot imagine. I had just slain a frog when my stamina was nearly depleted, and suddenly another one sprang out from the side, startling me. To defeat it, I nearly burned through my life force. Thankfully, a third one did not appear. Otherwise, I would have been finished. If I had a potion then, it wouldn't have been so perilous. Suyi patted Jiang Jie on the shoulder and clenched his fist. Keep it up, senior. You too, Jiang Jie responded. After uttering this, he silently recited the word return and vanished. Suyi stood up, preparing to exit and purchase potions. He encountered Ma Haoyan entering the room. Su Xiong, what a coincidence, he said with a smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Suyi replied, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Ma Haoyan stared at Su Ye's retreating figure, somewhat perplexed. Why was he so calm upon seeing me? When he had previously forged a wager with Su Yi, the core of it had been a disparity in information. Su Yi was completely unaware that he possessed items capable of enhancing experience gain and improving dungeon clearing efficiency. Thus, he was the one at a disadvantage. Having seen Sun Qing conversing with Su Yi for a while, it was likely that Sun Qing would inform Su Yi of these matters. Ma Haoyan had expected that when Su Yi saw him again, he would plead for the wager to be annulled, or perhaps even fly into a rage. To his surprise, nothing of the sort occurred. Could it be that Su Yi still believes he can triumph over me? Ma Haoyan shook his head. Just to be safe, I shall give my utmost effort. I cannot afford to leave Su Yi a single opportunity. Ma Haoyan arrived at the bronze door. Level 5 dungeon, difficult difficulty. Although this would consume more resources, it would allow my leveling speed to reach its peak. Meanwhile, Su Yi swiftly purchased potions and returned to the dungeon entrance. This time, he acquired a total of 20 bottles. Clear. He now entered a level 9 dungeon of hellish difficulty, facing a horde of gorillas. It was truly worthy of its title. Each gorilla was as formidable as the 20th wave of slimes in the novice trial. Yet, Suyi was no longer the same individual he once was. Firstly, regarding his weapon, the seemingly broken sword was actually quite handy, its strength far superior to that of the one he had used in the novice trial. Secondly, in terms of level, he had only reached level 7 after defeating 20 waves of slimes, meaning he had been at level 6 back then, while now, he boasted a full 3 levels higher. His physical prowess had at least doubled. Thirdly, and most importantly, Suyi now maintained a state of entanglement during combat, multiplying his destructive power by more than 3 times compared to merely wielding the sword. Before the battle commenced, Suyi retrieved the hatching device and placed the pet egg inside. The device was roughly the size of a backpack and could be strapped to his waist. As Suyi felled a gorilla, he observed the experience orb splitting into 2 parts. One portion entered his body, while the other flowed into the device. A transparent bar atop the device turned yellow as experience points were accumulated. Once this bar is filled, will the pet hatch? Suyi speculated, filled with enthusiasm. The gorillas in hellish difficulty were indeed quite formidable, particularly the final adversary, a 5-meter-tall super gorilla. Even with his entanglement technique, he could only inflict light wounds upon it. After using sword energy twice, striking the same spot on its neck, he barely managed to defeat it. Calculating the time, it had taken him a total of 15 minutes. For now, he would continue to clear the level 9 hellish difficulty dungeon. Suyi discovered that hellish difficulty dungeons offered the highest drop rates. The gold and resources obtained from a single run of the level 8 hellish dungeon surpassed that of the level 9 difficult dungeon. In terms of difficulty, level 8 hellish was roughly equivalent to level 9 nightmare. If each level of easy difficulty is rated as 1, ordinary as 2, difficult as 3, nightmare as 10, then hellish would soar to 20. Of course, this was merely preliminary data, and higher levels might present more variations. Suyi suspected that those who designed the dungeons had never intended for challengers to succeed through equivalent levels of nightmare and difficult difficulties. The level 9 hellish dungeon was already rather challenging. The level 10 would undoubtedly be even more so. After clearing the level 9 hellish dungeon twice, without any increase in level, Su Yi resolved to leave. He was weary and longed to rest. Clearing dungeons not only drained physical stamina, but also consumed mental energy. Stamina could be replenished through potions, but mental energy could not. Just as he was about to depart, he encountered Ma Haoyan once more. The two exchanged a simple greeting, devoid of any extraneous chatter. Silently recited the return incantation, and a confirmation box immediately appeared before him. Below the box, a prompt indicated that he could return to the Shunming world by silently declaring his intention to enter. Su Yi chose yes. In an instant, he vanished. Upon closing and reopening his eyes, he found himself in his dormitory, lying on his bed. The teleportation mechanism of the Shunming world was indeed quite user-friendly. Stretching his body, Su Yi closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. His backpack was still there. The 3,000 gold coins he had earned today, along with a plethora of materials, remained intact. He pondered the worth of items like gorilla hide and monkey fur. Clenching his fist, he felt the terrifying power lurking within him, which was still present. Everything was real. Su Yi was genuinely concerned that what had transpired earlier was merely a dream. As he sat up, he noticed that his two roommates had returned. One was named Zhang Sisi, and the other Wang Chong. Both were amiable individuals with whom it was easy to get along. They seemed to be engaged in a lively conversation. Their school had originally been a 4-person dormitory, but one roommate had dropped out at the beginning of the semester, leaving an empty space. Su Yi mused internally. The authorities had yet to announce the Shunming world. Should I perhaps align myself with this development? Just then, he heard Wang Chong exclaim, I heard that our school's Jiandao Society's senior, Jiang Jia, was selected by the Shunming world. I'm so envious. I wonder when I will be chosen. Zhang Sisi sighed. I read online that those with a unique skill are more likely to be selected. Should we learn a skill too? Su Yi was utterly bewildered. What? Has the news already been released? When did this happen? Have I crossed over? Chapter 19. A shift in the world. He quickly grabbed his phone and checked the time. It was just past noon. He had entered the Shunming world around 9 in the morning. This indicated that time flowed at a 1-to-1 ratio in both realms. He hadn't crossed over after all. The noise from his phone caught the attention of the two below. They looked up simultaneously. Hey, Yigu, you're here too. In the dormitory. They arranged themselves by age, with Su Yi being the eldest by a few months, thus they called him Yigu. At that moment, Su Yi was feeling quite perplexed, so he casually replied, I just fell asleep. The dormitory featured a bunk bed with a desk below, and there was a wooden railing beside the bed. If one didn't look closely, it was hard to discern whether someone was sleeping above. The two accepted his explanation. Yigu, you just woke up and are unaware of the Shunming world, right? Just an hour ago, everyone's phones received a message stating that besides reality, there exists a Shunming world. Well, you can check your phone for more details. It's much quicker than me explaining. Su Yi unlocked his phone with his fingerprint. To his astonishment, he saw hundreds of missed calls, all from his parents. They must have learned about the existence of the Shunming world and worried that Su Yi had been chosen, prompting them to call repeatedly. In addition to calls, there were numerous messages. Xiao Yi, why haven't you returned your dad's and mom's calls? You haven't entered that Shunming world, have you? I read online that it's quite dangerous. Dangerous? For now, it seems manageable. Su Yi pondered briefly and then crafted a message to reassure them of his well-being, even including a selfie. He explained that he had been asleep and had silenced his phone, hence the missed notifications. He would find a time to inform his parents that he had ventured into the Shunming world, but not just yet, to avoid causing them undue concern. Speaking of which, he needed to return home soon and find an opportunity to give his parents the medicine he had purchased. That would be a suitable moment for honesty. After addressing his parents' concerns, he resumed searching for other information. Indeed, he found the official announcement. It confirmed the existence of the Shunming world and described its extraordinary aspects, advising the public not to panic if selected, among other details. This aligned closely with the information he had already obtained. According to Fat Brother, the authorities had previously restrained information dissemination due to the Shunming world's constraints on reality. So, had those restrictions been lifted during the 2 hours he spent in the Shunming world? Su Yi speculated. He opened several commonly used apps on his phone. Wherever there was news, the Shunming world was the hot topic. In every forum, discussions about the Shunming world flourished. Some claimed it was a divine trial, while others viewed it as a harbinger of humanity's doom. Opinions varied widely. Currently, a majority, especially among the youth, seemed inclined to embrace the Shunming world actively. For instance, his two roommates were lamenting why they hadn't been selected. Yigu, check the dorm group. I sent you a video. So he clicked the link. The star of the video was someone he recognized, Senior Jiang Jia. The setting was the school gym. Jiang Jia effortlessly lifted a 100-kilogram barbell, showcasing it like a baton with flamboyant flair. So you thought, wasn't Jiang Jia supposed to return to reality due to exhaustion? It seems he hasn't been completely drained yet. Incredible. Zhang Sisi gasped. I heard Senior Jiang Jie only spent less than 2 hours in the Shunming world. If he stayed for 2 days and nights, wouldn't he be able to obliterate a mountain with a single punch? Wang Chong suddenly remarked. I heard Senior Jiang Jie lost a duel this morning in the Jiandao Society before entering the Shunming world. That opponent is likely in for a rough time. It has come to my attention that a new student, who is in the same grade as us, is present. On his bed, Su Yi silently scoffed. Apologies. But this unfortunate soul is none other than myself. At that moment, his phone emitted a notification sound. Upon checking, he discovered a friend request. Xiao Yi, it is I, your brother Pang. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept. Subsequently, a lengthy message from Sun Qing appeared. The constraints of the Shunming world on the real world have suddenly diminished significantly, catching everyone off guard. This reduction in constraints will trigger a series of chain reactions. Currently, numerous monsters that exist solely in the Shunming world have begun to manifest across the nation. Xiao Yi, if you encounter any, be sure to protect yourself. However, there is no need for excessive worry, as we have varying levels of protective forces in every area. This is merely a minor upheaval that will soon pass. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I must be off now, busy. Su Yi replied. All right, thank you, Brother Pang. Monsters appearing in the real world? Su Yi frowned, hoping that fate would not be so cruel as to have him encounter one. Presently, both the online and real worlds are abuzz with noise. While Su Yi yearns for a peaceful slumber, catching a whiff of his own perspiration, he thought a shower before bed would be prudent. He swiftly got out of bed, took a quick shower, and returned to find his 2 roommates still engrossed in discussions about the Shunming world. Brother Yi, why are you so calm? Zhang Shishi inquired curiously. Su Yi initially contemplated revealing that he had already visited the world, but considering the excitement of his companions, he realized that confessing would subject him to relentless questioning, thus depriving him of sleep. Instead, he stated, I am preparing to enter the Shunming world through dreams. His roommates were left speechless. Su Yi climbed back into bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, breathing evenly. His roommates were left even more astounded. You are actually sleeping? Suddenly, Zhang Shishi remarked, do you not think Brother Yi seems different somehow? Wang Chong pondered. Perhaps he has become more handsome? His physique appears improved. Just now, after his shower, I caught a glimpse of his well-defined muscles through the sleeve of his robe. It seemed he was not alone in this observation. He had refrained from speaking earlier, fearing that others might consider him peculiar. The two exchanged glances. Last night, Brother Yi did not appear this way. Could it be? Should we wake him up to ask? Forget it. I fear Brother Yi might hit me. Let us wait until he awakens. Thus, they remained vigilantly by Su Ye's bedside, waiting until midnight. Why hasn't Brother Yi awakened yet? I do not know. Suddenly, an alarm blared from outside the window, its piercing sound causing both to jump in fright. What is happening? Simultaneously, an announcement echoed across the campus. All students, please gather at the gymnasium immediately. All students, please gather at the gymnasium immediately. Chapter 20, Monsters. Su Yi was also roused by the commotion. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the remnants of sleep, he found himself fully alert after sleeping for over 10 hours, while Zhang Shishi and Wang Chong remained dazed. He had already grasped the situation, having read the voice message that Jiang Jia had transcribed. Junior, help me. I am barely holding on. A monster has appeared on the school soccer field. Save me, please. Su Yi rubbed his forehead. The message was sent just a minute ago, so the senior should still be alive. Regardless, he needed to investigate. He leapt from his bed. Zhang Shishi attempted to grasp his hand, but he instinctively recoiled. Brother Yi, the school has instructed us to gather at the gymnasium. Something must have occurred. We should hurry. Su Yi replied, you two go ahead. I have something to attend to. Without further ado, he bypassed the door, donning his slippers as he approached the window, forcefully tearing down the iron bars that resembled a prison. With that, he leaped down. Now was not the time to be concerned with trivial details. He needed to reach the scene as swiftly as possible. What the heck? Zhang Shishi and Wang Chong were startled and rushed to peer from the position Su Yi had just vacated. Su Yi landed with a thud, creating a small crater in the ground, yet he remained unscathed. In an instant, he dashed off in a particular direction, his speed surpassing that of a car. Wang Chong picked up a piece of iron that Su Yi had bent, attempting to twist it, but failing. He lamented, Brother Yi, is he even human? They were on the 5th floor. A normal person jumping from such a height would either perish or be severely injured. Their suspicions had now solidified. Brother Yi has also entered the Shunming world. Wang Chong declared confidently, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This is astonishing. Should we follow him to see? What do you mean see? Brother Yi seems in a hurry. Something must be wrong. We, being ordinary individuals, should not add to the chaos. Meanwhile, Su Yi was sprinting at breakneck speed. If he encountered an obstacle, he would leap over it with remarkable agility. His enhanced physical abilities granted him astonishing speed and jumping prowess, allowing him to move so swiftly that he appeared as a blur. What just passed by? A girl hurrying to the gym rubbed her eyes, convinced she had seen a shadow flicker by. You must be mistaken. We did not see anything. All right then. Soon, Su Yi neared his destination, the soccer field. As his physical capabilities improved, so too did his vision and hearing. From a distance, he spotted Jiang Jie grappling with a large black monster. No, to describe it as a battle would be inaccurate. He was desperately trying to evade, struggling to maintain his footing. The creature bore a resemblance to a human in stature, yet it was extraordinarily tall and imposing. Moreover, the creature possessed 4 formidable arms, each wielding a robust wooden club. With a resounding thud, each strike of the club would carve a gaping pit into the grass of the football field. Jiang Jie found himself outmatched in both speed and strength by this monstrous being. With no hope of escape, he could only desperately dodge the incoming attacks. When evasion proved futile, he raised the weapon he had acquired from the realm of Shunming before him, attempting to mount a feeble defense. His body was caked in dirt, evidence of his desperate struggles upon the ground. As he glanced at his weapon, he noticed it had begun to crack, nearing the point of total destruction. Su Yi retrieved his sword from his backpack, gripping it tightly. His speed surged once more. Jiang Jie felt a pang of regret. If only he were granted another chance. He vowed he would never again act so arrogantly. The events leading up to this moment began a mere minute prior. At that time, he was engaged in a profound conversation about life with a junior in a small grove behind the sports field. Suddenly, an explosion echoed nearby, and upon following the sound, he beheld a black monster. At that moment, the creature was still quite distant, presenting an opportunity for escape. However, it appeared far weaker than the foes he had vanquished in the dungeon, seemingly languid and vulnerable. Thus, Jiang Jie succumbed to the urge to strike, charging forth under the admiring gaze of his junior. He, Jiang Jie, a level 4 warrior. Yet, to his astonishment, as the battle commenced, he soon realized the creature's strength was escalating. Within less than a minute, the tides had turned against him. After returning to the real world, Jiang Jie had completed the necessary protocols and joined the Yilong Wei. He promptly reported the situation and called for reinforcements. Seizing a brief moment to dodge the monster's attacks, he sent a voice message to Su Yi. The arrival of Yilong Wei's support was uncertain, and he knew he could not withstand the onslaught for long on his own. Su Yi was stronger. If he could join the fight, perhaps they could endure a little longer. With another resounding crash, the monster's attack descended once more. Jiang Jie was nearing exhaustion, barely managing to hold his weapon before him. With a sharp crack, his sword shattered into countless fragments, and he was flung backward. It was disastrous. He lacked the strength to flee, and a single strike from the creature could reduce him to pulp. At that moment, Su Yi was still several hundred meters away, yet he abruptly halted in his tracks. Seemingly realizing that intervention was unnecessary, he witnessed a massive axe spinning through the air, aimed directly at the monster. With a thunderous roar, the axe sliced through the air. The monster, sensing the impending danger from behind, hastily crossed its 4 wooden clubs to defend itself. The axe struck precisely at the intersection of the clubs, unleashing a terrifying collision. The point of impact generated a whirlwind, causing Jiang Jie to be tossed about like a rag doll, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Swiftly, a lithe figure darted toward the football field. As she drew nearer, it became evident that she was a petite girl. She halted approximately 50 meters from the monster, raising her hand high. Miraculously, the axe, which was contending with the creature, soared into the air as if guided by an unseen force, arcing gracefully before being firmly grasped by the girl. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, impressed. This girl, though not tall, effortlessly wielded the massive axe that surpassed her own height. The visual impact was striking. Was she a senior from Yilong Wei? Jiang Jie, who had fallen to the ground, perceived this girl as a beacon of hope. Filled with elation, he called out to her. The girl nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, my name is Luo Xian. You may call me Xian Jie. She had just been attending to matters nearby when the organization received his call for assistance and dispatched her to his aid. Jiang Jie glanced at Luo Xian's youthful visage, muttering under his breath, one never knows who is truly the younger. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he called out, Xian Jie, please be careful. This monster is formidable. In Luo Xian's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered as she fixed her gaze upon the monster. Fear not. It is only level 10 and cannot harm me. Upon transitioning to a trialist, one acquires the ability to assess the levels of monsters. With that, Luo Xian gripped the hefty axe, propelled herself forward, and declared, leave the rest to me. Was this the strength of one who had already undergone a career transition? Su Yi observed with keen interest. He could distinctly sense that within Luo Xian's seemingly delicate frame lay a power that surpassed even his own. However, superior physical prowess did not necessarily equate to greater strength. Jiang Jie finally exhaled in relief when he sought assistance from the organization. He had provided a brief description of the monster's characteristics and abilities. Luo Xian's confidence in confronting the creature reassured him. All would be well. At that moment, Luo Xian was nearing the monster. Yet, just as she and the creature were poised to clash, the monster's aura surged dramatically, its muscles swelling ominously. The impact of the axe upon the wooden clubs sent forth a deafening sound, and then, astonishingly, Luo Xian was sent flying, propelled back at a speed exceeding that with which she had approached. Jiang Jie stood in disbelief. Su Yi watched as Luo Xian coughed up blood midair, spinning several times before landing on her feet in a standing position, exclaiming in shock, "How is this possible? This monster is level 15? This was dire. Was this its true form?" Upon arriving in the real world, certain monsters undergo a period of adaptation due to the drastic environmental changes. Typically, after adaptation, one can fully recover after a single instance. However, this creature astonishingly regained its strength twice. Now, it had transformed into a monster that held the upper hand. Consequently, Luo Xian began to struggle desperately, fleeing in disarray. Jiang Jie felt on the verge of tears. The situation had reversed so drastically, akin to a roller coaster. Wasn't it supposed to be stable? Sister Xian is unreliable. At that moment, Luo Xian's voice echoed from afar. Jiang Jie, right? Quickly call for support again. Then escape on your own. I will hold the monster. Jiang Jie pondered for a moment, resummoning support, yet he did not flee. Instead, he managed to rise, picking up a post from the gold frame on the ground. Sister Xian, I called you here. I cannot abandon you. In that instant, he felt remarkably heroic. Luo Xian, however, retorted in irritation, Are you foolish? Jiang Jie. At that moment, Su Yi chuckled softly, finding both Luo Xian and Jiang Jie quite endearing. It appears I must intervene. With a swift movement, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Both individuals present heard the sound of air being sliced. Jiang Jie turned in surprise. Could it be more support had arrived so swiftly? But upon recognizing the newcomer, his smile faded. Oh, Junior. Hello, Senior. Su Yi greeted politely while running. Jiang Jie exclaimed urgently, What are you doing here? After uttering those words, he paused, suddenly realizing he had indeed called Su Yi here, and quickly amended his statement. You should escape quickly. You are no match for this monster. He understood that Su Yi was stronger than he, yet they faced a creature that even a class-transformed expert could not defeat. Now was not the time for bravado. Nevertheless, Su Yi disregarded his warning and dashed to a spot 10 meters from the monster. Facing the creature, he raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy. Jiang Jie and Luo Xian witnessed the energy slice through the seemingly unbeatable monster with the ease of cutting tofu. The creature's body split in half and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Jie was left in a daze, as was Luo Xian. It was only then that Su Yi turned around to inquire, What did you just say, Senior? My apologies, I ran too quickly, and the wind drowned out your words. Jiang Jie twitched his mouth, chuckling awkwardly. I didn't say anything. Luo Xian remained in a state of shock. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? After several seconds, she regained her senses, realizing the crisis had been averted. Looking towards Su Yi, she surmised he must be a senior who had entered the Shunming world before her. She certainly recognized the energy blade and was training in axe energy herself, albeit without success. Otherwise, she wouldn't have struggled so much. At this moment, Jiang Jie plopped down on the ground, gazing at Su Yi. Have you activated a cheat? How are you so formidable? Su Yi replied with a smile. There is an element of luck involved. This monster likely sensed my weaker aura and underestimated me, allowing me to attack without any defense. Otherwise, you would not be a match for it. Jiang Jie speculated. Su Yi shook his head, no? Otherwise I might have needed to unleash another strike to defeat it. Jiang Jie raised his thumb in admiration. You truly know how to show off. After taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly remembered there was still someone else present, his senior. He quickly stood up and introduced Su Yi to Luo Xian. Sister Xian. This is Su Yi, a fellow newcomer to the Shunming world like me. Luo Xian extended a hand, hovering in the air. Hello, I am Luo. She was abruptly silenced. Stunned. Wait, what? A newcomer to the Shunming world today? She glanced at the sword in Su Ye's hand, then at the axe in her own, feeling utterly perplexed. Your newcomer can wield energy blades? Jiang Jie patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Just join me in calling her Sister Xian. Su Yi nodded obediently. Hello? Sister Xian. Luo Xian gasped and retreated several steps, hastily waving her hands. Just call me Xian. I cannot bear such a title. Jiang Jie interjected. What about me? You can still call me Sister Xian. Jiang Jie. How frustrating. At 19, standing on the school football field like a lackey, he vowed that one day, when he surpassed Luo Xian, he would compel her to call him Brother Jie. Exhaling deeply, he turned back to Su Yi. Junior, I owe you a great debt this time. Luo Xian echoed her gratitude. Thank you. Su Yi replied with a smile. You both are quite impressive. Had you not initially blocked the monster, it could have caused significant harm to the school. Jiang Jie added. Junior, that energy blade of yours is incredibly cool. Su Yi grinned. Senior, keep at it. I believe you will soon master energy blades as well. Zhang Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. With your encouragement, my talent is inferior to yours. I wonder if a week will be sufficient. Su Yi nodded. It should be. Meanwhile, Luo Xian silently scoffed to herself. Definitely not enough. What are you thinking? That's energy blade. I've been practicing for nearly a month, and still Haven team mastered it. Chapter 22. Lu Ming if there's nothing else. I shall take my leave. Su Yi waved his hand. His mission to rescue the senior had been accomplished, and there was no further reason to remain. He is currently brimming with vitality, perfectly suited to delve into the Shunming world for quests. He must reach level 10 swiftly. However, he feels a twinge of hunger and decides to procure some food first. All right, you may go ahead, he says. I have already joined the Yulongwai and need to assist with some concluding tasks. Very well, senior, farewell. Sister Xian, goodbye. Zhang Jie nods, appreciating the commendable qualities of his junior. He is not only powerful, but also courteous. Luo Xian wishes to express more, yet by the time she gathers her thoughts, Su Yi has already departed. Was this truly his first day in the Shunming world? After Su Yi leaves, Luo Xian cannot help but seek confirmation from Zhang Jie once more. Zhang Jie replies, why would I deceive you? It is indeed true. If you doubt, you may inquire with Pangu. He was the one who provided us both with the newcomer guidance. Luo Xian is well aware of whom Zhang Jie refers to as Pangu. Given Zhang Jie's resolute assertion, it appears to be the truth. Such a prodigious talent. Did Pangu not persuade him to join our Yulongwai? Of course he did, but Su Yi mentioned he needed more time to consider. Well then, Luo Xian suddenly finds herself greatly intrigued by Su Yi. What a pity he left so hastily, without leaving a means of contact. At this moment, Zhang Jie unexpectedly inquires. Sister Xian, how long have you been in the Shunming world? Luo Xian's expression darkens. This foolish boy truly lacks tact. If there is nothing to say, why not remain silent? Under normal circumstances, such a question would be innocuous. But the current situation is that a genius who entered the Shunming world merely a day ago possesses combat prowess exceeding her own. If I reveal that I have been here for over a month, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Yet Zhang Jie seems oblivious to Luo Xian's discomfort and continues to press on. Moreover, Sister Xian, have you already changed your class? What is your profession? Luo Xian feels even more humiliated. Grass, a type of plant. Here I am, already a class change player. Yet my combat strength pales in comparison to a newcomer who hasn't even transitioned. Just then, the sudden ringing of a telephone alleviates her awkwardness. It is Zhang Jie's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he exclaims, "Oh, is that Pangu?" He answers, and an urgent voice immediately emanates from the receiver. Zhang Jie, what is the situation? Why did you call for a second round of assistance? Luo Xian has been dispatched, hasn't she? How much longer can she hold out? I am on my way to your location. Luo Xian is taken aback. The one coming to their aid is none other than Pangu. He's several thousand kilometers away from their current location in Qingshui City. Zhang Jie responds, Pangu, do not fret. The monsters on our end have already been vanquished. Sister Xian is in fair condition. Pausing for a moment and glancing at Luo Xian, he adds, she has sustained only minor injuries and is still able to stand and move. That is good to hear. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. After saying this, without allowing Zhang Jie to elaborate further, he abruptly hangs up the phone. Hey, I hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Jie shakes his head. Approximately 2 minutes later, both individuals turn their gazes in unison towards a specific direction. Two figures simultaneously emerge, drawing closer to their position. One is a plump figure, Sun Qing. The other is a tall, slender middle-aged man, whom they both recognize, Lu Ming. He is their direct superior, the head of the Yulongwai in Qingshui City, responsible for overseeing all Yulongwai members in the area and ensuring the safety of the city. Zhang Jie's induction into the Yulongwai today was facilitated by Lu Ming's endorsement. During the procedure, Zhang Jie discreetly inquired with other colleagues about Lu Ming's level. The responses indicated he was at least level 40. In Zhang Jie's eyes, this individual is indeed a significant figure. Sun Qing and Lu Ming quickly come to a halt before them. Sun Qing surveys the monster, now cleaved in two, and lets out a sigh of relief. Why has he appeared here? Naturally, it is for Su Yi. This afternoon, after completing his tasks, he drove over. He wished to emulate the ancient tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage, demonstrating the Yulongwai's sincerity to Su Yi. Upon arriving in Qingshui City, his first order of business was to visit the local minister. Coincidentally, he overheard the news of Zhang Jie's second call for assistance and decided to accompany Lu Ming. Zhang Jie and Su Yi are classmates, and he harbors concerns for Su Yi's safety. Minister, Pangu, Zhang Jie, and Luo Xian greet in unison. They nod in acknowledgement. Lu Ming approaches the monster, crouches down, and upon standing, a flicker of surprise crosses his eyes as he looks at Luo Xian. Little Xian, well done. Have you finally mastered the axe chi? I thought it would take you at least another week. He instantly deduces that the monster was slain by Qi. He chuckles. So the situation was that you were unable to defeat this monster, prompting Jiang Jie to call for assistance, yet in the face of mortal peril. You achieved a breakthrough in technique and turned the tables, correct? This deduction is remarkably plausible. Skill-based techniques are indeed the most susceptible to breakthroughs during combat. He himself has experienced several similar instances. However, he fails to notice that as he articulates his hypothesis, Luo Xian's face has turned crimson. No, that's not me. Today is truly unlucky. Lu Ming pauses, glances at Jiang Jie, and in disbelief states, him? Impossible. Shifting his gaze, he curiously inquires. Could it be that some trialist who has not yet joined our Yulongwai happened to pass by and killed this monster? After speaking, he furrows his brow and adds. There are very few trialists in Qingshui City. Most have only recently been selected by the Shinming world. There shouldn't be any trialists capable of mastering the release of Qi, right? Perhaps from another city? This is precisely the advantage of having trialists fill out official documentation. It allows for a clear understanding of how many trialists exist in each region. Jiang Jie raises his hand. However, just as he was about to finish his words, he felt an intensely fiery gaze directed at him, emanating from S.N.Q.ing. It must be S.Y., right? S.Y.? L.M.ing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is it the same day you mentioned before? S.N.Q.ing did not respond, but stared intently at Ji, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, that S.M. A hearty laughter erupted from S.N.Q.ing. What a remarkable lad. He actually witnessed S.Y. wielding sword energy. And naturally, upon hearing L.M.ing's speculation, he immediately thought of him. However, what astonished him was the extraordinary resilience of this creature's body, which was evidently vanquished in a single strike. If S.Y. were of too low a level, possessing sword energy alone would not suffice to achieve such a feat. S.N.Q.ing crouched down and poked the creature with his finger. This young man must be at level 9. Rising to his feet, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The speed at which he has ascended in levels is indeed monstrous. He had witnessed others rise as swiftly as S.Y., and even some faster, but the circumstances were different. Others had familial support or the backing of the YL and WI, while S.Y. had nothing but his own merit. Chapter 23. Light Shaoyi. Amidst his astonishment, S.N.Q.ing suddenly chuckled at himself. I was hoping to wait for him to lose a bet. It seems I overestimated the situation. S.Y. evidently had the confidence to accept the wager. Contemplating this, he felt a pang of melancholy. How does one win the heart of an 18-year-old youth? I am quite anxious about this. L.M.ing was also taken aback. Upon hearing S.N.Q.ing mention S.Y.'s details, he had held a skeptical attitude. Yet now, the evidence lay before him, complete with witnesses and physical proof. As realization dawned upon him, L.M.ing felt as if he had been struck by an immense surprise. S.Y. was a trial taker under his jurisdiction. If he could recruit him into the YL and WI, wouldn't he that make him his subordinate? Brother Piang, what do you think? L.M.ing turned his head, addressing S.N.Q.ing, who was taken aback by the unexpected title. Wow, Brother Piang holds quite a stature. Even the director calls him brother. S.N.Q.ing replied. S.Y. must have returned to his dormitory. I plan to seek him out for a chat. Would you like to join? He must be quite fatigued after his efforts. We need to find a way to reward him. L.M.ing nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. The other two remained speechless. We are the ones who are truly exhausted. In contrast, S.Y. merely unsheathed his sword and left effortlessly. Yet indeed, most of the credit belonged to S.Y. Before departing, L.M.ing did not forget to assign tasks to the other two. Ji, go notify the school to lift the alert. Su-in, contact the cleanup crew to dispose of the monster's remains. Until that is done, set up a warning line to prevent others from entering. Understood, they responded in unison. Just before leaving, L.M.ing cast a glance at Lu Su-in. Lu Su-in, you must put in the effort. Lu Su-in blushed even more. Subsequently, L.M.ing and S.N.Q.ing's figures gradually faded from view. Ji extended a hand, as if to say something, but it was too late. Lu Su-in, curious, asked, what were you going to say? Ji replied, I wanted to point out that they are heading in the wrong direction. That way leads to the girls' dormitory. Lu Su-in sighed, gazing at the sky in silence. Meanwhile, after finishing a bucket of instant noodles, S.Y. re-entered the S.H.N.M.ing world. Tonight, I shall surpass level 10. With that, he vanished. Moments later, after his departure, S.N.Q.ing and L.M.ing appeared in his dormitory, inhaling the aroma of instant noodles in the air. Both sighed in unison. We arrived too late, L.M.ing grumbled. Whose fault is it for leading me astray, causing me to walk into the girls' dormitory? Thankfully, there was no one inside. Otherwise, at my age, I would have lost all dignity. S.N.Q.ing's lips twitched slightly. I will deduct the salaries of those responsible for the intelligence gathering upon my return. The building and room number were correct, yet the direction was written incorrectly. L.M.ing felt helpless. What shall we do now? Shall we wait here? Queuing pondered for a moment. No. I suspect SY has gone to complete a dungeon. At his current pace, he will certainly reach level 10 soon. Ming raised an eyebrow, realizing the implication. Are you suggesting he might go straight to job change after just reaching level 10? Queuing nodded. We must see him before he undergoes the job change and prevent it. His potential is immense. It cannot be squandered. Ming proposed. Should we venture into the Ming world to find him? Let us go. With a swift motion, the two disappeared. When exiting the Ming world, one could log off from any location. However, upon entering the Ming world, one would invariably appear in the designated residence assigned to each trial taker. As both were trial takers exceeding level 30, they could not directly descend to the lower realm. When they arrived in the lower realm through special means, SY had already entered the dungeon. Queuing and Ming stood before the entrance of the dungeon. Due to their elevated levels, the lower realm forbade trial takers above level 30 from entering the dungeon gate, leaving them to wait at the entrance. If SY wished to level up, he would undoubtedly come to the dungeon gate. Let us wait here for him to emerge, Queuing said with resignation. Ming gazed at the buildings behind him, feeling nostalgic. It has indeed been a long time since I last visited the lower realm. I truly miss those days when I was a novice. Queuing chuckled in agreement. Indeed, compared to the upper realm, the lower realm is simply blissful. At this moment, Sunqing suddenly produced 2 small stools from his backpack. He handed one to Lu Ming and took a seat himself. The experience points required to advance from level 9 to level 10 are approximately equivalent to the cumulative total of all preceding levels. I estimate that we must remain here for at least 10 hours. Let us sit. Very well. At this juncture, within the hellish difficulty dungeon at level 9, Suyi diligently engaged in monster farming. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After several runs of the level 9 hell dungeon, he had mastered completing it within 10 minutes. Half an hour had elapsed. Although his level had not risen, the progress on his pet incubator was nearing completion. After dispatching a 3-meter-tall gorilla with another strike, the progress bar finally filled to the brim. Then, a blinding white light erupted from the incubator, accompanied by the sound of cracking eggshells from within. It took approximately a minute for the white light to fully dissipate. Suyi opened the lid, revealing a gray, fluffy orb, roughly the size of a palm. It bore no distinct facial features or body structure. The entire orb served as both face and body. At the center and lower part of the orb, 2 tiny claws extended outward. Most notably, a pair of white wings adorned its back. Is this the pet that has hatched? It appears rather feeble. As Suyi scrutinized the orb also gazed back at him. Perhaps due to its hatching from Suye's experience points, it naturally felt a strong affinity towards him. Flapping its tiny wings, it dove into Suye's embrace. Emitting a series of chirping sounds, Suyi raised an eyebrow and grasped the orb in his hand. It felt delightful to the touch, quite relieving. Well, after all, you are my creation. It would be inappropriate to discard you. Thus, let us form a contract. Even if you lack abilities, you could serve as a toy for stress relief. Upon hearing the word discard, a hint of panic clearly appeared in the orb's eyes. However, upon hearing the word contract, it chirped joyfully. When purchasing the incubator, a method for forming a contract with the pet, along with the necessary materials, was provided free of charge. Suyi followed the procedure, crushing a piece of crystal that was included. Immediately, a sphere of light entered his body. He then pointed his finger at the orb. Instantly, he felt a faint connection established between himself and the orb. The contract was successful. Following the successful contract, he was able to view the orb's attribute panel. Name, none, race, light chestnut ball, contractor, Suyi. Attribute, light, level, 9. Note, the pet's level always remains consistent with that of the contractor. Talent, damage sharing, skill, light healing, equipment, none. The orb still lacked a name. Suyi contemplated and said, you possess the light attribute and have feathers. Thus, I shall call you Guang Xiaoyu. Chapter 24, Wolf King. Guang Xiaoyu let out a chirp, flitting around Suyi in delight, clearly accepting its new name. Subsequently, Suyi observed the name field on the data panel change to Guang Xiaoyu. He then had the leisure to continue examining the details. So, my level will always align with yours. That simplifies matters. He had previously thought that pets needed to gain experience independently. Turning his attention to the talent and skill, he found more detailed information. Damage sharing. Talent description. When the contractor sustains damage, Guang Xiaoyu can bear a portion of that damage on their behalf. Light healing. Skill description. Select a target to rapidly restore vitality and heal damage. Releasing this skill consumes the user's stamina and requires time to recover after each use. Suye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Both the talent and skill were impressive. This talent effectively enhances his defense and endurance. The skill could serve as a direct substitute for potions. However, Guang Xiaoyu appeared rather weak. If left to absorb damage on his behalf, would it not perish immediately? Su Yi resolved to conduct a test. He held Guang Xiaoyu in his hand and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Upon impact, it bounced back like a ping-pong ball, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. After squeezing it a few times, he discovered Guang Xiaoyu was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Guang Xiaoyu expressed its discontent with Su Yi's actions. Su Yi dismissed the protest outright. After extensive testing, even using his sword, he found that it took a dozen strikes before Guang Xiaoyu's defenses were breached. Moreover, with Guang Xiaoyu employing light healing, its wounds swiftly returned to a pristine state. Ultimately, Su Yi concluded that, despite Guang Xiaoyu's small stature, its defensive capabilities and endurance far exceeded his own at that moment. That reassures me. Su Yi nodded and ran the dungeon once more. After vanquishing the enemies, his stamina was nearly depleted. At that moment, he turned to Guang Xiaoyu perched on his shoulder and instructed, "Use light healing on me." Guang Xiaoyu complied. A sphere of light instantly emanated from its head, precisely entering Su Yi's body like a navigational beacon. He immediately felt a warm surge erupt within him, starting from his abdomen and swiftly radiating to his limbs. As the warmth coursed through him, every exhausted cell became invigorated. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. He felt renewed strength surging within him, and he gazed at Guang Xiaoyu with immense delight. The efficacy of this skill is truly remarkable when compared to recovery potions. It operates instantaneously. Each potion requires a full minute to take effect, whereas Guang Xiaoyu's skill requires less than 5 seconds. Furthermore, consuming a potion often leaves one with a sense of dissatisfaction, akin to feeling hungry after only eating a third of a meal. Additionally, recovery potions cannot be used consecutively due to diminishing returns, necessitating a prolonged cooldown period. In stark contrast, Guang Xiaoyu's skill allows one to be thoroughly replenished in a single application. Xiaoyu, how long is the cooldown for your skill before it can be used again? Can it consistently yield such excellent results? Guang Xiaoyu emitted a soft chirp. Having formed a pact with Su Yi, he comprehended the meaning behind the chirp. Translated, it conveyed, "I can regulate the intensity of recovery and healing. The greater the intensity, the more it depletes my own energy. Within my body lies an energy reservoir. Once depleted, it requires time to recuperate. If I employ the same intensity as before, I can use it 2 more times. After that, it will take at least a full day for the reservoir to be fully restored." Su Yi nodded in understanding. Previously, Guang Xiaoyu had healed itself with minimal energy expenditure. This indicates that it can perform a perfect recovery 3 times in a single day. If one does not prioritize efficiency in recovery, the number of uses could increase. What a boon this pact is for the pet. Pets can learn skills, and as long as they discover more advanced light attribute healing skills, Guang Xiaoyu's healing capabilities could further enhance in the future. Moreover, there is a section in Guang Xiaoyu's data panel that pertains to weaponry. It remains uncertain what types of weapons it can wield, but equipping one would likely amplify the power of its skills. Su Yi placed his hands on his hips, feeling optimistic about the future. Although his experience bar was not visibly displayed, he sensed that the strength within him was nearing completion. If all goes as expected, after perhaps 3 more dungeon runs, he would reach level 10. The 9th level held difficulty had grown somewhat tiresome. He was eager to explore the 10th level. Su Yi could not suppress the thought, especially since Xiaoyu still had 2 opportunities for perfect recovery. Had he not formed a contract with Guang Xiaoyu, he would most likely have chosen to remain in the 9th level hell dungeon. Without further ado, he proceeded to sweep through the current dungeon, and upon returning to the entrance, he selected the 10th level hell dungeon. The monsters within the 10th level hell dungeon were wolves, blue wolves adorned with a crescent moon insignia on their foreheads. The most significant distinction from the monsters in previous dungeons was their capability for ranged attacks. They could swipe their claws, unleashing devastating blue energy blades. As Su Yi entered the secret realm, a wolf stood before him, and upon seeing him, it unleashed a light blade with a swift paw. Su Yi quickly dodged to the side and, seizing the opportunity, charged forward with his sword, striking the wolf's head. Phew! Su Yi exhaled in relief. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp enough. The physical prowess of these wolves was not significantly superior to that of the monsters in the 9th level hell dungeon, but their ranged attacks made them considerably more troublesome. Su Yi also possessed ranged attack capabilities. However, the continuous use of sword energy proved too taxing on his stamina. Thus, he opted to evade the wolves' assaults and wait for an opportunity to engage in close combat. During his initial encounters with these ranged adversaries, it took him nearly a minute to dispatch a single wolf. However, as he delved deeper and grew accustomed to their attack patterns, his efficiency increased. The wolves' ranged attacks could not only be dodged, but could also be shattered with his sword. Moreover, these attacks possessed inherent weaknesses. By targeting these weaknesses, he could effortlessly neutralize their assaults. After nearly half an hour of exploration, he reached the end, where he beheld a colossal wolf measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 2 meters in height. Its eyes glowed red, and remnants of its prey were still clinging to its sharp teeth. This must be the boss of the dungeon. Defeating it would signify clearing the level. Suyi refrained from launching an immediate attack, remaining vigilant while searching for the Wolf King's vulnerabilities. The Wolf King, likewise, understood that anyone who approached was no mere weakling. Thus, the one human and one wolf engaged in a mutual stare-down for several minutes. This surprised Suyi. The wolf seemed to possess an intelligence akin to that of a sentient being. In all the dungeons he had previously cleared, aside from their enhanced physical attributes, the monsters had not exhibited notable increases in intellect. This led Suyi to ponder. Although this was a hell-level dungeon, its monsters only ranked at level 10. Would higher-level dungeons feature increasingly intelligent foes, perhaps even rivaling or surpassing human wisdom? Would they be mere dungeon monsters or genuine beings with intelligence and life? The standoff persisted for several minutes until the Wolf King, losing patience, unleashed a fearsome roar directed at Suyi. As its mouth opened wide, a massive blue energy sphere shot forth. Suyi hastily evaded, but as he dodged, the Wolf King lunged toward him, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike with terrifying force. Suyi felt a rush of adrenaline. If that claw struck true, he would not only be rendered incapacitated but possibly face death itself. Swiftly, he grasped the sword with his right hand, while his left supported its body, shielding himself before the claws. The clash of claws and sword erupted in a cacophony of metal against metal. Suyi was instantly sent flying several dozen meters. The Wolf King, aware of the necessity to relentlessly pursue the advantage, let out another roar upon seeing Suyi at a disadvantage. This wolf is remarkably astute, necessitating an all-out effort. As Suyi landed, he immediately unleashed a surge of sword energy. The sword energy collided with the luminous orb of the wolf's roar, shattering both simultaneously. Only then did Suyi exhale a sigh of relief. The intensity of the 10th level of hell was at least double that of the 9th level. Fortunately, I am not lacking in strength either. Observing the negation of its attack, the Wolf King became more cautious, refraining from launching further assaults. Instead, it tensed its entire body. Fixated on Suyi. If you will not attack, then allow me to take the initiative. Suyi raised his hand, releasing another wave of sword energy. The Wolf King immediately responded with a roaring light orb. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, striking 10 times in succession. Suyi had already exhausted a significant portion of his stamina, and the Wolf King was not faring any better. Although it appeared calm on the surface, the slight tremor in its fur betrayed its true state. It likely yearned to take a deep breath, but dared not do so. Once more, Suyi lifted his hand again, this time conjuring a crescent-shaped sword energy. The Wolf King was left with no choice but to retaliate. However, just as the light orb and sword energy were about to collide, an unexpected change occurred. Suyi's sword energy unexpectedly split into two, darting from either side of the light orb and directly towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King's fur bristled in alarm. At that moment, it was caught in the aftermath of its own attack, unable to evade. It could only watch helplessly as the two sword energies sliced towards its midsection. With a chilling sound, it was severed in two. The Wolf King coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before succumbing to death. It had never anticipated that Suyi's sword energy could split. The attack it had previously unleashed, aimed at the sword energy soaring above, lost its target and swiftly ascended into the sky, disappearing from sight. Upon witnessing the Wolf King's complete demise, Suyi took a deep breath. Realizing the victory had not come easily, this technique of splitting sword energy was a product of his own research. The reason he had withheld its use initially was to ensure a decisive blow. The earlier sword energies were designed to condition the Wolf King, allowing it to develop a reflexive response. The outcome of the battle confirmed the validity of his strategy. At that moment, several luminous orbs suddenly erupted from the Wolf King's corpse. The largest, a golden orb, represented experience, which upon entering Suyi's body, made him acutely aware that he was one step closer to breaking through his limits. Suyi understood that it was time to reap his rewards. He stepped forward to the Wolf King's side and bent down to collect the dropped items. In total, 3 items emerged from the spoils: a pair of remarkably sharp wolf fangs, a shattered jade fragment, and a black metal token adorned with a wolf's claw at its center. The appearance of the wolf fangs was quite logical, yet the latter 2 items perplexed Suyi. What could this jade fragment signify? It reminded him of a jade he had obtained during his initiation trials, albeit intact. He speculated, could this be a fragment of a skill, and upon gathering enough others, one could reconstruct a complete skill? He decided to temporarily stow it in his backpack, intending to inquire at a shop in the trading district during his next visit. The black token would receive the same treatment. The experience gained from the 10th level dungeon far exceeded that of the 9th. If he were to engage once more, he would likely ascend to level 10. Thus, Suyi embarked on another round of battles. Armed with the knowledge from his previous experience, he completed all encounters in a mere 20 minutes. This time, the spoils amounted to 1,000 gold coins and another pair of sharp wolf claws. The drop rates in the Shinming world were indeed dismally low. Su Yi couldn't help but lament. This was a hellish level of loot. If he had engaged in dungeons of lesser difficulty, the yield would have been even more meager. Moreover, as he had predicted, his level finally increased. As the golden light enveloping him faded, an overwhelming power surged within his body. Su Yi experienced an illusion as if he could tear the very heavens apart. Of course, he was aware that it was merely an illusion, but he could not resist the urge to strike the ground with his fist. With a thunderous crash, a crater the size of a human head appeared. After ascending to level 10, it was time to depart. With a mere thought, he exited the dungeon, returning to the grand hall at the entrance. Upon forming a contract with a pet, a dedicated space for it would manifest. After leaving the dungeon, Su Yi temporarily allowed Guang Xiaoyu to reside there. As he had yet to encounter anyone on the streets with a pet, he felt that being the sole individual to do so would draw too much attention. The next step was to change classes. Su Yi licked his lips, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. What profession would he acquire? It would be splendid if he could become a sword immortal or something similar. He also wondered if he could learn to fly with his sword. The thought of it was undeniably thrilling. As he walked forth, Su Yi exited the secret realm at a fortuitous moment. Had he emerged merely 10 seconds earlier, he would have witnessed Ma Haoyan arriving at the dungeon entrance. At this moment, Ma Haoyan had reached level 7. Upon entering the dungeon, he drew a shimmering golden hand crossbow and commenced his hunting expedition. Suddenly, a monkey, half his height, burst forth from the thicket. Ma Haoyan aimed his crossbow at the monkey and let loose a bolt. The crossbow fired a small, turquoise arrow. When the arrow struck the monkey's body, it detonated with a thunderous explosion. The monkey was slain directly. Ma Haoyan blew away the non-existent smoke from his hand crossbow. Suddenly, he thought of his auspicious benefactor and chuckled to himself, remarking, "In terms of innate talent and potential, we might be quite similar. However, I have an entire family supporting me. What do you have to compare with me?" Chapter 26, 11 stars? The hand crossbow in Ma Haoyan's possession was borrowed from his second sister. This crossbow was only effective against monsters below level 10, which is why it had been discarded by her. Yet, it was sufficient to easily elevate him to level 10. In truth, even without this crossbow, he was confident he could defeat Su Yi. However, why not expedite his ascension to level 10? Outside the dungeon entrance, Sun Qing and Lu Ming were still engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Sun Qing felt a tap on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice calling from behind, "Fat brother? What are you doing sitting here?" Turning around, he saw Su Yi. Emerging from the door, Su Yi noticed two individuals who resembled stone pillars and couldn't help but glance at them. Upon recognizing Sun Qing, he took the initiative to greet him. Sun Qing was somewhat surprised. Su Yi had emerged much earlier than he had anticipated. Fortunately, Su Yi had greeted him first, otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity. He immediately stood up with Lu Ming and said, "Xiao Yi, I was specifically waiting for you here, and finally, the moment has arrived." Su Yi was taken aback. "Waiting for me?" "Indeed," Sun Qing replied with a smile. "Previously, when you eliminated a monster at your school, I deduced from the wounds on the creature that you must be at level 9. Now that you have exited the dungeon, could it be that you have reached level 10? Sun Qing asked, astonished. Su Yi contemplated for a moment, realizing that his name was likely already inscribed in the temple, making concealment impossible. He replied honestly, "Indeed." Upon receiving confirmation, both Sun Qing and Lu Ming inhaled sharply, somewhat startled by Su Ye's rapid progression. Sun Qing had initially estimated that Su Yi would require at least 10 hours, but he was astounded by the inaccuracy of his prediction. He longed to inquire, "How did you progress so swiftly?" but restrained himself, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. After a brief pause, Sun Qing continued, "I have come specifically to advise you against hastily changing your class." Su Yi frowned. "Why not change classes hastily?" Sun Qing replied earnestly, "Your first class change almost determines your future potential for achievement. You must understand that professions also vary in potential. The higher the potential of a profession, the more stringent the requirements to attain it." He glanced around and added, "Shall we find a quieter place to discuss this further?" Su Yi nodded, "All right." At this moment, Lu Ming could no longer contain himself and interjected, reminding them that there were 3 individuals present, not merely 2. Sun Qing smacked his forehead. "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce Lao Lu to you." Lu Ming turned to Su Yi, extending a hand and saying, "Hello, Xiao Yi, my name is Lu Ming, the head of Yilong Wei in Qingfeng City. You can call me Lao Lu. I've heard about you from Fat Brother. Truly, a hero emerges from the youth." Su Yi shook his hand. "Lao Lu, greetings." Lu Ming then smiled and produced an exquisite cloth bag, handing it to Su Yi. Noticing Su Ye's confusion, he explained, "This is a reward from us at Yilong Wei. It is our duty to eliminate monsters invading reality. Thanks to your intervention, we were spared from casualties. So this is a small token of our appreciation." Su Yi nodded, scratching his head as he smiled. "The monsters appeared at my school. I was merely acting in self-defense." "That is not entirely accurate. Had you chosen to flee, the monsters would not have been able to stop you, Sun Qing remarked at this point. Xiaoyi, you should accept it. It is rightfully yours. We at Yilong Wei are always clear on rewards and penalties. Very well, Su Yi replied, accepting the bag, which felt weighty, suggesting it contained some form of metal. Lu Ming elaborated, this bag contains a piece of alloy. I have heard that you require a weapon to be reforged, and this metal should save you a considerable sum. Su Ye's eyes lit up. All right, let us not linger here any longer, Sun Qing said. The three then proceeded to a training hall and entered a room. Sun Qing continued, now, let us resume our discussion on class potential. Professions are categorized by potential and ranked by stars. The higher the star rating, the greater the potential. The star rating of a profession is correlated with the difficulty of the class change trial you undertake. Su Yi pondered, therefore, I should choose the most challenging trial task? Sun Qing shook his head. No, the trial tasks are randomly assigned and cannot be chosen at will. Su Yi was taken aback. He had previously assumed that, like dungeons, the difficulty of trial tasks could be selected. He inquired, randomly assigned? Does that not mean the potential profession one obtains relies entirely on luck? Sun Qing chuckled and clarified. What I said earlier was not entirely accurate. The form of the trial tasks is indeed random. For instance, some tasks may involve resource acquisition, others may require monster elimination, while some might entail transporting important items, and so forth. However, there are ways to enhance the difficulty of the trials. Su Yi regarded Sun Qing with keen interest. Sun Qing continued, based on our analysis of 20 years of task assignments by Yilong Wei, the difficulty of the task is governed by several rules. Firstly, the level attained during the novice trials. For every 5 levels you clear, the difficulty of the trial increases by 1 star. If you clear 5 levels, the initial difficulty is 1 star, and upon completion, you will receive a 1-star profession. If you clear 15 levels, the initial difficulty will be 3 stars. As the mention of the 15th level arose, Sun Qing intentionally cast a glance into Su Ye's eyes, hoping to discern some clue. Unfortunately, Su Ye's gaze remained unchanged. Ever since witnessing the monster slain by Su Yi, Sun Qing had begun to harbor doubts, suspecting that this young man had not merely passed through the 10 levels. Perhaps he had indeed conquered the 15th. After a brief pause, Sun Qing continued, the star rating obtained through the newcomer trial is referred to as the foundational star. Following that are the additional stars. If you can master more than 3 intermediate skills before transitioning to the job trial, you will also gain an additional 2 stars. Su Yi inquired, are skills like sword energy included? Indeed, I believe this requirement should be quite manageable for you, Sun Qing replied. He went on, moreover, if you can successfully clear the level 10 dungeon on hell difficulty, you will receive a completion badge. This badge will also grant you an additional 2 stars. Furthermore, this badge is non-transferable and can only be utilized by the individual who completed the challenge. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, recalling the badge dropped by the Wolf King during his first clear. So that was its purpose. Lastly, your performance in the job transition task will also be a determining factor. Upon completion, the temple will evaluate your performance and award stars ranging from 1 to 3. Su Yi mentally calculated. Having passed 20 levels in the newcomer trial, he had accrued 4 foundational stars. Adding the completion of the level 10 hell dungeon, that brought him to 6. If he were to master 2 additional intermediate skills, he would reach 8. Should he excel in the job transition task, he could potentially attain 11 stars in total. In Chapter 27, titled Contract, Su Yi could not help but ask Sun Qing, Brother Pang, what is the highest star rating for a profession in the history of Longhua? With a chuckle, Sun Qing replied, 10 stars. And this esteemed individual happens to be one of the chief leaders of our Yilong Wei. Suddenly, a fierce light ignited in Sun Qing's eyes. Xiaoyi, I believe you possess the ability to challenge the 10-star threshold. Su Yi remained silent, taking a moment before rising to respectfully clasp his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Pang. His gratitude was sincere. He and Sun Qing were not related, and he had no obligation to share such vital information. Had he not spoken up, Su Yi might have directly accepted a task, only to squander at least 2 stars worth of potential due to not mastering the other 2 intermediate skills. Sun Qing waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. After clearing his throat, he added, of course, I have my own motives. You understand. Su Yi nodded, fully aware of Sun Qing's ulterior motives. Xiaoyi, have you considered your decision? If you haven't made up your mind yet, I can ask you again shortly. Su Yi replied decisively, very well, I am willing to join Yilong Wei. Sun Qing had treated him well, and he felt it was time to repay that kindness. Moreover, this incident had made Su Yi realize the necessity of joining an organization. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to crucial information pertaining to himself. Currently, he understood that organizations fell into 2 categories, official and familial. Joining a familial organization as an outsider, he could easily surmise, would not afford him the same privileges as core members. Conversely, Yilong Wei, as an official organization, offered the comforting notion of backing from a formidable entity. Of course, should any intolerable situation arise in the future, he could always choose to withdraw. Sun Qing continued. Rest assured, Xiao Yi, the benefits we provide at Yi Longwei will be on par with, if not superior to, those offered by any other organization. Abruptly, he paused mid-sentence. What did you just say? Su Yi repeated his previous statement. Sun Qing erupted with joy, slamming his hand on the table and standing abruptly, shaking Su Yi by the shoulders. Excellent, excellent. Su Yi managed to free himself, quipping, Brother Pang, if you shake any harder, you may only end up with a fresh corpse. Sun Qing showed a hint of embarrassment. I was simply too excited. After regaining composure, he added, Xiao Yi, trust me, you will never regret today's choice. At that moment, Lu Ming also patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Haha, from now on, we shall be colleagues. Sun Qing produced a contract. By the way, Xiao Yi, please review this contract and sign it. At Yi Longwei, we offer some resources to exceptional talents willing to join us. Resources? Su Yi asked, still processing the information. Yes, resources, Sun Qing affirmed with pride. Lu Ming interjected. And they are quite substantial. Sun Qing elaborated. Indeed, the talent rewards at Yi Longwei are exclusively granted to prodigies. And these resources are at the highest tier. Sun Qing continued. Our talent rewards are divided into 3 levels. If memory serves, Lu Ming here received a tier reward in his time. Lu Ming nodded. Yes. It was the tier reward that allowed me to gradually gain an edge over most trialers who entered the Shunming world around the same time. Sun Qing slid the contract towards Su Yi. It outlines the benefits you will receive, so take a look. Su Yi accepted it and began to peruse. Should he choose to join Yi Longwei, the resources available to him were as follows: a one-time payment of 50,000 gold coins, the freedom to select any tier skill, a complete version of an intermediate skill, and a level 20 growth set, 30 intermediate stamina restoration potions, 30 intermediate healing potions, 100 contributions points for the Yi Longwei. 50,000 gold coins. Yi Longwei is quite extravagant. If I had known you would offer so much, I would have gladly joined much earlier. Even disregarding other aspects, this alone is exceedingly absurd. Su Yi urged himself to calm down and inquired of Sun Qing. Brother Pang, what exactly is this growth set? And what is the purpose of the Yi Longwei contribution points? Sun Qing explained. The growth set is essentially a set of equipment whose attributes enhance alongside your level, including a top, trousers, and shoes. A level 20 growth set implies that the maximum level of the set can reach level 20. Since the 3 pieces are a set, when assembled, there are additional bonuses, ensuring that even at level 30, it remains relevant. As for the contribution points, they serve as our internal currency within Yi Longwei. After you join, you can use a crystal, which is akin to a mobile device in the realm of Shenming, to access our independently developed platform. On this platform, you can trade items and equipment with others using contribution points. You can also use contribution points to issue tasks, requesting others to assist you, among other functions. There are numerous applications. Once you access the platform, you can explore it at your leisure. Su Yi nodded. All right, may I exchange all the potions in the contract for gold coins? Given that I now have Guang Xiaoyu, my need for potions has significantly diminished. Certainly. If you require it, I will exchange them at market value. Thank you, Brother Pang. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remarked sourly, when I joined Yi Longwei, I didn't receive a growth set. They only granted me 10 contribution points. Sun Qing replied, but you managed to advance to level 10 in less than a day, didn't you? And you mastered sword energy in mere minutes, right? Lu Ming fell silent. My apologies, I guess I'm just not good enough. However, the more resources Su Yi acquires, the better it is for me. Currently, Qingfeng City is in dire need of formidable challengers. If Su Yi can grow swiftly, it will be a significant advantage for me as well. Su Yi scrutinized the contract repeatedly. After confirming there were no issues, he signed his name. Excellent. Sun Qing retained 1 copy of the contract for Su Yi, placing the other in his backpack. The resources outlined in the contract will be delivered to you within 3 days. Very well. With Su Yi's signature, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly warm and amiable. The 3 exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. Sun Qing clapped his hands and said, Now let us discuss something serious. Little Yi, you are now one of us. All internal members have 1 opportunity to cultivate and clear the level 10 Hell Dungeon. Whenever you are free, I can arrange for someone to analyze your combat data and assist you in strategizing how to conquer the level 10 Hell difficulty dungeon. Chapter 28. Not needed? Su Yi hesitated. I might not need it. Sun Qing replied earnestly. Little Yi, do not underestimate the level 10 Hell dungeon. Even with training, the number of our internal members who can successfully clear the level 10 Hell difficulty dungeon does not exceed 1/3 of the total. Lu Ming chimed in. That is indeed the case. As a young genius who entered Yi Longwei through level rewards, I have some authority to speak. The foes within the level 10 Hell dungeon possess not only formidable physical strength, but also terrifying ranged attack capabilities. They are not something a typical level 10 challenger can contend with. I underwent over 20 days of targeted training, armed with a borrowed shield, and barely managed to pass. Nonetheless, those 20 days were entirely worthwhile. I later attained an 8-star profession, which led to my current achievements. Suyi nodded and then produced the badge he had received. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kindness. What I mean is, I have already cleared it, so I need not waste any more time. As the badge was placed on the table, both individuals were momentarily stunned. What on earth? Sun Qing furrowed his brow as he examined Suyi's badge from various angles. Lu Ming snatched it up, cradling it in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. Eventually, they arrived at a unanimous conclusion. This badge is authentic. In truth, Suyi had intended to keep a low profile. However, he truly did not wish to squander time. You. Sun Qing pointed at Suyi, momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, Suyi was merely a newcomer who had entered the realm of Shinmeng for a day. While others were still muddling through level 4 and level 5 simple difficulty dungeons, how could he possibly solo a level 10 hell dungeon? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Is this truly without any form of cheating? Lu Ming was equally astonished. My goodness, newcomers are indeed monsters. Little Yi, how on earth did you manage to accomplish that? Sun Qing finally managed to articulate a coherent question. Suyi scratched his head. Perhaps I was just fortunate. Sun Qing vigorously shook his head, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. No way, this cannot merely be attributed to luck. However, he refrained from pressing further. Everyone has their secrets. Delving too deeply is not always a wise course of action. He simply needed to know that Su Yi was one of their own, and that sufficed. Lu Ming remarked in awe. This is the first time I have encountered a challenger who can solo a level 10 hell dungeon without relying on Yi Longwei or any familial support. Such a feat is beyond anything I have ever seen or imagined. Sun Qing let out a heavy sigh and gazed at Su Yi. I even feel that the rewards for your level are inadequate for you. At this moment, Su Yi smiled shyly. If more resources could be provided to me, I would gladly accept. Sun Qing shook his head, stating that the rules were thus and could not be broken. Su Yi smiled, feeling no sense of loss. The gains of the day had already left him quite satisfied. He pondered whether, once he received the 50,000 gold coins, he would be able to visit the weapon shop and upgrade his broken sword. With only 6,000 gold coins to his name, even when adding the 1,000 lost by Ma Haoyan, he still fell short at 7,000, far from the 50,000 mentioned by Su Juanxi. To his surprise, it seemed that the funds would be readily available now. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yi, our Qingfeng city is divided into 7 different districts. You are in the Xianghe district, and coincidentally, the position of district leader has yet to be determined. I believe you would be quite suitable. Su Yi was taken aback and immediately waved his hands. That wouldn't be appropriate. I am merely a newcomer. How would the veteran members perceive me stepping into a leadership role so soon? However, Lu Ming chuckled. There is nothing inappropriate about it, including you. There are only 5 trial takers in the Xianghe district. The one who has been in the Shinmeng world the longest has been here for less than 3 months. So we can all be considered newcomers. Su Yi was puzzled again. So few? Lu Ming sighed and shook his head. Although the selection of trial takers is random, there are indeed certain patterns. One such pattern is that cities closer to the national center tend to have a higher likelihood of producing trial takers. During the initial period of the Shinmeng world, over 99% of the trial takers came from a few cities near the central areas. It was only over time that this spread to other places. Our Qingfeng city is located to the east, and further east lies the sea. Hence, it is only recently that individuals have begun to be selected. Su Yi nodded, finding an answer to his lingering question. No wonder he, with such remarkable swordsmanship talent, had been selected so late. It was indeed due to geographical factors. What about you, Minister? Su Yi inquired curiously. Lu Ming smiled. I was selected to enter the Shinmeng world 5 years ago. Back then, I was a project manager in engineering, attending a meeting in a city near the center of Longhua, and that is when I was chosen. Su Yi nodded in understanding. I see. At this moment, Lu Ming patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Your appointment as the leader of the Xianghe district is settled. Rest assured, you will not be neglected. As a leader, not only will you receive a monthly salary, but you will also earn 5 contribution points as a bonus. You will soon realize how rare these contribution points are. However, according to the rules, a trial period is required for leaders and above. Therefore, I will assign you an assessment task for the transfer job. Until you pass it, you will be a trial leader, and only upon passing will you become a formal leader. Su Yi felt somewhat helpless. With the conversation having reached this point, he had no choice but to comply. His motivation was not for the contribution points, but rather a genuine desire to contribute to the nation. Let us head back to reality. Xiao Yi, I will take you to the Xianghe district office. All right, I will follow your lead, Minister. The 3 then departed from the Shinmeng world. Before leaving, Sun Qing handed Su Yi a crystal that had never been bound before, explaining that this was a benefit afforded to every trial taker entering the Yilongwei. This object was akin to a mobile phone, possessing functions for communication and gold coin storage and transfer. The distinction was that while a mobile phone could only be used in the real world, the crystal was usable in both the real world and the Shunming world. In Su Ye's dormitory, a flash of white light appeared, and the three figures materialized. Several hours had passed since Su Yi entered the Shunming world. The monsters had already been dealt with by the cleanup crew, and normalcy had returned to the school, with students back in their respective dormitories. Thus, both of Su Ye's roommates were present, excitedly discussing the recent events when the sudden appearance of the three startled them. Seeing their dazed expressions, Su Yi quickly apologized. Sorry to interrupt you. The two hurriedly waved their hands. Not at all, not at all. Chapter 29, The Choice. Xiao Yi. Let us go? All right. Su Yi followed Sun Qing and Lu Ming out. Just as they were about to leave the door, Zhang Sisi suddenly called out to Su Yi. Brother Yi, will we meet again in the future? He had an unsettling feeling that once Su Yi left, he might never return. The two seemed to belong to entirely different worlds now. Su Yi chuckled in a somewhat exasperated manner. I'm not dead. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Given his current status, he found no reason to remain in school, as it would only lead to various troubles. Surely, the news of him becoming a trial taker had already spread through his two roommates. Thus, at Lu Ming's suggestion, he planned to temporarily apply for a leave of absence. As for where to stay, he had heard that the Xianghe district office would provide staff accommodations, and several trial takers had already moved in, including Jiang Jie. Wang Chong looked at Su Yi and asked, Brother Yi, do you think Zhang and I could become trial takers too? Before Su Yi could respond, Sun Qing interjected. At the current rate, the number of trial takers will only increase. It is likely that everyone will become a trial taker in the future. Their eyes lit up at the prospect. After exchanging goodbyes, the three finally left the dormitory. Once they were gone, Wang Chong and Zhang Sisi resumed their discussion. Do you think if we become trial takers, we could gain the same strength as Brother Yi? Wang Chong remarked, glancing at the iron railing that Su Yi had previously damaged. To this day, he recalls that scene with a surge of fervor. Zhang Sisi remarked, it must be possible. Perhaps we are merely less fortunate than Yi Go. If we were chosen as trialists, who knows who would be stronger in comparison? This reasoning held merit. Perhaps we were simply one opportunity away. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the office of Lu Ming, situated in a villa near the outskirts, comprising 5 stories, 3 above ground and 2 below. Just in time. All members were present, prompting Lu Ming to summon everyone to the living room to introduce Su Yi. Lu Ming picked up a crystal, opened a group chat window, and sent a message. Soon, Su Yi observed individuals descending the staircase. Junior. The first to arrive was Jiang Jie. You've chosen to join Yilongwei as well. That's splendid. We shall be colleagues from now on. Jiang Jie clapped Su Yi on the shoulders several times. Su Yi responded warmly. Then I must ask for your guidance. Senior. Of course. Jiang Jie laughed heartily. At that moment, another familiar figure appeared. The girl who had been seen earlier at the school soccer field, Luo Xian. Upon spotting Su Yi, Luo Xian approached confidently and extended her hand. Welcome to Yilongwei. I ought to formally introduce myself. I am Luo Xian, a trialist for a month and a half now, and my profession is axeman. Su Yi shook her hand in return, stating, I am Su Yi, a trialist for just 1 day, and I currently do not possess a profession. Su Yi scrutinized Luo Xian, finding it hard to fathom that such a seemingly delicate girl could hold such a fierce profession. Another individual descended, a slightly plump young man who appeared to be a university student. Zhang Sheng, male, 18 years old, a trialist for 20 days, and already at level 10. Although I presently do not have a profession, Su Yi expressed curiosity. Zhang Sheng, are you currently delaying your level to enhance your professional potential? Indeed. I have actually reached level 10 13 days ago, Zhang Sheng replied, pride evident in his tone. I am now studying my 3rd intermediate skill, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should master it by the day after tomorrow. At this juncture, Lu Ming interjected with a smile, Little Yi. Let me let you in on a secret. Zhang Sheng possesses remarkable talent in learning skills. However, he is focusing on culinary skills, and it is highly probable he will acquire a culinary profession. You will be in for a treat in the future. Su Ye's eyes brightened. It sounded splendid. Lu Ming clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. All right, everyone is here, so I shall commence with the matter at hand. At that moment, Su Yi could not help but interject. Director, did you not say that our office comprises 5 members, including myself? Yet, there are only 4 present. Lu Ming pointed to the side of Su Yi. Ah, there is one more here. Su Yi glanced in the direction Lu Ming indicated, and indeed, a frail-looking young man clad in a black cloak stood beside him. Su Yi was taken aback. When did this person appear? I did not sense his presence at all. Not only Su Yi, but the other 3 also twitched their lips in surprise. The young man offered a faint smile and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Wei Ying. His voice was somewhat hoarse and muffled. Ingu, your entrances are always quite frightening, Zhang Sheng remarked, placing a hand on his chest. Wei Ying apologized. I do not intend to be frightening, but it is not my fault that you all fail to notice me. Lu Ming chuckled lightly and informed Su Yi. He is the last one. Due to his unique profession, he possesses a low presence and is often overlooked. He was one of the first trialists to enter the Xianghe district and has been a trialist for 2.5 months. Lu Ming continued. The purpose of gathering everyone today is twofold. First, to introduce Su Yi to all of you. Second, to announce an important matter. Su Yi will henceforth serve as the interim head of the Xianghe district, and once he acquires a profession in the future, he will become the official head. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Su Yi, seemingly in shock. Wow, this newcomer is quite impressive, becoming the head on his very first day. Su Yi took a deep breath, realizing that this was the calm before the storm. He had anticipated what might occur. Becoming the head upon his entry would surely arouse dissent. It was time to prove himself through combat. Does anyone have any objections? Lu Ming addressed the group. Su Yi held his breath, awaiting dissenters to emerge. However, none did. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone accepted the arrangement with good grace. Jiang Jie and Luo Xian, having witnessed Su Ye's abilities, knew he was superior to them, hence they bore no objections. Zhang Sheng remarked, I am merely a cook. It matters not who serves as head. I support this wholeheartedly. Wei Ying added, however, according to the records, he is the oldest here, and he also holds the highest level among us. The issue lies in the fact that his profession is far from suitable for a leader. He is more accustomed to remaining in the shadows. Thus, Su Yi smoothly assumed the role of interim head, so seamlessly that he could hardly believe it. Congratulations, Junior. Oh, I can no longer call you Junior. I must refer to you as team leader. There is no need for that. We each have our roles, Su Yi replied. Glancing at the others, do you truly have no objections? I am but a newcomer, having only been a trialist for a day. Zhang Sheng spoke up at that moment. Since the minister has made such arrangements, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Wei Ying concurred. Indeed. Luo Xian cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi. Team leader, please refrain from pretending to be a novice. I seek your support. At that moment, Lu Ming chuckled. All right, from here on out, you may converse amongst yourselves. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at Su Yi. I will ensure that the paperwork for your temporary leave of absence is handled appropriately. As for your responsibilities, since you are still the intern leader, there is no need for you to undertake any additional tasks for now. Simply focus on the assignments I provide you. Su Yi promptly clasped his hands together in gratitude. Understood. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Su Yi, Sun Qing prepared to depart. His objectives for visiting Qingfeng City had been entirely fulfilled. Xiao Yi, regarding the resources I promised you, I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you promptly. Certainly. As he spoke, Sun Qing retrieved a booklet and tossed it to Su Yi. This is a tutorial on swordsmanship techniques. I happen to have an extra copy, so I am giving it to you directly for your swift study. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to contact me through the crystal. Su Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Brother Pang. Once Sun Qing had departed, the others gathered around. Jiang Jie, filled with curiosity, inquired, Team leader, what task did the minister mention for you? Do you require my assistance? Su Yi shook his head and smiled. No assistance is needed. The task involves completing a job transfer quest. Jiang Jie nodded. It sounds quite straightforward. Luo Xian suddenly interjected. By the way, team leader, since I have some free time now, let me show you around the villa. You can also choose an empty room. All right. Thus, under the guidance of the others, Su Yi explored the villa from top to bottom. Each floor of the villa exceeded 200 square meters and could be generally divided into 3 areas: the entertainment area, the accommodation area, and the training area. The accommodation area contained a total of 10 rooms, from which Su Yi casually selected an empty one. The most delightful surprise for Su Yi was the training area, which featured a dedicated training room within the villa. The walls and floors were constructed from special metal, remarkably sturdy. Additionally, various professional equipment, such as punching bags, adorned the space. In the center, there was even a stage for sparring. We usually practice here. Would you like to have a match, team leader? Luo Xian asked with a smile. Su Yi contemplated for a moment, deciding to engage in some physical activity, and replied, sure. He noticed that beneath the stage lay professional protective gear, and for safety's sake, he picked up a set to wear. Simultaneously, he offered another set to Luo Xian. However, she declined. I cannot spar with you. I would only embarrass myself. After glancing around, she sighed. Where's Ingu? Did he not come up with us? Just then, Wei Ying's voice rang out from behind Luo Xian. I am right here. Luo Xian jumped in surprise. Ingu, could you please refrain from startling me? Wei Ying looked quite aggrieved. I have been standing behind you for nearly a minute. Is it my fault you did not notice me? Luo Xian shook her head and handed a set of protective gear to Wei Ying. Ingu, you should join among us. You are likely the only one capable of sparring with the team leader. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise appeared in Wei Ying's typically calm eyes. Nearby, Zhang Sheng could not help but inquire, is the team leader truly that formidable? Did he not just enter the Shinmeng world a mere day ago? Luo Xian smiled and asked, so, why do you think the team leader became the leader after only one day in the Shinmeng world? Zhang Sheng contemplated saying it might be due to connections, but thought better of it. At that moment, Wei Ying turned to Su Yi. Team leader, what level are you? Level 10, and you? I am at level 17, with the class of Shadow Guardian. Engaging in combat with me might pose a risk. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Yi recognized Wei Ying's well-intentioned warning and nodded. Let us go for it. Wait a moment. At that moment, Luo Xian suddenly exclaimed, Team leader, you are already at level 10? The others were momentarily stunned before realizing that Su Yi had only just entered the Shinmeng world a day ago. Achieving level 10 in just one day? How extraordinary. Wei Ying gasped. This time, an impressive anomaly has entered. It took me 4 days to reach level 10. Team leader, you are somewhat terrifying. Su Yi chuckled. It is merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Jie scoffed. Team leader, your current expression is truly infuriating. If I were not unable to defeat you, I would certainly take you down. He then turned to Wei Ying. Ingu, it is up to you now. Wei Ying gazed at Su Yi, smiling. If the team leader can maintain such a terrifying pace of advancement, it is likely that he will soon surpass my level. At that point, I will probably no longer be your match. While I still have the chance, I must engage in several matches with you. Su Yi felt somewhat helpless. However, these subordinates were unexpectedly easy to get along with. He stepped onto the stage with Wei Ying, with Luo Xian serving as the referee. Before the match officially commenced, Luo Xian gave Su Yi an encouraging fist bump. Team leader, good luck, and try to hold out for a few more exchanges. Su Yi, the discussions from the spectators drifted to Su Ye's ears. Zhang Sheng, who do you think will win? That is hardly a question. It is undoubtedly Ingu. How many exchanges do you think Su Yi can endure? Not even one exchange. Su Yi took a deep breath. Excellent. This is precisely how it should be. When everyone underestimates you, winning becomes all the more exhilarating. With Luo Xian's command, the battle was set to commence. Su Yi fixed his gaze upon Wei Ying. Yet the moment the battle commenced, he lost track of him entirely. It was as if this individual had vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Wei Ying materialized right before Su Yi, thrusting him off the stage with a powerful push. The battle concluded abruptly. Su Yi, in disbelief, pondered, what? I lost just like that. Is the disparity between classes so vast? Yet, Luo Xian has also changed her class, and she isn't particularly strong. It appears there are significant differences even among professions. Su Yi could sense that Wei Ying's strength was not overwhelming, but his speed was astonishingly swift. Moreover, he moved like a phantom, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible. It was the combination of these two factors that led to the earlier brutal outcome. See, just a single move. And I guessed correctly, Zhang Sheng chuckled. Jiang Jie gasped. This is the first time I've seen Ingu in action. He truly lives up to the prowess of someone who has been in the Shinmeng world for 2.5 months. Chapter 31. Unity of Man and Sword. At this moment, Wei Ying turned towards Su Yi. Captain, my apologies. A mischievous smile flickered in his eyes. Shall we have another round? He had anticipated that Su Yi would decline after his defeat, yet to his surprise, Su Yi acquiesced. All right, let's go again. Su Yi leaped back onto the stage, his eyes ablaze with fervor. That previous move was truly impressive, Wei Ying remarked. Captain, do you need me to hold back? I possess an advantage in both level and class, making this battle somewhat unfair. Su Yi shook his head. Come at me with your full strength. Very well. To Wei Ying's astonishment, after uttering those words, Su Yi closed his eyes. Simultaneously, he gripped his sword with both hands, holding it aloft in the air. Su Yi's actions left the onlookers bewildered. Is the captain fighting blind? Zhang Sheng's lips twitched slightly. Jiang Jie inquired, Zhang Sheng, how many moves do you think the captain can withstand this time? Will it be less than one? The battle commenced. As Luo Xian's voice faded, Wei Ying sprang into action once more. A layer of dark radiance enveloped his feet, allowing him to glide across the stage like a dragonfly skimming the water. With 2 agile leaps, he silently positioned himself behind Su Yi. Wei Ying's lips curled into a slight smirk as he prepared to strike, only to witness Su Yi move unexpectedly. He abruptly twisted his upper body, thrusting his sword towards Wei Ying. Startled, Wei Ying swiftly evaded. What just happened? He wondered, perplexed. How did he ascertain my direction? Or was it merely a stroke of luck? The referee, Luo Xian, also wore an expression of astonishment. Truth be told, she had not discerned Wei Ying's trajectory, yet Su Yi, with his eyes closed, had managed to do so. Wei Ying began to doubt himself. Could it be that I made a sound while moving? He decided to try again. This time, he circled several times before stopping at Su Ye's right side, poised to strike, only to see Su Ye's sword already aimed at his fist. If the first instance could be attributed to luck, the second could not be dismissed as mere fortune. Captain, what is going on? Wei Ying exclaimed, astonished. The others gazed at Su Yi with equal curiosity. At this moment, Suyi finally opened his eyes. It is the flow of air that betrayed your direction. When I grasp the sword, I can perceive the movement of air around it. Of course, the range is quite limited. The reason I closed my eyes was to concentrate all my thoughts on the sword. What an absurd explanation. Jiang Jie gasped. Zhang Xing added, it sounds like a tale. Can one truly determine direction based on air movement in reality? Wei Ying regarded Su Yi as one might observe a curious creature, pondering deeply. Captain, have you perhaps reached the state of unity between man and sword? Su Yi inquired, perplexed. What is this unity of man and sword? Wei Ying contemplated for a moment before explaining. The unity of man and weapon refers to the seamless integration of a person with their weapon, where the weapon becomes an extension of the body. It serves as both an arm and an eye. I have heard that powerful practitioners of this unity can perceive the world through their weapon. Su Yi nodded, comprehending. Due to his innate talent, it seemed he had been in a state of unity from the very beginning. I believe I have reached such a level. As Su Yi nodded, Wei Ying suddenly felt a pang in his chest, as if he had been pierced by a sword. Su Yi, who did not even understand what the unity of man and sword entailed, had somehow mastered it. Who would believe such a tale? Were it not for the innocence and clarity in Su Ye's gaze, Wei Ying might have suspected that he was feigning ignorance to unsettle him. On the stage, Luo Xian was equally astonished, utterly taken aback. Zhang Sheng scratched his head, bewildered. Ingu, why have I never heard of this before? As a chef, will I ever achieve unity with my spatula? Wei Ying clarified. The difficulty of achieving unity between man and weapon is immense. Even among those who have ascended to the higher realms, only a select few have grasped it. This ability is heavily reliant on talent. Those with great talent may master it swiftly, while those with lesser talent may never attain it despite fleeting moments of insight. In our lower realm, practitioners who possess the unity of man and weapon are exceedingly rare, so it is only natural that you have not heard of it. I only learned about it by chance while eavesdropping on a conversation between the minister and other experts. As for the unity of man and spatula, theoretically, it is achievable, he added. Zhang Xing nodded, enlightened. His gaze towards Su Yi now brimmed with awe. Captain, are you currently learning any skills? Wei Ying inquired. Su Yi shook his head. Not yet, Wei Ying replied. In the state of harmony between man and sword, regardless of whether you are learning or executing swordsmanship skills, you will always be outpaced and outmatched by those who lack this state. Oh, are you suggesting that the unity of man and sword enhances the effectiveness of skills? Indeed, the same skill, when wielded by different individuals, can yield vastly different results. I understand now. Thank you for enlightening me. Let us continue our battle. Very well. Initially, Wei Ying regarded Su Yi with slight disdain, but that sentiment has now vanished entirely. The two resumed their stances. However, Su Yi did not close his eyes again. Previously, he had done so to concentrate his attention and perceive the external world through his sword. Yet after several experiences, he became adept at it. Even without closing his eyes, he could still utilize this ability. Such is the nature of a high-level talent, utterly unreasonable. Zhang Sheng, how many moves do you think the team leader can endure? I am uncertain. Does the team leader have a chance of winning? Probably not. Below the stage, the two groups continued their whispered conversations. At that moment, Wei Ying darted forward once more, appearing before Su Yi. His weapon was a dagger, which he thrust fiercely towards Su Yi's heart. Su Yi raised his broken sword to block against his chest. The moment of contact erupted in a cacophony of clashing metal. Oh, this sword is remarkably sturdy. Wei Ying thought to himself. He had seen Su Yi's sword in a dilapidated state and had harbored concerns about it being easily destroyed by his dagger. To his astonishment, he could not leave even a scratch upon it. Su Yi deflected the dagger, preparing to counterattack, but suddenly, he lost sight of Wei Ying. The sword informed him that Wei Ying was no longer nearby. Su Yi twisted his wrist. The previous clash had been somewhat painful. Although Wei Ying's profession clearly centered around agility rather than strength, there remained a level disparity of 7 between them. Where could he be? Su Yi tensed his body, anticipating Wei Ying's next assault. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, a sense of imminent danger locking onto him. The source of this feeling was above. Su Yi looked up and immediately spotted a large shadow descending from the sky. Chapter 32, The Outcome? Wei Ying raised an eyebrow. Truly, a monster possessing the state of man and sword unity has an extraordinary sense. However, what does it matter if I am detected? This round is still mine to claim. His speed was astonishing as he wielded the dagger, leaving afterimages in the air, as if a rain of daggers was falling. Just as Wei Ying contemplated retracting his attack to avoid injuring Su Yi, a silky blade of sword energy shot upwards. What? The sword energy collided with Wei Ying's dagger, sending him flying. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to redirect himself in midair, preventing himself from being thrown off the stage entirely. He had not anticipated that Su Yi possessed such a hidden trump card. How could you wield sword energy? Wei Ying exclaimed as he landed. But upon reflection, considering he possessed the state of man and sword unity, It seemed reasonable that he could also wield sword energy. What the hell? Are you cheating? Zhang Sheng's mouth hung slightly open. Sword energy? He, too, utilized energy manipulation. But Su Yi had sword energy while he had pod energy. In terms of cultivation difficulty, sword energy was several times more challenging than pod energy. Infusing source energy into a pot was far simpler than into a sword. So the question arises, why did it take him 5 to 6 days to master pod energy? While Su Yi learned sword energy in less than a day as a newly minted trialist. In contrast to these two, Luo Xian and Jiang Jie exhibited far greater composure. After all, they had already witnessed Su Yi unleash sword energy previously. However, seeing it once again was still quite astonishing. What on earth is going on with you? Wei Ying pressed for answers. Su Yi replied candidly, this was taught to me by Fat Brother in the Xunming world. Wei Ying felt a sense of frustration. I wasn't inquiring about the origin of your sword energy. I was asking how you managed to acquire such an extraordinary ability on your very first day in the Xunming world. Brother Ying, come on, let us continue. Su Yi smiled. He found great joy in this battle. He realized that he genuinely relished the sensation of impending danger and the feeling of an adversary's strength transmitted through their weapon to his own body. Not anymore. Wei Ying shook his head. Su Yi was taken aback. Don't. He couldn't help but ask why not. Aren't you enjoying it? Wei Ying explained. The protective gear here is of too low a level. If we were to engage in energy-based exchanges, it could easily result in injury. I am not yet able to fully control the energy I have unleashed. Su Yi nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. Wei Ying smiled and said, let us consider this match a draw. When the day comes that we can precisely control our unleashed energy, let us have another bout, shall we? Agreed. Su Yi pondered. During his previous battles in the dungeon, he had only managed a crude control over the sword energy that split in midair. However, if he were to try and forcibly stop the sword energy that had already been unleashed, he certainly could not accomplish that. The other three wore peculiar expressions. At the beginning of the battle, no one had anticipated such a conclusion. The two had ended in a draw. Perhaps at present, Wei Ying's strength surpassed Su Yi's. But Su Yi had also mastered a weapon capable of posing a threat to Wei Ying. The key point was that one had been a trialist for 2.5 months while the other had only been one for a day. Moreover, it was said that before becoming a trialist, Wei Ying had served for several years in the military, whereas Su Yi was merely an ordinary student. Luo Xian let out a sigh. From today onward, my ranking within the team can only place me third. Since the match has concluded, the two stepped down from the arena and removed their protective gear. Immediately, a crowd gathered around them. Wei Ying curiously turned to Su Yi. Captain, were you already a master of swordsmanship before entering the Xunming world? Some exceptionally gifted individuals have made significant achievements in certain areas before entering the Xunming world. Once they step inside, they can grow rapidly if they find the right direction. Before Su Yi could respond, Jiang Jie interjected. I know the answer to this. I attended the same university as the captain, and I am actually his senior. This prodigious talent, Su Yi, joined the Kendo club I presided over as president 2.5 weeks ago, and at that time, he was still a novice who couldn't even hold a sword correctly. Yet, in merely 2.5 weeks, he has grown capable of easily defeating me. Oh, by the way, I have been practicing swordsmanship for over a decade. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Su Yi truly is a genius in swordsmanship. No wonder his almost monstrous performance is somewhat explicable. At this moment, Zhang Xing suddenly spoke up. Captain, when I first heard the news of your appointment, I secretly looked down on you, thinking you must have relied on connections. I apologize, I underestimated you. Su Yi quickly replied, there is no need for apologies. If I were in your position, I might have harbored the same thoughts. Zhang Xing chuckled. I knew the captain would be magnanimous and not hold it against me. I've made my decision. To celebrate the captain's arrival, I shall prepare a grand feast for everyone. Hooray! The others appeared quite pleased, which made Su Yi feel a sense of anticipation for the delicious food that the Xunming world's chefs could create. After agreeing on a time for the meal, Zhang Sheng went off to gather ingredients. Captain, if I am not mistaken, your current focus is on learning swordsmanship techniques, correct? Wei Ying inquired, gazing at Su Yi. Indeed, he affirmed. Then we can train together in the practice room. Although my talent may not be as remarkable as yours, I have spent a bit longer in the Xunming world, so my training experience should be more extensive. Should you encounter any difficulties during your practice, feel free to discuss them with me. Sure, Su Yi readily agreed, finding Wei Ying rather agreeable. Count me in. Luo Xian raised her hand. My axe techniques have also hit a bottleneck, and I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Yi turned to Jiang Jie. What about you, senior? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jie replied, I think I will focus on clearing dungeons to level up first. Subsequently, Jiang Jie and Luo Xian remained in the practice room, while Su Yi returned to his own room to tidy up briefly. The space was not small, approximately 30 square meters. It was equipped with a wardrobe, a bed, air conditioning, and a private bathroom. Inside the wardrobe, freshly packaged bedding was neatly arranged. After making the bed, Suyi lay down and sighed. How comfortable. At that moment, he sensed a sudden vibration from the crystal in his backpack. Raising an eyebrow, he took it out. The usage of the crystal was simple. By infusing a bit of source energy from his body into it, a floating screen would immediately appear. Currently, the screen displayed only two icons, a messaging application and a trading center. The messaging application, of course, was for chatting and making calls. The source of the vibration was from this very application. Chapter 33, My Talented Team Members. Upon clicking in, he discovered that he had been added to a large group created by Lu Ming for Qingfeng City. Lu Ming even introduced him to others, saying, "This is Su Yi, who just joined our Yilong Wei today and is currently the acting head of the Xianghe district." Immediately, a flurry of congratulatory messages flooded in from the group. Su Yi courteously and succinctly introduced himself. In addition to the large group, Lu Ming also created a smaller group for the Xianghe district. Does the group chat in the crystal not have a red envelope feature? That's disappointing, Su Yi grumbled. Just then, Lu Ming sent him an installation package via private chat. Xiao Yi, this is our Yilong Wei forum software. Please install it. Alright. The installation was completed swiftly, and 3 icons now appeared on his desktop. Upon opening the forum, Su Yi summarized the 3 sections as follows. The bragging zone, which is meant for casual chatting, the knowledge payment zone, where Yilong Wei members can ask questions or provide answers. Of course, asking questions incurs a fee, while answering questions can earn money. The final section is the task zone, where tasks can be generated or accepted. Is contribution points used on the forum? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, casually browsing around. The most active section was undoubtedly the bragging zone, as boasting comes at no cost. Brothers, have you noticed the rapid increase in the number of trial takers recently? The first comment read, I'm watching. The second, I've noticed it too. Let me share a little insider info. The entry threshold for our Yilong Wei is likely to be raised in the future. The third, what is so insider about that? I've suspected it for a long time. The fourth, wait, does that mean someone like me, who holds everyone back, might be expelled in the future? The fifth, oh please, you're a level 40 veteran. Do you really fear expulsion? I, on the other hand, have been in the Shunming world for 2 years and still haven't leveled up to the upper realm, and I'm the one shaking in my boots. Su Yi then clicked on the knowledge QA section. The first question that caught his eye was, how can I win back my ex-girlfriend's heart? Su Yi was taken aback. What a peculiar question this was. Your position appears to be incorrect. Could you please move to the boasting area? However, the following inquiries are rather formal and serious. May I ask if there is a hidden map in the Nether's level 25 dungeon? Furthermore, I often encounter failures during the quenching phase while forging weapons. How can this be resolved? Additionally, what is the compatibility between HNB-ing-CO and BW-ing-hu? Are they suitable for pairing together to create potions? Su Yi nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the discussion. He noted that most rewards for answering questions were merely 1 contribution point. Upon inspecting the task area, he found that most task rewards were below 10 contribution points. It became evident that the 100 contribution points he had received held significant purchasing power. After browsing for a while, Su Yi leaped off the bed. It was time to stop grinding and focus on honing his skills. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the training room. His 2 companions were seated on mats, quietly practicing. As soon as Su Yi entered, he captured their attention. Captain. Su Yi waved in response. Then, he picked up a mat near the entrance, found an open space, and sat down. At that moment, Luo Xian rushed over. Captain, may I observe how you practice your skills? Su Yi was taken aback by this unusual request. However, as training was not something to be shunned, he replied, if you wish to watch, then do so. Curiosity piqued. Su Yi inquired, Luo Xian, how many intermediate skills did you learn when you changed classes? Luo Xian hesitated and replied softly, 1. Su Yi expressed his confusion. Isn't the potential of a profession important? Why didn't you wait until you learned 3 intermediate skills before undertaking the class change task? Luo Xian, annoyed, retorted, do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? There are requirements for the timing of the class change task. If more than a month passes since entering the divine dream world, regardless of your prowess, you can only obtain a profession with a maximum of 3 stars. Su Yi felt irked by this revelation. It was akin to a person unable to afford rice conversing with someone who feasted daily, where the latter questioned the former, if you cannot afford rice, why not eat meat? Su Yi apologized. I'm truly sorry. I had no idea about this. Perhaps Sun Qing was overly confident in himself and never mentioned the time constraints for class changes. Luo Xian interjected, though I lack talent and skill acquisition. Prior to my class change, I successfully completed a level 10 hell difficulty dungeon, and my excellent performance in the class change task ultimately earned me a 6-star profession. Su Yi remained puzzled. Then why were you unable to defeat that monster on our school's football field? Luo Xian softened and sighed before weakly explaining. I underwent 10 days of specialized training against the monsters in that dungeon. Additionally, The organization lent me a high-tier weapon and arranged for a level 30 expert to assist me. Once I cleared the dungeon, they vanished, and I returned the weapon. Suyi nodded, understanding now. Luo Xian continued to sigh. Do not judge my current weakness. There is a reason for it. My profession heavily relies on skills. Yet the skills available to axe wielders are quite scarce. I have yet to find suitable skills. If I do, my combat power would increase significantly. Suyi then turned to Wei Ying, who had just leaned over. Brother Ying, would you mind sharing the star rating of your profession? Wei Ying, at least 25 years old, was appropriately addressed as Brother Ying. He replied, Shadow Guardian, 7 stars. I too completed a dungeon, but I couldn't learn 3 intermediate skills. Fortunately, during the class change task, I had good fortune and received an excellent rating, which granted me 3 additional stars, along with 2 stars for passing the 10 waves of the newcomer trial, bringing me to a total of 7 stars. Suyi gave a thumbs up, impressive. During my conversation with Sun Qing, I learned that surpassing 5 stars is already considered a small genius. I had no idea that such talent lay hidden in this small place. Suyi recognized that due to the presence of the Yilong Wei and his family, the level 10 Hell Dungeon was not particularly challenging to pass. The real challenge lay in skill acquisition. Captain, the organization will surely arrange for training for you in the future. I believe you too can conquer the level 10 Hell Dungeon. Luo Xian calculated with her fingers. Given your aptitude in swordsmanship, acquiring 3 intermediate skills should not be difficult. Oh, since you have already learned Sword Chi, only 2 remain. If your performance in the class change task is even better, she gasped, that would be 7 stars. Captain, did you pass the 15th wave during your newcomer trial? Chapter 34, Condensation and Sublimation. Suyi pondered for a moment and nodded. I did. His performance had been stellar. It was unlikely anyone would believe he had not passed. He chose not to lie. Although he had cleared 20 waves, he was being asked specifically about the 15th wave. Of course, he planned to maintain the pretense of having only passed the 15th wave, keeping some cards close to his chest. Luo Xian suddenly sprang up from the mat, exclaiming, what kind of monster are you? She vigorously shook Suyi's shoulder. Captain, you have the potential to reach a 10-star profession? Suyi felt as though he might be shaken apart. Calm down. Wei Ying, nearby, also appeared astonished. Achieving a 10-star profession was a monumental transformation. He had only heard of such figures and had never encountered one himself. Suyi maintained his composure, but I have yet to undertake the class change task. Let us not raise the flag too early. At this moment, Wei Ying's expression was complex. As the team leader, I found myself lacking in strength compared to you during the transfer task, yet I managed to attain a 3-star rating by sheer luck. If you cannot achieve 3 stars, I would certainly be incredulous. Of course, with a higher star rating, the difficulty of the tasks you undertake is undoubtedly far greater than mine. Suyi inquired with curiosity about the nature of your transfer tasks. Luo Xian replied, my task involved a factional confrontation, with a total of 20 challengers divided into 2 camps, entering a forest to hunt monsters. The task lasted 3 days, and at the end, the faction with the most points would have all its members awarded a 2-star rating, with one exceptional performer receiving 3 stars. Conversely, the losing faction would have all its members awarded a 1-star rating, with the best performer receiving 2 stars. I was fortunate to be led by a formidable ally in my team, which allowed me to secure 2 stars effortlessly. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Faction confrontation? Such tasks have considerable randomness. If I were to draw this task and my team consisted entirely of novices while the opposing team boasted skilled players, it would be quite challenging. However, I had not realized before that multiple individuals could concurrently engage in the same transfer task. As for my task, he continued, it was a solo mission to assassinate the king of a certain nation within a narrative dungeon, with a time limit of 7 days. I completed it in just 1 day, thus earning 3 stars. Suyi nodded, acknowledging the inherent unpredictability and variability of the transfer tasks. After absorbing some details, he began to immerse himself in the study. He opened the book provided by Sun Qing, which was not overly thick, containing about 100 pages. He spent an hour skimming through it from cover to cover. The book was divided into 2 sections. The first part covered the fundamental techniques of swordsmanship, hardly touching upon the use of source energy. The latter half presented intermediate techniques, all revolving around the application of source energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that such a simple concept as energy had numerous applications. Source energy, he mused, is a unique power possessed solely by challengers in the Shunmeng world. The only way to acquire source energy is through leveling up. Naturally, after the transfer, different professions yield varying amounts of source energy with each level gained. The higher the potential of a profession, the greater the amount received upon leveling up. The book detailed 15 intermediate techniques, including condensation, sublimation, release, manipulation, and flow, among others. Sword energy fell under the category of release, which entails projecting the internal energy through a medium. Condensation and sublimation refer to the continuous compression and gathering of energy. transforming it into a more potent and higher quality force. Each technique had its distinct applications, and the difficulty of learning varied accordingly. The most challenging skill was the manipulation of released energy, while sword energy was considered relatively straightforward. Suyi licked his lips, resolved to master all intermediate techniques before proceeding to complete his transfer task. With ample time remaining, he believed that, given his talent, a month would suffice to learn all the techniques. The transfer task was of paramount importance, and he aspired to elevate himself to the strongest form achievable at this stage. Unlike what others speculated, he was not merely aiming for 10 stars, but rather the unprecedented 11 stars. It was likely that the difficulty of the transfer task would also be unparalleled. In addition to mastering these intermediate techniques, he planned to upgrade his weapons at the weapon shop in the Shinmeng world once he received the gold coins from the Night Dragon Guard. Learning the skills provided by the organization would almost complete his preparations. By the way, are there advanced techniques beyond the intermediate ones? Suyi turned to Wei Ying, voicing his curiosity. Wei Ying smiled and replied, advanced techniques do exist, though one might also argue they do not. How so? Advanced techniques are essentially combinations of intermediate techniques, unleashing greater power through their amalgamation. Suyi nodded in understanding. I see, thank you. He once again immersed himself in the text, occasionally raising his sword, lost in thought. Luo Xian observed Suyi for a while before retreating to her own training. She noted that Suyi's training was not dissimilar to her own. After approximately 2 hours had passed, Luo Xian stood up, hands on her hips. I'm utterly exhausted. Clearly, I lack a natural talent for learning techniques. For the past 2 hours, she had been attempting to channel source energy through her axe, yet consistently faltered during the process. Estimating she had made at least 500 mistakes. I'll take a half-hour break before resuming my practice. She waved goodbye to the two. Go ahead. Wei Ying waved back. However, Suyi remained engrossed in his own world, ignoring her. Luo Xian did not find his demeanor rude, for she too occasionally fell into such a state of concentration. Just as she had taken a few steps, she suddenly sensed a sharp energy brewing behind her, pricking her brow with discomfort. Turning around, she discovered it was Su Yi who had caused it. The tip of Su Ye's broken sword emitted a dazzling white light, flickering intensely. Suddenly, Su Yi sprang to his feet and, from 20 meters away, gently thrust at a training dummy crafted from special materials within the training room. In an instant, a shadowy needle shot forth. Whoosh. The next moment, an explosive sound reverberated from the dummy. So that is how it is, Su Yi mused, glancing at his hand and nodding with a smile. The other two reacted. Wei Ying shot up while Luo Xian halted mid-step. Having never encountered such a technique before, they immediately recognized that Su Yi had just executed the condensation sublimation technique from the 15 skills. The needle that was shot forth was indeed a product of compressed source energy. Have you learned to condense and sublimate? Luo Xian extended a finger, pointing at Su Yi, her mouth agape in astonishment. Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Yes, I was fortunate. Chapter 35, Sudden Wealth. Wei Ying's lips twitched in disbelief. This was beyond mere luck. Although Su Ye's mastery of sword energy was impressive, it had not been acquired in front of them. However, his ability to condense and sublimate had been achieved within a mere 2 hours, right before their eyes. This was disheartening. They felt as if they were comparing apes to humans when placed alongside Su Yi. Wei Ying sighed resignedly. Captain, could you perhaps concoct a lie, claiming you have been in the Shinmeng world for several months, just to lift my spirits? Su Yi nodded. Indeed, I am not a novice. I was selected last year. Luo Xian's face fell further. Captain, could you share some of your talent with me? I am terrified that you will master all your skills while I remain unable to even grasp the axe energy. Su Yi extended a hand, grasping at the air before him, then forcefully flicked his wrist towards Luo Xian with a smile. All right, I bestow it upon you. Luo Xian retorted, childish. With that, she returned to her cushion. Wei Ying, perplexed, asked, aren't you supposed to take a break? Luo Xian shook her head. I have been disheartened. I have no desire to rest. Wei Ying responded with an understanding oh and entered a state of meditation. His mindset was somewhat crumbling. Though Su Yi was the captain, he now stood as the strongest in the Xianghe district office. However, it seemed this title would not belong to him for long. Su Yi settled back down. Let us continue our practice. After another half hour, a sudden explosion echoed through the training room, jolting Su Yi from his meditative state. What is happening? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Luo Xian's doing. The little girl was bouncing with excitement. Haha, I did it. I finally did it. Su Yi immediately understood the cause. Wei Ying stood up to congratulate her. Congratulations. Yet, Luo Xian turned to Su Yi. Thank you, Captain. Su Yi was momentarily bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Could it be that the talent I shared truly had an effect? That seems improbable. Luo Xian's eyes twitched slightly before she explained. It was because you inspired me. The emotional surge inexplicably propelled me into a wondrous state, allowing me to learn. Without your influence, it would have taken me several more days. Su Yi nodded, understanding. A sense of satisfaction filled him. He truly was a competent leader. In his first encounter, he had facilitated a significant enhancement for his team members. If they were to encounter another monster like the last time, a single axe strike would suffice to resolve the situation. Luo Xian chuckled, but her expression soon sobered. She realized that Su Yi was capable of such feats even before his job transition, thus there was little to feel proud of. At that moment, Wei Ying also stood up. Speaking of which, I feel that my thoughts are more vibrant today than usual. Could it also be due to the captain? He glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi quickly shook his head. Let us not spread rumors. Deep down, however, he pondered whether his talent could indeed inspire those around him. The group exchanged a few more words before returning to their training. The morning passed swiftly. As noon approached, it was time for a meal. Throughout the morning, Su Yi had made significant progress, having learned 4 intermediate skills, including condensing and sublimating. It must be said, Zhang Sheng's culinary skills were exceptional. Upon entering the dining hall, a wave of enticing aroma engulfed them. Exhausted from their efforts, the moment they caught a whiff of the fragrance, their souls trembled with delight. At that moment, Jiang Jie returned. The 5 of them sat around a round table, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then began to feast. Su Yi picked up a slice of meat and placed it in his mouth, immediately flooded with its rich flavor. The tender meat slid smoothly down his throat into his stomach. One bite left him tingling with pleasure. This was truly delectable. He had to admit that Zhang Sheng possessed remarkable culinary talent. He had never tasted such exquisite dishes in his life. The expressions of the others mirrored his enjoyment. After enduring hardship, such a delightful meal rendered life nearly without regret. Zhang Sheng beamed with pride. Hee, impressive, right? Once I acquire a culinary profession in the future, my skills will reach even greater heights. Moreover, I have heard that meals prepared by trialists in the culinary profession not only taste wonderful, but also possess additional effects. Consistent consumption can subtly enhance one's strength. Su Yi gave a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. Jiang Jie couldn't help but inquire, Zhang Sheng, when do you plan to undergo your job transition? Zhang Sheng replied, it should happen in the next few days. I won't be attempting the hell-level dungeon. Even with external assistance, I wouldn't be able to pass. As for skill learning, I will soon master 3 of them. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. If all went smoothly, he too might consider accepting a task in the coming days. If they happened to cross paths, he could certainly assist Zhang Sheng. After their meal and some light activity, Su Yi prepared to take a nap. Practicing skills was quite exhausting. Moreover, both source energy and stamina are subject to depletion. Once exhausted, they necessitate time for self-restoration. Just before sleep, he suddenly recalled that MHOTN still owed him 1,000 gold coins. Although 1,000 gold coins are not a significant amount for him at present, every little bit counts. Thus, he composed a text message, conveniently including his crystal number, allowing MHOTN to transfer the gold directly into his crystal. Upon awakening, he received delightful news. SNQ Ing had visited the office, bringing resources allocated by YL Ing WI for SY. In accordance with your request, I exchanged the potions for gold coins and combined with the original 50,000 gold coins. The total amounts to 58,000 gold coins, which have already been credited to your crystal. SY glanced at the crystal and confirmed the accuracy. SNQ Ing then produced 2 boxes, one large and one small, handing the larger one to SY first. This is a growth set. Upon opening it, SY immediately beheld a set of black clothing, including a shirt, trousers, and shoes. The smaller box contained the skills. SNQ Ing presented the final box to SY with a smile, stating that once you change your profession, you will possess attributes. Hence, I specifically chose skills without attributes for you. This way, even after your profession change, you will still be able to utilize them. Chapter 36. ISY. AM earning money. SY nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Brother Pang. The contract had stipulated that he could choose any skill, but as a novice, he knew little. So he entrusted SNQ Ing with the selection. The skill is called Sword Domain. It creates a circular area centered around you. When you swing your sword to attack, all enemies within the domain will suffer equal damage. Although it cannot be used in conjunction with other skills, it is a rare area of effect skill, perfectly suited for leveling up. As for the set's effects, I shall not elaborate. You can observe the data panel once you don the attire. Very well. Now, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. SNQ Ing departed with a flourish. SY waved goodbye, wondering if Brother Pang intended to remain in Q Ing effing City. He could have had others deliver these resources, yet he chose to come personally. Judging by the demeanor of LM Ing, the minister of Q Ing effing City, it appears Brother Pang holds a significant position within the organization. Once SNQ Ing had left, SY eagerly donned the 3-piece set and then looked at his data panel. Name, SY. Profession, none. Level, 10. Talent, transparent sword heart. Skills, none. Equipment, ink light shirt, ink light trousers. Ink light shoes, pet, light little feather. Focusing on the 3 pieces of equipment, he immediately accessed more detailed information. Both the shirt and trousers enhance his defense, while the shoes increase his running speed. The enhancements will scale with SY's level. When combined, the 3 pieces grant a unique ability to improve stamina and source energy recovery speed. SY closed his eyes, feeling a warm sensation within. This must be the effect of the 3-piece set. His endurance had indeed ascended to a new level. SY then tested the durability of the clothing with a fruit knife, discovering that even when the blade was bent, it could not pierce the seemingly delicate material. After jumping a few times, he realized he felt significantly lighter. Estimating the effects, he concluded that with the enhancement of the 3-piece set, his strength had increased by at least 30%. Furthermore, the equipment in the SHNM world possesses the added benefit of adjustable transparency. With a thought, he rendered the shirt and trousers transparent. Unless touched, others would hardly perceive that he was still wearing clothing. After examining the equipment, SY opened the small box containing the skill. Inside was a piece of jade accompanied by an instruction manual. After perusing it briefly, he learned that pressing the jade to his forehead would transfer the skill information into his mind. How remarkable! Following the instructions, he felt a rush of information flood into his brain, akin to transforming his mind into a library, with the skill represented as a book within. When he wished to learn, he could peruse this book at will. Of course, mastering the skill would not be instantaneous. It required a learning process. SY skimmed through the prerequisites, noting that several intermediate techniques were necessary before he could acquire the skill. After some contemplation, he resolved to complete all the techniques first before considering the skill, laying a solid foundation. Due to his engagement with the skill, the originally vibrant green jade had turned a dull gray, appearing devoid of its former vitality. Clearly, the skill jade is a single-use item. SY stretched and resumed practicing his techniques. Throughout the afternoon, he remained immersed in his studies. Simultaneously, in Waizu City, at a luxurious villa, MHOTN suddenly appeared in his opulent residence. The moment he materialized, he collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Finally reached level 9. After a good night's rest, I should be able to push myself to level 10 by tomorrow evening." MHOTN chuckled, evidently pleased with his progress. "Young master, this is the golden pork chop prepared by Chef SN," announced a man dressed in elegant attire, approaching MHOTN with a platter in hand. He then placed the plate on the tea table in front of MHOTN, lifted the lid, and a delightful aroma mingled with the scent of oil immediately permeated the entire room. Even the plants in the corners of the room seemed to respond, swaying their leaves as if captivated by the fragrance. This golden pork chop was sourced from the 34th level creature, JNZH, in the SHNM world. Chef SN had prepared it in such a way that it not only retained its exquisite flavor, but also possessed restorative properties. MHOTN gazed at the pork chop, swallowing hard. He picked up a knife, first slicing the chop into pieces before taking up a fork to begin his meal. As he swallowed the first mouthful, a warm sensation erupted in his stomach, followed by a surge of strength filling his limbs. "Wow, this pork chop is remarkably effective," MHOTN exclaimed, then inquired, "Why didn't I get to eat such a delicacy before?" The steward replied, "Only those who enter the trials of the SHNM world are eligible to partake." MHOTN nodded in understanding. So that is the reason. He gained a renewed appreciation for the prowess of his family. Prior to becoming a trial participant, his knowledge had been rather limited. He only knew that his family was shrouded in mystery and possessed means to enhance one's capabilities. In his childhood, having read a few novels and comics, he once believed the M family was a hidden martial arts lineage in the Dragon Kingdom. Jing SH, how much is this pork chop worth? MHOTN asked with curiosity. 500 gold coins, replied Jing SH, the name he used for the steward. What? MHOTN was astounded. The pork chop was not particularly large, easily consumed in a few bites. Did that mean he could devour over 100 gold coins in one mouthful? Suddenly, he recalled the wager with SY. In hindsight, 1,000 gold coins seemed trivial. It was only due to his naivety as a newcomer to the SHNM world that he had set such a modest wager. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly. Clearly, he needed to broaden his horizons. However, while it may be a mere pittance to him, for someone like SY, who lacked familial backing, it must be an overwhelming sum. Soon, he finished the pork chop. Initially, MHOTN intended to take a nap before re-entering the SHNM world, but now, after just a couple of hours of rest, he felt confident he could restore himself to peak condition. As the steward tidied up the dishes, MHOTN picked up his phone, preparing to scroll through short videos for relaxation. Upon opening his phone, several message notifications popped up. After browsing through them, he suddenly froze upon clicking one. This message was from SY. SY, have reached level 10. Send me money. My crystal number is 95272-333. Chapter 37. The Sacred Tablet. What on earth? Could this be a scam? Each character was familiar to MHOTN, yet together they formed a puzzling message. SY had reached level 10. This was absurd. Checking the timestamp of the message, it was sent just a few hours prior during noon. This made it even more implausible. Could it be that the information about his wager with SY had leaked, attracting a scammer? But this scammer was rather foolish. Thinking a few lines could deceive him out of gold coins? The more MHOTN pondered, the more unsettled he became. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up decisively. Geeing SH. I'm heading back to the SHNMing world. Very well, young master. Take care. Watching MHOTN vanish into thin air, the steward assumed he was merely resuming his quest to level up due to recovering some strength. He couldn't help but marvel at the young man's diligence. Upon entering the SHNMing world, MHOTN made his way directly to the temple. Within the temple stood a tablet that recorded the names of every trial participant who reached level 10. This was irrefutable, because the information on his phone seemed so implausible. It led him to suspect that it might contain a kernel of truth. Soon, he arrived at the temple, which was divided into 3 areas. The leftmost section was responsible for producing crystals. The central area was where participants accepted job transfers and ascension tasks. The rightmost section featured 3 towering stone tablets, each over 10 meters tall. 2 of them were blank, devoid of any inscriptions, while the only one adorned with writing displayed thousands of names listed from top to bottom. This tablet served to chronicle the order in which trial participants achieved level 10. MHOTN stood before the tablet, beginning his search for SY's name. To his astonishment, around the 800th position, he indeed found it. No way. Are you kidding? MHOTN exclaimed in shock. How could this fellow's leveling speed be so rapid? Rubbing his head in confusion, he couldn't grasp the situation. Wait a moment. If SY's name was already listed, did that mean he had lost? He had always been supremely confident, never contemplating the possibility of defeat. Yet now, the evidence lay starkly before him. Despite his reluctance to accept it, he was forced to acknowledge the truth. MHOTN felt a pang of anxiety. This was problematic. He had borrowed money from his second sister to buy weapons. How would he repay her now? Did this mean he would have to sell resources meant to enhance his leveling speed? Although the M family was affluent, the initial resources allocated to each member were quite limited. Had he known, he would have refrained from indulging in the golden pork chop and instead sold it to repay his debts. Taking a few deep breaths, he resolutely dialed his second sister's crystal number. Her full name was MWI, and she resided in the same realm. Soon, a familiar voice echoed from the crystal. HOTN, what do you need? Ergia, Mahoutian spoke with a trembling voice, recounting his misfortunes. In other words, you wagered and lost to a novice trialist with no family background, and now you wish to renege on the gold coins I lent you? Ma Wei's tone bore a hint of intrigue. Mahoutian continued. Ergia, could you possibly grant me some additional time? I truly did not anticipate losing to Su Yi. Ma Wei chuckled softly. Who told you to be so arrogant? Although Su Yi lacks a prominent lineage, he is, as you mentioned, a genius who has also reached the 10th level of the novice trials. The Yilong Wei would undoubtedly be eager to recruit him. Should he catch the attention of someone significant within, he could very well acquire resources that rival your own. Ma Haoyan was taken aback. With a thump of his thigh, he realized Ma Wei's reasoning was quite sound. Despite Su Ye's lack of heritage, he could still join other organizations. It must be that Su Yi had obtained superior resources, which accounted for his rapid advancement. Ma Wei continued, what a fool you are. In any case, do not even think about evading your debt. I don't care if you have to sell your possessions or whatnot. You have 2 hours to return the gold coins to me, or face the consequences. Ma Haoyan replied weakly, all right, understood. By the way, let me remind you, Ma Wei added. Take a longer view. A temporary setback means little. You have only been in the Shinming world for less than 2 days. The path below is still long. True geniuses focus on the competition for the rankings of the Sheng Bei. As a member of the Ma family, do not fail to even enter the top 100. Otherwise, do not blame me for clearing the ranks. With that, Ma Wei ended the call. Ma Haoyan sighed. Jia was correct. He needed to rally himself. It was merely a slight initial disadvantage. The future was not devoid of opportunities for a comeback. Ma Haoyan gazed at the 2 remaining blank stone tablets before him. These were the Sheng Bei Ma Wei had just mentioned. Once the number of trialists in the lower realm reached 10,000, the maximum threshold, the Sheng Bei would automatically activate. The 2 tablets would display the top 100 trialists ranked by level, as well as the top 100 ranked by combat prowess. Achieving a ranking would bring honor, but more importantly, the Shinming world would bestow numerous precious rewards. Su Yi, we shall meet on the Sheng Bei in the future. Ma Haoyan narrowed his eyes. I will not lose to you again. That evening, after finishing dinner, Su Yi decided not to continue practicing techniques. Instead, he entered the Shunming world. He intended to visit the weapon shop to upgrade his PLL-NGWing sword. Upon entry, he checked his balance in the crystal, 65,000. He initially had 6,000 gold coins, and with the 58,000 provided by the Yilong Wei, it should total 64,000. It seems Ma Haoyan has already settled the wager. Quite commendable. He is indeed a man of his word. Soon, he arrived at the weapon shop that Sun Qing had previously taken him to. A few customers were browsing the weapons, and a new attendant was assisting them. As he entered, the sound of clinking resonated from the inner room. "Old Su, are you here?" Su Yi called out. Shortly after, Su Juanshi emerged. "Oh, Xiao Yi. What brings you here?" Su Juanshi appeared somewhat surprised to see Su Yi. Su Yi presented his damaged sword and handed it to Su Juanshi. "I have saved enough gold coins to repair it. I came to ask for your assistance in fixing it." "What is this?" Su Juanshi was taken aback. "That is 50,000 gold coins, you know? By the way, old Su, take a look at this." Su Yi produced the high-grade metal that Lu Ming had given him. According to Lu Ming, it would help save some costs. Su Juanshi accepted it and weighed it in his hand, visibly astonished. "Not bad, Xiao Yi. You managed to acquire such a fine item. High-grade metal rarely appears in instances below level 25. I wonder where you sourced this." However, this was of no concern to him as a blacksmith. "This piece of metal is of good quality. It can replace some of the materials I originally planned to use for repairing your sword, but I still need 40,000 gold coins." Su Yi nodded. "All right, no problem. Old Su, what is your crystal number? I will transfer the funds to you now." Su Juanshi, still dazed, recited his crystal number. As he activated the income notification, he immediately heard, "You have received 40,000 gold coins." Su Juanshi. "Wow, you really have that much money?" Several other customers browsing weapons turned to look. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and fear. They began speculating about the identity of this handsome young man. As novices who had only recently entered the Shunming world, they felt certain that even if they pooled their resources, they could not amass such wealth. Su Juanshi's expression turned peculiar. "Xiao Yi, how on earth did you manage this? Hadn't he and Su Yi only been apart for a day? How had he suddenly become so wealthy?" Noticing Su Yi's somewhat conflicted expression, Su Juanshi realized his impoliteness and quickly apologized. "I apologize. I was simply too shocked to refrain from asking such questions. You need not answer." Su Yi smiled and replied. "It's quite all right. It's human nature. Old Su, how long will it take for me to get my sword?" "Within 2 days. I will set aside my other tasks and focus solely on yours during that time." Su Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you very much." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he took his leave. As he watched Su Yi's departing figure, Su Juanshi felt a sense of admiration. This young man is no ordinary person. He could indeed surmise the origin of SY's gold coins. Most likely a reward from YLW for his outstanding talent. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for anyone, regardless of their genius, to amass 50,000 gold coins within merely 2 days of entering the SHNMing world. If memory serves, the tiered reward from YLW is only 10,000 gold coins, is it not? 50,000. Could that be a tier? It seems prudent to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Y. Perhaps he is a significant client. After SY departed, the remaining guests hastily followed suit, eager to make his acquaintance, yet he had already vanished from sight, having returned to the real world. The subsequent day unfolded rather uneventfully, filled with training and rest. Notably, Ying mastered a new intermediate technique today. According to him, the speed of his learning exceeded his expectations. This led SY to wonder if he indeed possessed the ability to enhance the talents of those nearby. In the evening, SY rose from the meditation mat in the training room, stretching leisurely. Today had been a fruitful day. With a wooden sword in hand, he approached a specially crafted dummy, ready to test the results of his recent efforts. He employed each technique, sword aura, condensing, sublimation, flowing, splitting, and sustaining, in succession. Each execution was fluid and natural, a sight to behold. However, the other two individuals in the training room were not inclined to appreciate the display. "Truly, he is a monster," Ying muttered under his breath. Having witnessed SY learn sublimation in merely 2 hours the previous day, he had anticipated that the other techniques would also be swiftly mastered. Yet, witnessing SY in action left him astounded. It had only been 2 days. "I estimate it would take me a year and a half to gradually master all intermediate techniques. In comparison, I feel utterly defeated." Lu Su sighed deeply. "Some individuals exist in this world solely to remind me of my own inadequacies." Once SY finished his demonstration, the two approached him. "Captain, you haven't already mastered all the intermediate techniques, have you?" Lu Su inquired curiously. SY furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Not yet. One technique, manipulation, remains." and it poses considerable difficulty. I anticipate needing at least another day to master it. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Is this even humanly possible? Another day to master it. And you consider that considerable difficulty? Yet, recalling SY's speed in learning the other techniques, they found his assertion strangely reasonable. I plan to rest now. What about you two? SY asked. We'll practice a bit longer, they replied. All right, I will take my leave then. After SY departed, the two returned to their mats. In truth, they were quite fatigued. On any other day, they would have already retreated to their rooms for rest, especially Lu Suen, who had previously practiced intermittently. However, under SY's exemplary influence, they had both become more diligent. Though their talents had been utterly diminished, they resolved not to fall short in effort. They exchanged a decisive glance, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. They persevered into the late hours of the night until they could endure no longer. Yet, early the next morning, they rose with renewed vigor. As if invigorated by a surge of energy, they began practicing at 6 o'clock, but by noon, SY had yet to make an appearance. What is going on with the captain? Has he become complacent? Indeed, during lunch, we must persuade him not to waste time. Thus, at the dining table, Ying boldly inquired, Captain, why did you not come to the training room this morning? SY responded with a smile. Oh, that's because I trained all day yesterday. As the saying goes, thoughts by day lead to dreams by night. Even in my dreams, I contemplated practicing techniques. Consequently, upon waking, I discovered that I had learned manipulation in my dream. So, I spent the morning organizing my insights from the dream, alongside reviewing what I had learned over the past few days. I will head to the training room this afternoon. The two were taken aback. What kind of nonsense is this? Practicing techniques in a dream? And you mastered manipulation in your sleep? You, Lu Suen stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Suddenly, she leaped to her feet. Forget this meal. I must return to training. Ying echoed her sentiments. I can no longer eat. I must return to training. As they departed, Ing found himself pondering the meaning of life. What? Is my cooking not to your liking? After the meal, Ing approached SY. Captain, I would like to request a few days off. During my absence, you all can manage with takeout. SY nodded and promptly granted his request. By the way, what do you need the time off for? As the leader, he felt it his duty to understand the movements of each team member. Ing scratched his head. I plan to undertake the transfer mission tomorrow. I am unsure how long the task will take, hence the request for additional days off. SY nodded. I also intend to accept the transfer mission tomorrow. Why not wait for me, and we can go together? The repaired Ing sword will be ready for collection tomorrow. I have ample time this afternoon to learn skills, so there is no need to delay further. Ing agreed. That sounds good. However, we are not of the same type of trial takers, so even if we accept tasks at the same time, we may not encounter each other. Chapter 39. The Ing sword. In the afternoon, SY arrived at the training room to begin practicing the sword domain. Releasing skills essentially involves allowing the source energy within to flow along a predetermined path. When certain conditions are met, one can naturally harness skills. The higher the level of the skill, the more prerequisites are required. For instance, the skill Jianyu necessitates a full 8 distinct intermediate techniques to be executed. However, for Su Yi, who has mastered all 15 techniques, this poses no challenge. Throughout the afternoon, Su Yi sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, diligently guiding the flow of source energy within him. The difficulties in mastering skills lie in two aspects: the speed of the source energy circulation within the body and the precision of its operation. A mere fraction of deviation in either aspect can hinder the successful release of a skill. Finally, as dusk approached, Su Yi abruptly opened his eyes. He then picked up the wooden sword before him and made a gentle slash. Although no energy was released, an ear-piercing sound of friction erupted from a doll not far from Su Yi. Success! Su Yi exhaled a breath of relief. However, the process of skill release was still not quite proficient. Further practice was required. What was happening? The sound emanating from the doll captured the attention of the other two individuals present. That sound seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Could it be a ghost? Luo Xian instinctively glanced at Su Yi. Captain, was that you? Su Yi nodded. Yes, I was just practicing a skill. The two nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comments. At this point, whatever Su Yi conjured no longer surprised them. Su Yi stroked his chin, reflecting. If I consider myself as the center, I can now project a circle with a radius of 10 meters. I can simultaneously inflict damage on all adversaries within that range. The size of this area depends on the abundance of source energy within me, meaning that as my level increases, the range will expand. Su Yi pondered. This skill should possess even more potential for development. He closed his eyes once more, operating the skill while sensing the flow of source energy, and a transparent barrier began to unfold. What if I change the shape of the barrier? Through mental focus, Su Yi envisioned the barrier as an ellipse. To his astonishment, he succeeded. He elongated the ellipse further. Thus, the barrier transformed into a linear extension emanating from Su Yi in a particular direction. Su Yi opened his eyes again and wielded the wooden sword. The doll erupted with the sound of a slash once more. However, unlike the last time, this doll was at least 40 meters away from Su Yi. He nodded, satisfied with his experiment. This meant that Jian Yu had two forms. The first was a circular area of effect damage with a radius of 10 meters, while the second was linear damage, extending up to 50 meters. Su Yi couldn't help but think that he could even become a professional assassin, delivering a strike from 50 meters away. Who could guess that it was his hand that moved? Truly a formidable skill, Su Yi mused. However, this skill also had its drawbacks. It consumed considerable energy. The second form was manageable, usable over 100 times without issue. The first form, however, could only be sustained for a minute before exhaustion set in. The following day, he called upon Zhang Sheng. The two entered different lower realms and agreed to undertake their class transfer tasks simultaneously. Upon entering the Shenming world and arriving at the temple, Su Yi first visited the trading street. Considering that Guang Xiaoyu might not have sufficient stamina, he decided to procure a supply of potions beforehand. Only then did he make his way to the weapon shop. As soon as Su Yi stepped inside, the shopkeeper approached him. "You must be Mr. Su Yi?" Su Yi nodded. "Yes, that's me. Our owner has been waiting for you. He asked you to go directly to the small room to find him." "Okay, understood. Thank you." Upon entering the small room, he found Su Juanshi engaged in blacksmithing. Su Yi couldn't help but admire his diligence. Every time he visited, Su Juanshi was hard at work. "Uncle Su," Su Yi greeted, and Su Juanshi finally noticed his presence. "Ah, Xiaoyi, you've come. Your sword is ready. It's over on that table." Su Juanshi gestured to a corner of the room where a delicate long wooden box lay. His eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. "Haha, Xiaoyi. I've been forging iron for nearly 10 years and have crafted over 10,000 pieces of equipment. The quality of your sword ranks among the top 3 out of all those pieces." He continued, "I must thank you. I've been stuck at level 39 for a year, but while helping you with the sword, I suddenly gained insight and managed to break through." Hearing this, Su Yi clasped his hands together in congratulations. "Congratulations, Uncle Su." Filled with anticipation, Su Yi approached the table and lifted the lid of the wooden box. A sword with a pale purple blade, approximately 1 meter long, was revealed before him. He swallowed hard, akin to the reaction one might have upon seeing a beautiful woman. What a stunning sword. Unable to resist, he reached out to grasp the hilt, instantly experiencing a tingling sensation coursing through his body. At that moment, Su Juanshi explained from the side, "The inherent quality of this sword is exceptional. I am unsure why it was diminished to its previous state. I incorporated over 5 high-grade materials to restore it as best as I could. The sword's quality now exceeds my previous estimates, reaching the high grade. Moreover, I sense that this is not its ultimate limit. However, my skills are limited. Should you encounter a more skilled blacksmith in the future, you might consider having them examine your sword. Additionally, this sword possesses inherent lightning attributes, allowing you to channel its electric power through source energy, even if you lack the attribute yourself." Su Yi nodded. "I see. No wonder I feel as if I've been electrified. Is the current level not the limit of the PLLNGW, Ingjian, to upgrade it further? I suppose I must wait until I ascend to the upper realm. Would you care to test its might?" Su Jun smiled, waving his hand, and several alloy puppets instantly appeared in the room. These puppets were identical to those from the Shi NGHQ office. Su Yi nodded, gripping the sword as he lunged toward one of them. In the next moment, he was astonished. It felt as if he were piercing through tofu. The sword effortlessly penetrating the puppet. How sharp! He then attempted to unleash a wave of sword energy. A pale blue ripple emanated from the sword's tip, spreading outward like a gentle breeze. The 4 puppets before Su Yi were simultaneously severed, their cut surfaces so smooth they could serve as mirrors. "Excellent." Su Jun nodded, seemingly pleased with his creation. Su Yi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. With the enhancement of the PLLNGW, Ingjian, his strength had at least tripled compared to before. Chapter 40, The Crystal Ball. After leaving the weapon shop, Su Yi meticulously timed his arrival at the temple. This was, after all, his first visit to the temple. From the outside, it resembled a small castle. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand hall. His objective lay at the far end of the hall, atop a pedestal, the crystal ball. The process of accepting a quest involved placing one's hand on the crystal ball. The temple would automatically assess the potential of the trial taker and assign a task accordingly. Subsequently, the trial taker would be transported into various instances or scenarios. There was only one crystal ball, which posed a problem, the necessity of queuing. Su Yi glanced at the time reflected in the crystal ball. He had 2 minutes until the appointed hour. In front of him stood 3 individuals, so he would make it in time. As luck would have it, one of the people ahead was someone he recognized. "Su Yi?" Ma Haoyan turned in surprise, fixing his gaze on Su Yi. A girl standing in front of him also exclaimed, then looked at Su Yi as well. Oh, it's Hao Yin. Su Yi responded politely. Ma Hao Yin was a genuinely good person. When he first entered the Shinming world, knowing of Su Ye's financial struggles, he had orchestrated a wager to earn himself some gold. Are you here to accept a quest as well? Your leveling speed is quite impressive, Ma Hao Yin remarked, somewhat begrudgingly, feeling that Su Yi was somewhat insufferable. For a moment, he could not discern if his second statement was sincere or sarcastic. Nevertheless, he replied, it's not me, it's my cousin. I'm just accompanying her. With that, the girl in front extended her hand. Hello, I'm Ma Wei. Ma Wei, like Ma Hao Yin, had a square face, though it was evident she wished to use bangs to cover her forehead. Hello. Su Yi nodded. He thought to himself that it made sense for Ma Hao Yin, as a scion of his family, to be so eager to accept a quest. Individuals of his ilk often sought ways to enhance their professional potential. Thank you for earlier. You helped to teach Hao Yin a lesson, letting him know that there are always those better than oneself. Although Ma Hao Yin had lost 1,000 gold to him, Ma Wei's demeanor was unexpectedly amiable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ma Wei suddenly inquired, Su Yi, have you joined the YLWI? Indeed. You reached level 10 in less than 2 days. Why are you so eager to accept quests? Shouldn't you take some time to consolidate your experience? Su Yi understood her concern, but simply stated, I am already prepared. Ma Wei shrugged. She thought of Su Yi as a wild talent and wished to offer him a gentle reminder, hoping to foster goodwill. However, as he had already made up his mind, she would not press further. Everyone is their own primary responsibility. If Su Yi was willing to squander his potential, that was his own affair. All right then. I wish you great success in your class transition task. Thank you, and I wish you the same. At that moment, the crystal ball at the forefront suddenly flashed with golden light. This was a phenomenon that occurred when a trial taker was being transported away. Next, it would be Ma Wei's turn. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and placed her hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, a surge of light erupted from the ball and flowed into her body. This indicated that the temple was assessing her potential and selecting an appropriate task. Ma Hao Yin nudged Su Ye's shoulder. Are you really not going to reconsider? To be honest, after losing to you, I felt somewhat disgruntled and wished to surpass you in the future. But I want to defeat the version of you that fully realizes your potential. Now that you are in YLWI, you must know how to enhance your potential, right? Learning 3 intermediate skills is quite challenging. But I believe if you invest time in training, you can conquer the level 10 hell instance. Su Yi smiled. Thank you for your concern, but I am truly ready. Ma Hao Yin raised his hands in surrender. All right. Meanwhile, he silently grumbled to himself. What can you possibly prepare in just a few days? Approximately a minute later, the light that had flowed from the crystal ball into Ma Wei returned to the ball. It seemed she had been thoroughly assessed by the temple. In the next instant, a dazzling light filled the crystal ball and Ma Wei vanished without a trace. Wow, that girl has tremendous potential. Nearby onlookers gasped in astonishment. With such a brilliant light, she must be able to obtain at least a 7-star profession. Someone responded, I know her. She is Ma Wei from the Ma family in Waizu City. She must have entered on the very first day of our current generation. Oh, so she is a member of a prominent family. No wonder she is so formidable. It is widely known that after the crystal ball completes its assessment of a trial taker, a radiant light erupted, transporting the trial taker away. The intensity of this luminescence was directly correlated to the potential of the trial taker. The brighter the light, the stronger the potential deemed by the temple, indicating a greater capacity to undertake more challenging tasks. Naturally, upon completion of such tasks, the rewards and professional potential would also be significantly elevated. When Su Yi arrived, 3 individuals stood before him in line. The first person's burst of light merely occupied a third of the crystal ball, whereas Ma Wei's brilliance completely filled it. Feeling the astonishment, envy, and admiration of those around her, Ma Hao Yin involuntarily puffed out his chest, reveling in the glory of the Ma family's prodigy. He thought to himself that when he returned to claim a task, he would ensure that everyone admired him just as they did Ma Wei. When it was Su Ye's turn, he stepped past Ma Hao Yin and approached the crystal ball, placing his hand upon it. Immediately, he felt a chilling aura emanating from his hand, spreading throughout his body. Behind him, Ma Hao Yin took a few steps back to allow others space. Initially intending to leave after seeing off his cousin, he hesitated and chose to stay, curious about the extent of light Su Yi could produce. A minute passed rapidly, and it was time for revelation. Ma Hao Yin fixed his gaze intently upon the crystal ball before Su Yi. It shone. A blinding white light erupted from the center of the crystal ball, surging outward in all directions. In an instant, it filled the crystal ball and began to overflow. Within a heartbeat, the entire hall appeared as if illuminated by an additional sun, compelling all to close their eyes. But that was not the end. With a resounding boom, the crystal ball shattered. Su Yi, bewildered, stared at his hand, the last thought before being transported away being, what just happened? Did that crystal ball just explode? Am I going to be held liable? and then he vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the spectators in the hall were left in a daze. Upon opening their eyes, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. Who am I? Where am I? Why did it suddenly become so bright? Where's the crystal ball? The only one still moving was Ma Hao-yin, who clutched his eyes, rolling on the ground in despair. Ah, my eyes. Am I blind? Chapter 41. The Tiger Head Tribe. When Suyi opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar space, resembling the vastness of the cosmic night sky. Remarkably, he was suspended in midair. Looking around, he noticed many others, like himself, floating at varying distances. Among them was Ma Wei. At that moment, a luminous screen appeared before Suyi, matching trial takers for the job transition task. Estimated remaining time, 3 minutes. Suyi raised an eyebrow, understanding. They needed to gather a sufficient number of participants to embark on the task, it seemed. So he would wait. The 3 minutes passed swiftly. Finally, a mechanical voice signaled a successful match in Suyi's ear. Suddenly feeling a bit disoriented, he blinked and found himself in a brand new world. Before him lay an open space, in the center of which stood a towering 10-meter column, crowned with a menacing tiger head, including himself. There appeared to be around 50 individuals in this space, all presumably trial takers based on their attire. Surrounding the open area were dilapidated houses, and in front of many, rugged individuals clad in animal hides scrutinized them. At that moment, another luminous screen materialized before Suyi. Welcome to the Tiger Totem Tribe. You are about to undertake a job transition task. Background description. The Tiger Totem Tribe is currently facing an invasion of beasts, and as a member of the tribe, it is your duty to assist in overcoming this crisis. Task description. Help the Tiger Totem Tribe repel the beast tide for a 1-star rating. Ensure that fewer than 10 indigenous tribe members perish for an additional star. Discover the cause of the beast tide invasion for yet another star. As Suyi read through the task information, other trial takers who had been transported also examined their own tasks. A bespectacled man exclaimed in surprise, seemingly communicating with a companion who had entered alongside him. Old Wang, my task is to survive for 8 hours to earn 1 star, survive a day for 2 stars, and 3 days for 3 stars. This task seems quite perilous. What about yours? The person referred to as Old Wang responded with a wry smile. My task is far more challenging. I need to kill at least 10 beasts when the tide arrives to earn 1 star, and for 3 stars, I must slay 100. Suyi listened intently from nearby. It appeared that everyone's tasks were different, and his own was likely the most arduous among them. Group leader, well, it seems inappropriate to address you that way here. I shall call you Yigo. A familiar voice suddenly called from behind. It was Zhang Sheng, confirming that they had indeed been assigned to the same task. Standing together, Zhang Sheng shared the details of his task. My assignment is to provide logistical support by preparing at least 100 delicious dishes from the beast's meat. The quality of the dishes will be judged by those who consume them. Yigo, what is your task? How can I assist you? Suyi only shared the first requirement of his task. Zhang Sheng appeared somewhat astonished. That sounds quite difficult. However, Yigo, it is only fitting that your task is challenging. Others around them were also sharing their tasks, which typically involved survival or eliminating a certain number of beasts, contrasting distinctly with the complexity of Su Ye's assignment. At that moment, Zhang Sheng pointed towards the edge of the crowd, where a small boy stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness. Yigo, I surmise that in terms of task difficulty, only that individual over there can be compared to you. If the opportunity arises, you may contact him and collaborate. Su Yi inquired with curiosity. Oh, Zhang Sheng discreetly introduced. That individual is named Wang Yiming, a member of the largest family in Tianxi City, the Wang clan. The Wang family operates a swordsmanship dojo in Tianxi City. And prior to being selected as a trial participant, Wang Yiming already possessed the prowess to dominate the dojo. His talent is exceptionally formidable. He hails from the same realm as I, and it has been less than half a month since we entered the Shunming world. Do you require my assistance in facilitating an introduction? I am quite acquainted with him. Su Yi shook his head. Not for the time being. I appreciate your kind offer. Compared to the genius I met on my first encounter, he places greater trust in the sword in his hand. Very well, Zhang Sheng shrugged. Subsequently, he introduced Su Yi to several individuals he was familiar with or knew some information about. As Su Yi followed Zhang Sheng's gestures, he noticed Ma Wei was also present. Ma Wei recognized Su Yi as well. However, the two did not approach for conversation. They merely exchanged polite nods as a form of greeting. Suddenly, 2 resounding claps echoed from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound. It was a robust man clad in a tiger-striped tunic and shorts, with dark skin and graying hair. Behind him followed several others dressed similarly, though none were as robust as the foremost individual. Is the plot about to unfold? Su Yi mused silently. As they drew closer, the man began to speak. Young warriors of the Hu Tu Tong tribe, according to the prophecy of the Grand Priest, a beast tide is imminent. The tribe needs you. Support personnel shall remain in place, as the Grand Priest will soon direct you to fulfill your respective duties. Combat personnel, follow me. With that, he turned and strode forward, waving to the group behind him. Immediately, some among the 50-member team chose to follow. Su Yi bid farewell to Zhang Sheng and joined the combat team. As they advanced, he gleaned information about the man's identity through conversations among the tribe members. He was none other than the tribe leader, Hu Tai. Notably, their attire starkly contrasted with that of the other tribe's people, yet the latter seemed oblivious, possibly a result of the Shun Meng world forcibly distorting their will. Finally, they arrived. Behind the tribe lay a water source, relatively safe, while ahead stretched a plain, densely lined with sharpened tree trunks embedded in the ground, serving as a protective barrier. When the beast tide arrives, our Hutu Tong tribe will establish 2 defensive lines. The first line, formed by myself and the old hunters of the tribe, will pin the main force of the beast tide at the front. To enhance efficiency, we will allow some weaker beasts to breach the line. This task will require you to form the second line of defense to counter them, Hu Tai instructed. After offering a few words of encouragement, he continued onward. Ahead, 1,000 strong men had already gathered, each wielding rough yet imposing weapons. Upon seeing them, Su Ye's heart sank. Goodness, so many? Chapter 42, The Herd of Rhinos. To attain 3 stars, Su Yi must meet all task conditions. One stipulation is that the death toll within the Hutu Tong tribe must be fewer than 10. The greater the number of Hutu Tong tribespeople, the more challenging this task becomes. Su Ye's expression darkened as he contemplated. I cannot place my hopes solely on the strength of the tribal warriors. I need to penetrate the first defensive line to seize the initiative. However, there is no rush. I shall observe the situation once the beast tide descends before taking action. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke loudly. Friends, are you interested in forming an alliance? Our tasks may differ, yet I believe our overarching direction is aligned. Fighting alone cannot compare to collaborative efforts. Everyone turned their attention to the speaker. Some remarked, it sounds like a good idea, but if we form an alliance, whose command shall we follow? The speaker introduced himself. I am Wang Shi, having entered the Shun Meng world for 29 days. I am willing to temporarily assume the role of alliance leader. Should a trial participant with greater vision and strength emerge during this process, I am prepared to step aside. Wang Shi spoke at length, gradually drawing people toward his position. My task is merely to survive, and integrating into the larger group will undoubtedly simplify my mission. There is comfort in numbers. This Wang Shi exhibits courage. I anticipated someone would take such initiative, and he was the first to step forward, so I shall follow him. Before long, more than 30 trial participants had gathered around Wang Shi. Ma Wei was among them. Excluding the logistics trial participants who were not present, only 5 individuals remained who had not joined Wang Shi's alliance. Wang Shi first approached Wang Yiming, who was lost in thought. Cousin, will you not join the alliance I am forming? They share the same surname, indicating a familial connection. Wang Yiming replied coldly, lone beasts roam alone. Only sheep and cattle herd together. Wang Shi, his cousin, is 15 years old, in the midst of his rebellious phase. Yet he indeed possesses the strength to back his words. Very well, then proceed alone, but be cautious. Understood. Wang Shi then approached several other lone wolves, inquiring similarly. One was indeed persuaded. Lastly, he arrived at Su Ye's side. Little brother, do you have concerns about not joining the alliance? Wang Shi inquired with a cheerful demeanor. He is now 25 years old, and is entirely deserving of being addressed as Su Yi. Su Yi remarked, I prefer to act alone. Wang Shi attempted to persuade him for a while, but Su Yi reiterated his stance, leading Wang Shi to abandon his efforts. He simply stated, you are always welcome to join, before departing. For Su Yi, the first line of defense was where he intended to be, and he had no intention of joining the alliance here. In the crowd, Ma Wei scrutinized Su Yi, her eyes filled with surprise. Acting alone, she pondered, recalling the time Su Yi had entered the Shun Meng world, filled with curiosity. Does this fellow truly possess some hidden confidence? Suddenly, a dull thudding sound echoed from afar. The beast tide had arrived. At the edge of the plain, a dark line emerged. As it drew closer, it became clear that it was a herd of creatures resembling rhinoceroses, charging towards them in droves. While others remained relatively calm, Su Yi immediately tensed up. He swiftly drew his sword, gripping it firmly. Should the first line of defense falter, he knew he must rush to their aid at once. In the crowd, someone noticed Su Ye's actions and couldn't help but chuckle. That guy's a bit jumpy, isn't he? The beasts are still quite far away. Isn't he being overly anxious? Yet another voice chimed in. That sword he wields looks quite exquisite. I wonder what grade of weapon it is. It appears quite refined, at least a grade or 2. Someone else speculated. Perhaps it's borrowed from a member of the Yellow Way or some prominent family. No wonder he dares to act as a lone wolf. Up ahead, the herd of rhinoceroses finally approached the first line of defense. The tribal warriors had long been prepared, immediately forming battle formations. The warriors at the forefront raised their weapons. swinging them forward as a multitude of energy waves erupted, shooting forth in vibrant colors. These tribal warriors can also use source energy to attack? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Dozens of energy arrows struck the rhinoceroses, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Several rhinoceroses were hit, their bodies instantly marred by horrific wounds, some even suffering shattered skulls. Yet the herd pressed on, undeterred by the fallen, trampling over those who survived. After a round of attacks, Hutai shouted, "Switch." Immediately, a second row of prepared warriors stepped forward, exchanging positions with the first row, unleashing a similar barrage of attacks. The rhinoceros herd suffered further losses. After several rounds of assault, over 1,000 rhinoceroses had perished or been injured before even making contact with humanity. Suyi gradually relaxed his grip on the sword. It was clear that the well-trained tribal warriors could easily dispatch the herd. As he had anticipated, only a fraction of the original number of rhinoceroses remained when they finally crashed into the warriors' ranks. Moreover, it was evident that even in a one-on-one confrontation, a rhinoceros would be no match for any tribal warrior. These tribal warriors are incredibly formidable, someone in the crowd exclaimed. It seems this mission will be completed with ease. We merely need to provide support. However, at that moment, Hutai spoke up again. Let the rhinoceros herd advance to the second line of defense. It's time for the younger warriors to stretch their legs. The warriors immediately dispersed, while the herd continued to charge forward towards Su Ye's position. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What a breach of martial ethics. The trial participants who had just commented on how simple the task seemed felt the urge to slap themselves. Quick, as I instructed earlier. Form teams of 3. Wang Shi commanded. Having formed an alliance, he had gained a rough understanding of each individual's strength and capabilities, subsequently organizing everyone into various small teams. Tension filled the air. Despite the reduction in numbers, the sight of over 100 charging rhinoceroses was still terrifying. Boom. They were upon them. The Wang Shi alliance, being numerous, attracted the most firepower, while the lone warriors each had to confront at least 3 rhinoceroses. Suyi assessed the 3 rhinoceroses charging towards him and estimated their strength to be equivalent to ordinary monsters found in a level 7 hell dungeon. He couldn't be bothered to use sword energy. Instead, as the 3 rhinoceroses simultaneously attacked, he casually swung his sword, carving a graceful arc. In an instant, he cleaved them into 2 pieces each. The 6 sizable chunks of rhinoceros meat tumbled to the ground behind him, thudding heavily upon impact. Chapter 43, Hu Xian Quan. What a sharp sword. Suyi heard a voice of admiration from behind and turned to see a pair of gleaming eyes. It was Wang Yiming. Before Wang Yiming stood 3 rhinoceros carcasses, though their demise appeared far more gruesome than those Suyi had dispatched, seemingly bludgeoned to death. When Suyi glanced at the weapon in Wang Yiming's hand, he couldn't help but pause. Wow, what a massive sword. Wang Yiming wielded a great sword. Gripping it in his right hand with the blade resting against the ground, it was easily over 2 meters long. Moreover, the sword was exceptionally wide, broader than 2 palms combined. This person possesses tremendous strength. Apart from the 2 of them, others were still engaged in battle with the rhinoceroses. At that moment, Wang Yiming approached Suyi. You are quite impressive, Suyi remarked. You are not lacking either, Wang Yiming replied, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Interested in a duel? Not right now. Perhaps after we both complete our class changes, we can have a match? Suyi assessed Wang Yiming, thinking that this young man was rather commendable. Aware that the impending battle would deplete the stamina of both participants, they agreed to convene after the task's completion. Faced with the challenge, how could one possibly refuse? Very well, Suyi acquiesced. It is settled then, Wang Yiming declared, turning on his heel and departing with commendable decisiveness. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly glanced back. By the way, should you require my assistance during the mission, do not hesitate to ask. Suyi responded affirmatively. You too, Wang Yiming replied with a confident smile. Fear not, I shall not find myself in such a predicament. Suyi shrugged, finding Wang Yiming to be quite impressive, forthright, and self-assured. Approximately 3 minutes later, the remaining members of the group had also dispatched the rhinoceri. The strength of the rhinoceri was not particularly formidable for these level 10 challengers. Aside from a few who sustained injuries due to miscalculations, there were no fatalities. Phew. It is finally over. That was quite exhausting, one young man remarked, leaning on his staff. Fortunately, we acted as a team, otherwise we would not have traversed this initial hurdle so effortlessly. I suspect this beast tide is merely the first wave, with the rhinoceri serving as a mere appetizer. A nearby individual rolled their eyes. Is that not obvious to anyone? Some glanced towards a few lone wolves maintaining their distance from the group. No wonder they dare to walk alone. Each one is a master. While engaged in battle, the group occasionally cast glances towards others, and the distinctive few attracted considerable attention. Their speed in eliminating the rhinoceri was markedly superior to that of the team. Particularly, Wang Yiming and Suyi, who effortlessly dispatched 3 rhinoceri in an instant. Wang Shi, who had previously attempted to recruit Su Yi, observed him and gasped in disbelief. I misjudged him. He had assumed Su Yi was merely a pretentious youth. But it turned out he possessed genuine prowess. Wang Shi also dealt with the rhinoceri swiftly, having witnessed his cousin approach Su Yi to arrange a time for their duel. It was already a remarkable achievement to pique the interest of his cousin, considering there were over 100 individuals in the Wang family under 30. Yet, fewer than 3 had managed to capture Wang Yiming's attention, and now he found himself intrigued by Su Yi, whom he had just met. Meanwhile, Ma Wei stared in bewilderment at the rhinoceri effortlessly slain by Su Yi. Little brother, what is the matter with you? Did you not just enter the Shinmeng world a few days ago? How are you so formidable? She had not witnessed Su Yi in action, but had overheard discussions claiming he had killed 3 rhinoceri with a single strike. If she were to face 3 rhinoceri alone, could she manage it? The answer was affirmative. Yet she would certainly not accomplish it with the same ease as Su Yi. She suddenly contemplated whether she ought to be more enthusiastic towards him. Strong individuals are always celebrated, no matter the setting. Following the battle, several individuals approached Su Yi, eager to forge connections, to which he responded with polite acknowledgement. At that moment, the tribe leader, Hu Tai, returned and proclaimed, "Young warriors, you have performed admirably." His gaze lingered momentarily on Su Yi and Wang Yiming. After a pause, he continued, "In order to facilitate your rapid growth, I have conferred with the high priest and decided to offer 3 slots to enter the Huxin Spring. The rhinoceri were merely an appetizer. We will soon face a more ferocious invasion. The top 3 warriors exhibiting exceptional performance today will be awarded these slots." Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement. Oh, this task comes with additional rewards? However, the number of slots seemed rather limited. By the way, what is this Huxin Spring? One person raised their hand to voice the collective curiosity. Hu Tai replied with irritation, "You youngsters, how can you not be familiar with the foundation of our Huchuoding tribe? Once this beast tide concludes, I shall certainly punish you to transcribe the tribe's history 10 times. The questioner appeared innocent. As an outsider, how would I know? Despite his rebuke, Hu Tai proceeded to explain the nature of Huxin Spring. Huxin Spring is the holy water bestowed upon us by the tiger totem deity. Soaking in it allows one to absorb the energy within the spring, enhancing physical strength. With a bit of luck, one may even attain the totemic awakening." He remarked, "Oh, I suppose you do not know what totemic awakening is either. I shall punish you to transcribe the tribe's history 100 times. With that, Hu Tai raised a hand. The so-called awakening is the process of acquiring spiritual techniques. For instance, my ability allows me to manipulate flames. As he spoke, a small flame ignited in his palm. Each individual's spiritual technique varies. Some, upon acquiring their techniques, can unleash greater destructive power with their weapons, while others, like myself, can control certain elements. At this point, the group thoroughly grasped the explanation. Essentially, it was akin to the talents possessed by the challengers, albeit under a different name. We have already awakened our talents. Hence, it is impossible for us to trigger the awakening, but enhancing our physical strength is indeed quite beneficial. We must strive for it. Strive for what? There are only 3 slots. We lack the strength. Hiss, I find your reasoning quite compelling. Most individuals prudently chose to forego the opportunity. Yet a significant number ignited their fighting spirit. 3 slots, after all, what if? Su Yi pondered, stroking his chin. What would occur if someone who had already awakened their talent triggered the awakening? Is there a possibility of acquiring an additional talent? Or could the original talent be enhanced? Previously, he had heard Sun Qing mention that talents could indeed undergo further evolution. Regardless, it was worth attempting. Shaking his head, he resolved to secure a slot first. Chapter 44. Breaching the first line of defense after the announcement, Hu Tai surveyed the crowd. Are there any questions? At this moment, Su Yi spoke up. I have a question. Hu Tai turned his attention toward him. Oh. The others also looked at Su Yi with curiosity. Su Yi inquired, "May I enter the first line of defense?" Hu Tai did not respond immediately. Instead, he observed Su Yi for a moment. The rest were taken aback by Su Yi's question, and after a brief silence, they began to engage in fervent discussion. A bald man slapped his thigh with frustration. "Ah, this Zijianku is too astute. As soon as the tribe leader mentions evaluating our performance and selecting 3 candidates, he jumps into request entry into the first line of defense. Why didn't I think of that? Making a presence in front of the leader is indeed a form of good performance." Zijianku was the nickname the crowd had given to Su Yi. Someone beside him urged, "There are 3 spots in total. You can still make your request to the leader now." The bald man chuckled. "No way. The first line of defense is too perilous. To show off, one must possess the requisite strength." The crowd retorted, "Then why speak at all?" In truth, Su Yi hadn't given it much thought. His sole intention was to obtain the tribe leader's permission to proceed to the first line of defense for the sake of his own mission. Nonetheless, his request indeed sparked inspiration among the others. Wang Yiming also stepped forward. Leader, I too wish to go to the first line of defense. Following him, several others who were confident in their abilities expressed their interest. Me too. Count me in. Adding one more. Hu Tai nodded. It pleases me greatly to see such courage among you warriors. However, as I mentioned earlier, the rhinoceros we just faced was merely the weakest vanguard of the beast tide. According to the High Priest's prophecy, we must confront at least 40 waves of beastly assaults this time. While courage is commendable, lacking corresponding strength will merely lead to one's own demise. Hu Tai pointed at Su Yi and Wang Yiming. You two will accompany me. The remaining warriors were left behind, with the warning that any independent action without my command would be considered a violation of tribal rules. With that, Hu Tai turned and headed back. Su Yi and Wang Yiming followed closely, leaving the others feeling rather awkward, their faces darkening. Hu Tai's implication was clear. Their strength was inadequate, and they were overestimating themselves. How infuriating. The crowd gazed enviously at the receding figures of Su Yi and Wang Yiming. Clearly, 2 of the 3 spots had already been claimed. Ma Wei self-deprecatingly smiled. It seems I truly misjudged this time. After pondering for a moment, she cursed internally. It's all Hao Tian's fault. Why didn't you mention how formidable Su Yi is? Meanwhile, Hu Tai led the 2 forward while posing a question. Have you both mastered the technique of externalizing your spiritual energy? Externalizing spiritual energy? Su Yi speculated that it referred to the source energy within the bodies of the trial participants. He replied, I have mastered it. Wang Yiming nodded in agreement. Hu Tai stated, very well. The warriors in the first line of defense are arranged in 10 rows. I will assign you to the last row. When I command you to initiate the attack, you will externalize your spiritual energy alongside the other warriors in the 10th row. Understood, Wang Yiming replied, intrigued. Leader, can we resolve battles solely by relying on externalized spiritual energy? Hu Tai chuckled, of course not. Externalizing spiritual energy is merely a means of long-range consumption. After we deplete a portion of the invading beasts, when they engage us, we will enter the close-quarters combat phase. This stage is the most arduous. As they spoke, the 3 arrived at the first line of defense. After arranging the 2, Hu Tai moved to the front row. The other warriors stood poised, showing no inclination to converse with the newcomers. They would simply wait. Approximately 3 minutes later, the ground began to tremble slightly. They're coming, Hu Tai stated gravely. Another minute passed before the enemy's appearance was revealed. Once more, it was a group of rhinoceroses, but this time their numbers had significantly increased. The process followed was identical to the previous encounter, long-range consumption, with each row taking turns. When it was Su Yi and Wang Yiming's turn, they simultaneously unleashed their prepared sword energy. To Su Ye's surprise, the form of Wang Yiming's sword energy differed from his own. Su Ye's was crescent-shaped, while Wang Yiming's resembled a shockwave. It seemed that the same technique, when wielded by different individuals, produced varied effects. Although this wave of rhinoceroses was more numerous, their quality had not improved, and for the formidable tribal warriors, they were as easy to dispatch as slicing through vegetables. Following Hu Tai's instructions, a small portion was held back for the warriors behind to deal with. Thus, the morning passed uneventfully. Finally, during the 15th beast invasion, the situation shifted. This time, alongside the rhinoceroses, a few hundred tigers led the charge. They appeared quite formidable. Su Yi estimated their strength to be at least comparable to that of ordinary monsters at level 10 in Hell's Dungeon. After the long-range consumption, it was evident that these tigers had not been significantly diminished. Their dodging and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the rhinoceroses. Warriors, the time has come to test your mettle. Hu Tai gestured grandly, and the original formation dispersed. The warriors surged forward to engage in battle with the tigers and rhinoceroses. Roar! A fierce tiger lunged at Su Yi, who swiftly evaded to the side. Then, with a flash of his sword, the tiger's head was severed. At Wang Yiming's location, he encountered a formidable tiger. However, unlike others, he did not shy away but instead wielded his colossal sword to confront the beast head-on. Just as Wang Yiming was contemplating a competition with Su Yi to see who could slay their foe more swiftly, he turned his head only to witness Su Yi severing the tiger's head. The words he had prepared vanished in an instant. After a few exchanges with the tiger, he seized an opportunity to strike, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved the creature in two. Wang Yiming mused to himself that Su Yi must be an agile combatant. Competing with him in the speed of killing was indeed unwise. He also noticed a hint of concern etched on Su Ye's face, leading him to speculate whether Su Yi was feeling overwhelmed, perhaps due to the exertion from previously unleashing his sword energy. At that moment, Su Yi indeed felt quite troubled. The battle had erupted into utter chaos, and he pondered how he could ensure that the death toll remained under 10. Reflecting on the situation, he realized he needed to take action. If he could bear more of the burden, the warriors of the tribe would experience less pressure. Thus, Su Yi dashed to the forefront of the group, brandishing his PLL-NGWing sword, and initiated a charge against the beasts. Wang Yiming thought to himself, Is he truly that fierce? Such valor did not go unnoticed by Hu Tai, who observed Su Ye's audacity with admiration. Other tribal warriors could not help but regard Su Yi with newfound respect, recalling that he was an orphan with no parents in the tribe. Upon reaching adulthood, he naturally became a warrior of the tribe. Wang Yiming scratched his head, puzzled by Su Ye's sudden boldness. At that moment, he felt a surge of determination. I cannot allow myself to fall behind, he resolved, and he too charged forward. Su Yi, noticing the addition of another figure nearby, nodded appreciatively. What a good-hearted lad, he thought. However, he was focused on completing his mission, while Wang Yiming seemed to have different motives. Regardless, he welcomed the assistance of a fellow trialist willing to share the burden. Their combat styles diverged significantly. Su Yi was light and graceful, effortlessly dispatching beasts with his sword as if it possessed a mind of its own, consistently striking at vital points. In contrast, Wang Yiming was brutish and forceful, eschewing finesse in favor of raw power. Together, their efforts alleviated some of the pressure on the warriors behind them. Chief, should we lend our assistance? Inquired one of the 3 vice chiefs of the tribe, glancing anxiously at the 2 warriors at the front. Hu Tai shook his head. Only through blood and fire can true warriors be forged. If they possess such courage, we must not intervene. However, keep a watchful eye. If they show signs of exhaustion, bring them back. Indeed, this wave of beasts was far more terrifying than any previous onslaught. The creatures seemed endless. After half an hour of relentless combat, the 2 had piled up several hills of corpses, yet the tide showed no signs of abating. Wang Yiming gasped for breath, utterly fatigued. In contrast, Su Yi appeared somewhat better off, though not by much. Throughout the fray, they had consumed multiple potions, yet fatigue was beginning to take its toll. Su Yi, should we retreat? Wang Yiming asked. Su Yi shook his head firmly. No retreat. Wang Yiming's lips twitched, and he laughed skyward to boost his spirits. All right, I shall not retreat either. At that moment, a burly man resembling a bear approached, casually dispatching several beasts with ease. Instantly, both warriors recognized him as one of the tribe's vice chiefs, Hu Xiong. Both of you are nearing exhaustion. Return to the rear and rest, Hu Xiong bellowed. You have both performed admirably and earned the respect of all the tribal warriors. By the way, it was the chief who sent me to summon you. Wang Yiming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, slaying a nearby rhinoceros before replying. Very well. If it is the chief's request, we shall return. He had long wanted to withdraw, but with Su Yi unwilling to leave, he felt reluctant to abandon him. Hu Xiong's arrival provided the perfect excuse. He expected Su Yi to follow suit, but was taken aback when Su Yi resolutely declared, I can hold on a bit longer. Wang Yiming thought to himself, has he truly lost his sanity in his quest to outdo me? Hu Xiong paused, then replied, all right, but be mindful of your limits. Thank you, Vice Chief. Su Yi replied. Following Hu Xiong, Wang Yiming began to retreat, casting a glare at Su Yi as he departed. This time, consider it your victory. The words left Su Yi utterly bewildered. What does he mean? We never competed. How is this a victory for me? He recalled that aside from agreeing to a duel with Wang Yiming after completing their mission, he had made no other commitments. Wang Yiming's expression darkened, feeling as though his heart had been pierced multiple times. He had exerted himself for half an hour competing against Su Yi, only to realize that Su Yi had been oblivious to the contest. It had all been a monologue in his own mind. Frustrated, Wang Yiming retreated to the rear. Su Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Wang Yiming's behavior. Just as Wang Yiming departed, Su Yi swiftly dispatched a few more monsters before turning his back to the others and discreetly summoning Light Xiaoyu from the visual blind spot. Light Xiaoyu, rescue me. Light Xiaoyu proved to be remarkably effective. As a beam of white light enveloped Su Yi, the weariness dissipated, and he felt invigorated once more. Light Xiaoyu was then promptly returned to the pet space. Guang Xiaoyu, once you have utilized me, will you cast me aside? Su Yi, you are capable of it. I have languished in the pet space, and at last, I emerged for a breath of fresh air, only to be hastily returned within moments. It is truly disheartening. Su Yi let out a sound of determination, launching himself into battle once more. Amidst the fray, he occasionally took the time to observe the unfolding scene behind him. During the intense skirmish that lasted half an hour, many of the formidable tribal warriors sustained injuries. However, they immediately returned to the tribe and would reappear moments later, their wounds entirely healed. This led Su Yi to speculate whether there existed some means of rapid healing within the tribe. Nevertheless, this very phenomenon prevented any loss of life thus far. At this juncture, Wang Yiming had retreated to the rear of the first defensive line. Yet he did not abandon his post. The pressure here was relatively lighter, allowing him to hold his ground. Most importantly, he was keenly interested in Su Yi's performance. He then observed that, after his departure, Su Yi transformed entirely, displaying a newfound ferocity. Wang Yiming was momentarily taken aback. What gives? Was my presence affecting your output? Why did I not witness such prowess before? It must be a momentary resurgence. Wang Yiming conjectured. Then, 10 minutes passed. Su Yi remained relentless. What on earth is going on? We are all level 10, yet how is his stamina so superior to mine? Could it be that Su Yi acquired a talent that enhances stamina during the newcomer trial? Wang Yiming's own talent significantly augmented his strength, which was why he wielded a heavy sword. Previously, he had suspected Su Yi possessed a talent for swordsmanship due to his graceful technique, but now, Su Ye's astonishing stamina led him to reconsider. Hu Tai was equally astonished by Su Ye's performance. He had not anticipated that Su Yi would endure for such an extended period. This little fellow is quite resilient. I am eager to see what he will acquire in Hu Xine Quan. Another 20 minutes elapsed, and Su Ye's stamina once again approached depletion. Wang Yiming, who had been closely monitoring him, was certain it was time for him to return. However, in the brief moment that Su Yi turned around, he astonishingly became invigorated once more. Wang Yiming, what on earth just happened? This fellow must be cheating. It was evident that the prairie was now strewn with corpses, the vibrant green grass stained crimson with blood. Nevertheless, thanks to the collective efforts of the warriors, they finally sensed a decline in the number of beasts. Chapter 46, Flesh. Hu Tai exclaimed, invigorated. Warriors, hold strong. Let us vanquish the remaining beasts. Today's beast wave shall come to an end. Upon hearing this, the morale of the warriors surged. However, Su Yi found himself perplexed. How did Hu Tai know this was the last wave of the day? In no time, the remaining beasts were eliminated, and it was time to return. Yet before heading back, there was the task of cleaning the battlefield. The slain beasts were trophies for the tribal warriors. Su Yi observed as the warriors employed their weapons to dismember the beasts, extracting a piece of meat from the chest cavity while discarding the rest. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what was so special about this particular piece of meat. However, since everyone was doing it, there must be a valid reason. Thus, he imitated their actions. The quality of the PLLNGWing sword was truly exceptional. Even after enduring such a prolonged battle, it displayed no signs of bending or damage. Remaining remarkably sharp, with minimal effort, he was able to separate the flesh from the bone of the beast. Su Yi extracted the piece of meat from the creature's chest cavity and squeezed it. It was quite elastic, and he could sense that this meat retained a semblance of vitality. If prepared as food, it would surely be delectable, he mused. Just then, Zhang Xing also appeared, and he planned to hand over the meat to him for processing upon their return to the tribe. The warriors, during close combat, left their unique marks on the slain beasts, ensuring that there would be no disputes over the ownership of the spoils afterward. As for the beasts killed from a distance, they would be uniformly processed and then evenly distributed among the warriors. Although Su Yi did not leave a special mark on the beasts he felled, those he had slain were still easily identifiable. The smoothest cuts on the carcasses were undoubtedly Su Ye's handiwork. As he was about to tend to his next beast, Hu Tai approached him and patted his shoulder. Su Yi, you have done well. However, your method of handling the beasts is rather ordinary. Haha, you must have been focusing your energy on training. Su Yi nodded, slightly taken aback. Indeed, he had not anticipated that the leader would notice. Hu Tai appeared to be in high spirits. Let me teach you once. Pay close attention. With that, Hu Tai took his axe and approached a rhinoceros, delivering a powerful blow to its back, then reached into the wound and pulled out a chunk of meat. Did you learn? I learned, Su Yi replied, nodding. Hu Tai then departed, needing to attend to his own spoils. Not far away, Wang Yiming observed Hu Tai instructing Su Yi and initially thought that Hu Tai would return to teach him as well. However, after waiting for a considerable time without any sign, he felt a twinge of sadness. Am I not a genius newcomer too? At that moment, he also advanced forward, and many of the beasts piled at the front were his trophies. The beasts he had slain were equally distinguishable. Those with severely crushed bodies were his masterpieces. As he approached Su Yi, he couldn't help but curiously inquire, Su Yi, is your talent related to stamina recovery? Su Yi chuckled. Have you ever heard the saying, do not casually inquire about others' talents? Wang Yiming pursed his lips. What is there that cannot be said? The talents of most individuals hold no hidden value. Moreover, one can deduce a trialist's abilities after observing just a few of their battles. When someone asks me, I respond directly, great talent, immense strength. Su Yi could not help but glance back at Wang Yiming. Great talent is indeed a rarity. According to Sun Qing, great talent is already a 1 in 100 phenomenon, while higher grades might not even be found in 1,000. Do tell me about yours. Wang Yiming pressed closer. Su Yi coldly declined. No. Wang Yiming grew more curious. How about this? I will give you all my spoils from today in exchange for your secret. Earlier, while behind the defense line, I had inquired with other tribal warriors about the beasts of this world. Due to their absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, these beasts grow a piece of spiritual flesh within them. This flesh is the essence of their being. Consuming it not only swiftly restores physical strength, but also subtly enhances one's physical constitution. Su Yi felt a twinge of temptation, yet he was not willing to trade his talent for mere spiritual flesh. Wang Yiming persisted for a while, but no amount of questioning yielded results. What will it take for you to tell me? Su Yi sighed. Wang Yiming was only 15 years old and had yet to undergo the voice-changing period. When he spoke incessantly, his voice chirped like a sparrow, utterly exasperating. Thus, Su Yi proposed, did we not agree to battle after the task? If you can defeat me, I shall reveal my talent. If you lose, you must never bring this up again in my presence. Deal. Wang Yiming declared joyfully as he departed. Su Yi chuckled softly at his retreating figure. Such an innocent lad. Does he truly believe he stands a chance of victory? Approximately 2 hours later, the crowd had fully processed the spoils. At this moment, Su Ye's backpack was brimming with spiritual flesh, estimated to be near 3,000 pieces. Among them, 50 were from tigers, while the remainder was from rhinoceroses. The spiritual flesh of the tiger, though smaller, exuded an energy at least tenfold that of the rhinoceros. When squeezed, the juice from this flesh even glimmered. Tiger Iron, with a grand gesture, commanded, return to the tribe. The warriors raised their arms in unison, cheering, and then formed groups to head back. Amidst the throng, Su Yi noticed that the warriors' attitudes towards him had warmed considerably since his arrival. Many would approach suddenly and strike their fists against his chest. Initially bewildered by this, Su Yi wondered if it was a provocation. Only after receiving several blows did he realize it was a ritual of acknowledgement within the tribe. Naturally, this custom was reserved for males, as striking a woman's chest would be deemed highly disrespectful. As he walked back, the second line of defense merged into the crowd. Under the guidance of other tribal warriors, they too had processed their spoils. With the battle concluded, everyone remained in a state of excitement. Haha. I collected 30 pieces of spiritual flesh. I envy you. I only managed 15. What? You all gathered so much. I only got 6. In the second line of defense, most had been organized into teams of 3 under Wang Shi's direction. However, the strength of each team varied, resulting in differing numbers of beasts confronted. Furthermore, the spoils obtained would be redistributed based on each team's contributions. Someone remarked, the first line of defense reaped the greatest rewards. There were hardly any beasts that made it to us. If only we could enter. I wonder how Wang Yiming and the Zhejiang fared? Chapter 47. Return to the tribe. Yiming, how was your harvest? Wang Shi approached Wang Yiming through the crowd. Due to the considerable distance between the two lines, the trialists from the second line had no visibility of the battles at the front. Wang Yiming appeared somewhat downcast. It was all right. Wang Shi furrowed his brow. What do you mean by all right? He probed further. How many beasts did you slay in total? Wang Yiming replied nonchalantly, about 600 or 700. I didn't count meticulously. Wang Shi was astonished. Truly impressive. You alone could rival the combined efforts of everyone in the second line. He patted Wang Yiming's shoulder with admiration. Yiming, you are simply remarkable. Wang Yiming let out a sigh and asked, am I really that impressive? Wang Shi was taken aback. Of course. Among all the trialists present, you are undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet, Wang Yiming countered, not quite, at least for now. I am not the strongest. Wang Shi paused at this statement. Wang Yiming continued, my performance today did not surpass Su Ye's. Su Yi? Wang Shi inquired, puzzled, then suddenly exclaimed, is he the Zhejiang who accompanied you to the first line? His performance was even better than yours? How is that possible? Wang Yiming replied. The truth is, he hunted at least 3 times as many beasts as I did. What? Wang Shi was taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Yi had also garnered the attention of several individuals eager to engage him in conversation. Ma Wei was among them. Su Yi, on behalf of Hao Yan, I apologize. If he has offended you in any way, please let me know, and I will reprimand him. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. I have no conflict with Hao Yan. He has not offended me. His words were sincere. The child Ma Hao Yan is truly remarkable. Upon entering the SHNMing world, he generously bestowed upon himself 1,000 gold coins. I am still in gratitude towards him, Ma Wei chuckled. That is splendid. She paused and continued. May we become friends? Su Yi nodded in agreement. Very well. Ma Wei then inquired. Would you be so kind as to share your task with me? Perhaps I might be of assistance to you. Our family, the M family, has numerous predecessors who have traversed worlds akin to ours. Their experiences could serve as valuable references. Su Yi contemplated briefly and disclosed his simplest task, which is to assist the HTTing tribe in completely repelling the beast tide. If I could obtain some useful intelligence, that would indeed be splendid. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this task, Ma Wei fell silent. Su Yi, intrigued, pressed further. Is there an issue with this task? Ma Wei shook her head. The difficulty of this task is somewhat absurdly high. I cannot tell if it is due to your misfortune or the immense potential you possess. Is it truly daunting? Ma Wei remarked. You must have perceived it today. The intensity of the beast tide escalates gradually. The further we progress, the stronger it becomes. Among my M family predecessors, 5 individuals have encountered similar transitioning worlds. However, the adversaries faced in each world differ. For instance, some became soldiers guarding the city gates, enduring continuous assaults from enemy forces. Others entered a world reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, confronting mutated beasts. Yet, these worlds share a commonality. Ultimately, they culminate in destruction. Predictably, this will also be the fate of the HTTing tribe. Suye's pupils constricted. Ma Wei continued, in my task, I merely need to assist the HTTing tribe in withstanding 10 assaults to complete it, even to achieve a 3-star rating. I only need to endure 40 assaults. I presume others are similarly situated. We are all merely participants in the world's progression. While your task is tantamount to altering the world's conclusion. Ma Wei's gaze towards Suyi grew increasingly complex. Should the transitioning task fail, the temple will significantly reduce the task's difficulty upon reassigning it. Simultaneously, the career potential gained after completing the task will also diminish markedly. She does not harbor belief in Suye's success. The power capable of annihilating an entire tribe cannot possibly be resisted by a mere trial taker who has yet to transition. What a pity, Ma Wei mused internally. Suyi naturally noticed the shift in Ma Wei's expression, one part admiration, one part regret, one part helplessness, and a staggering 91 parts sympathy. Suyi shrugged. One must try, after all. What if I succeed? Ma Wei nodded, clenching her fist. Yes, do your best. With that, she departed, presumably to seek Wang Yiming. Soon, the group returned to the tribe. Just as Suyi prepared to find Zhang Sheng, he was halted by HT. Suyi, accompany me to HX in Chuan. Suyi nodded. Very well, I will delay my search for Zhang Sheng. In addition to him, Wang Yiming also secured a spot. As for the final remaining position, HT allocated it to W. Ing X. HT led the 3 away from the group, heading westward toward the tribe. The other trial takers watched enviously. After laboring for so long, they yearned for a soak in the hot springs. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination. In the heart of a grove, there lay a steaming spring. The spring was relatively small, with a diameter of less than a meter, making it impossible for all 3 to soak simultaneously. Present, besides HT, was another individual. He appeared quite elderly, hunched over, with his face adorned with white paint marked by several horizontal lines. This man was the tribe's high priest, reputed to possess prophetic and healing abilities. A month before the arrival of the beast tide, he had already made a prophecy. High priest, HT, as the leader, slightly bowed in respect, signifying the high status of the high priest within the tribe. The 3 who had accompanied him also prudently followed suit in greeting. The high priest turned his gaze to the 3. You are indeed the strongest among the young warriors selected by HT? Ordinarily, HX and Chu In can only accommodate 1 person at a time, and each use requires a month for the energy to recover. However, this impending beast tide may represent the greatest crisis our tribe has faced since its inception. Thus, I am compelled to draw upon the potential of HX and Chu In this manner to bolster the tribe's strength as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Suyi recalled Ma Wei's earlier words. Somewhat resigned, he realized that her prediction was indeed accurate. At that moment, HT interjected. Let me state this up front. HX and Chu In will be opened 3 times consecutively. The earlier you enter, the more effective it will be. As for the order of entry, you 3 may decide among yourselves. You have 20 breaths of time. After that, inform us of the order you have chosen. With that, HT and the high priest temporarily withdrew, seemingly to discuss some matter privately. Only Su Yi and the Wang brothers remained in the clearing. Su Yi regarded the 2. How shall we decide? Shall we engage in a friendly duel? He was keen to be the first to enter. Given the daunting difficulty of his task, Su Yi's sole recourse was to enhance his strength as much as possible. Chapter 48. The Order. Wang X shook his head. That is unwise. The leader has given us too little time. 20 breaths equate to less than 2 minutes in our time. In 2 minutes, it is unlikely we could ascertain a victor among us. Moreover, to speak candidly, Brother Su Yi, I am related to Yi Ming. Should a battle ensue, we would undoubtedly unite, which would not bode well for you. Su Yi, however, responded, 20 breaths should suffice, I assume. If you wish to engage in a 2-on-1, feel free to do so. This remark left both Wang Shi and Wang Yiming momentarily taken aback. They could not shake the feeling of being looked down upon. Brother, are you even aware of the situation? After regaining composure, Wang Yiming was instantly angered. Come, let us fight 1-on-1 right now. He turned to Wang Shi. Cousin, you must stand aside and not assist me. At this juncture, Wang Shi suddenly recognized the oddity of the situation. Su Yi possessed a profound depth of strategy. He had managed to conceive a solution in such a brief span of time. Su Yi must have realized that engaging in a 2-on-1 would place him at a disadvantage. Therefore, he provocatively exploited Wang Yiming's impetuousness to deliberately create a 1-on-1 scenario. Su Yi looked sincerely at Wang Yiming. You two might as well join forces. I can deal with both of you at once, saving us some time. He was indeed thinking along those lines. Time was of the essence, and the task was pressing. Wang Yiming's fury only intensified. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. His eyes were red as he glanced at Wang Shi. Cousin, If you dare intervene today, I shall disown you. With that, he drew his massive sword, posturing as if he were about to charge. Just as it seemed the two were on the verge of clashing, Wang Shi stepped forward to mediate. Hold on, let us not fight. We have all come to complete our class change tasks. We should be teammates, not adversaries. Both of you are prodigies, if you engage in combat. It is inevitable that neither will emerge unscathed. If one of you were to become injured, it could jeopardize the mission, and that would be unwise. Wang Shi spoke from the heart. According to Wang Yiming's assertions, Su Ye's performance today surpassed his own. Both were formidable combatants, and a conflict between them could easily lead to mutual destruction. Su Yi turned to Wang Shi. Then what do you propose? While pulling Wang Yiming back, Wang Shi suggested, how about we compete based on the number of intermediate techniques we have mastered? The one who possesses the greater number of techniques shall be the victor. Su Yi nodded in agreement. That works. In terms of skills, he had already mastered all intermediate techniques, placing him in an inherently advantageous position. Under Wang Shi's persuasion, Wang Yiming also huffed in agreement. Wang Shi stepped forward. Allow me to lead the way. I can only perform 3 intermediate techniques: radiate, condense, and sublimate, and flow. To substantiate his claim, he swiftly executed these 3 techniques. Wang Shi wielded a staff, thrusting it forward to unleash a beam of staff energy, which was compressed. Subsequently, an immense surge of source energy enveloped the tip of the staff, and with a gentle motion, layers of staff shadows materialized. Presentation complete. Wang Yiming turned to Su Yi. Shall we proceed, and who will go first? Su Yi casually replied, it is up to you. Then I shall go first. Wang Yiming raised his massive sword and began his demonstration. He too had mastered the same 3 techniques Wang Shi had just showcased. After demonstrating each, he flung the massive sword forward. As it detached from his grasp and traveled nearly 10 meters, he reached out into the void. The massive sword immediately returned along its original path. This technique is known as controlling weapons. But that was not the end. Wang Yiming then forcefully plunged the sword into the ground, and suddenly, an explosive sound erupted from the ground 10 meters away. This technique is called conduction. These are the only techniques I possess. Wang Yiming sheathed his sword into his backpack, declaring with pride. He emphasized the word only for effect. Beside him, Wang Shi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Excellent. Truly, you are the most gifted prodigy of the Wang family. Wang Yiming's aptitude had even surpassed the expectations of some seasoned experts above level 60. Within less than a month's time, he had mastered a total of 5 techniques. It is worth noting that each technique varies in difficulty. All challengers typically begin with the simplest sword energy and gradually increase the complexity. It may appear that Wang Yiming has only 2 more techniques than Wang Shi. But those 2 techniques could require Wang Shi an additional 2 months of practice to master. What could Su Yi possibly compare? Wang Shi proposed the contest based on the number of techniques as a means to ensure Wang Yiming's victory. The 2 brothers turned their attention to Su Yi. It is your turn. Su Yi nodded. Very well. He grasped the air, and the PLLW materialized in his hand. He effortlessly executed radiate, condense, and sublimate, and flow. Wang Shi was not surprised by this. However, when he observed Su Yi perform controlling weapons, an ominous premonition surged within him. Following controlling weapons, Su Yi flawlessly executed conduction. His movements flowed with such grace that it resembled a beautifully crafted painting. Finally, Su Yi swung his sword at a tree, and a portion of the trunk disintegrated into dust. This technique is known as vibration. With that, Su Yi sheathed his sword. My demonstration is complete. I trust one have won? The Wang brothers were left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated Su Ye's extraordinary proficiency in mastering techniques. Wang Yiming had always believed that Su Ye's talents lay in physical prowess. He had assumed that Su Yi had subdued him today due to his physical advantages and superior weapon quality. However, it was evident that this notion had become a self-deceptive fallacy. You have emerged victorious. Wang Shi's expression was complex. He had not anticipated that he would inadvertently undermine his own cause. Had he known, he would not have suggested a competition based on the number of techniques. Yet, if he were to devise another method to ensure Wang Yiming's victory, it is indeed difficult to conceive in a moment. Well, one could compare ages, the younger one wins. However, if Su Yi were to agree to such a rule, it would be rather unusual. Wait a moment. Wang Yiming stepped forward again. I, too, will create a tremor. Wang Shi furrowed his brow. He recalled that Wang Yiming had not yet mastered the art of creating tremors. Had he? After speaking, Wang Yiming unsheathed his sword once more and struck a nearby tree, immediately producing an effect akin to that of Su Yi. However, the extent to which the trunk was shattered was far less than Su Yi's. If Su Yi reduced the trunk to sand, then Wang Yiming merely transformed it into small stones. Nonetheless, it was indeed a tremor. Su Yi, I must thank you. Your earlier provocation, coupled with your near-perfect demonstration before me, has led to my sudden epiphany. However, I cannot yet maintain this technique's stability. My success was merely a stroke of luck. Su Yi remained silent and similarly drew his sword. With a flick into the air, a wave of sword energy shot forth. But as soon as it left the sword's tip, it immediately split into 10 smaller streams of energy. He then turned to Wang Yiming. The victor is still I. Wang Shi. Wang Yiming. Chapter 49. Discontent. Wang Yiming was utterly bewildered. It was rather frustrating. Akin to scoring a perfect 100 while realizing he was merely at the threshold of proficiency, whereas the academic prodigy achieved it due to the exam's total being only 100. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Just how does a newcomer manage to master 7 intermediate techniques in less than a month? Furthermore, he was beginning to seriously doubt whether this was even Su Ye's full strength, as Su Yi appeared far too relaxed and at ease. Wang Shi was also taken aback. In his eyes, Wang Yiming was an insurmountable peak in the realm of technique cultivation, which is why he had encouraged Su Yi to compete in the number of techniques. Yet, one mountain is indeed higher than another. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Yiming turned to Su Yi and inquired, "How many intermediate techniques do you actually know?" Su Yi replied, "Guess." Wang Yiming, "Guess my foot." At that moment, Hu Tai returned with the Grand Priest. "Have you decided on the order?" Su Yi stepped forward. "Yes, we have decided. I will go in first." "Very well." Before he entered, the Grand Priest pulled him aside to share some precautions. For instance, he must completely disrobe but may keep his weapon. If he senses energy entering his body, he should not resist in any way. When he no longer feels energy entering his body, he must exit the spring. To facilitate Su Ye's bathing, the others temporarily withdrew to a certain distance from Hu Xian Quan. Su Yi stripped off his clothes, grasped the Pai Li Long Wang sword, and leaped into the Hu Xian Quan. Instantly, he was enveloped in warmth, feeling immensely comfortable. Especially after today's intense battle, both body and mind were somewhat fatigued. After approximately a minute, Su Yi noticed a pure energy being absorbed through his skin, flowing into his body. As this energy entered, it felt as though his entire being was ignited. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel his power gradually increasing. However, it was unfortunate that after nearly half an hour, he had not triggered the awakening that Hu Tai had mentioned. Yet, to his delight, his sword was also absorbing the energy from the hot spring. Su Yi could not help but wonder what would happen once the Pai Li Long Wang's sword had absorbed enough energy. Would its quality once again be elevated? Or would something else occur? The sword's rate of energy absorption was significantly faster than his own, and it appeared to be accelerating. If he focused his attention on the sword's blade, he could see that the strong suction was even creating a small whirlpool in the spring. Another half hour passed. Su Ye's body had reached its limit, and the sensation of heat no longer persisted. Bathing in the hot spring had transformed into a simple soak. Yet, the Pai Li Long Wang sword seemed far from satisfied. The whirlpool on the sword had grown to the size of a fist. Holding the sword, Su Yi closed his eyes and earnestly sensed its internal state. It seemed as though something was being nurtured within. After reflecting on the Grand Priest's earlier instructions, Su Yi leaped out of the hot spring, seated himself beside it, and continued to soak while holding the sword. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A flash of white light suddenly surged within the hot spring, followed by a vapor rising, revealing a spectral figure resembling an elder, flickering in and out of view. Su Yi felt somewhat dazed. Had he summoned some elderly gentleman? As he hesitated whether to flee, the elder waved his hand, and Su Yi promptly lost consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast, white space. The elder was gazing at him with a mixture of astonishment and contemplation. "Young outsider, do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I am Hu Jin, the first Grand Priest of the Hu Totem tribe." Su Ye's scalp tingled. Hu Jin could actually discern that he was an outsider. He was uncertain whether the term outsider referred to someone from beyond the tribe or from beyond the world itself. If it were the latter, that would be quite alarming, since he could summon him into this strange space with a mere wave of his hand. His strength must be extraordinarily formidable. He was certainly not a match for him. Thus, it was likely that he truly meant no harm. Upon realizing this, Su Yi respectfully addressed Hu Jin. "Grand Priest Hu Jin, may I inquire if you have summoned me here for a specific purpose?" Hu Jin chuckled softly. "Quite astute." Afterward, Hu Jin gazed skyward and stroked the long beard on his chin, not directly answering Su Ye's question but instead stating, "The existence behind you is quite remarkable. It is astonishing to resurrect the long-lost HTTing tribe from the annals of history, and then project it in such a manner that you youngsters can step into it. Surely, this is intended for your cultivation, is it not?" SY felt an overwhelming sense of shock. He had long suspected that the individuals of the HTTing tribe were not merely data, but rather real people who once existed. How remarkable it is to unveil such a truth, to recreate a history that has already perished and place these trial takers within it. What a terrifying stratagem indeed. Nevertheless, it is quite impressive that HJN, who has been long deceased, could perceive this as well. HJN paused, sighed, and continued, "For you little ones, having such an existence backing you is a stroke of fortune. Yet for me and the members of the HTTing tribe, it is a source of sorrow. I am already aware of the tribe's inevitable destruction by the beast tide, and now I must face it once more. SY could sense the profound sorrow within HJN's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his head and resolutely declared, "Senior, perhaps I can alter the outcome." HJN inquired, "What makes you believe that?" SY responded, "Then why did you choose me to enter the space you created? Was it merely to express your own sadness and frustration?" HJN chuckled, "You are quite perceptive. Indeed. I recognized your potential and believed you could assist the HTTing tribe in changing its fate, which is why I brought you here. In the true course of history, we have been utterly extinguished. Even if we succeed in altering the outcome within this projection, we cannot change history itself. Yet I still wish to avoid witnessing that scene." SY asked, "What must I do?" HJN stepped forward, standing before SY. He extended a finger and touched SY's forehead. "The root cause of this beast tide is a creature known as YN, which seeks to refine itself using the flesh and blood of the human race. It has set its sights on the HTTing tribe. Only by eliminating YN can the beast tide be quelled. YN is exceedingly cunning. It will not appear on the battlefield, but will manipulate a beast from an unknown distance, using it to control other beasts to wage war. Thus, we must locate the beast under YN's control. By tracing the signs of YN's manipulation on this beast, we can pinpoint YN's location and then eliminate it." HJN withdrew his finger. "I have bestowed upon you the ability to sense the beast manipulated by YN. Now, as long as that beast appears within 100 zhang of you, you will be able to sense its presence. After you kill it, bring its body back to HXN, and I will be able to locate YN." SY nodded. In simple terms, he now needed to sense a specific beast on the battlefield, slay it, and then return with it. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of confusion. "Senior, why did you not do this back then?" HJN shook his head. "At that time, when I discovered that the mastermind was YN, it was already too late." He added, "I will inform the tribe leader and the current high priest about this matter. They will cooperate with your actions." SY clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." After a few seconds of silence with no response from HJN, he cleared his throat and said, "By the way, Senior, will you not bestow upon me some form of opportunity?" HJN laughed heartily. "If you truly can alter the fate of the HTTing tribe, I shall present you with a grand gift." SY's eyes brightened instantly. Once again, "Thank you, Senior." HJN waved his hand. "Oh, and let me remind you, your sword is no ordinary weapon." Having concluded their conversation, he said, "Now, you may leave." Then, SY found himself back by the hot spring, as if awakening from a vivid dream. Rubbing his eyes, he felt as though he had just experienced a surreal journey. At that moment, the PLLNGW-ing sword ceased absorbing energy from the spring. It was time to depart. Stowing the sword in his backpack, SY recalled HJN's final words. What did he mean by saying his sword was extraordinary? Cursed Riddler. The next time he encounters HJN, he must ask for clarification. SY proceeded forward, emerging from the woods, where the others awaited him. Tribe leader. High priest, I have completed my task. At that moment, HT gazed at SY with an oddly peculiar expression. The high priest and I are already aware of the situation. We will cooperate with your actions. Just then, the spirit of the first high priest, who had died several hundred years ago, suddenly appeared in their minds, recounting the true culprit behind the beast tide and the proposed solution. HT felt a wave of frustration. Why did the first high priest designate SY to carry out the plan? If strength is the measure, I am clearly the mightiest man in the tribe. In the eyes of the first high priest, am I less than a mere young warrior? Meanwhile, the Wong brothers stood in bewilderment. What is happening? Did we miss some crucial plot? They could comprehend each word spoken between SY and HT. Yet when pieced together, it seemed encrypted. This was odd. Just moments ago, SY had been soaking in the hot spring while HT had been with them the whole time. There was no opportunity for SY and HT to communicate privately. SY nodded. Very well. At that moment, HT suddenly kicked Wong Yiming. Why are you still standing there? Get moving. Wong Yiming felt humiliated. He sensed that HT had transformed after SY's emergence. Suddenly filled with an irritable disposition, he likely bore the brunt of it. Rubbing his backside, Wong Yiming huffed and turned to walk ahead. A true man must endure. After exchanging a few brief words with SY, HT prepared to return to the tribe. Before leaving, HT presented him with a key, saying it was for the room he would be staying in. In the Hu Titing tribe, in the kitchen area, a congregation of chefs assembles, serving as the crucible for culinary creation. Zhang Sheng stands, his anticipation palpable, awaiting the return of Su Yi. Leader, why do you still not return? Initially, Zhang Sheng presumed his task to be straightforward. After all, how difficult could it be to prepare 100 delectable dishes? It seemed merely an endeavor of manual labor. However, upon entering the kitchen area, he quickly discerned that the task was far from simple. In the Hu-Ti-Ting tribe, the quality of a dish is assessed by a definitive criterion, whether its ingredients contain spiritual meat. Dishes crafted from spiritual meat possess the potential to be delicious, while those lacking it are invariably unpalatable. Thus, one could assert that spiritual meat is the cornerstone of culinary excellence. Moreover, Zhang Sheng was aware that spiritual meat serves not only as sustenance, but is also integral to tribal rituals, marking it as a critical strategic resource. Yet, acquiring spiritual meat necessitates ingenuity on the part of the chef. Typically, the tribe's warriors and chefs maintain a long-standing cooperative relationship. Once a partnership is established, it is rarely altered. Therefore, the warriors have their designated chefs, leaving Zhang Sheng unable to procure spiritual meat from them. His only recourse is to obtain it from the trial participants. Complicating matters, another chef named Sun Lian, a second-generation trial participant, had entered alongside him. He found himself at a disadvantage against Sun Lian. Conventionally, when trial participants enlist chefs for food preparation, it is the participants who compensate the chefs. However, the current situation revealed that trial participants have numerous options, including the ability to recruit the tribe's original chefs. Coincidentally, both Zhang Sheng and Sun Lian require substantial amounts of spiritual meat to fulfill their tasks. Thus, they were drawn into competition. Zhang Sheng proposed, "I can forego payment and assist the trial participants free of charge." Sun Lian, however, took it a step further, offering not only his services without compensation, but even willing to subsidize the costs. The Sun family was no small clan, leaving Zhang Sheng feeling overshadowed. His sole hope rested with Su Yi. "Leader, how I long for you." He had heard that Su Yi was chosen for something called Hu Xian Quan due to his exemplary performance. Surely, he must have reaped substantial rewards. Zhang Sheng had ceased to hope for the completion of a 3-star task. Achieving the 1-star foundational task of preparing 100 delicious dishes would suffice. Among the other trial participants, the one who had reaped the most had acquired 35 pieces of spiritual meat. Su Yi, by all accounts, should possess at least 40 or even 50. Haha, pardon me, Sun Lian said, having just received a pouch of spiritual meat from a trial participant, patting Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. It was evident that he had triumphed once more in their earlier contest. "Brother, I do not intend to oppose you. However, the quantity of spiritual meat is limited, and I too wish to fulfill my task, so I must impose upon you." Zhang Sheng shrugged off Sun Lian's hand with a dismissive gesture, falling silent. At that moment, both men noticed a woman approaching them. "Can you handle spiritual meat here?" Ma Wei inquired as she drew near. "Indeed," Sun Lian declared, extending a hand. "I am Sun Lian, a professional chef." Zhang Sheng, not to be outdone, added, "So am I." Although he typically found himself outclassed by Sun Lian, he still wished to assert himself. According to protocol, the next step involved each of them presenting their advantages for Ma Wei to decide whom to collaborate with. However, Ma Wei suddenly turned to Zhang Sheng and asked, "What is your relationship with Su Yi?" Chapter 51, 7 Baskets. Upon entering the job transition task, Ma Wei had noticed Su Yi and Zhang Sheng conversing together, indicating their acquaintance. Zhang Sheng raised an eyebrow, unsure of Ma Wei's intent, yet he answered honestly, "Su Yi and I are both members of the Yilong Wei. He is my leader." Ma Wei nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She understood the organizational structure of the Yilong Wei. Recognizing that a leader oversees a region, it was unprecedented for a newcomer like Su Yi to assume such a role upon joining the Yilong Wei. Clearly, the organization held Su Yi in high regard. Ma Wei produced a pouch and handed it directly to Zhang Sheng. "Could you assist me in processing some spiritual meat? I will offer compensation." Zhang Sheng hesitated, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. He quickly waved his hands. "No need for payment. I will do it for free." His excitement was palpable. Was he finally about to embark on his culinary venture? Meanwhile, Sun Lian felt a twinge of frustration. Why did this woman not adhere to the usual protocol? When purchasing goods, one typically compares options. Why such a hasty decision? Regaining his composure, he interjected, "Madam, would you not first consider my terms? If you allow me to handle your spiritual meat, upon completing the task and returning to the real world, I can offer you 10,000 long coins per piece of spiritual meat. The long coin is the currency of Longgua. 10,000 long coins surpasses the average monthly wage of a typical worker. Even for trial participants, particularly newcomers, 10,000 is no insignificant sum." Sun Lian maintained a confident smile, only to witness Ma Wei dismissively wave her hand. "I am not interested in money." Her sincerity rang true. The Ma family is prosperous, and tens of thousands of long coins could not sway her. Although she believed Su Yi would likely struggle to complete the task, resulting in a significant drop in his potential, she pondered the possibility. By entrusting the spiritual meat to Zhang Sheng, she could forge a favorable connection with Su Yi. After speaking, Ma Wei turned to Zhang Sheng again. "How long will it take?" "I have few tasks at hand. It will take at most half an hour." In the tribe, the preparation of spiritual meat follows a time-honored and fixed process, perfectly eliciting its exquisite qualities. The operation itself is not overly complicated. After Ma Wei finished speaking, she approached the nearby resting area, found a piece of beast hide spread on the ground, and sat down to wait. Beside her were several other trial participants, also in anticipation. From this vantage point, the conditions in the kitchen were clearly visible. Zhang Sheng, beaming with delight, stood before a pot, ready to commence his culinary endeavor. Sun Lian, with a grunt of disdain, continued his work. Losing to Zhang Sheng in the competition for spiritual meat left him somewhat displeased. He could not fathom what charms Su Yi possessed. Ma Wei, merely due to Zhang Sheng's connection with him, chose to forego hundreds of thousands in favor of preparing the spiritual meat for Zhang Sheng. The Zijian, who had also arrived. As Ma Wei pondered her shortcomings from the day's battles, she suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the waiting area, which had grown fervent. The Zijian, had Su Yi arrived? Following the gaze of the crowd, she indeed saw Su Yi slowly approaching. The Zijian was one of the two who had reached the first line of defense. She wondered what rewards he had garnered. I would wager at least 100 pieces of spiritual meat. No, that's too small a scale. I would venture 200. Shall we place a bet? What shall we wager? A piece of spiritual meat. I'm in. The crowd speculations regarding Su Ye's haul ranged from 50 to over 300 pieces. As Su Yi drew nearer, he spotted Zhang Sheng bustling about and called out, Zhang Sheng, I've brought you spiritual meat. Zhang Sheng looked up, paused his task, wiped his hands on his apron, and hurried out. Team leader, you're finally back? I've missed you so much. Su Yi chuckled. Oh, are you certain you missed me? Zhang Sheng replied with a grin. Both. Su Yi retorted lazily. Quickly, fetch a larger container. The bigger, the better. I'll give you the spiritual meat. All right. Zhang Sheng scampered back to the kitchen, searching left and right. A larger container? Suddenly, he spotted a basket woven from wooden strips. This should suffice. He hurriedly brought the basket back to Su Yi. Team leader, is this big enough? Su Yi inspected the basket. Not sufficient. Do you have anything larger? Zhang Sheng gasped upon hearing this. What? This isn't big enough. It could easily hold 400 or 500 pieces of spiritual meat. Team leader, you can't be serious. Su Yi was speechless. Seriously? After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Zhang Sheng, then bring me 6 more of these baskets. Obediently, Zhang Sheng complied, though he began to suspect that Su Yi might be conflating ordinary meat with spiritual meat. As he stood before the 7 baskets, Su Yi nodded and began extracting spiritual meat from his backpack. With his hands suspended over the basket, the spiritual meat cascaded in like a flowing stream. Oh, this is indeed spiritual meat. Zhang Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yi tilted his head, puzzled. What else would it be? In no time, one basket was filled to the brim. Zhang Sheng was utterly taken aback, and the other onlookers gasped in disbelief. 2 baskets, 3, 7. Within a minute, they were all brimming. Su Yi then clapped his hands together. All right. At that moment, the entire area fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood agape, questioning their very existence. 7 enormous baskets, if calculated at 400 each, amounted to over 2,800. Moreover, each basket was overflowing, undoubtedly exceeding 3,000. This meant that Su Yi had dispatched at least 3,000 beasts in a single battle. What kind of monster was he? Setting aside his combat prowess, was his stamina limitless? The trial participant who had previously speculated that Su Yi had gathered 300 pieces suddenly slapped himself in the face. I was mistaken. My vision was too narrow. Sun Lian, engaged in preparing ingredients, appeared petrified. The knife he held slipped from his grip, embedding itself into the cutting board, nearly severing his other hand as finger. Ma Wei, unbeknownst to Wen, had already risen, her fists clenched, murmuring, how is this possible? Zhang Sheng, overwhelmed by surprise, felt dizzy from the sheer astonishment. Just by virtue of these 7 baskets of spiritual meat, he could achieve the 3-star task. He rushed forward, grasping Su Yi's hand. Team leader, from this moment on, you are my deity. I will do whatever you ask. Su Yi, feeling somewhat unnerved by Zhang Sheng's gaze, pushed him away. Yet Zhang Sheng lunged at him again. Enough, hurry and prepare the spiritual meat. By the way, is there any method in the tribe for preserving spiritual meat? Su Yi inquired. He had gathered far too much to consume. Zhang Sheng shook his head. No. Su Yi frowned. Must it go to waste? Chapter 52, The Charged Slash. At this moment, Zhang Sheng chuckled. It won't go to waste, team leader. You may not know, but the spiritual meat produced has other uses. What do you mean? For offerings. If we present the prepared spiritual meat to the high priest, we can earn contribution points for the tribe. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, genuinely unaware of this fact, and pressed for more information. What are contribution points used for? Zhang Sheng replied. They can be exchanged for weapons, skills, and so forth. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I've heard that in the far east of the tribe, there is a large tent housing all the items available for exchange. Su Yi nodded. Understood, thank you. He indeed had a need for skills. While his sword domain was practical, it was an area of effect skill. He sought to learn an additional single-target attack skill. How much time do you require to complete the preparation of these spiritual meats? The quantity is indeed overwhelming. Even if I were to undertake the task in batches, it would take no less than 8 hours. Su Yi patted Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. Very well, do your best. I shall return in 8 hours. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Sheng, he departed, intending to first contribute some points to exchange for a tent, and to explore whether there were any skills he required. Once Su Yi left, Zhang Sheng joyfully made several trips to transport all the spiritual meats into the kitchen. As he ran, he muttered to himself, his voice just audible enough for Sun Lian to hear him. Oh dear, with so much spiritual meat. Won't this tire me to death? The group leader really shows no concern for my well-being. Sun Lian remarked, look at you all smug. Yet, one cannot deny that Zhang Sheng is indeed fortunate. The spiritual meats he gathered, after much toil and expenditure of several 100,000, pale in comparison to the harvest of a single individual, who happens to be his benefactor. The superiority he once felt in the presence of Zhang Sheng vanished entirely, leaving him to silently lower his head and labor. At this moment, the resting area erupted with discussions following Su Ye's departure. The chatter regarding Su Yi persisted for quite some time. Approximately 5 minutes later, someone exclaimed. It was Wang Yiming and Wang Shi. They had also arrived. The crowd immediately turned their attention towards them. As a fellow tester who arrived at the first line of defense alongside Su Yi, Wang Yiming was likely to have garnered a similar yield, was he not? Wang Yiming, meeting the curious gazes of the crowd, proceeded to the cooking area. After conversing briefly with 2 chefs and learning that Zhang Sheng was Su Ye's subordinate, he promptly made a decision to select Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng felt as if he had been struck by an unexpected surprise. Brother Yiming, please wait a moment. I shall fetch you a container. He hurried back to the kitchen, dragging 7 baskets before Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat awkward. No, that is far too many. 2 will suffice. Zhang Sheng was momentarily taken aback before slapping his forehead. My apologies. He hurriedly collected 5 baskets back. Wang Yiming sighed. It was evident that Su Yi had already visited the cooking area. He could only imagine the astonishment of the crowd upon learning of his harvest. How frustrating. Had it not been for Su Yi, the shock would have been directed towards him. Yet, the most disheartening aspect for a person is comparison. Even if he had collected more than everyone else, what did it matter? Subsequently, Wang Yiming produced his own harvest, filling less than 2 baskets. Wang Shi also placed his spiritual meats into the still empty basket, and through their combined efforts, it was just enough to fill it. Wang Yiming, not performing particularly well, appeared to have gathered perhaps less than 800 spiritual meats, someone in the waiting area remarked derisively. Instantly, another person retorted, are you being delusional? Consider your own harvest. The one who had previously mocked quickly realized his folly. Oh right, actually, over 700 is already quite an impressive figure. Alas, it is all the fault of the Zijian Ku, who raised my expectations. Meanwhile, Su Yi arrived at the eastern tent. Upon entering, he found it divided into 2 distinct areas. The left side, designated for equipment, scattered haphazardly across the floor, and the right side for skills. Unlike in the Shinming world, the skills here were inscribed on parchment. The skills were neatly arranged on a wooden rack. As he approached the skill area, he noticed brief descriptions accompanying each skill, although they were written in tribal script. Su Yi was amazed to discover that he could comprehend the meanings of these distorted symbols with ease. There were a total of 19 weapon-related skills, with prices ranging from 50 contribution points to 4,000. After perusing all the descriptions, Su Yi ultimately set his sights on a skill valued at 4,000 contribution points. Charging Slash, a name quite unassuming. This skill allows one to enhance the power of their strikes through charging. The longer the charge, the greater the might. Skills within the tribe are categorized into ordinary skills, powerful skills, and extraordinary skills. Charging Slash belongs to the highest tier of extraordinary skills. I wonder which level of Shinming world skills corresponds to extraordinary skills. However, I currently lack the requisite 4,000 contribution points. I shall strive for one more day and should be able to exchange for this skill. After wandering for a while longer, Su Yi found his assigned room. Allocated by Hutai. It was a wooden house, relatively clean and tidy. Sitting on the bed, Su Yi began to meditate. During today's battle, he had suddenly gained some insights regarding the sword. At that moment, he was besieged by over 20 beasts. The combined ferocity of these creatures imposed a formidable pressure upon him. For an instant, he felt as if the entire sky were collapsing upon him. Yet, in reality, the beasts were still at a considerable distance. When the beasts gathered in numbers, their collective aura even managed to impact his mental resolve. Could it be that I can also infuse my own aura into my sword techniques, thereby influencing my opponents? Time passed swiftly, and 8 hours soon elapsed. Su Yi frowned and rose to his feet. He had formulated some ideas regarding the application of aura, yet was not yet prepared to implement them in combat. Zhang Sheng must have finished preparing the spiritual meats by now. Rubbing his slightly distended belly, he felt an intense hunger. In the cooking area, Zhang Sheng, appearing fatigued, announced, "Leader, this is the result of my 8 hours of effort." He gestured towards an iron pot. Inside simmered a pale yellow meat stew, and merely inhaling its aroma rejuvenated the senses. It is so fragrant, simply delightful. Despite the pot's modest size, it contained the essence of a full 100 pieces of spiritual meat. The remaining spirit flesh has been handed over to the Grand Priest, as per your instructions, and I have exchanged it for contribution points. Suyi nodded, acknowledging the effort. "Thank you for your hard work," he replied. Zhang Sheng chuckled. "It was no trouble at all, thanks to the team leader. If I wished, I could submit my task right now and depart. Moreover, it was a 3-star task." He gazed with nostalgia. "Initially, I only passed the 5 levels of the novice trials, along with 2-star skill learning, totaling 3 stars. I had thought that achieving a 5-star profession would be the pinnacle, yet here I am, unexpectedly attaining 6 stars. Chapter 53, Exchange. By the way, this is a token from the Grand Priest for you," Zhang Sheng remarked, retrieving a wooden plaque inscribed with a series of symbols. These symbols represent the tribe's counting method, which translates to 4,300 in Longwa numerals. The number on this plaque indicates the contribution points you currently possess. Suyi took it, momentarily stunned. The contribution points far exceeded his expectations. After Zhang Sheng's explanation, he learned that 2 factors contributed to the surplus. Firstly, the spirit flesh from the tiger holds a higher value than that from the rhinoceros. Each piece of rhinoceros spirit flesh is worth approximately 1 contribution point, whereas the tiger yields 10. Secondly, the contribution points from the wild beasts slain by the tribe's warriors during ranged attacks were distributed evenly among all warriors after being cleaned up. This amount perfectly aligns with the skills I wish to acquire, Suyi contemplated. He resolved to exchange them after finishing his meal. The food crafted from spirit flesh was indeed exquisite. However, its enhancement to the body was minimal, requiring prolonged consumption for significant effects. After dining, Suyi proceeded to the exchange tent, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he acquired the most expensive skill available, Power Slash. Upon returning to his wooden hut, he began his studies. It was already deep into the night. Fortunately, after becoming a trial taker, his physical constitution had strengthened, making overnight training a minor issue. Additionally, he still retained a considerable amount of undigested energy from the blessing of the Tiger Heart Spring received the previous day. The following morning, the sound of drums echoed throughout the tribe. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Suyi abruptly opened his eyes, fingers curling slightly, and immediately, source energy began to gather at his fingertips. After approximately 5 seconds, he flicked a finger toward the candle flame on the nearby table, and a needle-like stream of source energy shot forth, extinguishing the flame with a swift sound. Suyi rose, satisfied. Not bad. Just now, he had executed the power slash, utilizing his hand as the sword. While others required a weapon to perform the power slash, for Suyi, he was a swordsman. Moreover, those with keen eyes nearby would surely have noticed that the source energy he shot out was finer than a strand of hair. Normally, such a minuscule amount of source energy would dissipate into the air before even reaching the candle flame, let alone extinguishing it. After tidying his appearance, Suyi quickly made his way to the square where everyone had gathered the day before. Due to the distance from his dwelling, he arrived to find that others had already congregated. Suyi had already gained some notoriety, so upon his arrival, many greeted him, to which he responded politely. To his surprise, everyone appeared quite fatigued. "Zhang Sheng, didn't you finish your task and could leave?" he inquired, approaching Zhang Sheng and patting his shoulder. Zhang Sheng chuckled. "I'm just waiting for you to leave together." Noticing Suyi's skeptical expression, he hesitated before adding, All right, there is a bit of selfishness involved. For the food I produce, I earn contribution points equivalent to 1/10 of its original value. I want to continue clinging to the team leader's leg for a few more contribution points." Suyi raised an eyebrow, understanding now. He recalled seeing cooking equipment such as pots and spatulas in the gear area when he visited the tent yesterday. "By the way, you don't seem to be in great spirits," Suyi expressed concern. Zhang Sheng sighed, "Don't mention it." After preparing the spirit flesh, it was already late into the night. When I returned to the sleeping quarters assigned to me, I discovered it was a large dormitory. 20 people in one room. There were snorers, farters, and teeth grinders. I couldn't sleep a wink. Suyi gasped, realizing why so many appeared weary today. He had thought they were all like him, engaged in overnight training. In that case, it seemed Tiger Tai had indeed granted him special treatment by providing a wooden hut to reside in. "Team leader, how did you sleep last night?" Zhang Sheng asked. "I wanted to chat with you, but I searched through all the rooms and couldn't find you." Suyi contemplated before responding. "I didn't sleep well, or rather, I barely slept." Zhang Sheng clasped Suyi's shoulder. "We truly share the same plight." At that moment, Wang Yiming suddenly approached Suyi. His eyes also bore dark circles, evidently suffering from the dormitory ordeal. Suyi, I heard you exchanged for the power slash yesterday? Suyi nodded, replying honestly, yes. Wang Yiming seemed hesitant, rubbing his hands together before saying, we don't know how long we'll be in this task. If you learn it in a few days, could you lend me the skill book to have a look? Rest assured, I want to take advantage of you. Once we complete the task and return to the Shinmeng world, I can provide you with resources equivalent to half the value of power slash as compensation. The skills within the tribe are recorded on parchment, which has the advantage of being taught repeatedly to different individuals. Of course, there are rules within the tribe, allowing only those who exchanged for them to learn, but that doesn't concern them as outsiders. Wang Yiming was uncertain about the duration of the beast tide and could not guarantee that he would acquire the 4,000 contribution points. Moreover, he had his sights set on a rather expensive piece of equipment within the tribe, making it even less likely that he would ultimately exchange for the charged slash. Thus, upon hearing that Suyi had exchanged for the charged slash, he was compelled to approach him for a trade. After expressing his desire, he gazed at Suyi with eager anticipation. However, Suyi furrowed his brow and remarked that this was the culmination of the ancestral wisdom of the Huchuoding tribe. After a pause, he added that the price would have to increase. Wang Yiming's lips twitched at this statement. Upon hearing the first part of Suyi's response, combined with his frowning expression, he initially thought he would be rejected. Instead, it turned out that he wished to raise the price. He inquired, what do you consider a suitable price? Suyi pondered for a moment and extended his palm, suggesting a 50% increase from the original cost. After a brief contemplation, Wang Yiming acquiesced, recognizing that this trade would not be a loss. Finding a skill that suited oneself was inherently a challenging endeavor. Essentially, he was acquiring a fitting skill at a discount of 25% off the original price. Once the deal was struck, Wang Yiming retrieved paper and pen from his backpack and signed a simple contract with Suyi. He was then ready to leave with a sense of satisfaction. However, just as he stepped forward, he was halted by Suyi, who handed him a piece of parchment, stating that it was the skill he had promised. Wang Yiming was taken aback, remarking that it was unnecessary to give it to him immediately. According to their contract, he could wait until he had learned it. He quickly realized what was happening, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Wait, are you telling me you've already learned it? Suyi pointed to his head with a grin and replied, what if I have memorized the skill? Chapter 54, The Beast Tide Returns. Wang Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is good, that is good. If Suyi had claimed he could master a skill overnight, it would have genuinely frightened him. There is no way it could be that swift. Although Wang Yiming had not yet reached the stage of learning skills, many from the Wang family had entered the Shunmeng realm before him. Mastering a skill typically required no less than a week or two. It was simply not feasible to grasp it any sooner. Suyi stood in place for a while, occasionally approached by others seeking conversation, which became rather tiresome. This was especially true when a few bold young women directly inquired if he was seeing anyone. Such personal matters are hardly casual topics for discussion. Fortunately, Hu Tai arrived just in time to rescue Suyi from his embarrassment. Hu Tai was there to assign tasks and rally the spirits of the group. Today, they would again be divided into two defensive lines. Naturally, Suyi and Wang Yiming would continue to be assigned to the first line of defense. Among the others, Hu Tai also selected several participants who had slain more than 20 beasts the previous day to join the first line. These individuals were ecstatic. The first line of defense would face far more beasts than the second, which was why Suyi and Wang Yiming had enjoyed such substantial gains the day before. Even if we cannot match Suyi, if we can be like Wang Yiming, that would be quite admirable. Not far off. Wang Yiming overheard their chatter and scoffed, but refrained from speaking. Damn it, you lot think that just because you cannot surpass Suyi, you can outdo me? Hu Tai waved his hand. Let us go? The group immediately fell into line. In the first line of defense, Hu Tai was finalizing the battle arrangements. According to the High Priest's prophecy, 3 waves of beasts were expected to arrive today, each wave significantly more formidable than the last wave the previous day. Thus, the strategy would not involve long-range attrition tactics. Instead, they would conserve stamina and engage in close combat as the beasts approached. Suyi stood among the ranks, listening intently while contemplating the matter of Yan. Under Yan's manipulation, the beast tide would only grow stronger, threatening to annihilate the entire tribe. Yet his task was to ensure that the death toll remained below 10. He hoped the beasts under Yan's control would appear soon. Suyi thought to himself that he must resolve the issue at its source to minimize the damage to the tribe. Once Hu Tai finished speaking, everyone stood at the ready. Soon, the ground began to tremble beneath them. Dust began to rise in the distance. The thunderous sound of heavy footsteps drew nearer. Today's beasts were a mixed assortment, including tigers, lions, and woolly mammoths. They were coming. Every warrior of the tribe grasped their most suitable weapons, preparing for battle. Suyi naturally positioned himself at the forefront, with Wang Yiming alongside him. A few newcomers, noticing their stance at the front, also joined them. If Suyi and Wang Yiming could stand there, then surely they could too. This brought a smile to Hu Tai's face. The young warriors of our tribe are indeed valiant and combative. However, as the beast tide drew closer, many of the trialists at the front were intimidated by the overwhelming aura of the beasts and quietly retreated to the back. Hu Tai shouted, "The beast tide advances swiftly. It will soon breach the first line of defense. Fight!" With that, the battle commenced in earnest. Su Yi remained graceful and composed, effortlessly slaying a woolly mammoth with a single stroke and piercing a grassland lion with a swift thrust. Wang Yiming, on the other hand, was as ferocious as ever, wielding his sword as though he were demolishing a door, relying solely on brute force. Su Yi could not help but think to himself, "What do you think you are? A mere swordsman?" Approximately half an hour later, Wang Yiming found himself utterly exhausted, much like the previous day. He retreated to the back of the line to rest and recover his stamina. Meanwhile, Su Yi discreetly summoned a small feather to restore his health. Regrettably, since the onset of the battle, he had yet to sense the presence of beasts manipulated by Yin. This fight was proving to be longer and more brutal than the final clash from the previous day. As the battle raged on, Su Yi exhausted his 3 uses of Guang Xiaoyu's restoration, yet still found himself unable to conclude the fight. This compelled him to temporarily retreat to the rear. Upon seeing this, Wang Yiming remarked, "Oh, is that you, Su Yi? It seems you are not invincible after all. Your stamina is not limitless. It is merely 3 or 4 times greater than mine." The other challengers accompanying him also began to comprehend the arduousness of the first line of defense. While the rewards were indeed more substantial than those of the second line, the risks had escalated exponentially. 2 individuals had already sustained severe injuries and were transported back to the tribe for recuperation. The others bore numerous wounds, a testament to their precarious position at the rear. I must confess, I owe Wang Yiming an apology. I had underestimated him. Before the battle, one of the challengers had boasted that he would not be bested by Wang Yiming. Seizing the opportunity during the fight, he confided to a companion, "When I stood at the forefront, the moment the beast tide surged, my legs turned to jelly." For him to withstand the onslaught for half an hour is truly impressive. At this juncture, the gazes directed at Su Yi were akin to those reserved for a deity. If Wang Yiming could be deemed a genius, then Su Yi was a prodigy, a veritable monster. Each of Su Yi's strikes expertly targeted the beast's weaknesses, his movements fluid and captivating, akin to a mesmerizing performance. Everyone pondered a singular question. If they were to face Su Yi, could they withstand even a single strike? The answer was a resounding no. Upon encountering Su Yi, their instinct would be to flee. Against Wang Yiming, one could exploit his lack of agility and engage him, but against Su Yi, being drawn close was tantamount to receiving a death sentence. The most astonishing aspect was that his stamina far surpassed that of an ordinary person, even in flight. One would likely be unable to outrun him. In summary, one should never oppose Su Yi in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Su Yi, having positioned himself slightly further back in the defense line, remained vigilant. He observed that many warriors of the tribe appeared precariously positioned. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Each warrior had to contend with at least 4 or 5, if not 10, beasts attacking them simultaneously. Thus, he sought out the warriors at a disadvantage and rushed to their aid. Once he had gained the upper hand, he would seek another location in need of assistance. He was akin to a brick on a battlefield, moving where he was most needed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the southwest. Turning towards the source of the sound, Su Yi beheld a tribal warrior who had suffered a grievous misstep, his abdomen slashed open by a wolf's claw, his entrails nearly spilling out. His weapon lay shattered. Surrounding him were over 10 wolves, poised to pounce and eliminate their prey. Alarmingly, there was no one nearby capable of rendering swift assistance. It was evident that he was trapped in a dire situation. Many had taken note of this grim tableau, recognizing that the war was about to reveal its most brutal face. At that moment, the pack of wolves surrounding the warrior suddenly lunged. The warrior exhaled deeply, bracing himself for death. Yet, just as the wolves were about to make contact, a series of slashing sounds erupted from thin air. With a splatter, several wolves were cleaved in two, their blood splashing the warrior's face. He stared in bewilderment at the corpses at his feet, pondering, why am I still alive? Is this a prelude to death? Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, Su Yi sighed in relief, exclaiming, thank goodness my strike was decisive. Chapter 55, The Chief's Token. The one who intervened was, of course, Su Yi. His sword domain could extend into a long strip, reaching a maximum length of 50 meters. Just sufficient to save the beleaguered warrior. The warrior, having thought his demise was imminent, found himself inexplicably alive. Although he was unaware of his savior's identity, he understood that it was time to escape. He turned and sprinted towards the tribe, swiftly vacating the battlefield. In the distance, Hu Tai also noticed the unfolding scene, his gaze falling upon Su Yi. Is it him? When the wolves surrounding the warrior were dispatched, Hu Tai caught a glimpse of Su Yi executing several strikes from afar. For the tribe, casualties in war were commonplace, However, it was preferable to minimize losses when possible. Wang Yiming was presently near Su Yi and had heard the warrior's desperate cries. He wished to provide assistance, but the distance was too great, compounded by the enemies he had to confront. Thus, he could not reach the warrior in time. Upon witnessing the rescue, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "This Hu totem tribe is impressive. They possess such an ability to strike from afar." The battle persisted. Those challengers who had only recently entered the first line of defense were now retreating to the second line. The first line was truly no place for humans. It was akin to a meat grinder. Time to leave. Wang Shi was among those retreating, and before departing, he sought out Wang Yiming. "Yiming, let's return to the second line. It is far too perilous here." Wang Yiming remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Yi. Wang Shi instantly understood. His cousin was vying with Su Yi. After offering a few more words of caution, he departed. Once again, only Su Yi and Wang Yiming remained in the first line of defense. As Wang Yiming passed near Su Yi, he could not help but exclaim, "Among the world's heroes, only Su Yi and I stand out." Su Yi retorted, "What a ridiculous boast. There are merely 50 challengers, and you claim to be among the world's heroes. How pretentious." Just then, as Wang Yiming was posturing, several tigers simultaneously lunged at him. Caught off guard, he was unable to evade, and a tiger's claw swiftly raked across his back, leaving a deep gash. The arm wielding the sword was grievously injured, revealing the stark, white bones beneath the flesh. Wang Yiming exclaimed, "This tiger shows no martial virtue." Upon landing a successful strike, the tigers all lunged forward. Wang Yiming was about to pay the price for his earlier recklessness, a price that could very well be his life. Fortunately, he had an ace up his sleeve. Just as the onslaught of tigers was about to descend upon him, Wang Yiming cast a desperate glance at Su Yi. "Su Yi, save me." Su Yi raised his hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy. As the energy departed from the PLL-NGW, it immediately split into dozens of streams, each precisely slicing through the throats of the tigers. The tigers' forms froze momentarily in midair before they fell one after another. Wang Yiming was saved. At that moment, he straightened his posture and took several deep breaths. Simultaneously, he retrieved a healing potion from his backpack and drank it in one gulp. As he lifted his gaze to meet Su Yi's, a hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes. "Thank you." He had always regarded Su Yi as a rival, yet now he found himself in such a disheveled state. Feeling quite humiliated, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. "It was but a trivial effort. Do you require my escort to safety?" Although Wang Yiming had consumed the potion, he could not immediately recover from the injuries on his back and arm. In his current condition, he could hardly leave the battlefield, let alone walk 10 steps. The beasts were not foolish. They knew to prey on the vulnerable. Wang Yiming's instinct was to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. He could only weakly respond. "Then I thank you once more." Between glory and life, he rationally chose life. After all, he had already conceded once and did not mind doing so again. Su Yi smiled. "It's no trouble. Helping you is also beneficial to me. You still owe me something. If you perish, who will I collect my debt from? Moreover, I saved your life. Shouldn't the Wang family show some appreciation? I've heard that the Wang family is a prominent clan, and if the recompense is insufficient, it could lead to gossip." Wang Yiming's expression darkened. "So, your rescue was motivated by monetary gain." He was nearly moved to tears. Su Yi began leading Wang Yiming away from danger, dispatching any beasts that obstructed their path with a swift stroke of his sword. As they ran, they spotted another tribal warrior in dire straits not far ahead. With a kind heart, Su Yi immediately sprang into action. Sword domain, second form. Activate. With a flurry of movements, he dispatched the 3 beasts that posed the greatest threat to the warrior, leaving the rest for the warrior to handle. Wang Yiming, following Su Yi, was left utterly astounded. "Wait, is that you?" He stammered, barely able to articulate his thoughts. "How did you do that?" It was evident that the technique Su Yi had just employed did not belong to any of the 15 intermediate skills. He was using a skill. In the realm of Shinming, skills could not be used immediately upon acquisition. A lengthy period of study was required. The question loomed, where had Su Yi found the time? Su Yi did not answer, but instead kicked Wang Yiming. "Stop standing there like an idiot, and keep running." The shock had rendered Wang Yiming momentarily forgetful of their escape. "Do you not grasp the urgency of the situation?" Wang Yiming snapped back to reality and resumed his flight, though he could not help but murmur to Su Yi, "Can you please tell me how you accomplished that? I beg you, tell me. Do you possess some method for accelerated learning? I am willing to pay." Su Yi found Wang Yiming's incessant inquiries exasperating. What method could he possibly reveal? It was merely a matter of having a bit of talent. Fortunately, the two soon reached the rear of the first line of defense. Once Su Yi confirmed Wang Yiming's safety, he turned without a backward glance and re-entered the fray. Wang Yiming watched Su Yi's retreating figure, his emotions swirling. They had originally planned to engage in a battle after completing their task, but now, was that still necessary? Upon returning to the battlefield, Hu Tai approached Su Yi, handing him a heavy token. It was likely made of some mixed metal. intricately carved with a fearsome tiger head on both sides. "Chief, what is this?" Suyi inquired. "This is the chief's token," Hu Tai replied. Suyi was taken aback. "What does this mean? Are you passing the chief's position to me? While I may have performed well, it cannot be to this extent." Hu Tai gave Suyi a light tap on the head. "Stop daydreaming. If you think I'm stepping down, you'll need at least another 20 years. "What do you mean then?" Hu Tai did not respond directly, but instead asked, "You possess the ability for precise ranged attacks, do you not?" He had been observing Su Yi since his initial ranged strike, and had confirmed his suspicions upon witnessing Su Ye's second use of the sword domain. After a pause, he continued, "Rest assured, I have no interest in the origins of your abilities. I am giving you the chief's token because it will allow you to grasp the entire battlefield situation. By simply letting a drop of your blood fall upon it, you will be able to sense the status of every tribal warrior through your mental connection. Ordinarily, the chief's token is reserved for the chief or the designated successor. But given the urgency of our current circumstances, we cannot afford to be so particular." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. What a valuable item. Without pretense, he accepted it. "Thank you, Chief." Hu Tai chuckled. "If you can save our tribal warriors from unnecessary deaths, it is I who should be grateful to you." In the tribe, following the awakening of their abilities, many individuals possess the capacity for ranged attacks. However, their strikes lack precision. The battlefield was in utter chaos. Should these individuals unleash their power unchecked, the risk of friendly fire would lead to greater losses for the tribe. After transferring the leader's token, Hu Tai continued to engage the enemy. Su Yi, on the other hand, inflicted a small cut on his fingertip, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the token. Instantly, the world before him transformed. A suspended map, visible only to him, materialized in the air. It depicted the current battlefield, densely populated with red and purple dots. Each red dot represented a brave warrior of the tribe, while the purple dots denoted the enemy. Remarkably, Su Yi could even perceive the condition of each warrior. Selecting several of the most weakened, he swiftly initiated his support. Hu Tu, a young warrior who had only recently joined the ranks, found himself besieged by nearly 10 different beasts, a situation that was overwhelming. Suddenly, an unknown force struck, cleaving half of the attacking beasts in two, significantly alleviating Hu Tu's burden. Such miraculous occurrences were continuously unfolding across the battlefield. Nevertheless, there were instances where Su Yi could not reach those in peril. In several locations, warriors found themselves in dire straits simultaneously. In those moments, he could only prioritize the nearest 2 or 3 for assistance. Xiao Yu had exhausted her strength, relying on medicinal supplements, while Su Yi persevered for approximately half an hour. During that time, 3 warriors fell. Fortunately, the first wave of the beast tide was finally eradicated. Su Yi inhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground, appearing quite disheveled, yet no one mocked him, as they all shared in the same plight. "Brother Su Yi, thank you. If not for you, I would have perished on the battlefield." A warrior, barely holding himself together, approached to express his gratitude. Others around him mirrored his actions. All were warriors who had been saved by Su Yi and had learned through Hu Tai of his heroic deeds. Hu Tai approached, patting Su Yi on the shoulder. "Well done." Su Yi sighed, lamenting the 3 fallen warriors. "You have done exceptionally well," Hu Tai reassured him. "Had it not been for you, the losses could have been tenfold." Curiosity piqued, Su Yi inquired, "Leader, we have only faced 1 wave of beasts and are already in such disarray. The warriors of the tribe appear close to exhaustion. According to the high priest's prophecy, 2 waves of enemies are expected today. How shall we respond? If the next wave is as formidable as the first, it could extinguish our tribe." "Do not worry," Hu Tai replied. "The high priest will arrive during the lull between the beast tides to restore our strength. By the way, have you sensed any beasts under the control of the evil forces?" Su Yi shook his head. Not yet. He sincerely hoped that the beast would reveal itself soon. The battle had been exceedingly brutal, with 3 warriors lost in the first wave alone. Should more waves follow, it was very likely that the number would exceed 10, jeopardizing his chance for a 3-star rating. Only by fundamentally resolving the issue could they hope to repel the beast tide. After a while, the high priest indeed arrived. The elderly figure seemed somewhat eccentric. As he approached the crowd, he waved his hand, establishing a formation while muttering incomprehensible words. Observing the bewildered expressions of the other warriors, it was clear they too could not understand him. Approximately 3 minutes later, a gentle breeze swept over the warriors, and a spectral figure of a tiger-headed human emerged above the high priest's head. The apparition let out a thunderous roar, followed by a beam of golden light radiating from it in all directions. Every tribal warrior touched by the golden light immediately displayed expressions of bliss, feeling a tingling sensation. Su Yi shivered slightly. As the golden light entered his body, a warm current surged within him, a sensation that felt oddly familiar. It reminded him of the feeling he experienced when consuming spirit meat soup, yet the warmth from the golden light was exponentially stronger. Astonishingly, Su Ye's depleted strength was swiftly restored. More accurately, it was reset. His body returned to the state it had been in upon entering the battlefield. Ah, Su Ye marveled, contemplating the situation, and discreetly summoned Xiao Yu. Squeak. Xiao Yu emitted a sound of delight. Indeed, the golden light also benefited his pet. At that moment, the high priest, eyes closed, suddenly opened them and glanced in Su Ye's direction. He sensed a small entity beside Su Ye siphoning off the warm current. However, after a brief glance, he returned to his meditative state, no longer probing further. Su Ye was startled by the high priest's gaze, suspecting he had discerned the presence of Xiao Yu. Yet, since the high priest did not take any action, it implied permission for him to absorb the energy freely. Once the high priest had aided the warriors in regaining their strength, he returned to the tribe. Soon after, the second wave of beasts arrived. Wang Yiming, who had previously withdrawn due to injury, re-entered the battlefield. Su Ye jested, "Don't let me rescue you again. My services come at a steep price." Wang Yiming retorted, "That will never happen." 20 minutes later, Wang Yiming called out to Su Ye, "Su Ye, help me, help me." Su Ye observed, "This second wave of beasts is even more formidable than the first. Their average strength has significantly increased." Wang Yiming, having charged too far ahead, inadvertently found himself ensnared in a crisis once more. The battle raged on for a full 2 hours before it finally concluded, resulting in the loss of 5 more lives. Yet, Su Ye's target remained elusive. The high priest appeared and departed again. The third wave of beast horde arrived. As the vanguard of the beasts breached the first line of defense, Su Ye's brow furrowed suddenly. He fixed his gaze upon an unremarkable wild boar within the beast ranks. Is it? In Chapter 57, the first form of sword domain, Su Ye, wary of alarming the creature, refrained from immediate action. Instead, he engaged with other beasts while subtly maneuvering closer to the boar. To ensure he could capture it, he whispered to Hu Tai as he passed, "Chief, I believe I have located the beast under Yan's control." Oh, at that moment, a beast collided between the two, prompting Su Ye to swiftly dispatch it with a thrust of his sword, deliberately directing its trajectory towards the boar. "In the direction my sword points. Approximately 300 meters away, that pig mingling with the wolf and tiger packs." "Understood. What do you intend to do?" "To be safe, we will approach the beast from either side and strike simultaneously, leaving it no chance to escape." To be singled out by Yan amidst the chaotic horde signifies that this boar is no ordinary creature. Therefore, we must approach with utmost seriousness. Hu Tai nodded in agreement. Very well. With that, Su Ye departed, resuming his slaughter as though nothing had transpired. While engaged in the carnage, he kept a watchful eye on the boar's condition. His observations further solidified his suspicion. The boar appeared to frolic amidst the battlefield, yet it had never actively attacked any warrior from the tribe. If not for Su Ye's vigilant attention, this elusive creature would have remained undetected. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Su Ye and Hu Tai, approaching from different angles, steadily closed in on the boar. Just as they were about to enter the 50-meter range, the boar suddenly raised its head and caught sight of Su Ye, sensing something amiss. With a swift leap, it prepared to flee. Su Ye raised an eyebrow, impressed by the pig's alertness. 50 meters is no short distance, and between Su Ye and the boar lay an undetermined number of beasts. Su Ye immediately glanced at Hu Tai. "Chief, unleash your full strength." Receiving the signal, Hu Tai swung his axe, conjuring a whirlwind that swept away all beasts in front of him. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward with terrifying speed. Su Ye, maintaining the 50-meter limit, activated the second form of sword domain and thrust his sword towards the boar. The clash of Su Ye's blade against the boar produced a piercing sound of metal against metal. The boar let out a grunt of pain, yet astonishingly, it did not falter. Such formidable defense. This marked the first time since embarking on his class transition quest that Su Ye had failed to subdue an opponent with a single strike. If one strike was insufficient, then more were warranted. Su Ye hastened towards the boar. Faced with the imminent approach of 2 human warriors, the boar's fear surged, prompting it to bellow at the sky. Instantly, the eyes of all beasts on the battlefield turned crimson, abandoning their previous targets and lunging towards Su Ye and Hu Tai. "Hey, where have all my enemies gone? Did my robust physique scare them off?" A tribal warrior exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden emptiness before him. Just moments prior, the battle had been fierce, yet in an instant, all had fled. Many warriors echoed similar sentiments. However, some astute individuals quickly discerned the truth. "Look over there. The beasts are besieging the chief." And Su Ye has joined him. The crowd turned to observe Hu Tai and Su Ye, who were indeed surrounded. The horde of beasts, driven mad, relentlessly attacked both warriors. A rough estimate revealed that each was encircled by at least several hundred beasts. The chief is the strongest warrior in the tribe. He should be able to hold out for a time. We must hasten to support Su Ye. By the heavens, I cannot stand idly by. Su Ye saved my life just yesterday. I cannot allow the beasts to bully him. The tribal warriors armed themselves and charged forth. Su Yi had earned the respect of all through his actions, and many regarded him as their savior. Wang Yiming was among them, shouting to Su Yi, "Su Yi, hold on. I have yet to surpass you. You cannot die. Also, I still owe you money." Surrounded by hundreds of beasts, and with more converging upon him, Su Yi faced an overwhelming challenge. Even a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. While Su Yi may have been stronger than an individual beast, he was far from the overwhelming strength that separates an elephant from ants. This was a trial beyond what an untransformed challenger could endure. If it were him, he would scarcely last 10 seconds. In the distance, even Hu Tai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The slaughter seemed endless. An insurmountable wall of flesh and blood forged by the beasts. Each swing of his axe cleared a swath of beasts, yet in an instant, new ones surged forth to fill the gaps. Through the mass of creatures, he glimpsed Su Yi struggling to endure, and despair washed over him. It seemed both were destined to perish in this tumult. Moreover, having previously engaged the boar, it bore an even greater grudge against Su Yi, resulting in the surrounding beasts attacking with even more ferocity and apparent coordination. If it can be said that Hu Tai's beasts are driven by their instinct for slaughter, then on Su Ye's side, there exists a profound restraint. While a portion of the beasts expend their lives against Su Yi, another segment lines up, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Here they come. Over 200 beasts erupt simultaneously, the creatures at the rear leaping onto the backs of those in front. Soaring into the air, the beasts form a closed sphere with their bodies, and at the very center lies Su Yi. The assault of more than 200 beasts is utterly unpreventable. Su Yi, Hu Tai roared, his heart sinking. Not only for Su Yi, but even he himself lacked confidence in surviving such an onslaught. The other warriors rushing to Su Yi's aid were equally engulfed in despair. Wang Yiming cried out, "Su Yi!" Yet, at the moment when everyone believed Su Yi to be doomed, countless beams of sword light erupted from within the sphere of beasts, radiating outward for 10 meters. Sword domain, Form 1, activate. Su Yi let out a soft grunt and drew his sword. With a swift motion, a cacophony of slashing sounds erupted simultaneously. In an instant, every beast surrounding him bore a massive gash. The once enveloping sphere of beasts transformed into a crimson hue as blood rained down. It drenched Su Yi entirely. The beasts that had been suspended in midair fell like dumplings, crashing to the ground one after another. At last, he had endured. The chaotic battlefield, akin to a pause scene, fell into a profound silence. Both humans and beasts stood in a stupor. With just a single stroke, Su Yi had extricated himself from what everyone believed to be an inescapable peril. This outcome far surpassed all expectations. Chapter 58, Successful Capture. He survived. Wang Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he harbored no desire for Su Ye's demise, witnessing him conclude the battle in such a staggering manner was simply unfathomable. What manner of creature are you? Is this yet another new skill? Furthermore, is it not the most elusive and challenging group attack skill among many? At this moment, Su Yi cast a glance toward Wang Yiming. The fleeing wild boar abruptly halted, though due to inertia. It tumbled forward several times before coming to a complete stop. The encircling beasts that had been besieging Su Yi were, of course, under its command. How could the formidable power bestowed by Yen be so easily unraveled? This human is truly terrifying. Realizing this, it hastened its escape. No, that human named Su Yi must not be allowed to capture me. At this juncture, Su Yi wiped the blood from his face, revealing a somewhat pallid countenance. Observing the wild boar fleeing, he quickly pursued. The sword domain, Form 1, exacts a frightful toll on one's stamina. Though it appeared he had merely struck once, in truth, he had delivered a blow to each beast. The depletion of stamina accumulates. The more foes faced, the greater the consumption. Moreover, under normal circumstances, stamina is gradually expended. Slaying hundreds of beasts might require half an hour, yet that single strike just now consumed what would equate to half an hour's worth of stamina in an instant. The wild boar caught sight of Su Yi in pursuit, its heart nearly leaping from its chest. It frantically waved its hooves, commanding the other beasts to continue obstructing Su Yi. Yet, to its astonishment, the other beasts dared not engage Su Yi, even defying their own orders. While the intelligence of the other beasts was disheartening, they too felt fear. Su Yi's earlier maneuver had thoroughly stripped them of the courage to continue fighting. Were it not for the wild boar maintaining order, they likely would have scattered in a panic. The only solace for the wild boar was that it was slightly faster than Su Yi. For the time being, Su Yi could not catch up to it. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from Hu Tai's direction. "Ha ha ha, I hereby declare Su Yi the next chief of my Hu totem tribe." With that, he swung his axe, dispatching several beasts before breaking free and pursuing the wild boar. Thanks to Su Ye's astonishing display that had intimidated numerous beasts, Hu Tai was afforded a moment of respite. At last, he found an opportunity to disengage from battle. His speed far surpassed that of Su Yi, And indeed, he was swifter than the wild boar. In mere moments, he closed the distance to the wild boar and delivered a punch that rendered it unconscious. Upon witnessing this, the other beasts exclaimed, "Oh, the boss has been subdued. What is the point of continuing to fight?" They harbored no loyalty to their leader. Consequently, they scattered in disarray. Thus, today's battle seemed to come to an end. Suyi leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, and from a distance, he gave Hutai a thumbs up. The chief is impressive. Thankfully, Hutai was here, otherwise, the wild boar would have truly escaped. My speed is indeed a critical flaw. When faced with adversaries faster than myself, if they do not wish to engage, I am utterly helpless. I must devise a way to compensate for this shortcoming. Hutai approached Suyi, lifting the wild boar and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Haha, this time, you deserve the lion's share of the credit. Had it not been for your sudden explosive maneuver, it's likely we both would have perished here today, let alone capturing this wild boar. Suyi, my brother, to speak candidly, when I learned you were to be responsible for capturing the beasts controlled by Yin, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, believing it should have been my duty. Now, I see the keen insight of the original high priest was indeed sharp, haha. In high spirits, Hutai considered the capture of the wild boar a promising prelude to capturing Yin. Once Yin is apprehended, the source of the beast tide can be thoroughly resolved. Suyi humbly replied, it was merely luck. Hutai draped an arm around Suyi's shoulder as they returned to the group. The other warriors immediately erupted with resounding cheers. Suyi, Suyi. One individual shouted Suyi's name, and soon the others joined in, creating a unified chorus. As Hutai had remarked, the victory was largely due to Suyi's commendable efforts. Furthermore, they had all heard that Hutai had appointed Suyi as the next tribal leader. The position of tribal leader has always been held by the mightiest warrior within the tribe, and there exists an additional criterion, the ability to command the respect of all. While Suyi may not yet fulfill the first condition, he undoubtedly meets the second. Wang Yiming gazed at Suyi, surrounded by admirers, feeling a tinge of envy. How wonderful it is, truly deserving of being my destined rival. At that moment, Suyi made his way through the crowd and approached Wang Yiming. Evidently having overheard his previous musings, his expression slightly darkening. Must you be so melodramatic? Wang Yiming crossed his arms. This is passion, I call it fervor. Suyi shot him a sidelong glance, recognizing him as a mere 15-year-old boy and choosing not to engage further. On the way back, Wang Yiming pestered Suyi again. Brother Yi, what skill did you use in battle just now? Suyi appeared somewhat taken aback. Oh, calling me brother already? Wang Yiming's cheeks flushed. Heh, just wait until I surpass you, then you shall call me brother. Suyi continued to evasion, offering little more than perfunctory responses until they returned to the first line of defense. Warriors, today's battle is concluded, Hutai proclaimed with a wave of his hand. The trial participants were taken aback. Why was it ending so abruptly? They felt a strange thrill, as if the workday was ending prematurely. After 2 days of interaction, several trial participants had formed bonds with the native warriors of the tribe. Upon inquiry, they learned that the battle had been concluded early due to the collaboration between Suyi and the tribal leader in neutralizing the beasts that controlled the beast tide. This news rapidly spread among all trial participant groups, leaving many bewildered. Are Suyi and we truly playing the same game? Moreover, they observed that Hutai frequently engaged Suyi in conversation, referring to him affectionately as little brother Suyi. While we toil at the second line of defense, how is it that you are already on such familiar terms with the tribal leader? Upon learning of this, Wang Shi discreetly approached Wang Yiming, taking his hand and advising. Yiming, in terms of strength, I may not match you, but as your elder, I possess greater knowledge of social intricacies. Among us, you have spent the most time with Suyi. Seize this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with him. It may prove advantageous for you and our Wang family in the future. Wang Yiming shot Wang Shi a glare, feeling indignant. I refuse to flatter anyone. He then stormed off in a huff. Wang Shi watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. Still too young. Chapter 59. Hutai is deeply touched. Soon, the group returned to the tribe, where the high priest seemed to have anticipated their early return, waiting at the tribal gates. After the high priest restored their stamina, Hutai proceeded to assign tasks. Suyi, come with me. We need to discuss a thorough resolution to the beast tide. The rest will be temporarily managed by the deputy leader to repair the tribe's defenses. Tomorrow, the strength of individual beasts should decrease compared to today, but their numbers will far exceed those we face today. The group responded in unison, yes. In the tribal leader's tent, significant matters are typically deliberated. At this moment, the high priest was painting a wild boar with blood-red dye. Suddenly, a crimson light began to coalesce above the boar. The high priest spoke in a solemn tone. I have sensed its location. Hutai expressed his excitement. That is splendid news. When shall we act? Once we eliminate Yin, we can entirely resolve the beast tide. However, the high priest shook his head. I see that Yin is lying on a mountain, surrounded by a multitude of beasts at its foot. far exceeding the total number of beasts we currently face in the tide. If we act recklessly, it will surely lead to our demise. Hu Tai slammed his fist on the table in frustration. After painstakingly locating Yen, we are left powerless. Only in close proximity to the tribe can the high priest utilize the power of the totem to assist the warriors in rapidly regaining their stamina during battle. If they venture too far from the tribe, the high priest becomes powerless, effectively having their sustainability. Furthermore, as the high priest indicated, the number of beasts at the mountain's base exceeds the total of the beast tide. 1. Our endurance cannot keep pace. 2. The enemy is stronger. It is clear that heading into such peril means certain death, and we would not even reach Yen. Sui furrowed his brow. After finally capturing the wild boar, are we left with nothing to show for it? He turned to the high priest. Is there no alternative? The high priest sighed before responding. There is indeed a way. I can utilize the connection between this wild boar and Yen to teleport the tribe's warriors directly to Yan's side. Hu Tai's eyes brightened once more. Our tribe possesses such an ability? The high priest shot Hu Tai a glance. The ability to locate and teleport is a closely guarded secret known only to each generation of priests. The reason it is kept from others is due to the considerable cost of its use. However, at this moment, the cost is secondary. More importantly, the connection between this wild boar and Yen is too tenuous. Even if we use the teleportation ability, I can only transport warriors who have yet to awaken their spirits directly to Yen. Hearing this, Hu Tai fell silent once more. With a heavy sigh, he murmured, "This path is equally unfeasible. The presence of Nyan, a terrifying force inciting the beast tide, surely possessed immense power. Even if Hu Tai were to take action personally, there would be no guarantee of victory, let alone a group of ordinary tribespeople who lacked even the initiation of spiritual awakening." Hu Tai, in a state of despair, sat on the ground, cradling his head. Is this the fate of our tribe? At that moment, Sui cleared his throat and turned to the two, saying, "Great priest. Leader, can you tell if I have already undergone spiritual awakening?" He was uncertain about this matter. Spiritual awakening was a term used within the tribe, and according to the conjectures of the trial takers, it equated to the awakening of one's innate talent. Yet, what if they were two distinct systems? The great priest furrowed his brow, then placed a finger on Su Ye's forehead. After a moment, he withdrew it, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. "You have not completed your spiritual awakening." Hu Tai sprang up from the ground. "How could that be? The rules that have been validated over the millennia in our tribe assert that the more gifted a warrior is, the greater the likelihood of completing spiritual awakening after bathing in the Tiger Heart Spring. Anyone with eyes could see Su Ye's exceptional talent. Thus, it was universally accepted that he had completed his spiritual awakening after his bath." Su Yi grinned. "Then I should be able to be teleported there, right?" The great priest pondered. "Indeed." Su Yi finally exhaled in relief. "Then teleport me there. I will confront Nyan. For the sake of my 3-star rating, let us charge forth." Hu Tai frowned. "It is far too perilous to send you alone." Su Yi puffed out his chest. "I am willing to sacrifice everything for the tribe." Upon hearing this, both Hu Tai and the great priest gazed at Su Yi in astonishment. They were moved. Very well, Hu Tai exclaimed 3 times, then clapped Su Yi vigorously on the back. "You are truly a good lad. Your heart is commendable, but this matter requires careful deliberation." Su Yi shook his head. "Deliberate? What for?" He retorted angrily. "We cannot afford to delay any longer. This is the only path before us. If we do not take this risk, we will merely wait for death, and already several brave warriors from our tribe have perished today. Tomorrow, there will be more. The day after that, even more. The longer we hesitate, the more we will lead our tribe to ruin. We will allow our people to be slowly consumed in despair and terror." Su Yi drew his sword again. "Leader, you are aware of my capabilities. Even without spiritual awakening, I would not be weaker than any warrior." Hu Tai, in anguish, pressed his forehead with his hand. As the leader of the tribe, he bore the greatest burden of pressure. Now, he had to send a young warrior to face the danger while he felt powerless. This feeling was like a knife twisting in his heart. Su Yi seemed to sense Hu Tai's turmoil, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, then taking out the leader's token. "I am somewhat of a leader myself, haha." Hu Tai's eyes grew moist. After struggling for a while, he finally acquiesced to Su Ye's plan. Indeed, as he had stated, this was the only viable option. "Now, let us proceed with the teleportation," Su Yi urged the great priest. However, Hu Tai interjected, "Do not rush. I will issue an announcement to gather other warriors willing to join you. You must not face this peril alone." Su Yi shrugged. "Actually, I do not mind, but it should be done swiftly. At the very least, I must be teleported before the beast tide arrives tomorrow." He was genuinely concerned about losing more warriors from the tribe, as that would ruin his 3-star rating. Hu Tai nodded and went to make the necessary arrangements. Soon, everyone in the tribe was aware of the news regarding Nyan, and that Su Yi would lead the charge to eliminate it. Many warriors pounded their chests in frustration, lamenting that they had already completed their spiritual awakening. The trial takers began to discuss amongst themselves. Brothers, are you going? What are you talking about? Do you have any awareness of your own strength? This is clearly beyond our capabilities. That is a force capable of inciting the beast tide. Indeed. Suddenly, someone realized a pressing concern. What if Su Yi truly defeats Nian? According to the announcement, the beast tide will disappear. What will happen to those of us with tasks related to the beast tide, who have yet to complete our quests? Others were left speechless. Damn, you are right. Ma Wei stood before the announcement, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. She understood that Su Ye's task was to alter the fate of the tribe's destruction. That task, initially deemed impossible by Ma Wei, seemed to inch closer to realization. Among the trial takers, the only one willing to accompany Su Yi against Nian was Wang Yiming. After reading the announcement, he was immediately filled with fervor. If Su Yi is going to fight, how can I remain behind to clear minions? Wang Shi attempted to dissuade him. Yiming, defeating Nian has no relation to your task. You do not need to put yourself in danger. Wang Yiming, of course, disregarded this advice and headed over to Hu Tai to enlist. Foolish, foolish. After about 2 hours, the warriors willing to join Su Yi in the mission to eliminate Nian had gathered in the leader's tent. Besides Wang Yiming, there were 4 other warriors from the tribe, Hu Feng, Hu Ba, Hu Quan, and Hu Fo. They had all bathed in the Tiger Heart Spring, but had not been fortunate enough to attain spiritual awakening. The strongest among them was Hu Feng, with the other 3 subtly acknowledging him as their leader. Su Yi patted Wang Yiming on the shoulder. What brings you here? Wang Yiming crossed his arms defiantly. What is the matter? Are you the only one allowed to shine? Su Yi's expression darkened instantly. Cease your ostentatious display. I am merely fulfilling a task. Is that not clear? Never mind. This individual possesses considerable strength and will undoubtedly be of assistance. Subsequently, Hu Tai provided a brief overview to the group. Su Yi turned his gaze towards the Dajiaisai. Time is of the essence. Let us depart forthwith. The Dajiaisai nodded and began to perform a distorted dance. The individuals destined to be transported suddenly noticed a luminous circle forming beneath their feet. This circle, initially a mere illusion, gradually solidified, exploding with brilliance. In an instant, the group found themselves disoriented, having been transported to the summit of a mountain several hundred miles away from the tribe. One must commend the precision of the Dajiaisai's teleportation. The 6 were remarkably conveyed to within mere meters of Yin. Yin appeared to be a grotesque creature, possessing the body of a serpent, the legs of a dog, and the head of a bull. The group gasped in unison. What an unsightly sight. The moment the 6 manifested, Yin seemed to sense their presence, abruptly opening its eyes to behold the armed intruders. It was evident they were foes. With a thunderous roar, Yin unleashed a cry that pierced the air like a wailing infant. This is perilous. Yin is undoubtedly summoning the beast from below, Hu Ba assessed. Su Yi nodded, urging, let us resolve this swiftly. We must strike together. Perhaps due to Yan's overwhelming confidence, no defensive measures were established upon the mountaintop. The nearest pack of beasts would require several seconds to arrive. They had to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, the situation would only become more challenging. The 6 surged forward. Yet, Yin would not submit easily. With a powerful thrust of its dog-like paws, it propelled itself upward, swinging its head vigorously, unleashing 6 torrents of wind from its bull horns. Wang Yiming struck the wind with his sword, dispersing it, though the impact left his hand numb. He gasped, what formidable strength. The expressions of the 4 tribal warriors turned grim, one even struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon. It was a mere effort to parry. Su Yi fared better. Unlike the others who relied solely on brute force, he deftly aimed his sword at the eye of the wind, spiraling around its trajectory before redirecting the gust back towards Yin, the instigator of the attack. With a thud, Yin merely deflected the wind with its horn, shattering the assault. The previous strike had served merely as a test, and the outcome was starkly evident. Yan's previously taut demeanor relaxed slightly. Aside from the human wielding the purple sword, the others seemed rather unremarkable. These 6 pose no threat, it concluded. Suddenly, Yin perceived the 6 unleashing their energies towards it simultaneously. After sensing their strength, it emitted a scoff through its bovine snout, opting to absorb their attacks with its own body, foregoing any defensive maneuver. The sound of metal clashing resonated in unison. Yet it left not a single mark upon Yan's body. The 6 were astonished. This creature possesses extraordinary defense. Su Yi, however, was not taken aback. Having witnessed the prowess of the wild boars under Yan's control, he anticipated that Yin would be even more formidable. If 1 strike failed, then 100 strikes. Or 1,000. While the others remained momentarily stunned, Su Yi advanced, engaging Yin in combat. Though Yin appeared to have short legs, it exhibited remarkable agility in close combat. Its serpentine tail allowed it to maneuver with ease, rivaling that of a human. Unfortunately for Yin, it faced Su Yi. With narrowed eyes, Su Yi entered a state of unity between man and sword, immediately sensing the multitude of weaknesses in Yan's form. With a swift motion, he struck again at the previous wound, finally leaving a mark. Yet, to Su Ye's astonishment, Yan's regeneration was astonishingly rapid, its skin returning to its original state in an instant. Within a mere second or two, they exchanged nearly 10 blows. Although Su Yi consistently evaded Yan's attacks and landed strikes on the same spot, the creature's terrifying regenerative ability yielded no tangible results. What a troublesome adversary, Su Yi mused. At that moment, the other warriors regained their composure and joined the fray. In response to their assaults, Yan exhibited no inclination to evade. If Su Ye's attacks could be likened to a mere tickling, the other strikes were akin to gentle caresses. With a few random kicks, Yan sent several of them hurtling away, their evasive capabilities significantly inferior to Su Ye's. Witnessing their intent to advance, Su Yi interjected, "You must halt the beasts ascending the mountain. I shall handle this one." The five exchanged embarrassed glances before retreating to the entrance of the mountain path, preparing to intercept the other beasts. How humiliating. Meanwhile, Su Yi continued his battle with Yan, exchanging over 100 blows, yet the situation remained unchanged. A glimmer of mockery appeared in Yan's eyes. Both it and Su Yi found themselves at an impasse. However, the advantage lay with Yan. As long as the beasts below continued their ascent, Su Yi would find no escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yi pondered his strategy while engaged in combat. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Yiming. At that moment, the leading pack of beasts began their assault on the five. "Yiming, lend me a hand. Hold Yan for 10 seconds. Wang Yiming's lips twitched at this request. "I doubt I possess such capability. Enough with the excuses. If you don't restrain Yan, we shall both perish here today. Trust me, I can make it happen." Chapter 61. The Charge Strike, Thrust. Wang Yiming now found himself engulfed in regret. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have refrained from plunging into this murky water. Indeed, as Su Yi had articulated, if the situation remained unchanged, both of them would perish here. He had no choice but to heed Su Ye's command, hefting the colossal sword as he positioned himself in front of Su Yi. 3 seconds. I can at most hold it for 3 seconds. Wang Yiming gritted his teeth and declared. Su Yi retreated a few steps, one hand grasping the sword, channeling a continuous flow of source energy to nourish the blade. He was preparing to unleash the charge strike he had recently mastered. His standard attacks were utterly insufficient to breach Yan's defenses. While executing his skill, Su Yi called out to Wang Yiming, "Next, follow my lead." At that moment, Yan had already commenced its assault, its serpent tail whipping through the air like a long whip, aimed directly at Wang Yiming, who was contemplating retreating to evade the strike. However, he heard Su Ye's voice from behind, urging him forward 2 steps, "Strike." Should I obey Su Ye's command? Su Ye's prowess was evidently superior to his own, and his judgment was far more acute. Yet, with the serpent tail descending upon him, it seemed that advancing now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. There was no time left for contemplation. "Su Yi, I trust you this once." With a furrowed brow, Wang Yiming resolved to follow Su Ye's instructions, lunging forward with 2 vigorous steps. What transpired next sent shivers down his spine. The serpent tail altered its trajectory precisely as he stepped forward. The tail's tip struck where he had just been standing, while his advance brought him fortuitously into a temporarily safe zone. "Oh." Su Yi also instructed him to initiate the strike. Grasping the sword with both hands, Wang Yiming swung it toward the serpent tail. With a resounding clang, the tail softened and was sent flying, causing Yan to stagger back several paces. Wang Yiming stared at his own hands in disbelief. Is this truly within my capabilities? How could I possibly repel Yan with this defensive strength? Stop dawdling. 2 steps left, 1 step forward. Use the sword as a shield. Block. Su Ye's voice called out from behind, pulling Wang Yiming from his stupor. Oh right. Armed with the experience of his initial success, he unhesitatingly complied with Su Ye's directives. Indeed, Yan's attack was effectively intercepted. To Wang Yiming's astonishment, it appeared that Yan's strength was significantly diminished compared to the initial strike that had sent him flying. Could it be that Yan's stamina had been excessively depleted, leading to a decline in its power? However, given that the battle had only just commenced, this seemed implausible. The only explanation could be Su Ye's influence. Wang Yiming could not fathom the reasoning behind it. He resolved to inquire of Su Yi once the battle concluded. Retreat 3 meters, block. Left 3, forward 5, strike. Right 4, block. Withdraw swiftly. Forward 2, block. Su Ye's commands resonated continuously from behind, and Wang Yiming found himself engaging with Yan with surprising finesse. The man and the beast seemed to dance in harmony, their movements remarkably synchronized. This peculiar scene sent shivers down the spines of the tribal warriors who were fending off the beasts on the mountain. At last, 10 seconds elapsed, and Su Yi sensed that the sword in his grasp had reached its saturation point, unable to absorb any further energy. The charge strike could amplify the damage potential through accumulation, representing Su Ye's most formidable single-target attack. Previously, during his skirmish with Yan, he had developed a clear understanding of Yan's defensive capabilities. After 5 seconds of charging, he could breach its defenses. 10 seconds would ensure a guaranteed kill. It was time to determine the victor. Yiming, step aside, Su Yi shouted to Wang Yiming. At that moment, Wang Yiming found himself somewhat entranced by the thrill of battling Yan. Upon hearing Su Ye's command, he displayed a hint of regret, but complied immediately. Su Yi sprang into action with the swiftness of a cheetah. Flash. In that instant, the accumulated energy erupted with tremendous force. The seemingly unremarkable sword now radiated with countless minuscule arcs of lightning, sending a tingling sensation throughout everyone present. It felt as though they were being targeted by the very lightning in the sky. Yin, too, its previously languid demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. If earlier attacks were merely an annoyance, this strike from Su Yi was palpable with the essence of mortal peril. Yin could not comprehend how such a frail, two-legged creature had suddenly transformed into such a formidable opponent. Wind drill, serpent tail, claw strike, roar. Yin unleashed all its capabilities in a desperate attempt to thwart Su Ye's impending strike. Yet, confronting it were eyes as radiant as stars, seemingly possessing foresight into all of Yan's intentions. With an air of nonchalance, Su Yi effortlessly evaded all of Yan's assaults. Finally, the decisive strike descended. A violet light, once a mere speck in Yan's vision, expanded instantaneously to encompass the entirety of its world. Thrust. Boom. Su Ye's sword penetrated Yan's eye socket, obliterating its skull in a single stroke. Withdraw the sword. Bang. Yan collapsed. The battle concluded. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The once chaotic beasts on the mountain suddenly wore expressions of bewilderment. The 4 tribal warriors trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by emotion. Wang Yiming, too, stood with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a fist. He had an inkling that Su Ye's astonishing strike would be forever etched in his memory. In the Hu Tua Tung tribe, Hu Tai paced restlessly within the tent, anxiety etched upon his face. While the high priest seated in a chair could not help but lightly tap the armrest with his fingers. At this moment, the high priest suddenly exclaimed. Among the diligent trial takers engaged in repairing the defenses, several felt a sudden shiver, followed by involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths. They had all heard a voice. Current task objective no longer exists. The task has undergone changes, detailed as follows. Husui could not help but sit down abruptly. Though it appeared he had merely unleashed a single sword strike, that strike encapsulated all his concentration and source energy, depleting him significantly. Had that strike failed, he would have been resigned to his fate. At last, it was accomplished. The process had been arduous, yet the outcome left him immensely satisfied. I suppose I have successfully completed 3 tasks now, Husui mused with pleasure. With the loss of the management of Yan, the beasts below scattered in disarray, each going their separate ways. A beast tide would likely not occur again in the near future. Consequently, the tribal warriors would naturally remain free from further casualties. Just then, Wang Yiming approached, extending a hand into the air. Do you need assistance getting up? Husui chuckled, grasping Wang Yiming's hand to rise with his help. This time, Wang Yiming had contributed significantly. Had he not delayed Yan for 10 seconds, Husui could not have unleashed that final strike. Thank you, Husui nodded. Chapter 62, The Gift of the Ancients. This caught Wang Yiming off guard, and he blushed slightly. I should be the one thanking you. After you defeated Yan, the beast tide ceased to exist, resulting in a change to my task. Moreover, as I participated in the defeat of Yan, the divine dream world counted it as my completion of a 3-star task. Husui clasped his hands together. Congratulations are in order. Your task must be completed as well. Correct? Yes, indeed. Shall we leave the task together? Wang Yiming inquired. Husui pondered for a moment. I shall return to the tribe first. There are matters I have yet to resolve. The original high priest promised that if I could defeat Yan, I would be rewarded with a great opportunity. If I choose to submit the task now, I would miss the chance to claim that opportunity. Wang Yiming remarked. Oh, then I shall accompany you. After a pause, Wang Yiming continued. Do not forget, we still have our agreement to battle. After submitting our tasks, we will acquire our professions and have 10 additional minutes in the task world. That should suffice. Let us return to the tribe, restore ourselves to peak condition, and then engage in combat. Wang Yiming declared, his fists clenched in enthusiasm. Husui nodded. Very well. He admired Wang Yiming's courage. Despite knowing he was no match for him, he still dared to challenge. Husui patted Wang Yiming's shoulder. By the way, I have a suggestion for you. While directing your battle with Yan earlier, I noticed that, rather than a swordsman, you might be better suited for shield-related skills. Wang Yiming. Husui chuckled. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. Wang Yiming's expression darkened. Initially, he had taken up the sword because he found it impressive. However, he indeed preferred smashing over slashing or stabbing techniques. He was not the only one to say he lacked the demeanor of a swordsman. Husui approached the 4 tribal warriors. Do you know the way back? All 4 nodded. We have traversed this mountain before. If we head east, we can return to the tribe. Very well, let us hurry back to ease the concern of the chief and the elder. Agreed. Thus, Husui and Wang Yiming, under the guidance of the warriors, began their journey back. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wang Yiming finally asked, Hu Ge, may I pose a few questions? Speak. When you were directing me in battle against Yin, how did you enable me to contend with him? Husui contemplated. As long as you can foresee Yin's next moves in advance, it naturally becomes achievable. The calmness in Husui's voice made Wang Yiming feel as if he were discussing something as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Absurd. Wang Yiming pressed on. How can one anticipate an enemy's upcoming actions? Husui hesitated, finding the question a bit challenging. When he wielded his sword, he could instinctively see the moves, and there was no particular technique involved. After a lengthy pause, he replied, Learn and practice diligently. The heavens reward the industrious. Wang Yiming. Isn't that akin to saying nothing? Wang Yiming felt an urge to walk away, finding conversation with Husui exceedingly exhausting. After taking a few deep breaths to quell his impulse, he asked another pressing question. Hu Ge, why did I feel that Yan's strength was considerably diminished during our later confrontation? If he had maintained his initial power, I would have struggled to counter his attacks. Even if I could predict his next moves, correct? Husui answered. That is due to Yan's combat techniques being exceedingly weak. Each time he attacked, he exposed his vulnerabilities, entering a brief state of exhaustion. I had you act during that window, which is why you felt that way. Wang Yiming nodded. I see. By the way, are Yan's combat skills truly that feeble? How come I had no inkling of it? Or perhaps it is that Husui is simply too strong. Wang Yiming felt disheartened, suddenly realizing how foolish he seemed. Why could Husui perceive what he could not even comprehend? Am I truly unfit to learn the sword? After approximately 3 hours of travel, the 6 individuals returned to the HTTing tribe. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance of the tribe, including HTI and the high priest. Upon sighting SY, HTI could not restrain himself and rushed over, embracing him tightly while delivering hearty pats on his back. Ha! Truly a fine son of the HTTing tribe. He had learned of SY's success a few hours earlier through the high priest and had been waiting at the entrance for his return. SY felt equally exhilarated. Chief, do be gentler. I fear I may not die from YN's hands, but rather from your enthusiastic blows. HTI quickly released SY, scratching his head sheepishly. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. At that moment, the high priest approached SY, casting a glance of approval before speaking. Come with me. The first-generation high priest has a gift for you. SY's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. All right. He followed the high priest. While the crowd continued their lively chatter, Wing-X rushed to Wing-Yiming's side, expressing concern. Yiming, how are you? Did you sustain any injuries? Wing-Yiming sighed. Indeed, I have been injured, and it is a wound that cannot heal. Wing-X grew anxious. Let me see. What seems to be the problem? Wing-Yiming pointed to his heart. It is a heart wound. He looked up with a hint of melancholy. Brother, am I merely an ordinary trial taker, nothing more? When you all call me a genius, is it merely to placate me? To deceive me? Wing-X thought to scold him, but held back. It was clear that his cousin was deeply affected, and the impact was significant. Wing-X was genuinely curious about what SY had done to bring about this change in Wing-Yiming. After offering comfort for a while, Wing-Yiming regained a modicum of confidence. Wing-X inquired, by the way, Yiming, has your task changed? My task has transformed into hunting in the forest, due to your circumstances, Wing-Yiming replied honestly, recounting his achievements and the attainment of a 3-star accomplishment. Wing-X exclaimed with joy. That is splendid. Does that mean you can obtain a 10-star profession? Haha, truly. You are the foremost genius of our Wing family's younger generation. He slapped Wing-Yiming's shoulder with enthusiasm. Consider this. The upper limit of profession potential is 10 stars. Thus, even if SY is currently stronger than you, his potential may very well mirror yours. If not fall short, let us maintain a long-term perspective. Upon hearing this, Wing-Yiming was struck with realization. Indeed, that makes sense. He speculated that SY was also a 10-star profession, and they were both starting from the same point. Perhaps in the future, he could surpass him. Meanwhile, SY followed the high priest to HXQN. The high priest dove into the water and resurfaced moments later, holding 2 iron ball-like objects. He handed them to SY. These are the opportunities granted to you by the first generation. SY was bewildered. What on earth are these? Chapter 63, 10,000 Sword Souls. Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, SY looked at the high priest and voiced his confusion. The high priest responded, I have no idea. To be frank, Had it not been for the first generation's dream message, I would not have known that these iron balls existed at the bottom of H, X, and Q in. SY couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. All right then. He examined the two iron balls closely, noting their weight, one of which was rusted. Whatever, I shall place them in my backpack for now. Perhaps their purpose will reveal itself in due time. SY recalled his PLL-NGWing sword. Initially, he had thought it was merely a broken sword, but after appraisal, he discovered its extraordinary nature. The ability to defeat YN was significantly aided by the PLL-NGWing sword. Had it been an ordinary sword, even with the charged strike, it would have been challenging to pierce YN's body. Having received the first generation's gift, it was time to submit his task. However, before doing so, SY first sought out ZH-ing to inform him of his departure. After pondering for a moment, ZH-ing decided to leave with SY. With SY gone, he would lose his primary support. And even though he could continue assisting other trial takers in processing spirit flesh, the efficiency would undoubtedly diminish. After purchasing the charged strike, SY had some contribution points left. And combined with the points earned from capturing wild boars and defeating YN, he had amassed a few thousand. There was little use in keeping them for himself, so he decided to gift them all to ZH-ing. Did you not wish to purchase some kitchenware? Go ahead. As he spoke, SY handed the wooden plaque recording the contribution points to ZH-ing. ZH-ing accepted it with trepidation. Is this really all right? SY shrugged. In the exchange tent, there is nothing I desire. It would be a waste otherwise. Better to give it to you to enhance your skills and prepare more delicious meals for me in the future. ZH-ing was utterly moved, embracing SY. Captain, why do I feel as though I am being pampered? SY kicked ZH-ing away playfully. Get lost. Hurry and exchange. ZH-ing, unfazed, chuckled as he stood up, brushing off his pants. All right then. This captain is quite agreeable. He truly shares benefits with those beneath him. ZH-ing then embarked on a shopping spree with the substantial funds before returning to SY's side. By this time, WYMing had also joined SY. Upon seeing ZH-ing return, SY nodded. Good, let us submit our tasks together. With that, he silently whispered in his heart, I wish to submit my task. The other two individuals experienced the same phenomenon. Instantly, 3 mechanical voices resonated in their ears. Task completion verification in progress. Congratulations, you have received a 3-star rating. Suyi could not help but let a slight smile play on his lips. A profession of 11 stars awaited him. However, at that moment, another mechanical voice echoed, leaving Suyi utterly bewildered. Star upgrade item detected. Rating adjustment in progress. Congratulations. You have received a 4.5-star rating. What on earth is this? What is a 4.5-star rating? Can potential even have half a star? When did I acquire a star upgrade item? Suyi's brow twitched as he recalled the iron ball he had just obtained. He hurriedly checked his inventory, and indeed, the iron ball had vanished. But wasn't there supposed to be 2 of them? Even if it were exchanged for stars, it should logically amount to 2 stars. What does adding 1.5 stars mean? The mechanical voice continued. Generating a suitable profession for you. This process may take 2 minutes. Please wait. Then I shall wait. 2 minutes passed swiftly. Suddenly, a light screen appeared before Suyi, visible only to him. The screen was divided into 2 sections, each corresponding to a different profession description. They were Heavenly Soldier Saint Hand, 12.5 stars, 10,000 Path Sword Soul, 12.5 stars. Suyi studied them for a while and began to comprehend the nature of these professions. The Heavenly Soldier Saint Hand, in essence, is a blacksmith, capable of enhancing levels through the forging of equipment, akin to the blacksmith Ji Xuanqi he had encountered before. Should he choose this profession, his original talent would transform into an equivalent forging talent. According to Sun Qing, the world of Shunming tailors professions according to each individual's unique circumstances. To have drawn a forging profession, could it be that he possesses a remarkable talent for forging? Regrettably, Suyi had little interest in this area for the time being. On the other hand, the 10,000 Path Sword Soul is purely a swordsmanship combat profession. He pondered, do normal individuals not have 3 choices? Why does he only have 2? Without any hesitation, Suyi selected the 10,000 Path Sword Soul. The moment he made his choice, a brilliant sphere of white light materialized, enveloping him. He immediately felt every cell in his body rejoicing. It seemed as though his being was transcending human limitations, evolving into a more perfect species. After approximately 5 minutes, the white light completely dissipated. Suyi clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Wow, I feel immensely powerful. The quantity of source energy within him had multiplied at least 10-fold. Furthermore, not only had the quantity increased, but the quality had also improved. Previously, 5 units of source energy could cause destruction, but now only 1 was required. The combination of quantity and quality meant he was over 50 times stronger than before his job change. Source energy was just one aspect. His physical strength had also seen a significant enhancement. Additionally, he gained the ability of introspection and a greater control over his body. Suyi raised his hand, focusing his mind, and with a loud pop, a blood vessel in his palm burst. He concentrated all his awareness on the surrounding wound, and visibly, the wound quickly formed a scab. He glanced at his data panel. Name, Suyi. Profession, 10,000 Path Sword Soul. Level, 11. Talent, Transparent Sword Heart. Attributes, none. Skills, Universal Sword Path. Passive, Sword Domain. Charge / Equipment, Ink-Light Tunic, Ink-Light Trousers, Ink-Light Shoes. With a profession attained, he could finally continue to level up. Normally, acquiring a profession would also grant attributes, yet Suyi had none, which led to the discussion of the profession skills he had obtained. Universal Sword Path, Passive. This skill is passive, requiring no active release. It will naturally activate at all times. Suyi can integrate the essence of nature and the universe into his swordsmanship through perception. As he contemplated this skill, Suyi felt a surge of exhilaration. This skill possesses infinite potential for growth. Leaving aside other considerations, typically, professions have only a single attribute. A few professions may possess multiple attributes, yet rarely exceeding 3. What if he could perceive 10 attributes and merge them all into his sword? How formidable would that power be? 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? It was unfathomable. Truly, this is a profession of 12.5 stars. Suyi stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. Chapter 64, Weak Electric Arc. The differences between professions primarily divide into two aspects. The first is the disparity in potential. Higher star professions receive greater enhancements with each level up compared to lower star professions. If quantified numerically, a 10-star profession might gain 10 points per level, while a 9-star would gain 9. Though this seems modest, after 10 levels, the gap widens to 10 points. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. The second distinction lies in the characteristics of the professions. Different professions possess unique traits. For instance, Wei Ying's profession is characterized by strong stealth and agility. In contrast, Luo Xin's profession is marked by brutality and ferocity. If Suyi were to describe his profession in one word, it would undoubtedly be infinite possibilities. If I were to perceive shadows and integrate them into my swordsmanship, could I attain stealth? If I were to perceive the carnage of the battlefield and fuse it into my swordsmanship, could I achieve ferocity? All of these require Suyi to explore gradually. At that moment, Zhang Sheng and Wang Yiming also concluded their job changes. Zhang Sheng appeared in high spirits, while Wang Yiming's expression was as dark as a thundercloud. Haha. Captain, I have acquired a profession called Spirit Fire Chef. Zhang Sheng raised one hand, and immediately flames ignited from his palm. Through these flames, I can awaken the deepest essence of food. I am eager to give it a try. Suyi nodded with a smile. Then I shall be your first guest. Zhang Sheng scratched his head, chuckling. From now on, just let me know whenever you are hungry, and I will be at your service 24 hours a day. His heartfelt gratitude towards Suyi was evident. Suyi then turned to Wang Yiming. Yiming, how about you? Wang Yiming cursed under his breath before replying with a frown. You hit the nail on the head. Among the 3 professions I could choose from, one was a brawler, another a chef, and the last a shield warrior. I am supposed to be a swordsman. What does it mean that not a single swordsmanship class is available? Suyi and Zhang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Sheng inquired curiously. So what profession did you ultimately choose? Are we destined to become colleagues? Wang Yiming twitched his lips. I chose the shield warrior. The reason for this choice is actually related to Suyi. Previously, Suyi mentioned that he was suited for the shield, and he truly took it to heart. Suyi patted Wang Yiming on the shoulder, offering encouragement. This can be seen as a rectification of your path, young man. Your future holds limitless potential. After a brief pause, he added, perhaps we should postpone our scheduled battle. It wouldn't be fair to you if you can't find suitable equipment right now. However, Wang Yiming refused. It's not a problem. My sword can double as a shield. Suyi remarked. That makes perfect sense. Wang Yiming's sword is wide enough to cover his entire body. Let us proceed swiftly and decisively. Suyi stated. After the class change. Only 10 minutes remain before we are transported back to the Shenmeng world. Very well. The two found a clear space and assumed their stances, with Zhang Sheng acting as the referee. Suyi, I know I am no match for you, but I also recognize that I cannot lack the courage to face you. Wang Yiming roared passionately. Suyi face-bombed. Stop dawdling and let us begin. Wang Yiming retorted angrily. Don't you have anything to say to me? No. Wang Yiming shouted. Let the battle commence. As Zhang Sheng's words fell, the battle officially began. Wang Yiming summoned his massive sword, or rather, his shield. Raising it high with his right hand, the blade pointed downward, while his left hand rested against the sword. It indeed conveyed a semblance of a shield warrior. Moments later, a faint glow emanated from his palm, instantly enveloping the entire sword. Wang Yiming had acquired an exceedingly rare light attribute. Su Yi, come strike me, Wang Yiming yelled, excitement flashing in his eyes. The moment he used the sword as a shield, an overwhelming sensation surged within him. It felt as if he was destined to do so. It is said that everyone has their most suitable type of equipment. When that powerful feeling emerged, Wang Yiming finally understood why he had previously fallen short compared to Su Yi. It was because he had chosen the wrong type of equipment. It turned out that a shield was the most suitable for him. Perhaps he could win this battle. Meanwhile, when Su Yi drew the PLLNGWing sword, he couldn't help but exclaim. His sensitivity to the sword had sharpened. The PLLNGWing sword naturally possessed a thunder attribute. Now he could distinctly feel the faint electric arcs pulsating in his palm, sensations he had been unaware of before. Su Yi did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the rhythm of the electric arcs. Wang Yiming was bewildered. What are you doing? Closing your eyes at the start of a fight? Are you preparing to fight blind? Yet he dared not act rashly, fearing Su Yi might suddenly open his eyes and strike him. Thus, 5 minutes passed. Wang Yiming could no longer contain himself and shouted, Su Yi, open your eyes. At his shout, Su Yi indeed opened his eyes. Wang Yiming could not tell if it was merely his imagination, but he seemed to see a hint of purple flickering in Su Yi's sclera. Su Yi moved. He raised his sword and unleashed approximately 1/20th of his power, sending a pale purple sword light directly towards Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming raised his shield to block. With a resounding clap, he shattered the sword light. Simultaneously, a small portion of the fragmented sword light miraculously rebounded towards Su Yi. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and effortlessly severed the sword light. Quite intriguing. Wang Yiming was overjoyed. Ah, I am formidable. It felt as if he hadn't even used his full strength to block Su Yi's attack. The white light he had previously wielded was actually a skill he had acquired from his profession, significantly enhancing his shield's defense and even reflecting a portion of damage. For a shield warrior, as long as one can withstand the enemy's assault, it is a victory. Come on, bring it on. Wang Yiming was invigorated. Su Yi smiled. Taking a few light steps forward, Wang Yiming thought Su Yi was about to directly attack his shield and promptly raised it. Unexpectedly, after reaching the shield's front, Su Yi performed a leap and flipped over to his back. Then, the purple sword rested against his neck. Wang Yiming. All right, the battle is over. Su Yi chuckled. Wang Yiming was furious. I am a shield warrior. You should attack my shield. Sneaking around to my back is not a skill. Su Yi was speechless and gestured towards Wang Yiming's head. Wang Yiming angrily exclaimed. Ah, this time, I was careless. Let us have another round. I dare you to defeat me by attacking my shield. Su Yi shook his head. Let us call it a day. Wang Yiming was relentless in his requests. I beg you, let us have another match. Su Yi sighed and pointed to the sky. As Wang Yiming looked up, he saw Su Yi wielding his sword and making a powerful sweep towards the heavens. Suddenly, a violet blade of light, exceeding 10 meters in length, shot upwards. What the heck? At that moment, Wang Yiming understood that Su Yi's refusal to engage him in battle was to protect him. Chapter 65, Return. The team leader is impressive. Beside them, Zhang Sheng applauded. Meanwhile, Wang Yiming found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Even if you, Su Yi, are also a 10-star, the disparity between us is too vast. The sword light that Su Yi had just unleashed was far more potent than all the source energy he possessed combined. Moreover, Su Yi appeared unfazed, his complexion unflushed and breath steady, indicating he still had more strength to spare. We are both 10-star, so why is your source energy so abundant? You must be cheating, right? Brother Yi, do you have a cheat to sell? Wang Yiming couldn't help but blurt out, lost in thought. Su Yi's expression darkened immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Yiming sighed, looking somewhat disheartened, then turned to Su Yi. Brother Yi, would you mind revealing your profession? Su Yi replied with a smile, I'd rather not. Wang Yiming clicked his tongue. I knew you would say that. I dislike secrecy. I have obtained a 10-star profession. The Liuguang Dajin. At that moment, Zhang Sheng exclaimed in surprise, looking at Wang Yiming with astonishment. You are actually a 10-star professional. Wang Yiming was taken aback for a moment, then became furious. What do you mean? You are actually a 10-star professional. Am I not worthy? Zhang Sheng scratched his head, awkwardly laughing. I'm sorry, that is not what I meant. As a non-combat trialist, he didn't have a direct perception of how powerful Su Yi and Wang Yiming truly were. Seeing Su Yi intimidate Wang Yiming with a single move, he had assumed Wang Yiming was at most 6 or 7 stars. But if Wang Yiming is 10 stars, yet was intimidated by Su Yi in one move, just how powerful is Su Yi? Su Yi looked at Wang Yiming with curiosity. By the way, are there many trialists who attain a 10-star profession? I feel like I encounter one every time I enter a class change task, so it doesn't seem particularly rare. However, considering the astonishment displayed by Sun Qing and Lu Ming upon learning of his potential to reach 10 stars, it seemed to imply that 10 stars truly are quite rare. Wang Yiming retorted, what nonsense. Of course it's rare. Our Wang family is the foremost family in Tianqi City. And I am the very first 10-star trialist in our family's history. As he spoke, he crossed his arms, exuding a hint of pride. Suyi nodded. Then I can rest easy. Wang Yiming added. By the way, make sure to note down my crystal number. Don't forget you still owe me money. The three continued their casual banter until a beam of white light descended, and they vanished simultaneously. The class change task had finally concluded. For Suyi, it was a fascinating brief journey, and he had gained significantly, even surpassing his initial expectations. He had originally sought a simple 11-star profession. Yet serendipity had bestowed upon him an additional half. Furthermore, he acquired a skill and an IOU from Wang Yiming. Standing at the temple, Suyi stretched lazily. It was time to return home. Prior to entering the class change task, he had entrusted Sun Qing to prepare resources that could enhance the strength of ordinary individuals. He wondered how well that had progressed. In truth, Suyi had grappled with the decision of whether or not to enhance his parents' strength. Elevating their abilities would mean a greater chance of being chosen by the Shunming world and could yield more benefits during the newcomer trials. However, once one becomes a trialist, they must shoulder responsibilities far greater than those of ordinary people. When monsters invade reality, it is the trialists that stand at the forefront. Moreover, the Shunming world itself harbors dangers. According to statistics from the Yellow Guard, hundreds die each year due to various accidents within the Shunming world. Choosing not to enhance their strength would mean relying on the hope that someone would step forward to protect them when a crisis arose. Additionally, threats could emerge not just from the monsters of the Shunming world, but also from fellow trialists who are human. Weighing these considerations, it seemed more prudent to enhance their strength. At the very least, it would allow him to retain greater control over their fates. Suyi opted to log off. Returning directly to the real world, he first sent a message to Sun Qing via crystal. Brother Pang, I'm back. Sun Qing responded instantly. How did it go? Did you reach 10 stars? Suyi replied with a smiling emoji. By a stroke of luck, I did achieve it. He was not lying. Sun Qing had only inquired if he had reached it, not how. That is fantastic. I knew you could do it. Sun Qing sent 3 exclamation marks, expressing his excitement. By the way, the matter you entrusted me with before the task has been taken care of. The items are temporarily stored with Wei Ying. Hehe. According to your specifications, I secured the top-tier resources for you. Even some members of prominent families don't receive such treatment. Great. Thank you, Brother Pang. How much is it in total? I'll transfer it to you. Consider it a gift from me to celebrate your attainment of the 10-star profession. How can I accept that? After typing those words, Suyi pondered for a moment and directly transferred 10,000 gold coins to Sun Qing. Brother Pang, a deal is a deal. You, this brat, truly leave me at a loss for words. Subsequently, Sun Qing returned 2,000 gold coins to him. It seemed the total cost of the resources was 8,000 gold coins, an astonishing sum indeed. In the real world, there are quite a few individuals willing to exchange Longwa coins for gold coins. Currently, the exchange rate in the market has reached an astonishing 10,000 to 1, meaning a single gold coin is valued at 10,000 Longwa coins. The resources that Sun Qing has prepared, if converted entirely into Longwa coins, would amount to a staggering 80 million. This sum would be sufficient to purchase several properties even in the most central cities of Longwa. And in a small place like Qingfeng City, it could buy an entire new building. After exchanging a few more words with Sun Qing, Suyi walked to the hall where Luo Xian and Zhang Sheng were also present. Zhang Sheng, having completed his task, had returned to reality as well. Ah, team leader. You have finally returned. Luo Xian waved to greet him. Indeed, I have returned. Suyi replied while taking a seat on the sofa and retrieving his phone to purchase a bus ticket. His home is also located in Qingfeng City, but not in the peaceful district. It is in the farthest area, Levexin district. Each time he returns home, he must purchase a ticket in advance. Luo Xian sat down beside Suyi. I heard from Zhang Sheng that you have achieved a 10-star profession. It's nothing to boast about, he replied modestly. Oh, come on. Team leader, could you please refrain from being so pretentious? Suyi cleared his throat and said honestly, no, I haven't. He was disinterested in delving deeper into the topic. So he inquired, while I was away, did anything significant happen? Nothing major, but there were a few minor events, 2 of which pertain to you. The first is that Jiang Jie mentioned that the ranks in the Holy Monument have been opened since your subordinate's realm is now at full capacity. The second matter is that our office in the peaceful district has received a new trialist named Su Miao. This individual has been in the divine dream world for 3 months and possesses formidable strength. He was specifically brought back by Minister Lu Ming from out of town. An outsider? Suyi asked. Not exactly. He resides in the peaceful district, but has been studying out of town until now. At that moment, Luo Xian suddenly smiled mischievously. By the way, it seems Su Miao has quite the challenge for you, especially after learning that you are merely a novice trialist. Yesterday afternoon, he fought against Ingu and emerged victorious. Suyi abruptly raised his head. By the way, do you know where Ingu is? Is he in the divine dream world or in the training room? I have something to discuss with him. Just then, Su Yi felt a tap on his right shoulder. I'm right here. I see you've been chatting for quite a while, Ingu remarked. Su Yi jumped up from the sofa in surprise, clutching his chest. Wow. Ingu, could you please not scare me like that? Wei Ying looked quite aggrieved. I was clearly the one who sat on the sofa first. Su Yi recalled that. Indeed, when he had taken a seat, he had caught a glimpse of something black moving in his peripheral vision. The sofa being black may have contributed to his oversight. With a frown, Su Yi said, Ingu, could you wear clothes that contrast more with the sofa color next time? Wei Ying shrugged, equally helpless. His occupational trait rendered him easily overlooked by others. In truth, even if he donned clothing of a different hue, it would hardly make a difference. At this moment, Wei Ying glanced at Luo Xian and then at Su Yi. To clarify what Xian just said, I only lost to Su Miao in the arena. In any other environment, I would not have lost. Luo Xian nodded in agreement. Ingu has a point. Your profession is not suited for arena battles. She then turned to Su Yi. Team leader, Su Miao has gone to the Divine Dream World. Once he returns, he will undoubtedly challenge you. What do you think? Are you confident? Su Yi shrugged. Not at all. He stood up again, having purchased his ticket. Ingu, Fatty said he has something at your place. Could you please hand it to me? Soon, Su Yi received a wooden box, stowing it in his backpack before waving goodbye to everyone. I'll head home for a bit. I'll be back in a day or two. See you. What about Su Miao? Luo Xin asked. He wants to challenge me, right? Let him wait a little longer. Generally, Su Yi does not refuse a challenge, but there is no need to alter his already arranged plans for a single challenge. Levexin district is located at the easternmost edge of Qingfeng City. In a somewhat aged neighborhood, Su Yi stood at the door of a house, holding a bag of fruit, and knocked firmly on the door. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a middle-aged woman in an apron opened the door. Xiao Yi, you're back. Mom. Su Yi replied as he stepped inside and changed into slippers. Where's Dad? Your dad is in the kitchen preparing fish. Your cousin is here as well. Before Su Yi arrived, he had already sent a message announcing his return. He surveyed the room, which looked just as it always had. He sat on the sofa, feeling inexplicably nervous, akin to a young man about to reveal to his parents that he is dating. Su Ye's mother is named Wang Hui, and his father is Su Weigua. Su Weigua has a younger brother, whose son is named Su Xiaojun, Su Ye's cousin. Wang Hui gently patted Su Ye's shoulder. Why do you look so uneasy after returning home? Su Yi hesitated and said, I have something to tell you. Oh, are you going to tell us that you've entered the Divine Dream World? Wang Hui smiled warmly. Just then, his cousin Su Xiaojun emerged from the kitchen. Wow, my trialist brother is back. Su Yi exclaimed. Wait, this plot development seems off. How did you know? He was taken aback. Su Xiaojun walked over and put his arm around Su Ye's shoulder. Bro, I also joined the Yulongwai, and I saw you on the member list for Qingfeng City's Yulongwai. So I told Uncle and Aunt. Su Yi delivered a sharp elbow to Su Xiaojun, exclaiming, you truly have some skills. Wang Hui chuckled at that moment, adding, I instructed Xiaojun not to seek you out, as I wished to see how long you would wait to share this news with us. Su Yi wore a somewhat melancholic expression, lamenting, the fool is indeed myself. Mother, I merely wish to spare you from worry. By saying nothing, you only amplify our concern. Wang Hui responded, enough of that. You and Xiaojun are both trial challengers now. You may converse while I return to preparing dinner. With that, Wang Hui departed, leaving the Su brothers entangled in their playful scuffle. Have you aired? Su Yi pressed down on Su Xiaojun's back, controlling his hands. The brothers had grown up together, sharing a close bond with plenty of playful banter. All right, I admit my fault. From now on, I vow to bring all information to you first, Su Xiaojun conceded. Though Su Xiaojun's physique was more robust, and he appeared fiercer, when it came to fighting, he was no match for Su Yi. Especially now that both had become trial challengers, Su Yi had already advanced in his profession, while Su Xiaojun remained a mere novice at level 10. This fellow had entered the Shunming world even earlier than Su Yi. Seeing Su Xiaojun plead for mercy, Su Yi finally relented. After a brief conversation, Su Yi adopted a more elder-like demeanor, inquiring about Su Xiaojun's progress. How many waves have you navigated in the novice trial? How many intermediate skills have you learned? Have you managed to complete the hellish difficulty dungeon? Su Xiaojun curled up, feeling as if he were being quizzed on his schoolwork. Have you finished your Chinese homework? What about math? He responded weakly. I made it through the 9th wave in the novice trial and learned one intermediate skill. As for the hellish dungeon, well, I don't think I need to consider that anymore. Su Yi couldn't help but express his astonishment. Why are you so incompetent? Su Xiaojun retorted. Do you have any manners? And what about you? Su Yi chuckled. I, my friend, have reached a 10-star professional potential. No way. Is that true? Su Xiaojun exclaimed. If I were lying, I would lose a cousin. Uft. You'd only lose a cousin. After saying that, Su Xiaojun paused, thinking, damn. Why do I feel like I'm cursing myself? Su Yi sighed, contemplating his cousin's seemingly foolish demeanor. When Su Xiaojun looked at Su Yi again, his expression was filled with admiration. Brother, how are you so impressive? It's just adequate, Su Yi replied modestly. As they continued their conversation, Su Xiaojun began to voice his frustrations. I've discovered that I have quite a talent for using firearms. If I put in the effort, I should be able to master 2 more intermediate skills in the time remaining. The issue lies with the hellish dungeon. The elder advising me suggested that I must learn a firearm skill to have any hope of clearing it. But you know how expensive skills can be. It's not something a novice like me can afford. At this point, Su Yi suddenly recalled that he had previously acquired a firearm skill which had been collecting dust in his backpack. He promptly retrieved it and tossed it to Su Xiaojun. Here, it's yours. Su Xiaojun looked puzzled. What is this? The firearm skill you requested. Brother, don't jest with me, he protested, waving his hands. Su Yi chuckled and pressed the jade token against Su Xiaojun's forehead. In an instant, Su Xiaojun shot up from the sofa. What the heck? This thing is real. The moment the jade token touched his skin, a skill name appeared in his consciousness, accompanied by a mechanical voice asking if he accepted the skill information. If he chose yes, he would obtain the firearm technique Su Yi had offered. How do you possess a firearm skill? Su Xiaojun stammered. I was fortunate enough to acquire it after navigating through 15 waves of the novice trial. Since I don't use firearms, I had left it in my bag and nearly forgot about it, Su Yi replied casually. Su Xiaojun gulped, his eyes reflecting inner conflict. Ultimately, he returned the jade token to Su Yi. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Su Yi nodded. Very well, if you refuse, I shall simply keep it. Wait, brother, aren't you going to persuade me further? What is there to persuade? If I convince you, will you then accept it? No, Su Yi laughed heartily, tossing the jade token back to Su Xiaojun enough with the back and forth. Take it. Rest assured, I'm not lacking in this regard. And it's not a gift without strings attached. You tend to stay home more often, and when I'm away, I need you to look after my parents. Su Xiaojun responded earnestly, Uncle and Aunt are my family too. I would do so regardless. After some time and persuasion, Su Yi finally convinced Su Xiaojun to accept the skill, which led Su Xiaojun to write a note of obligation for himself. At that moment, dinner was ready, and the family gathered to enjoy a hearty meal together. After dining, Su Yi presented the resources he had prepared for his parents, and after another lengthy discussion, the elderly couple finally accepted them with ease. Su Xiaojun had intended to leave after the meal, but as heavy rain began to pour outside, he ended up staying the night with Su Yi under the guidance of their parents. In Su Ye's bedroom, Su Xiaojun sat cross-legged on the bed, watching Su Yi, who stood by the window. Curiously, he asked, Brother, what are you doing? At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the entire room, only to vanish an instant later. Shortly thereafter, the sound of thunder echoed. Without turning around, Su Yi replied, I'm observing the lightning. What is so fascinating about that? Su Xiaojun questioned. You're still young. There are some things you will understand when you grow older. But you are only half a year older than me. Su Xiaojun protested. Go to sleep. Do not disturb me, Su Yi replied sternly. Perhaps due to the inherent lightning attribute of the PLLNGWNGN, he possesses an extraordinary affinity for the element of thunder. After his class advancement, he acquired the skill to merge the essence of the world into his sword. Thus, what he is currently engaged in is capturing the subtle nuances of lightning and attempting to infuse them into his blade. Xioj curled his lip and chose not to sleep. Instead, he retrieved a firearm and placed it upon his knees, commencing a meditative practice that seemed to focus on honing his skills. For individuals like them, the trial seekers, the necessity for sleep is somewhat diminished compared to the average person. The rain continued to pour heavily, intermittently accompanied by flashes of lightning. SY's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Simultaneously, in Tanx City, at the W-Ing residence, W-Ing was pushing a suitcase as he bid farewell to his father, W-Ing S-Ing, in the study. W-Ing X had also completed his class advancement task and stood behind W-Ing S-Ing. Father, I have made up my mind. I wish to seek out S.Y., W-Ing declared earnestly. W-Ing S-Ing set down the documents in his hands and looked up. Very well. How long do you intend to be away? He had already learned from W-Ing X who S.Y. was, as well as the fact that his son had been bested by S.Y. during his class advancement task. Until I conquer him. W-Ing S-Ing chuckled. All right, I shall await your return. Remember, losing is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is losing your conviction. W-Ing felt a surge of passion. Indeed, father. With that, he turned and departed. W-Ing X watched W-Ing retreating figure, hesitating to speak. Only after W-Ing had completely vanished did he turn to W-Ing S-Ing. Uncle, are you truly allowing Y-Ing to go? W-Ing S-Ing replied with a smile. For Y-Ing, having a formidable opponent is nothing but beneficial. W-Ing X pondered. But S.Y. is no ordinary individual. He felt a twinge of concern that W-Ing might leave and never return. W-Ing had claimed he would return after defeating S.Y. What if he never became his equal? Wing Essing tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Yming has already attained a 10-star talent. His future will not be inferior to anyone. Wing X sighed in resignation. All right, if you are so confident, I shall refrain from further counsel. The bond between this father and son truly runs deep. In Waizu City, the M family, MW, I had also returned, and the family hosted a small celebration in her honor for achieving a 7-star profession. After the banquet, MHODN approached MWI, wearing sunglasses. Sister, do you know how many stars SY has achieved? MW, I shook her head. I do not know. How did he perform this time? At this, a complex expression crossed MWI's face, and a glimmer of admiration shone in her eyes. His performance cannot merely be described as good, it was truly astonishing. MHODN was left speechless. Sister, your eyes are sparkling. MWI cleared her throat and redirected the conversation. By the way, why are you wearing sunglasses? MHODN sighed. Ah, it's nothing. I was dazzled by the sun a few days ago. MWI patted MHODN on the shoulder. In any case, HODN, you must never oppose SY. Understood, MHODN replied, curiosity piqued once more. Sister, who do you think is stronger, SY or H and Ying? MW, I shook her head. I am unsure, but I suspect that the first on the Saint tablet in our realm must be one of those two. MHODN gasped. You hold SY in such high regard. I had no idea how formidable he was in your eyes. Ying possesses a 9-star profession, along with top-tier talent. The rain continued to pour until the latter half of the night. SY stood by the window throughout the night. Suddenly, he stirred. SY grasped his sword and began to swing it within the confines of the room. This startled Shiojin. In the dead of night, having someone suddenly practice swordplay beside you is quite unnerving. Brother, what are you doing? Shiojin couldn't help but ask. However, SY did not respond. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that his eyes were unfocused. Is he in a state of sleepwalking? Shiojin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. At that moment, he suddenly heard what seemed to be the sound of thunder erupting within the room, startling him once more. The rain had clearly stopped. After half an hour, SY finally ceased his movements, sheathed his sword, and exhaled deeply. His eyes finally regained their luster. Chapter 68. WNGS. Shiojin could now ascertain that the thunderous sounds in the room originated from SY. For half an hour, he had been so frightened that he curled up in the far corner of the room, clutching his blanket and trembling. Brother, are you awake? Seeing SY return to normalcy, Shiojin dared to stand up. Awake? I wasn't asleep at all, SY replied, somewhat dazed. But upon glancing at the time, he was taken aback. How is it already 5 in the morning? He only remembered being mesmerized by the view outside the window and nothing else. It was only through Shiojin's account that he learned what had transpired. SY scratched his head. Could it be that I entered a state akin to enlightenment? He intended to seek an opportunity to inquire with SNQing to see if he possessed any insights. Throughout the night, he had made significant progress, already able to preliminarily infuse the essence of lightning into his sword, which was precisely why Shiojin could hear the seemingly spontaneous thunder. Brother, are you of the lightning attribute? Shiojin asked with curiosity. SY nodded. One could say that. Shiojin was speechless, wondering what he meant by one could say that. SY had originally planned to return to Shi-NGH district today, but after glancing at the weather forecast, he discovered that it would not rain in Shi-NGH district tonight, while it would rain in LX district. He named his newfound understanding as Leisure. To further solidify this concept, he decided to remain for another day. As dawn approached, he announced, I shall take my leave now and return to the office. Su Xiaojun waved goodbye to Su Yi. After some contemplation, Su Yi replied, I will accompany you. I wish to pay a visit to the head of your office. What purpose does this serve? Su Xiaojun inquired. To request assistance in watching over my family. Who knows when another monstrous invasion may disrupt our reality? Su Xiaojun furrowed his brow. Brother, I can simply convey this request on your behalf. I trust our team leader will honor my plea. Visiting him directly lacks proper justification. Su Yi chuckled. Who says it lacks justification? I am also a district head. This constitutes an exchange between leaders. Wait, are you also a leader? Su Xiaojun exclaimed. Indeed. Is that unreasonable? Su Xiaojun was taken aback. But your time in the Shunming world is shorter than mine, isn't it? Although he had seen Su Ye's name on the list of Yilong Wei members, he had not realized that Su Yi held a leadership position. Recalling Su Ye's extravagant display of prowess, he conceded, all right, that makes sense. My perspective was too narrow. Thus, the two arrived at the office of the Lushi district, where Su Xiaojun had already informed them of Su Ye's visit. The head of Lushi district was a burly middle-aged man named Wang Tingsong. After a brief conversation, Wang Tingsong agreed to Su Ye's request, promising that should any monsters invade, he would prioritize the safety of Su Ye's family. Both were of equal standing within the Yilong Wei, and Wang Tingsong was willing to extend this courtesy. Team leader Su, would you be interested in sparring? Wang Tingsong suddenly challenged Su Yi. He had heard of Su Ye's reputation from Lu Ming a few days prior, and was curious to see what made this newly appointed intern team leader so formidable. Not only Wang Tingsong, but several other district heads also shared this curiosity. However, each had their own affairs to attend to and could not afford to travel to Shanghai district merely for a friendly duel. Yet, with Su Yi taking the initiative to visit, this opportunity was too good to pass up. Su Yi smiled. If team leader Wang wishes to engage, I am more than willing to oblige. Su Yi was not one to shy away from challenges, and he understood that the better he performed, the more weight his presence would carry in Wang Tingsong's eyes, thus ensuring the adherence to their agreement. Wang Tingsong clapped Su Yi on the shoulder. Team leader Su is straightforward. You have just transitioned, correct? Yes, Su Yi confirmed. I have been in the Shenming world longer than you and have achieved a higher level, 20. I will do my utmost to restrain my strength to that of someone who has just completed their transition. Wang Tingsong raised an eyebrow. Feel free to unleash your full potential. Ah, the little one has quite the bravado, Wang Tingsong laughed. Let us see if you can compel me to exert my utmost strength. They stepped into the training arena. The referee was the second strongest member of the office, while the audience consisted of several other members of Yilong Wei, including Su Xiaojun. Xiaojun, who is this person? I saw you bring him to the office. This is my cousin, Su Yi, also a district head of Yilong Wei. Impressive. How strong is he? I'm not sure. I only know he has just transitioned. Then does he dare to spar with the team leader? Isn't that just asking for punishment? Let the match commence. With the referee's command, the battle officially began. Wang Tingsong did not wield any weapons, yet his fists ignited with flames. Is the team leader starting with fire fist? A bespectacled man gasped. It seems he holds Su Yi in high regard. The fire fist possessed both explosive and penetrating capabilities. With this maneuver alone, Wang Tingsong could easily rank within the top 100 of his realm's combat strength list. Another spectator chuckled. Now we shall see how Su Yi responds. I hope he can hold out for a few exchanges. Wang Tingsong beckoned Su Yi. Come. Su Yi nodded, drawing his sword, and swiftly lunged towards Wang Tingsong, aiming for his armpit, which he identified as Wang Tingsong's weak point. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, a fiery fist intervened, deflecting the sword and causing Su Yi to stagger back several paces from the explosive force. Not bad, Wang Tingsong remarked, raising an eyebrow. A master reveals their skill immediately. Su Yi's seemingly effortless strike bore a surprising amount of force, nearly matching Wang Tingsong's own. It was known that with each level gained, a trialist's physical attributes would be enhanced, and the improvements grew more substantial with each subsequent level. Thus, Wang Tingsong had gained 9 enhancements over Su Yi. If Su Yi had not disclosed it, one would never suspect he had just transitioned. Furthermore, Su Yi's angles of attack were exceptionally crafty, creating an indescribable discomfort in Wang Tingsong. After a brief exchange, Su Yi formed an initial assessment of Wang Tingsong's strength. His physical prowess exceeded Su Yi's in various aspects. Yet he was not invincible. Again, Su Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes, delivering dozens of sword slashes. Wang Tingsong found himself struggling to respond, feeling an inexplicable sense of dissonance during their combat. Wow, Xiaojun, your cousin is quite formidable, managing to suppress the team leader. A spectator exclaimed. A proud smile spread across Su Xiaojun's face. The Su family's genes are truly exceptional. At that moment, the bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. No, the battle has only just begun. The team leader is about to unleash his full power. Chapter 69, Leisure. Losing to a newly transitioned trialist would be quite embarrassing for me, Wang Tingsong remarked after once again blocking Su Yi's attack with his fist. Su Yi, if we were of the same level, I fear you could easily dispatch me with a single sword stroke. Even if I were to triumph over you today, it would merely be due to my superior level and experience. I feel quite ashamed. Su Yi chuckled, appreciating Wang Tingsong's candor. If you have any moves left, please feel free to employ them. Suddenly, as these words left Su Yi's lips, a colossal fire fist materialized and charged towards him with ferocity. Su Yi's expression darkened immediately. You old senior, taking advantage of my speech to launch a sneak attack? Have some dignity. Indeed, it is essential to take combat seriously. There is much truth in the saying that villains perish from excessive talk. With a decisive strike, Su Yi responded to the impending massive fire fist with a full-force burst of sword energy. What immense sword energy! Gasped several spectators. Among them were those skilled in swordplay. Yet their sword energy, when compared to Su Yi's, seemed akin to that of an adult versus an infant. In an instant, flames collided with sword energy, and the resulting gusts of wind caused Su Yi's face to flutter. A terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the room. Remarkably, neither side gained an advantage. Truly, newcomers are formidable creatures. At that moment, Wang Tingsong emerged from the fiery explosion, his right fist radiating a blinding light. This was his ultimate move. My apologies, Su Yi. Wang Tingsong said as his fist surged swiftly towards Su Yi's face. Just when he believed victory was assured, a thunderous sound erupted from the void. Su Yi's sword hand moved with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained. Wang Tingsong's fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Su Yi. Yet he found himself compelled to halt, for Su Yi's sword was now poised at his neck. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Tingsong's brow. Such speed. At this moment, Su Yi chuckled softly before retracting the PLLNGW-ing sword, declaring, in a life-or-death battle, although I am confident I could sever your head with a single sword strike, I suspect that your fist would also render me lifeless. Let us consider this round a draw, shall we? My heavens, Su Yi actually managed to draw with the group leader? The audience below was taken aback by this outcome. The final moves of both combatants had been obscured by the explosion, and their incredible speeds had left the spectators unable to discern the events clearly. Wow. Group leader Su is astonishing. You call this a mere transition? Some turned to Su Xiaojun. You two are brothers, right? How come you're so lacking? Su Xiaojun, feeling speechless, replied, no stepping on each other. It cannot be considered a draw. Wang Tingsong suddenly spoke from the arena, capturing the audience's attention. Oh, what is happening? Is there a twist? Did Su Yi actually lose, but is unwilling to admit it, fabricating a draw? Su Yi remained silent, observing Wang Tingsong intently, until he heard him say, a loss is a loss, Su Yi. I appreciate your goodwill, but there is no need to spare me in front of my subordinates. I accept my defeat willingly. After saying this, he patted Su Yi's shoulder firmly a few times. Haha, today I have truly witnessed what a genius is. Su Yi felt helpless. He indeed shared the sentiment expressed by Wang Tingsong. The battle concluded, and as Su Yi descended from the stage, he could distinctly sense the increased respect in the gazes of the other members of the YLNWI. Even their actions around him transformed, becoming cautious and deliberate. Su Yi felt perplexed. There is no need for that. I'm not a monster. Brother, you were incredible, Su Xiaojun exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Su Yi's shoulder. This victory was rather fortuitous, Su Yi admitted candidly. During the battle, Wang Tingsong emerging from the flames had indeed taken him by surprise. Thankfully, he had grasped a hint of thunderous rhythm earlier that morning, significantly enhancing his attack speed. Otherwise, even if his mind had reacted, his body would have been too late to counter. Su Yi intended to greet Wang Tingsong and depart, but Wang Tingsong insisted on treating Su Yi to a meal. It was unclear when his address had shifted from group leader Su to Su Yi. My dear brother, that last sword of yours was truly stunning. Have you perhaps comprehended the concept of SH? Wang Tingsong inquired with curiosity. Su Yi did not respond directly, but posed a question in return. What is SH? Wang Tingsong was taken aback. SH is SH, the unique force that exists within all things in heaven and earth. Fire has its fire force, and thunder possesses its thunder force. Generally speaking, when we trialist transition and gain attributes, if we can comprehend the corresponding force, it can significantly enhance our strength. I have long wished to grasp fire force. Yet I have no leads. I have witnessed masters who understood force in combat. They could even incorporate the characteristics of their attributes into their techniques without utilizing the attributes themselves, just as you did moments ago, which piqued my curiosity. Su Yi nodded, realizing, so what I comprehended this morning must be thunder force. Observing Su Yi's realization, Wang Tingsong felt a twinge of existential doubt. Good grief, how absurd. This fellow is unaware of the existence of SH, yet he can still comprehend it? Some geniuses in this world are truly beyond reason. Wang Tingsong rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Su Yi. My brother, did you have any special insights when you grasped SH? Su Yi pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps it was diligence. After an entire night of intense training, Wang Tingsong found himself at a loss for words. After dining, Su Yi returned home. He did not hasten into the realm of Shunmeng, but instead sat cross-legged on his bed, continuing to consolidate his comprehension of the lightning force. The outcome of today's battle did not leave Su Yi particularly satisfied. Had it been a genuine battle of life and death, he would have emerged victorious by slaying Wang Tingsong, yet he would have suffered severe injuries himself. The reasons for this were twofold. First, his lack of combat experience led him to underestimate Wang Tingsong's capability to unleash two bursts of power in quick succession. Secondly, his attack speed was insufficient. Had his understanding of the lightning force been deeper and his strikes swifter, Wang Tingsong would not have had the opportunity to approach him at all. After meditating throughout the day, Su Yi received a message from Sun Qing in the evening. Xiao Yi, I heard you've returned home. When will you be back in Shanghai district? Your official appointment letter and the detection skill are with me. The detection skill is a technique used to assess the level of monsters, a benefit of the Night Dragon Guard. Every trial taker who completes their transfer can apply for it free of charge. Su Yi replied, tomorrow at noon. Great, I will wait for you at the office then. All right. Brother Pang, see you tomorrow. Coincidentally, he had accumulated several questions to ask Sun Qing. Chapter 70. Am I incomplete? Sun Qing continued, by the way. You have gained another subordinate today, someone you know well. He joined the Night Dragon Guard primarily because of you. Su Yi inquired, who is it? Wang Yiming. Su Yi responded, isn't he better off as the young master of the Wang family? Sun Qing added, haha. He mentioned that he lost to you during the transfer task and joined the Night Dragon Guard to challenge you more frequently. Su Yi grimaced, already envisioning the annoyance he would endure from Wang Yiming in the future. Xiao Yi, well done. Wang Yiming is also a 10-star profession. Such talent is exactly what we in the Night Dragon Guard cherish and desperately need. Su Yi managed a wry smile and replied, hee. As the person in charge of Xianghe District, this is my duty. He then asked, by the way, will there be any reward for recruiting talent for the organization? Of course, there is. 100 contribution points have already been credited to your account. Su Yi checked his crystal and found it to be true. After concluding the conversation with Sun Qing, Su Yi, feeling fatigued from a day of training, opened the Night Dragon Guard forum, intending to browse some posts for relaxation. He stumbled upon a thread in the boasting section. I am a newly transferred rookie in the combat category. How should I plan my time to secure a better future? The first comment read, my suggestion is to allocate 40 of your time to leveling up and 60 to enhancing your innate skills, those acquired after the transfer. Once you complete the breakthrough task and enter the higher realm, you can begin to study the application of forces. The second comment echoed, agreed with the above. During the lower realm stage, focusing your energy on enhancing your innate skills is the most cost-effective improvement strategy. What caught Su Yi's attention the most was the phrase 2 skills mentioned by the first commenter. What is this? Do others receive 2 skills upon transferring? Why do I only have 1? Su Yi pondered for a moment, departed from the thread, and anonymously posted his own query. I am a newly transferred rookie and only received 2 skills after completing the transfer. Is this reasonable? Isn't it too few? After a brief wait, responses began to flood in. The first comment read, is the original poster foolish? Everyone has 2 skills. The second comment stated, lacking common sense, blocked. Su Yi let out a hiss. Indeed, does everyone possess 2 skills? It was already disheartening that his 12.5-star profession did not grant him more skills than others. But now he found himself with even fewer. Su Yi began to search through various threads on the forum regarding the number of innate skills. He indeed found a trial taker with a similar predicament. That trial taker had encountered a monster in the higher realm, leaving him with an irreparable injury that resulted in a decline in his professional potential, reducing his 2 skills to just 1. Su Yi paced in his room, unable to suppress an absurd thought. Could it be that my professional star rating is actually more than 12.5? In retrospect, 2 iron balls should have been worth a full 2 stars, which seems quite unreasonable. Could it be that the iron balls themselves were damaged, preventing them from fully realizing their potential? If this were true, he would need to find a way to transform himself into the complete form of the Wandao Jianshan. After searching the forum for a while longer without finding answers, the utility of contribution points became apparent. Su Yi promptly navigated to the Knowledge QA section and posed a question, offering a reward of 1 contribution point. Inquiry. How can one restore a profession to its perfect state after it has declined due to certain circumstances? After waiting for a while with no responses, he increased the reward to 2 contribution points. And finally, someone replied, answer, purging and replenishing. Purging refers to removing anything that has harmed the profession, while replenishing means purchasing a foundational liquid to recover from injuries. Su Yi nodded, realizing that since he had no harmful elements affecting him, he merely needed to replenish. But what exactly is this foundational liquid? He returned to the boasting section to search for answers, eventually finding that the foundational liquid is a substance capable of repairing one's foundation and enhancing one's potential. Available for purchase at the official resource store of the Night Dragon Guard in the higher realm. It can only be traded with contribution points, costing 1,000 contribution points per unit. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there exists a feasible method. He currently possessed 199 contribution points, derived from the genius benefits of entering the Night Dragon Guard and the points earned from recruiting talent. He needed to find a way to accumulate enough points swiftly. Having only 1 innate skill, I have already achieved such remarkable prowess. One can only imagine the extraordinary capabilities of the complete state of Wandao Jianhan. It is too daunting to contemplate. Meanwhile, in the Xianghe district office, Wang Yiming had chosen his room and was gathered around the dining table, enjoying a meal with others. Besides him, there was a bald man, who was the newcomer Su Miao, eager to challenge Su Yi. Brother Zhang, your culinary skills are nearly on par with my family's chef, Wang Yiming sincerely praised. Zhang Sheng's expression darkened slightly. The compliment sounded rather peculiar. However, he understood that the Wang family was a prominent lineage, and their chef must indeed be exceptional. At that moment, Su Miao turned to Zhang Sheng and inquired, Zhang Sheng, Su Yi should have returned with you, right? Why is he still absent? I've already mentioned, the team leader has gone home to visit family. Su Miao replied with a smile. Could it be that Su Yi is intentionally avoiding me? Gong Xian shot him a glance, uninterested in explaining. Wang Yiming, intrigued, observed Su Miao and asked, "Uncle, do you have some history with Su Yi?" Since Wang Yiming was new and only recognized Zhang Sheng, he was curious upon hearing Su Miao's words. Su Miao responded, "It's not really history. I simply wish to ascertain his strength and whether he is qualified to be my leader. Also, I am only 20. Please refrain from calling me uncle." Wang Yiming was taken aback. Su Miao, with his bald head and full beard, appeared remarkably mature, yet he was only 20 years old. Nevertheless, that was not the main point. Wang Yiming replied directly, "How about you face me in a match? I will assess whether you are fit to challenge Su Yi." Su Miao chuckled, "Apologies, but I have no interest in bullying a child." Wang Yiming retorted with a cold smile, "What is your star rating?" Su Miao replied, 7 stars. "Oh, I have 10 stars. After some thought, it seems prudent to forego our battle. I have no desire to bully those with lower star ratings." Upon hearing this, the others present were speechless. Damn it, caught in the crossfire. However, they were also astonished that this fellow possessed a 10-star profession. No wonder he appeared so arrogant. Intrigued, Su Miao challenged, 10 stars? Huh, little brat, do you not realize that star ratings do not encompass everything? Wang Yiming responded, "If we are to fight, let us do so without any more idle chatter. If you lack the courage, consider my words unspoken." Su Miao replied, "Let us go." 5 minutes later, Wang Yiming returned to the living room, carrying a bruised and battered Su Miao. "With your level, you couldn't even defeat me, yet you aspire to challenge Su Yi?" Chapter 71. Wang Yiming's second battle with Su Yi. On this day, Su Yi returned, coincidentally arriving just in time for dinner. "Ah, Yi Gu, you have finally returned. Come, have a bite. I will fetch you some utensils," Zhang Sheng exclaimed upon seeing Su Yi. The others greeted Su Yi as well. After responding to everyone, Su Yi did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he began to search along the dining table for Wei Ying. Slap. Su Yi playfully slapped Wei Ying on the shoulder. "Haha, Ingo, I found you." Wei Ying was left speechless, yet somewhat surprised. The instinct of an ordinary person would typically overlook him, as if he did not exist. How did Su Yi remember to seek him out? "Su Yi, shall we have another match after dinner?" Wang Yiming eagerly issued a challenge. Su Yi wiped his forehead where no sweat existed and replied, "You must wait your turn." He then turned to the only unfamiliar face at the table and addressed, "Su Miao, I have heard you wish to challenge me." However, Su Miao responded, "Forget it. I have already come to respect you." Su Yi? Could it be that his overwhelming presence had intimidated Su Miao? After sitting down and chatting for a while, Su Yi learned that it was Wang Yiming's influence that had led to this change of heart. Wang Yiming grinned, "Su Yi, I will not allow you to be defeated by anyone else until I have bested you myself." Su Yi facepalmed, thinking, what a dreadful line. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He turned to Wang Yiming and said, "If possible, please speak less." However, it must be said that Wang Yiming was indeed somewhat useful, as he could shield Su Yi from numerous troubles. In the future, anyone wishing to challenge him would first have to contend with Wang Yiming, allowing him to defeat Wang Yiming before proceeding. Wang Yiming seemed a bit impatient. "Hurry up and eat. I want to fight you again afterward." Su Yi replied helplessly, "What is the point? It has only been a little over 2 days since your last defeat. Rather than challenging me now, you should focus on improving for a while. Otherwise, you stand no chance." He had no faith that Wang Yiming could undergo a qualitative change in just 2 days. Wang Yiming laughed. "I am now a completely transformed individual compared to 2 days ago." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately a gray, somewhat gelatinous ball, roughly the size of a fist, appeared above his head. "This is Xiaohui, my pet. It possesses earth attributes and aligns perfectly with my profession. As long as Xiaohui is present, my power will increase by at least 50%. Blocking your strike will be no issue." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so your confidence stems from having contracted a pet. It is no wonder you hail from a prestigious family." The others present gazed at Wang Yiming with envy. "Damn rich people." Jiang Jie interjected curiously. "I have yet to see anyone with a pet in the Shunming world. That must be quite expensive, right?" Wang Yiming beamed with pride. "Let me put it this way. Even within our Wang family, the vast majority lack the qualifications to form a contract with a pet. It was only I, Wang Yiming, who at the tender age of 15 secured a 10-star profession, thus being granted the privilege of being assigned one. This transcends mere wealth. It is a matter of honor, do you understand?" Su Yi was also somewhat intrigued. "Speaking of which, how does one acquire such pets?" Luo Xian raised her hand. "I know this. There are only 2 channels through which pets can be obtained. The first is through defeating hell-level dungeons, where there is a slim chance of a pet dropping. However, the drop rate is exceedingly low. The second is a specialized dungeon in the upper realm, which one can only enter under certain conditions, where many uncontracted pets exist." Su Yi nodded, realizing the truth. Simultaneously, he mused that there existed another channel, through the 20 waves of the newcomer trials. Since pets can indeed drop from dungeons, it is entirely reasonable for him to have acquired a pet egg from one, should fortune favor him. Su Yi decided to wait a couple more days before revealing the existence of Guang Xiaoyu to everyone. After dining, Su Yi glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until his appointment with Sun Qing. He turned to Wang Yiming. Let us proceed swiftly. Wang Yiming was exhilarated. Let us go? Su Yi added. By the way, if you challenge me too frequently, it will consume a great deal of my time. Let us set a rule. After each defeat, you must wait at least 10 days before challenging me again. How does that sound? Wang Yiming readily agreed. Very well, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. He was confident he could win this time. Upon contracting a pet, he realized how significantly it enhances a trialist's capabilities. The two ascended to the stage, while the other members gathered below to spectate. Jiang Jia expressed some concern. Do you think the leader can win? Luo Xin replied, it should be possible. Su Miao, however, scoffed. Although I am unaware of how the leader triumphed in their last encounter, this time, it will likely not be so simple. You have all witnessed Wang Yiming's formidable strength. The others cast sympathetic glances at Su Miao. They had indeed seen how brutally he had been defeated. Wang Yiming, despite being a shield warrior, chose to initiate the attack right from the start. Brandishing his shield as if it were a wall, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Su Miao. Any attack Su Miao attempted to deliver merely bounced off the shield, failing to impede its momentum even by the slightest degree. Su Miao sighed. A 10-star profession is truly terrifying. Moreover, at that time, Wang Yiming had not even summoned his pet. Even if the leader also possessed a 10-star profession, it would be difficult to contend with a fellow 10-star professional accompanied by a pet. At this moment, the battle commenced. Wang Yiming unsheathed his shield, and Su Yi drew his sword. Notably, Wang Yiming's shield was no longer his former great sword. This time, it was a genuine shield. An elite shield. I might add, do you dare to challenge that? Wang Yiming felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by his equipment. No matter how impressive the great sword was, it could not compare to a true shield. Only with a genuine shield could he unleash his full potential. Su Yi maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent. What of the elite shield? Did my elite PLLNGW sword not speak for itself? Speaking of which, why do I feel more like a secondary character compared to Wang Yiming? Come, attack me with all your might, Wang Yiming declared with unshakable confidence. Su Yi nodded. Very well. With that, he launched himself at Wang Yiming like an arrow released from a bow. Just as he was about to reach Wang Yiming, he forcefully swung his sword outward, employing his sword mastery. Whoosh! All present witnessed a flash of purple light arc beautifully through the air, before coming to rest against Wang Yiming's neck. Su Yi clapped his hands. All right, I have one. He gestured to retrieve his sword and prepared to depart the stage. Chapter 72. Perhaps, maybe, or possibly. Everyone. Wang Yiming. What just happened? Why did the battle end so abruptly? That was far too quick. This swiftness referred not only to the conclusion of the fight, but also to Su Yi's sword. Su Yi, stop right there. Wang Yiming's face flushed crimson. He had contemplated the possibility of defeat, yet he never anticipated it would occur so hastily, so effortlessly. He hadn't even utilized his shield or his pet. You ought to have at least engaged in a battle of 300 exchanges with me. Su Yi halted and turned back. What is it? You ambushed me. The battle had commenced, and your shield was at the ready. How could that be considered an ambush? However, to be fair, after spending the previous night watching thunderstorms, my skills had indeed improved. For those who had recently become trialists, such speed could be considered somewhat outrageous. Not to mention, as the controller, even Su Yi himself struggled to discern the trajectory of his sword, relying instead on his intuition to guide its movements. Wang Yiming, still unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, "Let us have another match." Su Yi chuckled. Sure, 10 days from now. Right here. I shall await your return. With that, Su Yi turned to leave, but paused after taking a couple of steps, suddenly recalling something. By the way, you still owe me something. Do not forget. During the class change quest, he and Wang Yiming had engaged in several transactions, and Wang Yiming had yet to fulfill his end of the bargain. Watching Su Yi's figure recede from the room, Wang Yiming could only seethe with impotent rage upon the stage. The others gradually recovered from the astonishment of Su Yi's stunning swordplay. Luo Xin gasped. Wow, the leader is incredibly fast. Jiang Jia shook his head, a bittersweet expression upon his face. The junior has grown remarkably fast, leaving this senior unable to even catch a glimpse of his retreating figure. Su Miao felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, I did not challenge the group leader. I would have humiliated myself yet again. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd could hear Wang Yiming, in frustration, striking the ground with his shield. They understood him, even sympathized with him. After all, he is still just a child. At that moment, Wang Yiming suddenly leaped off the stage and grabbed Su Miao by the collar. Come on, let's have a duel. Su Miao was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Unable to defeat Su Yi, you come to bully me, an old comrade? Meanwhile, in the hall, Sun Qing arrived on time. Xiao Yi. Upon seeing Su Yi, Sun Qing was exceedingly excited and enveloped him in a bear hug. Calm down. Fat brother. How can I calm down? You are a 10-star trialist. A 10-star trialist? We have one in this villa as well. But that is different. Wang Yiming has temporarily joined our Yilong Wei, but he is still a scion of a prominent family. You, on the other hand, are a wild talent unearthed by my own hands. Su Yi remarked, that sounds rather strange. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Qing presented Su Yi with a couple of items, a badge and a jade piece. The badge served as proof of his position as the leader, while the jade piece contained the skill, probe technique. Su Yi stowed the badge in his backpack and immediately pressed the jade piece to his forehead, instantly acquiring comprehensive data on the probe technique. However, mastering it would require some time, as it was unrelated to swordsmanship and thus his natural talent could not be applied. The probe technique could be deemed the most practical skill, allowing trialists to gauge the strength of monsters they encounter and make informed decisions to assist in subsequent actions. Well, I have delivered the items, so my task is complete. Do you have any cultivation-related questions for me? Sun Qing inquired with a smile. Su Yi grinned. Actually, I do. Fat brother, I would like to discuss the concept of sword intent. Sun Qing patted his belly, unsure of how Su Yi had come to know about sword intent. But he replied nonetheless. Sword intent, you see, is essentially about selecting natural elements that resonate with your professional attributes and infusing their essence into your sword. For instance, if you possess a fire attribute, you can observe elements related to fire, such as magma, flames, and the sun, to grasp the potency they embody. Sun Qing spoke at length before pausing. I didn't expect you to delve into such advanced matters already. For most individuals, this is a topic only encountered in the upper realms. Su Yi nodded and continued to inquire. Is there a classification of levels for this intent? After 2 days of reflection, Su Yi felt he had reached a bottleneck in his understanding of thunder intent, yet he sensed that he had not yet reached its limits. Sun Qing chuckled. Of course, sword intent can be divided into 4 stages based on one's understanding. Beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Each advancement signifies a qualitative transformation. At the beginner stage, one can harness intent to enhance the power of their techniques. In the minor achievement stage, one can manifest a visible shadow of intent, further amplifying power. Major achievement is even more formidable. One can use intent to intimidate an opponent's mind. For instance, if you wield fire intent, your adversary's mental fortitude will feel scorched. Naturally, those with stronger willpower will be less affected. As for perfection, one can transform intangible intent into a physical form. Su Yi pondered this, realizing that his thunder intent was likely still at the beginner stage, stuck just before minor achievement. Sun Qing patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. You have just transitioned roles and acquired your attributes. For most trialists, affinity with their attributes increases as they level up. It is during this time that comprehending intent becomes easier. Thus, it is often advised that individuals refrain from grasping intent before level 30. Sun Qing regarded Su Yi. However, your exceptional talent in swordsmanship might allow you to attempt this earlier. He stroked his chin. I have a feeling that in a few days, you will suddenly tell me, Fat brother, I have comprehended sword intent. Su Yi was speechless. After some contemplation, he declared, Fat brother, I believe I may have perhaps comprehended intent. Sun Qing's smile faltered. What did you say? Su Yi repeated his statement. Sun Qing exhaled deeply, gazing into Su Yi's eyes, which were now misty with emotion. Show me. Let me see. Su Yi complied. The Thunder Dragon King's sword sliced through the air with the force of a tempest, tracing several circles. Sun Qing slapped his thigh. What on earth have I stumbled upon? Sun Qing looked at Su Yi, bewildered. Is this even reasonable? Su Yi furrowed his brow. Is it not reasonable? By the way, Fat brother, I was wondering if you knew any methods to swiftly break through this bottleneck? Chapter 73, Dual Rankings. Sun Qing did not respond immediately. Instead, he sank into a sofa, covering his forehead. Wait a moment, let me process this. Su Yi's words had struck him with immense impact. Even the Sword Emperor only began to engage with intent after reaching level 20, right? Could it be that Su Yi's talent in swordsmanship surpasses even that of the Sword Emperor? Su Yi remained silent, watching Sun Qing. Minutes passed before Sun Qing stood again, asking, Xiao Yi, how did you achieve this? Su Yi answered honestly. The night before, as I returned home, the rain poured and thunder rumbled outside my window. I stood there, gazing at the flashes of lightning, and felt as if I could wield a sword to emulate the fierce energy of the storm. After 2 days of diligent effort, I have arrived at my current state. Sun Qing's lips twitched slightly. It sounds rather simple, Su Yi remarked. Brother Pang, you still haven't answered my question. Sun Qing snapped back to attention, sighed, and began to address Su Yi's inquiry. In the process of comprehending the sword's intent, each transition from one stage to the next presents a bottleneck. To break through these barriers, there is no shortcut. Only time can wear them away. Once one's understanding of a certain intent reaches a sufficient level, the bottleneck will naturally dissipate. Moreover, the efficiency of grasping the intent is primarily influenced by 2 factors, one's innate understanding and the environment. You must have noticed that when the storm rages outside, your ability to perceive the lightning intent is significantly heightened. This is the power of the environment. A suitable setting can greatly enhance the accumulation process. Therefore, if you wish to deepen your understanding of the lightning intent, it is best to seek an environment rich in the energy of storms. Sui nodded, pondering whether he would have to chase after rain in the future, checking the weather forecast to find where it thundered and rained. Sun Qing continued, my advice is to invest in a training facility and book a room with a lightning attribute. Sui raised an eyebrow. Does the training facility even have such a function? Sun Qing replied, of course, otherwise, why would it be called a training facility? In every lower realm, the innermost room on the 3rd floor of the training facility allows you to choose the room's attributes for 500 gold coins per hour. Since most individuals only encounter the intent upon reaching the upper realm, I do not introduce the attribute rooms on the 3rd floor to newcomers. Furthermore, this price is indeed beyond what a typical trial taker can afford. Sui gasped. That is rather exorbitant. 500 gold coins an hour means 12,000 gold coins for a whole day. Even with my wealth among newcomers, I couldn't sustain that for more than 2 days. Sun Qing was speechless. This is not meant for ordinary newcomers. Sui shook his head, feeling quite affluent at first, but now realized it was just that. Regardless, he thought to himself that he must check it out the next time he entered the Shenming world. After understanding how to break through the bottleneck, Sui posed his second question. Brother Pang, I wish to know what methods exist to earn contribution points for our Yilong Way. Sun Qing responded, there are 3. First, the task module on the forum allows you to accept tasks, and upon completion, you receive the promised rewards. Secondly, this mainly pertains to non-combat professions such as blacksmiths, alchemists, and chefs, who can directly exchange their produced results for contribution points. Of course, the amount that can be exchanged requires meticulous scrutiny. Thirdly, contribution points are awarded based on the level of contribution made to Yilong Way, which encompasses a wide range of actions. Slaying monsters that invade reality or helping Yilong Wei gain honor also counts as contributions. Sui nodded. He wished to accumulate contribution points to purchase the Gu Benyi. The first method Sun Qing mentioned had already been dismissed by him, as the tasks with significant contribution point rewards were only available to high-level trial takers, which he could not undertake. The tasks with lower rewards were often exceedingly complicated, consuming too much time, and he could not afford to waste most of his time on trivial tasks. Hence, he could only consider the latter 2 avenues. By the way, can non-blacksmith professions also engage in forging? Sui suddenly asked, recalling that during his job transition, he had chosen blacksmithing as one of his professions. What did this indicate? It suggested he possessed a talent for forging. Sun Qing affirmed, of course, many combat trial takers cultivate a secondary profession simultaneously. However, without blacksmithing skills, their potential is not as high as those who specialize in blacksmithing. Sun Qing frowned. Xiaoyi, let me advise you. It is best to focus on enhancing your primary profession before entering the upper realm. Sui chuckled. I know, I won't lose sight of the big picture. Indeed, although he currently possessed only one primary skill, it sufficed for now. The matter of acquiring a secondary profession was not urgent. However, if an opportunity arose to gain contribution points, he would not let it slip by. Who knows, if monsters invaded reality again, he might display his prowess and accumulate enough points. After chatting for a while longer, Sun Qing departed. Sui then prepared to enter the Shenming world to attempt breaking through his bottleneck. With a thought, he arrived in the familiar room. Upon stepping outside, Sui noticed significant changes in the Shenming world. Any trial taker who looked up would see 2 translucent light tablets suspended in the sky, one displaying the level rankings and the other the combat power rankings. At that moment, the top positions on both lists were held by the same individual, Han Yang. Sui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this brother is quite impressive. Next to each name on the lists, the respective levels and combat power figures were recorded. Han Yang had reached level 15, with a combat power of 3487, while the second place on both lists was level 14, with a combat power of 2800. Sui was curious about how combat power was quantified. Group leader, at that moment, Sui felt a pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Jiang Jia. I was planning to enter the Shenming world with you, but when I couldn't find you in your room, I guessed you had already entered. And indeed, you have. Jiang Jia pointed to the sky. So, do you have confidence in securing first place? Sui replied honestly, no. Jiang Jia was left speechless. You are indeed a 10-star profession. Sui expressed his curiosity. In our realm, are there no other 10-star professions? Jiang Jia replied, at the moment, I am only aware of you. Others may be concealed or non-existent. Of course, including myself. More than half of the challengers in our realm have yet to transition to new professions, so I cannot ascertain how many 10 stars will ultimately emerge. Chapter 74. Han Yang and Chu Qingyin. Sui inquired, are there rewards for ascending the leaderboard? Certainly, there are. Since the inception of the 2 leaderboards, a settlement occurs every 7 days. The top contender on each leaderboard receives a reward of 30,000 gold coins. The second place earns 20,000. The third 10,000. Those ranked from 3rd to 10th receive 5,000 each, while ranks 11 to 100 get 1,000, and those from 101 to 1,000 earn 100. This is the standard across all realms, and we are likely no exception. However, to prevent anyone from lingering in our realm merely to boost their rankings, the leaderboard will be settled a total of 10 times, disappearing after 70 days. Suyi gasped, such generous rewards. He then asked, can the two leaderboards accumulate settlements? Indeed. For instance, our first settlement here will occur in 4 days. If Han Yang can maintain first place on both boards, he could earn a one-time reward of 60,000 gold coins. At this point, Jiang Jie nearly salivated. He sighed and patted Su Yi on the shoulder. I have no hopes left. If I manage to secure 100 gold coins, I would consider it a success. Leader, give it your all. I believe you can at least enter the top 10 on both boards. Su Yi nodded. Excellent. In truth, he aspired to be first on both boards. Not to mention the 60,000 gold coins. Let us go for it. It appears that in the remaining days, I must exert myself. Su Yi swiftly devised a plan. First, to break through his bottleneck, then enhance his combat prowess, and finally, to devote himself entirely to leveling up. Of course, as long as one strives diligently, there should be no regrets. If first place proves unattainable, securing second or third would still yield substantial rewards. Furthermore, with 10 settlements, there are ample opportunities ahead. By the way, how should I assess my combat strength to challenge the leaderboard? Jiang Jie responded. On the first floor of the training hall, a room has been opened for testing combat power, containing a black stone. Once a challenger enters the room and attacks the stone, their exact combat power value will be determined. Understood. Coincidentally, Su Yi planned to visit the training hall. He would also take the opportunity to conduct a test. In the trading street, a man carrying a long spear emerged from an apothecary. Do not question why he chose to carry his weapon on his back instead of using a backpack. It is simply because he looks striking, he muttered. These potions are exceedingly expensive. However, as long as I can secure first place on both leaderboards, the initial expenses will be worthwhile. This man is none other than the current top contender on both boards, Han Yang. As Han Yang strode toward the dungeon entrance, he occasionally glanced up at his imposing name, reigning supreme on both leaderboards. In terms of combat power, I have established a significant lead over the second place. If I maintain this trend, securing first should be quite stable. The focus remains on the level leaderboard, where the gap between the second place and myself is not too substantial. In the remaining days, I shall devote myself to leveling up. Lost in thought, he entered the dungeon entrance. However, just as Han Yang was about to select a dungeon, he suddenly heard a commotion outside, filled with shock and noise. It seemed they were exclaiming, has the first place changed? Han Yang hurriedly exited the dungeon entrance and looked up, his heart sinking immediately. He remained first on the level leaderboard, but his position on the combat power leaderboard had been usurped by someone named Chu Qingyin. His combat power registered at 3487, while Chu Qingyin's was 3,500. Fortunately, the difference was not too vast, leaving him a chance to reclaim his position. Who is this Chu Qingyin? Not only was he perplexed, but the astonished crowd shared the same curiosity. At this moment, someone provided an answer. I know. Chu Qingyin seems to be a member of the Chu family from Tianling City. Immediately, someone expressed confusion. Tianling City? Is that not a city close to the center of our dragon nation? How could someone from there enter the same realm as us? Logically, the Divine Dream World allocates challengers based on their regions when selecting realms. As far as we know, those entering this realm are from the easternmost cities of our dragon nation. What is someone from a central city doing here? The individual who initially spoke shook his head and continued. It is well known that prominent families select ordinary members for training. Some unscrupulous families will raise their members to a certain level and then send them to remote, underdeveloped areas, waiting to be selected. Their aim is to enter realms like ours and compete for resources. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in anger. What a despicable group of vampires. Why should they come to seize the resources that belong to us? Someone chuckled wryly. They possess the ability to ascend to first place on the leaderboard. Our complaints here will not change anything. At that moment, someone noticed a detail. Wow. Have you all noticed that although Chu Qingyin has claimed the top spot on the combat power leaderboard, she has not appeared on the level leaderboard? The crowd scanned the level leaderboard from top to bottom, and indeed, the last entry was level 12. What does this indicate? It suggests that Chu Qingyin has likely just completed her class transition. Gosh, how on earth did Chu Qingyin achieve that? This individual is truly formidable. Goodness. Have we eastern cities been overshadowed by an outsider? In the crowd, Han Yang furrowed his brow. He is a Jiuxing profession with a level of talent. At level 15, he cannot surpass the combat prowess of someone at level 11. And the only plausible explanation is that the other person possesses a level of talent as well, but is of a sure-shing profession. My talent excels in area attacks and endurance, rather than explosive power. If that Chu Qingyin possesses a talent that emphasizes strength and explosiveness, it is indeed possible for her to exceed my combat capabilities despite being 4 levels lower than I am. Han Yang felt immense pressure and promptly turned to enter the dungeon entrance. He must level up. Advancing in levels would also enhance his combat strength. With only 4 days remaining, he has not yet lost. The glory of the Eastern City shall be safeguarded by me, Han Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Zhang Jie were nearing the training grounds. They naturally noticed the changes in the leaderboard displayed in the sky. This person is undoubtedly a sure-shing profession with a level of talent. Zhang Jie arrived at the same conclusion as Han Yang. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there are many formidable individuals in this world. At that moment, they spotted a girl with blue hair approaching them. She had her hands in her pockets, her expression stoic, exuding an air of aloofness. Wow, this girl has an impressive aura. Zhang Jie involuntarily exclaimed. Su Yi quickly covered his mouth. It is quite impolite to comment on others in front of strangers. Fortunately, the girl did not seem to mind. She merely cast a cold glance at Zhang Jie and Su Yi before walking past them. Su Yi felt a flicker of curiosity. At this time, emerging from the training grounds, could this girl be Chu Qingyin? Chapter 75. A Sword to the Summit. Soon, Su Yi and Zhang Jie arrived at the training grounds. They entered the testing room on the first floor. Look, this is the stone. Zhang Jie pointed to a large black stone tablet, approximately 2 meters tall. At the center of the room, Su Yi nodded, refraining from further words. Grasping his sword, imbued with the force of thunder, he made a single slash. The tremendous purple sword energy surged fiercely. Wow, what ferocity in that sword energy! Zhang Jie was astonished. It felt as if he hadn't seen Su Yi in years. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that this sword energy was not Su Yi's full potential, for Su Yi's movements were exceedingly casual. The sword energy swiftly made contact with the stone. However, to their surprise, when the sword energy struck the stone, it emitted no sound of collision. Instead, it seemed to dissolve effortlessly, akin to cotton candy meeting water. Su Yi could not help but wonder what material this stone was made of. With the testing concluded, it was time to ascend to the 3rd floor to cultivate the thunder force. Senior, I shall take my leave. I am heading to the 3rd floor to train. He initially intended to check his ranking outside, but just as he finished his slash, he heard an uproar of intense discussions and gasps emanating from outside the room. It seems the first place is secure. Su Yi never doubted his ability to claim first place. The only pressure stemmed from the level rankings. The current first place, Han Yang, was 4 levels ahead of him, and with the latter's continued efforts, Su Yi lacked confidence in catching up within 4 days. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jie, Su Yi turned to ascend the stairs. Zhang Jie, however, remained momentarily stunned before rushing out of the room to confirm Su Yi's results. There it was, boldly inscribed at the top of the combat power leaderboard. Su Yi, combat power 4008. Zhang Jie was elated. The team leader is incredible. Nearby, the onlookers buzzed with chatter. Who is Su Yi? He is the first to surpass 4,000 combat power. Could he be a member of a prestigious family from the central city? Zhang Jie, upon hearing this, felt indignant and immediately confronted the speaker, exclaiming, "You are the one from a prestigious family. Your entire family belongs to a prestigious family. The person? Are you out of your mind?" On another front, the blue-haired girl, Chu Qingyin, was purchasing equipment at the apothecary. Beside her stood a man who bore some resemblance to her. He was her cousin, Chu Xiang. Chu Qingyin's expression was inscrutable, making it difficult to discern her mood. Chu Xiang, however, was somewhat impressed by Chu Qingyin. One cannot deny her remarkable mental fortitude. Ever since she made the leaderboard, she has been subjected to scornful remarks. Terms like trash discarded by the big city, vampire, and public enemy have echoed around her. Anyone subjected to such negative commentary would naturally feel anger. Yet, Chu Qingyin remained unfazed, or at least appeared so on the surface. Chu Xiang addressed her. "Qingyin, do not pay attention to the words of those weaklings. They are merely envious of your achievements. Securing first place is your talent, and it has nothing to do with your place of origin. Furthermore, our arrival in this lower realm was indeed a mere coincidence. About 10 days ago, the two of them had traveled to a city in the east to visit an elder sister who had married far away, only to be fortuitously selected by the Shunmeng world, leading them to this lower realm. It was not as others claimed, a deliberate act to seize resources from the trial takers of remote cities." Chu Qingyin merely nodded, responding. Chu Xiang smiled. "Fate has brought you here to claim the first place in the sacred monument. You should be secure on the combat power leaderboard. As for the level leaderboard, we do not contest the first time, but aim for first place the second time. Do you have confidence?" Chu Qingyin nodded again. Chu Xiang continued. "I have heard that if one can secure first place on both leaderboards, there will be additional rewards when completing the breakthrough task at level 30. Chu Qingyin responded. Chu Xiang rubbed his forehead. His younger sister was great in every way, except for her reluctance to speak. Engaging in conversation was indeed quite the challenge. Devoid of any sense of interaction. At that moment, the two suddenly heard a commotion outside, having just finished purchasing the necessary potions. They stepped out the door to find everyone gazing upward at the sky. As the two followed suit, they soon noticed CHQ Ingyi had been pushed to second place on the battle power leaderboard. Oh, there exists such a genius in this place. CH Xiying remarked, somewhat astonished. Subsequently, she began searching the ranking list for SY's name, only to find it absent, much like CHQ Ingyi's. CH Xiying's surprise deepened as she glanced at CHQ Ingyi. This SY must, like you, have recently completed his class transition and hasn't begun leveling up yet. With 4,000 battle power, he ranks among the most elite. Even in the lower realms near the central city. CHQ Ingyi responded with a hum, suddenly recalling the two rude boys she had encountered upon leaving the training ground. Is SY one of them? Sister, why are you so unresponsive? CH Xiying lamented. You've been dethroned from first place. I am still first, CHQ Ingyi stated. CH Xiying raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Did you not utilize your skills during your previous testing? CHQ Ingyi nodded. Indeed. CH Xiying pressed on. Then do you intend to refresh your score now? CHQ Ingyi shook her head. Eventually. CH Xiying comprehended that CHQ Ingyi meant to unleash her full potential on the final day to reclaim the top position. CHQ Ingyi turned and strode off towards what appeared to be the dungeon entrance. CH Xiying wondered if it was merely her imagination, but she thought she detected a flicker of determination in CHQ Ingyi's eternally tranquil eyes. Meanwhile, SY had opened a room for a temporary duration of 10 hours. It must be said, it was indeed worth the investment. The room was not particularly large, approximately 40 square meters, with SY seated on the central mat. Except for the 1-meter radius around him, which remained empty, the rest of the space crackled with electricity. Upon entering, SY was immediately struck by a strong intuition that comprehending the thunderous forces here would yield rapid results. He decided to test this theory, and indeed, it proved accurate. If the efficiency of grasping the thunderous forces were to be quantified, where mere sitting would yield a score of 1, and stormy weather a score of 10, then within this electrically charged chamber, it would be at least 100. Such exaggeration was remarkable. Of course, this was merely SY's personal experience. Others might experience varying levels of efficiency. Time is money. After focusing deeply, SY retrieved the PLLNGWing sword, placing it upon his knees, and immersed himself in the understanding of thunder. He sensed clearly that the bottleneck that had troubled him was gradually dissolving. SY instinctively closed his eyes. However, after about 2 or 3 minutes, he was compelled to reopen them, as the thunderous energy in the room had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 76, Minor Mastery of Thunderous Forces. SY was baffled, pondering the situation. Was the room malfunctioning? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed from above. Your recharge duration has expired. Please continue to recharge or exit the room. SY exclaimed. What nonsense is this? I have only been seated for 2 or 3 minutes. How could I have exhausted my time? He was now certain that the room had indeed malfunctioned. As he prepared to stand and argue with the room, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Stunned, SY took out a crystal to check the time. He had entered around 10 in the morning, and now it was already 8 in the evening. It dawned on him that his perception of time had been skewed. Upon assessing his physical condition, he could only describe it as severely overdrawn, akin to having pulled several all-nighters followed by running a marathon. Quickly, he summoned Guing Shioi. Brother, you save me, please. Guing Shioi rolled his eyes in a rather human manner, seemingly expressing, oh, so you remember me now? SY chuckled awkwardly, reassuring, rest assured, brother, wait just a couple more days, and I will ensure you can stay out every day. Only then did Guing Shioi appear somewhat satisfied, casting beams of light upon SY. Soon, he had regained most of his energy and could rise once more. Grasping his sword, he executed a casual flourish, and immediately, a tempest of thunder coiled around it. Though still an illusion, both the quantity and solidity were markedly enhanced compared to before, resembling a layer of purple armor enveloping the sword. With another flick, a bolt of lightning shot forth like an arrow. SY was thrilled. It seemed he had achieved minor mastery. He could now barely masquerade as a thunder attribute swordsman. With a flurry of movements, SY executed a series of fluid motions with his sword, the speed so swift that multiple afterimages appeared. Indeed, his attack speed had once again increased. There existed a difference between minor mastery and full mastery. SY could sense he had made significant progress beyond minor mastery. Yet, he was left wondering how long it would take to reach full mastery. Stretching lazily, he instinctively opened his data panel. SY was taken aback. Why has my level changed to 13? After a moment, he realized, wait, Can I level up just by practicing my swordsmanship without slaying monsters? Sun Quing had long asserted that there were multiple ways to increase one's level. This was excellent news for SY. The cultivation of techniques, skill enhancement of battle power, and level elevation had previously seemed incompatible. Yet now, they could proceed simultaneously. SY's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why bother hunting monsters? He would continue honing his sword skills until his gold was exhausted. Thus, he recharged for an additional 10 hours, wary of overexertion. At the dungeon entrance, after a long day of labor, Han Yang hummed a little tune as he was teleported out of the dungeon. Today had been quite fruitful. He, Han Yang, had ascended to the rank of a level 16 powerhouse. The elevation and level was secondary. What brought him the greatest joy was the mastery of a skill that had eluded him for so long, which he finally broke through during battle. He chuckled, thinking this skill could potentially add 300 to 400 points to his combat power. I am still the best. Today was yet another day he valiantly defended the glory of the Eastern City. As Han Yang stepped out of the dungeon's entrance, he instinctively looked up at the sky. Then, he froze in shock. What the hell? Who is Su Yi again? His mindset shattered. Just when he thought he had surpassed Chu Qingyin, another formidable rival appeared in the form of Su Yi. Are you serious with that combat power of 4,000 points? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Han Yang. No, it is not yet time to concede defeat. He made his way to the training ground for a test, and upon exiting, glanced skyward. First place, Su Yi, for 1008. Second place, Han Yang, for 1006. Han Yang was on the verge of a breakdown, feeling utterly frantic. So, Su Yi, this isn't over between us. Initially, Han Yang intended to return to the real world to rest after a tiring day. But now, rest was the last thing on his mind. He promptly returned to the dungeon entrance to continue grinding monsters. Each level gained would contribute to his combat power growth, and he still held hopes of reaching the pinnacle. 2 days swiftly passed. Su Yi had also reached level 16. On this day, Han Yang finally exhausted his gold coins. Despite such immense consumption, the results were commendable. He could now sense a new bottleneck. If all went well, overcoming this barrier would enable him to fully master his lightning force. Notably, Han Yang had now advanced to level 17, leveraging his level advantage to once again top the combat power leaderboard with a score of 4,102. Yet, he found little joy in this achievement, for he realized that in the past 2 days, the combat power rankings for Su Yi and Chu Qingyin had remained unchanged. This did not signify a lack of growth. Rather, it indicated they had not visited the training ground to refresh their data. Furthermore, on the level leaderboard, the two had already made their mark. Su Yi ranked 3rd at level 16, while Chu Qingyin ranked 7th at level 15. Clearly, the combat power of these two monsters had surpassed his own. Han Yang shook his head. It seems I can only secure 3rd place on the combat power leaderboard. With the remaining time, I cannot significantly enhance my combat power. A wave of helplessness surged within him. If only he had obtained a suitable weapon during the rookie trial, he would not have stagnated at wave 14, resulting in merely a 9-star class after the job transition. It was too late to lament these matters now. Han Yang clenched his fists, reigniting his fighting spirit. Although I may have lost on the combat power leaderboard, I will not be surpassed on the level leaderboard. In the Peace District office, Su Yi suddenly materialized on the sofa. Mastering momentum was exhausting. I can't take it anymore. Even with Guang Xiaoyu, I am at my limit. Su Yi now felt an overwhelming fatigue that stemmed from the cellular level. Lying on the sofa, he didn't even want to move a single finger. Scanning his surroundings, he found no one else present. Thus, he called out into the air, "Ingo, are you there?" "I am," Wei Ying replied as he descended from the ceiling. Su Yi exclaimed, "Ingo, your antics are becoming increasingly extravagant." Wei Ying scratched his head and asked, "What do you need? Could you carry me back to my bedroom? I really don't want to move." Wei Ying, though perplexed, complied. Su Yi sprawled on the soft bed, feeling immensely comfortable, while his eyelids began to droop. Before succumbing to slumber, he pondered his next steps. He wished to continue comprehending lightning force in the training ground, yet he was out of money. Chapter 77, The Flash of Sword Light. Upon waking, Su Yi immediately sought out Wang Yiming, who had just returned from the realm of dreams, looking exhausted. "Yiming, don't you owe me something?" Wang Yiming tossed a jade piece to Su Yi. "Here, I prepared this for you a couple of days ago, but you were never around to receive it. This skill, known as Sword Light Flash, was of the same level as the Charged Slash and should be quite suitable for you." Su Yi pressed the jade piece against his forehead. Probing the skill's information, Wang Yiming was correct. This skill was indeed well suited for him. Sword Light Flash allowed the user to release a beam of sword light in front of their body, enabling them to advance forward along with the light. It could be classified as both an attack and a mobility skill, perfectly complementing his deficiency in movement speed. Moreover, Su Yi sensed that if this skill could merge with lightning force, it would surely unleash even greater power. Initially, Su Yi had sought money, but Wang Yiming had instead provided him with a skill that suited him. leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. Now we are even, Wang Yiming remarked. Su Yi contemplated for a moment, rubbed his hands together, and donned a smile. Yiming, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Could you lend me some money? How much? Su Yi calculated the time, realizing he had approximately 10 hours left until the first Saint Tablet settlement. Lend me 5,000 gold coins, and I will repay you once the Saint Tablet settles. Wang Yiming, confident in Su Yi's ability to repay, readily agreed. All right, I'll transfer it to you. Su Yi felt a wave of emotion, reflecting on what it meant to belong to a prominent family. Wang Yiming then spoke again. By the way, could you also agree to do something for me? What is it? After the conclusion of the Shengbei settlement, we shall engage in another match. Wang Yiming placed his hands on his hips. Although they resided in different realms, it was quite fortuitous that they activated the Shengbei at nearly the same time. Last time, I was overly careless. I cannot afford to lose so recklessly. Originally, he and Su Yi had agreed to a duel every 10 days, and only a few days remained. Yet, he could hardly contain himself. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of that day when Su Yi's sword flew towards him, poised at his neck, haunted him. It had seemingly transformed into his inner demon. Su Yi grinned. Very well. After all, it will only take a few seconds. At that moment, Luo Xian suddenly appeared in the hall, appearing to have just returned from the Shenmeng world. Naturally, she noticed the two and greeted them. Team leader, Yiming. You are here too? Both responded politely. Luo Xian slumped onto the sofa and began conversing with them. I just concluded the rankings in my realm, and I finally broke into the top 500 on the battle power list. Haha. Luo Xian appeared to be in high spirits. Su Yi clasped his hands. Congratulations, congratulations. Luo Xian replied with a smile. Team leader, you contributed to that as well. What does that have to do with me? Ever since you joined our office, I have felt my cultivation speed has increased significantly. Oh, it must be a psychological effect. This is what you call accumulation leading to a sudden breakthrough. Is that so? At that moment, Su Miao also emerged from the room. Luo Xian and I are in the same realm. This time, I surged to 200 on the battle power list. Indeed, I too have noticed that since joining the Shanghai district office, my efficiency in cultivation has improved. There was a skill I anticipated would take a week to progress, yet upon joining the office, I advanced to my desired level in just 3 days. Su Yi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Could it be that I truly possess such an ability? Luo Xian stood and patted Su Yi's shoulder. Team leader, this is a good thing. Why the long face? Su Yi replied. I was merely pondering whether I should charge you in the future if I indeed possess this ability. Luo Xian? Su Miao. At this moment, Wang Yiming glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi, your realm is about to finalize its first rankings, right? Are you confident in securing the top spot on both lists? Su Yi replied honestly, not necessarily. I am currently in 3rd place on the level list. If he can fully master the Thunder Force, he would undoubtedly gain a substantial amount of experience, potentially allowing him to secure the top position on the level list. The crux lies in Su Yi's uncertainty about how long it would take for him to achieve this breakthrough. Meanwhile, Su Miao and Luo Xian were left astounded. Are you speaking in human language? What do you mean you are only in 3rd place? Wang Yiming nodded in agreement. Alas, like you, I have suffered the consequences of entering the realm too late. I am currently only ranked 9th on the level list. And what of the battle power list? Su Yi stated, I am quite confident about claiming the 1st position there. Wang Yiming replied, hee, so am I. Su Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting a glance at Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming was incensed. What does your gaze imply? Do not look down on me. I am a 10-star profession. In my realm, I am the only one holding a 10-star profession. Su Yi nodded. I see, that makes sense. This lad is indeed fortunate. Su Miao and Luo Xian felt utterly bewildered. It seems that even though they all resided under the same roof, they were entirely from different worlds. Were Su Yi and Wang Yiming truly conversing on a level they could comprehend? After some time, Su Yi waved his hand. I shall head to the Shenmeng world first. Wang Yiming nodded in agreement. I will join you. Soon, both of them vanished from the room, leaving Su Miao and Luo Xian exchanging glances. Su Miao remarked, I believe we should refrain from discussing our rankings so casually in the office in the future. Luo Xian nodded in agreement. I think you are right. Upon arriving in the Shenmeng world, Su Yi made a beeline for the training ground. He observed that the top 3 positions on the battle power list had undergone another change. Chu Qingyin, with a battle power of 5,398, had once again claimed the top spot. Han Yang was in 2nd, while he himself had dropped to 3rd. Impressive. Su Yi could not help but exclaim. With her 10-star profession and exceptional talent, Chu Qingyin must be the pinnacle for regular challengers. Wouldn't you agree? Along the way, discussions about Chu Qingyin were ubiquitous, naturally including some discourse about himself. This morning, when Chu Qingyin tested her battle power, I was present. This girl is indeed ferocious. With a long spear, she struck like a dragon, and the mere aura she emanated made me tremble. It seems that the top position in this ranking is already a foregone conclusion. Chu Qingyin has left the second-place contender trailing by over 1,000 in battle power, making it virtually impossible for anyone to surpass her. And what of Su Yi? I have inquired. And Su Yi is also a native of our eastern city, not a genius from a central city. I estimate that Su Yi can secure second place without issue, especially since he has not updated his results for several days. But surpassing Chu Qingyin? That is, quite simply, a formidable challenge. During her initial battle power test, Chu Qingyin did not employ any skills, unless Su Yi was similarly unskilled. I hope Su Yi wins. I do not wish for the first place to be claimed by an outsider. I support Chu Qingyin. I found her photo online, and she is truly stunning. Ugh, how vulgar. Share it with me. I will share it with you via crystal. Oh, she is indeed quite beautiful, especially her aura. I'm in love. I shall support Chu Qingyin as well. Su Yi's expression darkened. What a group of individuals devoid of principles. At the same time, Chu Qingyin was leisurely making her way to the trading street. Over the past few days, she had accumulated a considerable amount of materials from dungeon runs that needed sorting. Her eyes reflected a deep weariness. She had reached the limits of her capabilities, both in terms of level and combat power. Qingyin, you've got this, haha. You're definitely going to succeed, said Chu Xiang, who was far more enthusiastic than Chu Qingyin, as if he were the one who had achieved first place. In reality, he could only linger around the top 10 positions. Chu Qingyin nodded, a simple filled with immense confidence. Chu Xiang sighed. This is the first time I've seen you give it your all. With your combat power, not only in the Eastern City District, but even in the Central City Cluster. You have a significant chance to secure the top spot. I remember last month, 3 new lower realms opened in the Central City area, and they have already established their rankings. The top contender among all challengers had a combat power of only around 300 Chu Qingyin replied. Chu Xiang smiled, seemingly accustomed to his own one-sided chatter. Heaven is fair. It bestowed upon Chu Qingyin an extraordinary talent, while taking away her ability to speak. Isn't that quite reasonable? Meanwhile, Su Yi had arrived at the entrance of the training ground and was about to enter when he noticed the Ma siblings just exiting. Hello, he greeted them. For some reason, Su Yi felt that Ma Haoyan appeared somewhat apprehensive around him, unconsciously lowering his head and adopting a submissive demeanor. Ma Wei smiled and said, Haoyan and I just tested our combat power. I scored 389 points, ranking 40th, while Haoyan, due to not having advanced classes, only has a combat power of 200 and didn't make the list. Su Yi gave a thumbs up, sincerely replying, 40th place is quite impressive. Ma Wei shot him a glare. You have no right to say that. She then asked, are you here to test your combat power as well? Su Yi nodded. After testing, he planned to focus entirely on mastering the Thunder Force in hopes of breaking through before the next ranking. Ma Wei said, can Haoyan and I observe? We'd like to see just how formidable the top 3 are. If our presence is a bother, we'll step back. Su Yi shrugged, feel free to watch. The 3 entered the training room. To be safe, Su Yi decided to unleash his full power in an attack. He gripped his sword and began to gather energy. Lightning crackling along its edge. Lightning attribute? Ma Wei raised an eyebrow. Lightning is considered a rare attribute, excelling in explosiveness and speed. During his first charge strike, Su Yi had taken a full 10 seconds to gather energy. This time, due to his improved understanding of the skill, he only needed 8 seconds to fully charge. Both observers could sense Su Yi's aura intensifying. This is terrifying. I feel like I'm being targeted by celestial lightning. Ma Haoyan shivered involuntarily and stepped back several paces. Ma Wei's complexion paled slightly. This was a physiological response. When sensing imminent danger, the body instinctively directs more blood to the feet for a quicker escape. Just as spectators, they felt an unshakable foreboding. It was hard to imagine the pressure that Su Yi's enemies would endure. Boom. At that moment, Su Yi swung his sword. A crescent-shaped sword chi, only the length of an arm, shot forth from the blade. In terms of size, this sword chi was even smaller than Su Yi's regular attack. Yet its brilliance was so intense it appeared almost black. This was the manifestation of energy condensed to its utmost limits. The instant the sword chi was unleashed, the Ma siblings felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end, their eyes wide with uncontrollable shock and fear. With a crackling sound, the sword chi was gradually consumed by the testing stone tablet, allowing the two to breathe a little easier. The oppressive atmosphere in the environment dissipated. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it should hold. He then bid farewell to the siblings and ascended the stairs alone. Upon witnessing Su Yi's departure, Ma Haoyan felt a wave of defeat wash over him, suppressing any thoughts of catching up with Su Yi. Ma Wei exhaled deeply. What a monster. At that moment, the entire lower realm fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into chaos. 8,888. A particularly auspicious number loomed at the top of the sacred monument's phantom, firmly suppressing everyone else. What the heck? What the heck? An overwhelming chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. This was truly the best term to encapsulate everyone's feelings. They had thought Chu Qingyin's combat power was the zenith, yet Su Yi had shattered that ceiling. Su Yi had raised Chu Qingyin's power to over 3,000, while his own was merely 500. It felt as though Su Yi had elevated Chu Qingyin by 6 of his own. Haha. Su Yi has elevated Chu Qingyin by 7 of me. Haha, 8 of me. This guy must be cheating, right? Is this the kind of combat power one can achieve in their first ranking? It's absurd. Even if Su Yi does nothing, he can maintain the top spot in the next ranking. Who on earth is Su Yi? I need a way to contact him. I want to cling to his coattails. Outside the dungeon entrance, Han Yang, who had just stepped out to rest, froze in place. He stared fixedly at the sky. And suddenly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Han Yang had long anticipated that Su Yi would surpass him, but this was an absurd level of surpassing. Su Yi's combat power was more than double his own. How can one continue to play in such a scenario? His mindset had crumbled. At present, the only source of joy for him lies in the rankings. He continues to firmly hold the first position. Su Yi is currently at level 16, ranked 4th, while he himself is at level 17, occupying the top spot. Although it appears to be merely a one-level difference, he has already traversed a significant portion of his journey at level 17. He cannot believe that Su Yi could amass such an immense amount of experience in less than a day, specifically, in just 10 hours. It is well known that the higher the level, the more experience points one requires to ascend to the next tier. Perhaps in the future, you will grow to heights that I can only gaze up at in awe. However, I will always remember that I once triumphed over you. Han Yang clenched his fist and once again turned to enter the portal to the dungeon. This life, I might as well abandon it. Chapter 79, Countdown. In the trading street, Chu Qingyin and Chu Xiang stood in a posture of gazing at the sky for quite some time. Such an astonishing figure? Is this what one would expect from the initial ranking? Chu Xiang's lips twitched in disbelief. She even began to suspect that she was experiencing an illusion or that her vision was impaired. This number, if placed in the eastern urban area, would still be astonishing, let alone in the central region. Who exactly is Su Yi? Surely, he must be an heir from a prominent family. Chu Xiang absolutely refuses to believe that Su Yi hails from an ordinary background. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyin remained silent for an extended period. Assuming she was disheartened, Chu Xiang hurried to comfort her. Qingyin, this is merely the first ranking. A single outcome does not signify anything substantial. Perhaps Su Yi has simply mastered a high-level explosive skill. Even if his true strength surpasses yours, it likely does not exceed a great deal. At this moment, Chu Qingyin lifted her head. Fight. It was rare for Chu Xiang to detect an emotional shift in her tone. What does this mean? Is Chu Qingyin intending to challenge Su Yi? She then observed Chu Qingyin striding purposefully toward the training grounds. Qingyin, if we go now, Su Yi has likely already departed. Chu Xiang remarked as she hurried to catch up. Wait, replied Chu Qingyin. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the training grounds. Chu Qingyin did not enter. Instead, she drew her spear, gripping it firmly, and then stood motionless like a statue. Chu Xiang urged her. Qingyin, how about I help you contact Su Yi? What if he never shows up while you simply wait here? Chu Qingyin remained silent, leaving Chu Xiang feeling helpless. Chu Qingyin's actions naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers. Wow, that girl is stunning. That's Chu Qingyin, the one ranked second in combat strength. What is she doing? Is she waiting for someone? Meanwhile, Su Yi had settled into a meditative position in the lightning attribute training room, immersing himself in the essence of thunder and lightning. He discovered that as his comprehension of the thunderous force deepened, the environment of the training room began to lag behind his efficiency in understanding. Is it due to an insufficient concentration of lightning attributes, or is it for another reason? Su Yi exhaled, casting aside all distractions, and focused on enhancing his perception of lightning. Time swiftly passed, and Su Yi lost track of how long it had been. He merely felt that the once impenetrable bottleneck was gradually loosening. Soon, very soon, outside the dungeon portal, a disheveled Han Yang emerged, his body covered in grime. His clothing ragged and tattered, resembling a beggar. Yet, his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. With only 10 minutes remaining until the rankings were finalized, it was evident that the standings were nearly settled. Han Yang lifted his gaze to his ranking on the leaderboard, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Although he remained at level 17, he was just a short distance away from reaching level 18. The individual currently ranked second had only just attained level 17. Su Yi, on the other hand, had not changed levels, resulting in his drop to 9th place. Brother Yang, congratulations. At that moment, a friend who recognized Han Yang approached and clapped him on the shoulder. You are truly remarkable. Han Yang grinned widely. Hard work pays off, haha. If it weren't for the mere 10 minutes left, preventing me from embarking on another dungeon run, I might not have even come out. His friend gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yang, everything you have achieved is well-deserved. Many others gathered nearby, offering their congratulations to Han Yang, who reciprocated with gratitude. Time ticked away, second by second. As the countdown dwindled to 5 minutes, a colossal timer appeared in the sky. Han Yang swallowed hard. Although he was confident in his position, the sight of the countdown still made him feel a twinge of anxiety. For minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. With each passing moment, more individuals flocked to Han Yang's side. At this point, there were already over 100 people surrounding him. They seemed eager to witness Han Yang's ascendance to the top, while others appeared to seek a share of the good fortune emanating from the esteemed figure. Only 1 minute remained. The crowd erupted in an uncontrollable cheer. Han Yang was rehearsing in his mind what he should say next, perhaps thanking his parents, expressing gratitude to the world of Shenmeng, and acknowledging his own efforts. However, at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted on the leaderboard in the sky. Suddenly, all those gazing upward saw the two characters Su Yi surge upward with astonishing speed. In an instant, he ascended from 9th to 1st place. First place, Su Yi, level 18. At that moment, the entire world of Shenmeng felt as though it had simultaneously pressed the pause button. This was soon followed by an uproar of astonishment and gasps of disbelief. What the heck? I must report this. Su Yi must be using hacks. I just clearly saw that he was only at level 16. How could he possibly leap 2 levels in an instant? If this isn't hacking, what is? Shenmeng Shiji is not a genuine game. What nonsense? How then do you explain Su Ye's miraculous ascent of 2 levels in an instant? I have no idea. This fellow has claimed the top spot on both leaderboards. Indeed, how astonishing. My heavens, achieving the first rank on one leaderboard grants 30,000 gold coins. And Su Yi has directly amassed 60,000? Han Yang's smile froze once more. Gazing at the sky, he could hardly believe it. What is happening? With merely 1 minute remaining, he was on the verge of seizing the top position on the level leaderboard, but at that moment, Su Yi parachuted in to claim the first place, snatching away everything that should rightfully belong to him. Han Yang felt he was losing his mind. If only you had reached level 18 sooner, I could have resigned myself to my fate. The greatest anguish in the world is to be on the brink of obtaining your cherished dreams, only to be thrust into the abyss by another. He considered Su Yi to be a devil sent by the heavens to punish him. Moreover, this was the second time. Su Yi. Han Yang was enraged, gritting his teeth and shouting that name. The challengers surrounding Han Yang dared not utter a word, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of his wrath. Han Yang already resembled a wild man, and with his crimson eyes and fearsome expression, he was truly terrifying. They regretted their decision to gather and watch the spectacle. Ahem. At that moment, one person suddenly spoke up. I heard that Chu Qingyin, ranked 2nd on the battle power leaderboard, has been waiting at the entrance of the training ground for nearly 10 hours for Su Yi, preparing for a duel. Since Su Yi has refrained from fighting previously, presumably focusing on leveling up, he should accept the challenge now that he is about to secure his ranking, right? I'll go take a look. With that, the individual slipped away. The others exchanged glances. Let us go, let us go. Soon, the crowd around Han Yang dispersed entirely. Han Yang's mood calmed slightly as he squinted his eyes. He too dashed towards the training ground, eager to see just how formidable Su Yi truly was. Chapter 80, Battle with Chu Qingyin. In the training room, Su Yi stood up and stretched. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of comfort. His Thunder Sword intent had finally reached its pinnacle. The fully realized sword intent, in contrast to its lesser form, was more restrained yet more consolidated. When Su Yi wielded his sword, a thin veil of purple enveloped the Thunder Dragon King's sword, crackling as it sliced through the air. At this moment, only a few minutes of training time remained. What troubled Su Yi was that he discovered the lightning within the room had nearly ceased to enhance his comprehension of the sword intent. In essence, it meant that whether he remained inside the room or not, the efficiency of understanding the intent remained the same. Each breakthrough in intent made further advancement significantly more challenging. Without any efficiency boosts, he had no idea how long it would take to achieve a perfect state of intent. Su Yi shook his head, preparing to leave Shenmeng Shiji to inquire with Sun Qing about any other methods for acceleration. Upon exiting the room, Su Yi pulled out his crystal to check for messages. Indeed, there was one. Jiangjia, Captain, Chu Qingyin is waiting for you at the training ground entrance. She seems eager to challenge you. This message had been sent approximately 9 hours prior. A challenge, you say? This would provide an excellent opportunity to gauge the power of my perfected Thunder Sword intent. Su Yi had never shied away from challenges posed by strong opponents. The only uncertainty was whether Chu Qingyin was still waiting at the training ground after such a lengthy wait. As Su Yi left the training ground, he was met with a bustling crowd, standing on either side of the entrance. At the end of the throng stood a blue-haired girl wielding a long spear. She was the very person he had previously encountered. So this is Chu Qingyin? Quite the patient one. While the crowd remained indifferent upon Su Ye's appearance, Chu Qingyin's eyes, previously closed, suddenly flew open, locking onto Su Yi as she spoke. Su Yi? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by how she could sense his arrival despite her eyes being shut. Yes, that would be me. He is Su Yi. Aside from being exceptionally handsome, he doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Upon his acknowledgement, the crowd erupted in excitement. Will they engage in battle? Someone inquired with bated breath. At that moment, Chu Qingyin stepped forward, her spear aimed directly at Su Yi. A duel? Su Yi responded with a smile. Come. The crowd gasped collectively, then quickly formed a large circle around the two. Normally, Xinming Shiji forbade killing and any fights lasting longer than a minute, should there be a dispute requiring combat. One would need to head to the arena to reserve a room. Neither of them expressed a desire to go to the arena, indicating both were confident in defeating their opponent within a minute. Everyone eagerly anticipated this confrontation. It was the battle of the two strongest individuals in the lower realm. Furthermore, others were curious to determine the fairness of the battle power rankings in Xunming Shiji. Can mere numbers define strength? If the second-ranked Chu Qingyin emerged victorious, it would suggest that the rankings were not absolute. Who do you think will win? Someone in the crowd was engaged in discussion with another. Naturally, it will be Su Yi. This is the man with a battle power of 8,888. Just based on that auspicious number, I will support him. Nonsense, I choose Chu Qingyin. Just look at her spear, how strikingly white it is. Upon hearing this, many were left dumbfounded. Wasn't Chu Qingyin's spear blue? Everyone here is essentially a novice in the realm of trials. I believe that, regardless of one's prowess, it cannot be exceedingly formidable. The data displayed by the sacred steel merely signifies the maximum potential that a trialist can unleash. It conveys nothing beyond that. If your attacks are fierce, I can simply evade them. Therefore, the outcome of this battle is indeed not so easily determined. An objective analysis from the crowd prompted many to nod in agreement. Han Yang, among the onlookers, awaited the commencement of the battle while continuously consuming potions to restore his physical condition. His eyes were also filled with the spirit of combat. He intended to challenge Su Yi after the duel between the two was concluded. Though he had suffered a humiliating defeat on the sacred steel rankings, he remained undaunted. Shall I assume the role of the referee? At that moment, Chu Xiang stepped forward. I am Chu Xiang, ranked 15th on the power leaderboard. And I am also the cousin of Chu Qingyin. Rest assured, I shall not show favoritism. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. Whatever, just make it quick. Each encounter with a strong adversary ignited a sense of eagerness within him. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about how much power his sword intent could manifest. Chu Xiang smiled. Very well, I ask both of you to prepare. The battle shall commence once my countdown concludes. As Chu Xiang's countdown reached its end, the battle began. Chu Qingyin brandished her gun and, in an instant, charged towards Su Yi. One could observe frost forming on the gun, and even from a distance. The chilling aura was palpable. Ice attribute. Such a rare attribute. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He envied others who were naturally endowed with attributes, requiring no study of intent to wield the myriad powers bestowed by nature. Unlike himself, who had to elevate his sword intent to a minor accomplishment before daring to feign possessing an attribute. Be careful. As Chu Qingyin dashed forward, she uttered these two words. The power Su Yi exhibited on the leaderboard was indeed despairing. To prevent losing her fighting spirit upon witnessing Su Yi's strength, Chu Qingyin unleashed all her might from the very beginning. This shot, not only imbued with an attribute, was also an offensive-grade skill, Ice Radiance. This skill could condense all ice attribute power into the tip of the gun, significantly enhancing its penetration ability. It was a formidable single-target attack skill. What a sharp attack! Han Yang gasped. Even from several meters away, he could feel the piercing sensation of the gun's tip locking onto him. This must be the strike that secured Chu Qingyin's second place on the power leaderboard. He thought rapidly, calculating how he would respond to such a move. Engaging head-on was out of the question. Defense would likely prove insufficient. The only option left was to dodge. But how would Su Yi respond? In Su Yi's eyes, Chu Qingyin appeared even more terrifying than how others perceived her. The aura of a snowstorm was bearing down upon him. Su Yi felt a chilling sensation emanating from the depths of his being, spreading through his limbs. In that moment, it seemed as if only a glimmer of icy radiance remained in the world, with everything else shrouded in darkness. Gripping the Thunder Dragon King's sword, arcs of lightning surged into Su Yi's body, alleviating his discomfort. Should he evade? Absolutely not. Chapter 81. The Eruption of Mastery in Thunder Sword Intent. Su Yi raised his hand, pointing the sword at Chu Qingyin. Mastery-level Thunder Sword Intent. Unleash. Immediately, arcs of lightning danced upon the blade. The overwhelming might generated by the tempestuous thunder rained down upon Chu Qingyin. Then, everyone beheld as, when the gun's radiance was merely a foot away from Su Yi, Chu Qingyin suddenly halted. In that moment, she felt as if she were standing atop a mountain, with layers of dark clouds looming above. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the air, striking her. Pain, numbness, and burning sensations surged within her. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood, having been rebuffed by her own power. At that moment, The illusions that had just appeared dissipated entirely. Intent. Just after Chu Qingyin spat blood, her complexion turned pale as she cast a deep glance at Su Yi. She understood that Su Yi had employed a mastery-level sword intent and realized that he had held back. Had he not done so, her spirit would have undoubtedly suffered a significant blow, far beyond merely being harmed by a rebound of power. Su Yi nodded. Indeed. A profound astonishment appeared in Chu Qingyin's eyes, contrasting sharply with her still rigid expression. This was the first time she had discerned traces of intent emanating from a novice trialist. Her defeat was not unjust. Whether in the current battle or on the power leaderboard, Chu Qingyin looked earnestly at Su Yi. I concede. With that, she turned and walked away. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised by her straightforward admission of defeat, devoid of any bravado. However, this young woman seemed somewhat reticent. At this moment, everyone else was left in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Was this a fixed match? They had eagerly anticipated this showdown, only to be presented with this outcome. From their perspective, the scene unfolded thus. Chu Qingyin, armed with her gun, attacked Su Yi, yet just as she was about to make contact, she inexplicably halted. After staring blankly for about 3 seconds, she spat blood and promptly surrendered. It was utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Su Yi stifled a yawn before logging off and departing. His exit ignited a fervent discussion among the onlookers. Can someone please explain what just transpired? Is this how the formidable ones engage in battle? Could it be that they fight with sheer willpower? The Ma siblings are also present. Ma Haoyan gazes at Ma Wei with a perplexed expression. Sister, do you understand what's happening? Ma Wei, equally baffled, chuckles softly. Take a guess. Among the crowd, a few individuals, such as Han Yang, have indeed grasped the essence of the situation. At this moment, he stands frozen like a statue, although Su Yi strives to concentrate all his momentum onto Chu Qingyin. The brevity of his mastery over the sword's essence results in a slight dispersion of his aura into the surroundings. Han Yang accurately perceives this faint trace of energy. In that fleeting instant, he feels as though he has been struck by lightning. It is hard to fathom the terrifying spectacle that Chu Qingyin, the target of Su Yi's assault, must have witnessed. Initially, Han Yang contemplated challenging Su Yi himself. However, upon realizing that Su Yi had attained the pinnacle of thunderous might, he promptly abandoned that notion. What a foolish endeavor. Unless one possesses the same level of mastery or is equipped with defenses against mental attacks, standing before a master of sword essence is akin to being a lamb led to slaughter. There is simply no way to act. After some time, Han Yang gradually recovers from his shock and mutters a curse. What a damn monster. I'm truly unfortunate to exist in the same realm as such a being. Without a doubt, Han Yang can now declare that as long as Su Yi remains in this realm, there is no hope for anyone else to ascend to the top of the power rankings. The frantic pursuits characteristic of other realms will be absent here. Chu Qingyin's loss is undoubtedly justified against such a formidable sword essence. At this moment, Chu Xiang exclaims loudly before logging off. Though he was initially disinterested in the others, he felt compelled to clarify matters for the sake of his sister's reputation, lest they spread rumors due to their ignorance. Mastery of sword essence? Upon hearing these words, many in attendance gasped in disbelief, rendered speechless. So that is it. For instance, the Ma siblings were taken aback. They were aware of the existence of such a phenomenon, but had never dared to entertain the thought of it. They hadn't even heard of anyone possessing such mastery upon their first ranking. The confusion only deepened for others. What on earth is sword essence? Most present were utterly unfamiliar with the concept. After all, this knowledge is typically reserved for those who have ascended to higher realms. Ma Wei could not help but twitch her lips. Is it necessary to be so far ahead of the curve? She feels as if she is still in a novice village while the masters have already completed the game. Meanwhile, upon returning to reality, Su Yi's first action is to settle his debts. With the ranking established, 60,000 gold coins have already been credited to his account. He, Su Yi, is once again a wealthy man. Initially, Su Yi intended to confront Wang Yiming directly regarding their duel, but it seems he has yet to return. After waiting for a couple of minutes, Wang Yiming finally reappears. As soon as he sees Su Yi, his fighting spirit surges. Su Yi, I am ready for battle. I, Wang Yiming, am the top contender in the power rankings. Su Yi rolls his eyes, as if that applies to anyone. At this moment, Jiang Jie, who has returned around the same time as Su Yi, silently thinks to himself, not me. The two then step onto the arena in the training chamber. Wang Yiming fixates on Su Yi. This time, I will not allow myself to be defeated in a single strike. Su Yi nods. Then give it your all. As the battle commences, Wang Yiming focuses intently on Su Yi, employing defensive skills to erect a barrier before him like a wall. His pet remains alert. Perched atop his head, Wang Yiming may accept defeat, but he must not be eliminated in an instant. This is the honor of a shield warrior. Then, Su Yi unleashes his mastery of sword essence. Wang Yiming collapses. Su Yi claps his hands. All right, let's reconvene in 10 days. Wang Yiming stares at the ceiling, speechless. My honor as a shield warrior has been shattered. Jiang Jie approaches with concern. Yiming, why are you crying? He begins to comfort Wang Yiming. And the best way to do so is to bring forth other victims to share the burden. Before the group leader returns, he recounts to them the battle between Su Yi and Chu Qingyin. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiming is filled with frustration. If only you had informed me earlier that Su Yi had mastered sword essence, I would never have challenged him. Chapter 82, A Monster Invasion? After returning to his room, Su Yi takes a moment to rest before dialing Sun Qing's number. Oh, it's rare for Xiao Yi to take the initiative to call me. Sun Qing's voice quickly resonates from the other end. Have you encountered a challenge in your training? Su Yi replies, yes, Brother Pang, after mastering my thunderous sword essence. I found that the Thunder Attribute Training Chamber does not enhance my training efficiency. So, I would like to inquire if there are any alternative methods available. There is a long silence on the other end. After a prolonged pause, Sun Qing finally speaks. Is this what mastery looks like? If Sun Qing's memory serves him right, it has been less than a week since he provided Su Yi with guidance. Achieving mastery of sword essence in such a brief period is an extraordinary feat. Even the Sword Emperor himself could not have accomplished it in his time. Sun Qing has already endeavored to hold Su Yi in high regard. He considers that even if Su Yi were to attain mastery of sword essence within 2 or 3 months, he must not display excessive astonishment. However, it has only been a week. It seems utterly unfair to leave no opportunities for others, Su Yi replied. A moment of silence followed on the other end of the line. Fat brother, are you still there? After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without a response, Su Yi could not help but ask. I am here. Of course, Sun Qing finally exhaled deeply before continuing. I suggest you temporarily set aside the comprehension of the sword intent and focus entirely on leveling up. Once you ascend to the upper realm, you will find a more conducive environment for understanding the sword intent. As he spoke, Sun Qing could not help but think that perhaps the founder of the Shinmeng world never anticipated the emergence of such a prodigy capable of mastering the sword intent to perfection in the lower realm. Su Yi sighed in resignation. Fine, I am truly at a loss for words. He did not require dungeon runs to level up. If he could not efficiently comprehend the Thunder Sword intent, he would have to explore other sword intents for the time being. Sun Qing continued to express his concern for Su Yi. Little Yi, with just the perfected sword intent, you can basically dominate the lower realm. You are an insurmountable existence for those trial takers who have yet to comprehend any intents. However, do not become too arrogant. There are some mental defense type equipment that can negate the mental attacks of the perfected sword intent. Su Yi nodded. Thank you for the reminder, fat brother. Sun Qing chuckled. While it is wise not to be overly proud, let us not be excessively humble either. At times, one must put on a show. As the saying goes, one must seize their youth. Suddenly, Sun Qing said, Oh, by the way, I need to inform you of something in advance. The frequency of selecting trial takers in the Shinmeng world has been increasing lately. A high-ranking member of our Yellow Guard has prophesied that there may be a large-scale monster invasion of reality in 5 days. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, How significant? Sun Qing replied, Unprecedentedly large. However, you need not worry excessively. The more trial takers there are in a city, the greater the pressure it can withstand. So the monsters invading Qingfeng City will not be too formidable. According to the prophecy, monster invasions may become a regular occurrence in the future. Su Yi nodded. After chatting a bit longer, they ended the call. The first thing Su Yi did after hanging up was to call his parents. He wished to bring them to the Xianghe district, although he had previously entrusted another person to look after them in the event of a monster invasion. Having his parents close by would provide him with greater peace of mind. Initially, his parents were reluctant, fearing that their presence would hinder Su Yi. After much persuasion, they finally relented. Now that they had agreed, it was easier to make arrangements. Su Yi directly went to the Yellow Guard's forum and exchanged some gold coins for money. He then purchased a villa near the office. By evening, his parents had arrived, and after settling them in, Su Yi finally felt a sense of relief. Su Yi prepared to enter the Shinmeng world. Before doing so, he browsed the forum to see if any significant events had transpired recently. To his surprise, he found himself at the center of a sensational topic. Level 18, Mastering Perfected Sword Intent. I declare him the strongest rookie trial taker in history. Who agrees, who disagrees? Was the title of the post. The original poster elaborated in the body of the post about Su Ye's battle with Chu Qingyin. The only consolation for Su Yi was that the poster did not reveal their names, instead using Little Beauty and Little Handsome as substitutes. The comments continued. Remember to draft a script before boasting next time. I can testify, what the poster said is true. I am the sword in Little Handsome's hand. I can also testify, I am the floor beneath Little Handsome's feet. The subsequent comments veered off topic. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was indeed a ludicrous achievement. As there was not a single believer, he had no intention of proving himself and merely shook his head before entering the Shinmeng world. Stepping out of his small room, Su Yi intended to continue his training at the training ground. After his battle with Chu Qingyin, he had gained considerable notoriety in the lower realm. The most notable change was that during a 5-minute walk, he encountered over 100 passers-by, 90 of whom recognized him. Everyone referred to him as Brother Yi. Some proactive female trial takers even sought to add Su Ye's crystal number. Naturally, he declined. Women will only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. With the time spent chatting with girls, I could be perfecting my swordsmanship. Su Yi also spotted Chu Qingyin. They simply nodded at each other as they passed by. However, Chu Xiang approached to exchange a few words and even invited him to visit the Chu family. Upon arriving at the training ground, Su Yi first opened a regular room without attributes. He had yet to learn the sword light flash that Wang Yiming had given him. Any sword-related skill would naturally be learned swiftly in Su Ye's hands. In approximately 2 hours, he witnessed a purple sword light refracting back and forth within the room. Su Yi paused, nodding in satisfaction. With my current strength, utilizing sword light flash, I can advance up to 100 meters forward. The entire process takes about 0.1 seconds. I cannot yet achieve continuous use, as there is a 10-second cooldown after each use. Su Yi was quite pleased with this skill. If he had possessed it during his job transition task, he would not have needed to rely on Hu Tai when capturing wild boars. He then proceeded to the 3rd floor of the attribute training room, preparing to comprehend the sword intent. He actually had 2 types of sword intents he wished to grasp. One was the killing intent he faced during the beast invasion in his transition task, and the other was the light attribute shared with Guang Xiaoyu. However, since the attribute training room did not offer the option for killing intent, he decided to start with the light attribute, skillfully paying to open the room. The profits from securing the top of both rankings are sufficient to cover the expenses for the next 7 days. After all, one cannot be in the training grounds incessantly, as that would be utterly exhausting. When the gold coins begin to dwindle, it will soon be time for the next ranking announcement. Thus, the snowball effect begins to manifest. In Chapter 83, The Arrival. After selecting attributes, I entered the room, which was bathed in a soft, milky white glow, exuding warmth and comfort. I summoned Guang Xiaoyu, who immediately closed its eyes in bliss, clearly relishing the environment. This time, I spent less than 3 hours to grasp the fundamentals of the light attribute sword intent. Holding the sword, I stood still, feeling a gentle warmth within my body, reminiscent of Guang Xiaoyu's healing touch, albeit the effect was rather modest. I attempted to unleash a sword chi imbued with light energy, but its speed and power paled in comparison to that of the thunder attribute. Nevertheless, it possessed its advantages, such as reduced energy consumption and the ability to inflict lingering burn damage upon contact with the target. In truth, the potency of sword chi cannot be judged solely by the chi itself. There exists a relationship of mutual restraint among attributes. For instance, it is widely acknowledged that water attributes counter fire attributes. Should I encounter a suitable attribute, the power of light sword chi might surpass that of thunder sword chi. 4 days later, my mastery of light energy progressed from minor accomplishments to major breakthroughs. I also discovered a significant benefit of the light attribute. When wielding the sword while utilizing light energy, Guang Xiaoyu's healing effectiveness would double. This undoubtedly enhanced my sustainability in battles. I am now at level 20, firmly holding the top position on the leaderboard. Although I had not tested my combat power in the past few days, the previous data was so formidable that no one could surpass it. The second-ranked Chu Qingyin only possesses a little over 6,000 combat power. According to Sun Qing, the large-scale invasion of monsters is less than 2 hours away. Upon returning to the real world, I sensed the pervasive tension throughout the realm. The streets were deserted, and all residential doors and windows were tightly shut. Minister Lu Ming had assigned a mission. Every Night Dragon Guard trainee in each district needed to exert their utmost efforts to ensure the safety of the residents. The populace had their role as well, serving as the eyes of the Night Dragon Guards, promptly reporting the locations of any monsters. Qingfeng City established a dedicated hotline for citizens to report sightings, which would then be relayed to the members of the Night Dragon Guards in each district. At that moment, all members of the Night Dragon Guards in the Xianghe district gathered at the office. Group leader, are you feeling anxious? Luo Xin asked, hugging her knees with her legs crossed, gazing at me. After pondering, I replied honestly, not anxious at all. In fact, I feel quite exhilarated. Ever since I discovered that practicing sword intent could elevate my level, I have been immersed in training, and I genuinely miss the thrill of slaying monsters. Moreover, defeating invading monsters comes with contribution point rewards. I have finally found an opportunity to earn contribution points. Luo Xian was speechless. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Wang Yiming chimed in from the side. My shield is itching for action. I shot a glance at Wang Yiming and stood up to assign tasks. With 7 people in the office, concentrating all efforts in one place would be a waste of resources. I assigned each of the 7 to different areas within the Xianghe district and instructed them to maintain communication through specialized walkie-talkies to report any occurrences. Looking at everyone, I declared, all right, let us set off. Just then, Wang Yiming suddenly suggested, how about a competition to see who can slay more monsters? I was left speechless. This child possessed an insatiable desire to compete. Jiang Jie remarked, Yiming, no offense, but you can't possibly outdo the group leader, yet you always want to compete. Wang Yiming scoffed, I cannot lose my spirit of challenge. The others collectively rolled their eyes at him. Truly, he was both inexperienced and overly competitive. Of course, inexperienced is relative. Although Wang Yiming may not match my prowess, he effortlessly dominates the others. At that moment, Luo Xin sighed. Before I arrived, she was the second strongest in the team. Now, just a short time later, she had fallen to the 5th position among our ranks, with only Jiang Jie and Zhang Sheng trailing her. Notably, Zhang Sheng was merely a chef. Suddenly, I felt a vibration from my crystal. Upon checking, I saw that Lu Ming was speaking in the group for the regional leaders. There were 8 individuals in the group, including Lu Ming and the 7 regional leaders. Lu Ming stated, to encourage everyone's enthusiasm, I have applied for an additional 1,000 contribution points as a reward. He continued, the team that resolves the monster invasion first will receive 400 bonus points. Second place will earn 300, third place 200, and fourth place 100. I raised my eyebrows. This was splendid news. Wang Tingsong, who had previously fought alongside me, replied in the group, Minister, you are brilliant. Wang Tingsong added, I shall graciously accept the first prize. Thank you, fellow colleagues, for your support. Immediately, others chimed in. Xieshinga remarked, I can take down 2 of you with one hand. What gives you the audacity to claim first place? Zhao Yu commented, Wang Tingsong, you seem a bit too confident lately. Do you remember how you were floored by me a month ago? I found myself bemused. I hadn't realized Wang Tingsong was such a combative character, having fought against so many leaders, yet seemingly never emerged victorious. Wang Tingsong retorted, I may not be able to defeat any of you, but so what? This time, it's a team battle. In our Levexi district, we may not have much, but we certainly have numbers. Wang Tingsong, I have a total of 15 people here. How many do you have? You are quite formidable, aren't you? How many can you take on? Suyi narrowed his eyes, finally understanding where Wang Tingsong's confidence stemmed from. Indeed, in such circumstances, the greater the number, the more pronounced the advantage. Several leaders, unwilling to concede, believed their teams could claim victory. Suyi found no merit in further observation. Verbal sparring was utterly meaningless. The crowd had already dispersed. Standing atop the office building, Suyi gazed blankly at the sky, awaiting the arrival of the monsters. An indeterminate time passed. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the city. Then, all those who were looking skyward witnessed a gaping, grotesque fissure appear in the air. The opening, reminiscent of a mouth, opened and closed rhythmically, from which dozens of gray orbs were ejected, cascading randomly towards the earth. Was this the manifestation of monsters? Suyi tightened his grip on his sword. The speed at which the fissure opened and closed accelerated, and the gray orbs fell like raindrops, casting the sky into a hue of gray. The fissure seemed to open and close 500 or 600 times before it vanished entirely. Among the initial gray orbs released, several had already entered the airspace above Shanghai district, while many others spread to various locations. Coincidentally, one orb was heading directly towards Suyi. Lifting his gaze, he discerned within the orb a creature resembling a frog, its mouth agape. The creature also spotted Suyi, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam. Suyi frowned and raised his hand, striking with his sword. The blade soared skyward, cleaving the orb in two. Chapter 84, Predicament and Strategy for Resolution. Qingfeng City, headquarters of the Night Dragon Guard. Lu Ming and Sun Qing stood within a monitoring room adorned with hundreds of screens. Numerous screens displayed battles erupting between trialists and monsters. Suyi featured on one of them, observing Suyi dispatch a monster that had yet to touch the ground with swift and precise strikes. Lu Ming could not help but smile. This young man surpasses me by leaps and bounds compared to my earlier days. Sun Qing chuckled. Had he been born a decade earlier, he might have already become a top-tier powerhouse in our Longhua. Lu Ming remained non-committal. Sun Qing then inquired, will you not intervene? Lu Ming replied, according to the prophecy of that esteemed individual, monster invasions will become a norm in the future. It is an opportune moment to hone these young talents while the monsters are still relatively weak. The current monsters range in strength from levels 10 to 20, making them ideal for their training. Typically, within each wave of monsters, there exists a leader-like entity. I shall act once the leader appears. The two focused intently on the screens, noting that not only Suyi but many trialists exhibited commendable performances. On one screen, a burly man with an exposed upper body gripped a monster by its hands and feet, tearing it apart with great force. The monster's blood spilled down, drenching the man, who wore a look of sheer enjoyment. His name is Xieshinga, correct? Indeed, he is also a regional leader like Suyi. On another screen, a man clad in a black robe confronted a 3-meter-tall monster. Suddenly, the man grasped at the void. and a massive black hand over 10 meters in size appeared above the monster, crushing it into pulp with a single squeeze. His name is Zhao Yu? Indeed. Sun Qing expressed surprise. Your little Qingfeng City truly harbors hidden talents. Lu Ming chuckled. The remarkable individuals of Qingfeng City are no jest. Meanwhile, after casually dispatching several more monsters, Su Yi ascended to the highest building in Xianghe district. The area was not particularly vast, allowing him to survey the entirety from his elevated vantage point. As trialists level up, their physical attributes, including vision, also enhance. Thus, Su Yi could distinctly identify the locations where monsters emerged. At this time, other members of the Night Dragon Guard in Xianghe district had also engaged in combat with the monsters. From the shadows, a monkey-like creature wandered out of an alley, bewildered. It had clearly seen a shadow enter moments ago, yet now it could not locate it. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its neck. In the next instant, it found itself staring at the sky. The monster had been beheaded. Su Yi hissed softly. Although he had not seen the figure, it was evident that this was the work of Wei Ying. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Wang Yiming swung his shield, smashing the monsters into incomprehensible shapes. In a plaza, Su Miao and Zhang Jie were entangled in a fierce battle with a monster. In a garden, Luo Xian had just felled a creature with a single swing of her axe. Su Yi nodded appreciatively. Everyone is shining in their own right, except for Zhang Sheng. At this moment, Zhang Sheng was cowering beneath a large pot, while several monsters were relentlessly pounding on it. Zhang Sheng felt despondent. You wretched monsters. How can you besiege a mere chef? He lacked the confidence to face even one monster, let alone several. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi immediately resolved to rescue Zhang Sheng. He leapt from the high building and dashed towards Zhang Sheng's location. Soon arriving at the pot, he unleashed his sword domain, obliterating the monsters. He then rapped on the side of Zhang Sheng's large iron pot. Zhang Sheng, come out. The monsters have all been vanquished. Hearing Su Ye's voice, Zhang Sheng cautiously opened a small gap in the pot, catching sight of a pair of shod feet, before fully lifting the pot. Team leader, you startled me. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been without a chef. Zhang Sheng lamented, clinging to Su Ye's arm. Su Yi felt a flicker of curiosity. As I stood atop the heights, I observed that others were contending with only a single monster at a time, yet Zhang Sheng faced an overwhelming number. In bewilderment, he remarked, why are there so many here? I too was at a loss. Just as we were conversing, Su Yi noticed two more monsters scuttling towards us from around the corner. This was truly peculiar. It seemed that while others encountered monsters at random, Zhang Sheng's luck was extraordinarily unfortunate. Could there be something about him that attracted these creatures? As Su Yi swiftly dispatched the monsters with two deft strokes of his sword, he fell into deep contemplation. For him, the greatest challenge posed by the monster invasion was not the strength of the creatures, but rather their scattered presence. Being but one person, he was unable to manage multiple locations simultaneously. If only he could identify the source of their attraction and gather them together, his efficiency would undoubtedly soar. He scrutinized Zhang Sheng closely but detected nothing amiss. Contemplating the differences between Zhang Sheng and others, he pondered whether monsters had a preference for the corpulent. This notion seemed illogical, as fat does not emit any peculiar scent. How then did the monsters discern Zhang Sheng's location? Suddenly, a realization struck him regarding scent. He queried Zhang Sheng, what did you do prior to the monster invasion today? Zhang Sheng, perplexed, replied, is this really important? Su Yi, growing impatient, kicked Zhang Sheng lightly and insisted, stop with the nonsense and answer my question. Feeling aggrieved, Zhang Sheng recounted. Before the invasion, I prepared a meal for everyone. There was chicken and fish. I even selected a live chicken from the market this morning and personally slaughtered it. Su Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon a crucial clue. Could it be the scent of blood? He promptly hoisted Zhang Sheng and brought him to the high platform where he had previously stood, a place difficult for monsters to reach, thus providing temporary safety. Then, he ventured alone onto the street, raised his left hand, gripped his sword with his right, and made a swift incision on his arm. Blood spurted forth immediately. Standing still, he waited for approximately 20 seconds, and indeed, two monsters approached him from different directions. After dispatching them, he encountered a new dilemma. Although Qingfeng City was not vast, disseminating the scent of his blood throughout the entire city proved nearly impossible. After a brief period of contemplation, Su Ye's gaze lifted. He recalled the mountain of beast carcasses from his previous class change quest. First, he ascended to the high platform once more. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be deep in thought. In the monitoring room, Sun Qing asked Lu Ming, what is Su Yi doing? Lu Ming replied, I have no idea. From their perspective, Su Yi appeared to be inexplicably standing still with his eyes closed. Could he be having a sudden epiphany, perhaps comprehending the sword intent? Lu Ming speculated. He had learned from Sun Qing about Su Ye's mastery of a formidable lightning sword intent, and he had been quite astonished upon hearing the news. Chapter 85, Blood Intent. Sun Qing gasped softly. It does seem somewhat like that. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. However, at this juncture, to comprehend sword intent, Sun Qing patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. From what I know of Su Yi, he is a responsible individual. He would not neglect the safety of the city for the sake of enlightenment. He must have conceived a strategy to address the monster invasion. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps that is the case. Sun Qing's curiosity piqued. Will this young man surprise me yet again? Atop the high platform, Zhang Sheng was utterly bewildered. He had no inkling of Su Ye's actions and dared not approach to ask him to open his eyes. Approximately 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, Su Yi opened his eyes. The moment he did, Zhang Sheng inexplicably felt as though he were being scrutinized by a beast, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps and fall to the ground. Captain, what is wrong with you? Su Yi exhaled deeply, remaining silent. Instead, he gripped his sword and unleashed a powerful strike. But this time, he was not gathering strength, but rather intent. To Zhang Sheng's eyes, Su Yi appeared transformed into a being of blood, seemingly infused with hundreds, if not thousands, of different blood types. As time progressed, this sensation intensified. Zhang Sheng trembled uncontrollably due to his physiological response. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lu Ming and Sun Qing felt the aura of blood emanating from Su Yi through the screen. What on earth has this young man comprehended? Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment, while Sun Qing's eyes grew increasingly bright. Suddenly, Su Yi erupted forth, sweeping his arm towards the sky. A tremendous surge of blood-red energy was expelled. Before the naked eye, the entire expanse of sky above Su Yi was stained crimson. This was the blood intent he had just grasped. The thick aura of blood rapidly spread to every corner of the peaceful district. All monsters that had descended simultaneously raised their heads. Their eyes ignited with a lust for blood. Instinct compelled them to move towards the source of the explosive blood energy. If one were to survey the entirety of the peaceful district, they would observe the once scattered black dots swiftly converging upon a singular point. Indeed, even in areas beyond the peaceful district, the monsters exhibited similar behavior. What is happening? The challengers within the peaceful district noticed the sudden absence of their foes. Wei Ying emerged from the shadows, glanced at the sky, and then transformed into a shadow, advancing towards the site of the blood energy eruption. Wang Yiming scratched his head. Could this phenomenon have been orchestrated by Su Yi? Has he comprehended a new sword intent? By the way, this sword intent feels oddly familiar. No matter. I shall go and investigate. Wang Yiming had just sprinted a few hundred meters when he suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Goodness, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the same sensation he experienced on the battlefield during the transition task amid the beast tide? Exhaling forcefully, he resumed his pace, cursing under his breath. How infuriating. He felt rather foolish. Both he and Su Yi were in the same beast tide battlefield, yet while he had simply finished his battle, Su Yi managed to solidify the sensations of the battlefield. Absurd. Not only the trial takers from the Xianghe district, but others from different zones also looked up at the sky. What on earth was that? Given the sensitive nature of the moment, setting off fireworks seemed ill-advised. Due to the considerable distance, many trial takers with dulled senses could only perceive colors and not the overwhelming aura, leading to various misunderstandings. Of course, some strong individuals also displayed expressions of astonishment. Zhao Yu, having just vanquished a monster, looked up in confusion. Such a rich scent of blood? Looking in that direction, was there a powerful monster descending in the Xianghe district? In the monitoring room, Lu Ming slapped his thigh vigorously, then let out a hearty laugh. I see now. This lad is indeed clever. He was comprehending the blood aura and utilizing some method to disperse it, thus drawing in the monsters. Sun Qing sighed in admiration. Mere intelligence is not enough. One must possess the ability to grasp the sword intent in a short time. Lu Ming's expression stiffened as he realized something. It had only been a mere 10 minutes since Su Yi closed his eyes. Sun Qing chuckled. Su Yi must have had some prior insight. This 10 minutes merely refined that understanding. Nevertheless, it was still quite formidable. At this moment, Zhang Sheng finally comprehended Su Ye's actions. Observing Su Ye's somewhat pale visage, he expressed concern. Team leader, are you alright? Su Yi, striving to attract as many monsters as possible, had expended considerable energy during his build-up, resulting in his pallid appearance. He waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. With that, he leaped directly from the high platform. The monsters near the platform had already begun to arrive in droves. If he did not descend, it would be challenging for them to ascend. As soon as Su Yi landed, several monsters launched simultaneous attacks against him. Sword domain, activate. Su Yi swung his sword. Instantly, several monsters bore the mark of his blade upon their bodies. Splitting, the monsters were cleaved neatly into mid-air. It was the advanced skill sword domain. Sun Qing immediately recognized Su Ye's feat. After all, he had assisted Su Yi in applying for this skill. If it were anyone else, mastering an advanced skill within a month of becoming a trial taker would indeed leave Sun Qing and Lu Ming astonished, prompting them to remark on the terror of this individual. However, Su Yi had already achieved mastery in sword intent. It seemed that the advanced skill was not as unattainable as once thought. The approaching monsters, of course, witnessed this horrifying spectacle. Yet, they charged forward as if devoid of reason. Su Yi cracked his neck. Let the slaughter continue. Before long, the comrades from the Xianghe district arrived in the vicinity. They beheld the dreadful scene. Countless monsters fell one after another, blood splattering continuously in the air. Su Yi had transformed into a merciless meat grinder. His expression was devoid of emotion, his movements precise and efficient, with not a single unnecessary gesture. Wang Yiming offered a bitter smile. I somewhat regret knowing Su Yi. Luo Xian, Su Miao, and Jiang Jia exchanged glances. It seems we have nothing to do. Having a strong ally feels rather splendid. Jiang Jia suddenly scoffed. No. We must contribute. We cannot allow our team leader to fight alone. Wei Ying emerged from the corner, startling Jiang Jia, who then asked. So, what do you intend to do? Jiang Jia stood tall. I will cheer for the team leader. With that, he turned to Su Ye's direction. Team leader, you are the greatest. Team leader, you are the best. The others were left speechless. After such an impassioned speech, we thought you were going to hunt monsters too. At that moment, in the monitoring room, Lu Ming abruptly stood up. The monster leader has appeared. Chapter 86, Slaying the Wolf. Beep, beep, beep. A brief, sharp sound resonated in the monitoring room. This alarm only triggers when a monster of level 30 or above is detected. Lu Ming and Sun Qing simultaneously turned to one of the screens. On the screen, a creature with a human body and wolf head was sprinting at an astonishing speed. Its trajectory was directly towards Su Ye's current position. This monster must have been drawn in by the blood aura Su Yi unleashed, right? Lu Ming rose from his seat. It is time for me to take action. Sun Qing stood as well. I will join you. If Su Yi were in peak condition, defeating the Wolfman would be no issue. However, he was currently drained, likely not a match for the Wolfman. Su Yi, along with others, should be able to hold out for a while. We must hasten our pace. Meanwhile, the figure of the Wolfman had entered the sight of the crowd. It possessed limbs reminiscent of a human, cloaked in numerous strands of gray fur. The most striking features were its blood-red eyes and the gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. With each step it took, it propelled itself forward, covering at least 20 meters with the agility of an arrow. What a terrifying aura. What is that creature approaching us? Zhang Sheng trembled, unable to suppress his shivers at the mere sight of the Wolfman. Luo Xian furrowed her brow. The exploration technique can only detect monsters of level 10 or below, and I am unable to ascertain the level of that creature. Thus, it must be at least level 27, if not higher. Suddenly, from the shadowy corner of the street, a murderous intent materialized. A figure clad in black, wielding a dagger, lunged towards the throat of the werewolf. It was Wei Ying. Wang Yiming raised an eyebrow. What a sharp attack. The dagger collided with the werewolf's skin, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Wei Ying succeeded, yet he also failed. His dagger struck true at the werewolf's throat, but astonishingly, it left not a single mark. The werewolf retaliated with a swipe of its claws, and with a thunderous roar, several claw strikes appeared out of thin air. Wei Ying was forced to retreat, yet he still bore several bloody scratches. He vanished once more into the shadows. A flicker of confusion crossed the werewolf's fierce gaze. After glancing around, it resumed its advance towards Su Yi. Su Miao gasped and instinctively touched his own throat. He had once faced Wei Ying in a duel, which he had won. Only now did he realize how much leeway Wei Ying had given him. Had he been the werewolf, he would surely have been slain in a single blow by Wei Ying. Su Miao swallowed hard, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Wei Ying was strong, but the werewolf was even stronger. The werewolf drew ever closer to the group. Wang Yiming turned to Su Yi. Do you have confidence? Su Yi replied, no. Just by the aura, it was evident that this werewolf was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. Wang Yiming asked, do you need me to buy you some time? Although he often appeared arrogant, Wang Yiming was keenly aware of his own limitations. With just a glance, he could tell he was no match for the werewolf. Victory could only be achieved through Su Yi. This reminded him of their previous encounter during the class change quest, when he had helped Su Yi buy time against Yen, culminating in Su Ye's decisive strike. Su Yi nodded. I do need it. He required time to regain his stamina. If he wished to conclude the battle swiftly, he would also need time to gather his strength. 10 seconds. Su Yi stated a number. Wang Yiming immediately exclaimed, 10 seconds? You might as well kill me now. Despite his words, he nonetheless drew his shield and resolutely positioned himself before Su Yi. Su Miao, Jiang Jia, and Luo Xian also looked to Su Yi. Team leader, is there anything we can do? Su Yi pondered for a moment. Step back and ensure your own safety. The group fell silent. Some were reluctant, but who could blame them for their weakness? Having spoken, Su Yi immediately summoned Guang Xiaoyu. With just a glance, Guang Xiaoyu understood its role. A pet. The group was astonished. How could Su Yi possess a pet? Yet, it was clearly not the time for questions. As the radiant light from Guang Xiaoyu enveloped Su Yi, his depleted stamina and source energy rapidly replenished. At this moment, the werewolf appeared within 10 meters of Su Yi. As it lunged forward, Wang Yiming raised his shield and used a skill to intercept. Bang! A crisp explosion echoed, and Wang Yiming was sent flying. The werewolf was rebounded nearly 10 meters. This skill is called Bounce Guardian. It can convert half of the enemy's attack power into a rebound effect. Wang Yiming ceased his backward retreat, excitement evident in his expression as he explained. Su Yi was speechless. Would it not be better to focus on fighting? What is the point of this introduction? The werewolf charged again, and Wang Yiming raised his shield to block once more. Bang! 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 Several times, the werewolf was sent flying by the rebound. Wang Yiming laughed heartily, but suddenly, he coughed up blood. Although it seemed he was evenly matched with the werewolf, in truth, each collision inflicted considerable recoil upon him. Wang Yiming appeared outwardly unscathed, but he alone knew the extent of the internal injuries he had sustained. In contrast, the werewolf, though appearing somewhat disheveled, had suffered no real harm. Meanwhile, Su Yi had completed his recovery and was gathering his strength while observing the scene ahead. Can you still hold on? Wang Yiming shouted. Remove the word "can" from your statement. In the next moment, boom, the werewolf charged again, and this time, Wang Yiming could not withstand it. The werewolf's massive claw swiped, and he was sent flying like a ragdoll. Su Yi, the others, see, this is the consequence of arrogance. The werewolf seemed to revel in its triumph when suddenly, a white blade pierced its eye. It was Wei Ying, striking once more. Stab. This time, he succeeded. The dagger, approximately the length of a forearm, plunged deep into the werewolf's eye socket. Wei Ying withdrew the dagger and swiftly retreated to Su Ye's side. I can't hold on any longer. I can't hold on. Blood gushed from the werewolf's eye socket. Yet, astonishingly, it remained alive, appearing even more frenzied than before. Leave the rest to me, Su Yi declared. At this moment, he was in peak condition. Su Yi surged forward, unleashing the fully charged might of lightning while dashing forth on beams of sword light. The others beheld a flash of vibrant purple light. Su Yi had already reached the werewolf's rear. A flicker of confusion crossed the werewolf's gaze as it instinctively lowered its head to glance at its chest. There, a gash was spreading, transforming from a two-dimensional line into a three-dimensional slice. In the next instant, the werewolf was cleaved in two. Su Yi sheathed his sword, feeling accomplished. Had he won? Wang Yiming struggled to his feet, while Wei Ying collapsed to the ground. Chapter 87. Truly deserving of the title leader. Each of his strikes instilled a sense of despair within me, exclaimed Luo Xian with wide eyes. The others were no better off. Jiang Jie remarked. It seems that compared to this werewolf, our leader resembles a monster even more. Su Miao added, that sword strike is something I fear I shall never forget. Su Yi returned to the crowd, instructing Guang Xiaoyu to heal Wei Ying and Wang Yiming as well. Soon, their injuries vanished completely. At that moment, two streaks of light streaked across the sky, and two figures descended. Lu Ming made a grand entrance, wielding a stick, but then fell silent. After nearly a minute, he could no longer contain himself. Damn it, I'm late. After the battle, Lu Ming stroked his chin, gazing at Su Yi. So you mean to say, while grinding dungeons in the Shunming world, you had extraordinary luck and obtained a pet egg, and it hatched into a light attribute healing pet? That's why you could recover so quickly and then unleash a powerful strike to eliminate the werewolf. Su Yi nodded. Indeed, that is precisely the case. He held Guang Xiaoyu and said, Come on, Xiaoyu, greet everyone. Guang Xiaoyu chirped. The crowd fell silent once more. This was a pet. A particularly rare light attribute healing pet. To obtain such luck is beyond mere fortune. It is truly indescribable. Wang Yiming looked at his own Xiao Hui and suddenly felt it paled in comparison. Xiao Hui seemed perplexed. Guang Xiaoyu possessed the ability to restore Su Yi to full health within seconds. This effectively added an extra life. No, Guang Xiaoyu could restore full health several times a day, so it was as if multiple lives were gained. It was the dream pet every trial taker yearned for. Lu Ming, who also owned a pet and had seen many others, could confidently say that Guang Xiaoyu ranked among the top 3 in practicality of all the pets he had encountered. Sun Qing laughed. Your talent is extraordinary, your strength is unmatched, and even your luck is incredible. You seem to monopolize all the good fortune. After a pause, he inquired, By the way, what was that bloodlust you unleashed earlier? The others turned their curious gazes towards Su Yi. Su Yi scratched his head. When Yiming and I completed our class transition quest, we encountered a beast tide. As I looked upon the mountain of beast corpses combined with the atmosphere of slaughter on the battlefield, I began to gain some insights. Afterward, I spent some time during the quest to further contemplate, which allowed me to break through to the introductory level when the need arose. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Just an introductory level? Isn't that insufficient? Su Yi replied, Yes, therefore, to propagate the aura as far as possible. I also utilized a skill learned during the class transition quest, the charge slash. This skill was originally meant to accumulate source energy and stamina, but I adapted it temporarily to also apply to aura accumulation. The crowd had fallen silent yet again. Is this even humanly possible? Luo Xian looked at Lu Ming, who was her authority figure. Director, aren't skills supposed to be usable once learned? They can be modified? The others looked at Lu Ming with curiosity. Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly before he responded. Hee, it should be possible, right? The uncertainty in his words left everyone perplexed. Could it be that even the director was unaware that skills could be actively modified? Sun Qing and Lu Ming exchanged glances, their emotions quite complex. Mastering Thunder Aura, merely grasping Bloodlust, possessing a light attribute Healing Pet, and at least 3 skills. Suyi had been in the Shunming world for less than a month. Well then, we shall take our leave. You are the first to resolve the monster invasion this time. Once all districts have concluded their battles, I will gather everyone together for a meeting to commend your efforts. Lu Ming prepared to return to the monitoring room with Sun Qing. The Xianghe district was finished, but others were still ongoing. Suyi asked, must we attend the meeting? You may opt out. It is merely a session to analyze everyone's performance, offering verbal commendations to those who excelled and critiques to those who did not. Suyi nodded. Understood. After a pause, he added, by the way, Director, do we need to support other districts? Lu Ming shook his head. No need. I intend to use this monster invasion to further temper the others. This was the first monster invasion, and there will be many more in the future. With that, he glanced at the others present, his gaze seemingly conveying that their experience in this trial was insufficient. The others could only shrug in resignation. Our leader is too formidable, depriving us of opportunities for growth. Is it our fault? Witnessing this scene, Suyi could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Indeed, in the future, opportunities should be afforded to others. Otherwise, if one day he happened to be absent from the Xianghe district for some reason and could not return, what would become of the others? They must not become overly reliant on him. Thus, the monster invasion in the Xianghe district was effectively concluded. However, to ensure that no surviving monsters remained, the group could not leave just yet. Under Su Ye's guidance, they began to patrol various areas of the Xianghe district. Remarkably, they discovered several monsters that had been spared due to their slower movement speed. Certainly, they should all be eliminated. Approximately 3 hours later, everyone received a message on their crystals, sent by Lu Ming, announcing the successful conclusion of the monster invasion. Suyi glanced at the others, stating, I am prepared to continue my cultivation in the Shunming world. What about you? The others appeared somewhat astonished. Are you really not attending the award ceremony? Suyi shrugged. It seems rather pointless. I would rather use this time to enhance myself. The others looked at him with renewed respect. Wang Yiming had been particularly eager to attend the ceremony, as it symbolized honor. Moreover, he had indeed contributed significantly to this event. However, witnessing Su Ye's determination to dedicate all his time to becoming stronger instilled a sense of urgency within him. Those with better talent than you are working harder. You cannot afford to be complacent. He resolved to enter the Shunming world as well. The others were similarly inspired by Su Yi, expressing their commitment to devote all their time to self-improvement. Thus, the only individual remaining in the real world was Zhang Sheng, as he could level up without entering the Shunming world. Consequently, the responsibility of representing the Xianghe district at the awards ceremony fell upon Zhang Sheng. Observing the figures gradually disappearing before him, he could not help but exclaim, this is too intense. Chapter 88. The meeting is underway. Suyi arrived at the training room, pondering which attribute to comprehend for his sword intent. He had already made progress with his blood intent, which was commendable. However, the training room lacked this attribute. After some contemplation, he decided to proceed randomly, as he currently had no specific attribute in mind. Closing his eyes, he randomly tapped a few times on the screen by the entrance. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered, dark attribute it is. He stepped inside the room, where darkness enveloped him. As he began his cultivation, on the other side, Zhang Sheng had already arrived at the headquarters of the Yalongwai in Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City consists of 7 districts, with the Yalongwai headquarters situated in the centrally located Zuma district. After entering the headquarters and being guided by staff, he soon found himself in a conference room. The room had already been divided by district. Zhang Sheng took a seat in the section designated for the Xianghe district and prepared for a prolonged ordeal. Many individuals were present in the conference room, none of whom he recognized, and he felt too intimidated to initiate conversation, leading to an awkward atmosphere. At that moment, a rather robust-looking man suddenly clapped Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. You are from the Xianghe district Yalongwai? Zhang Sheng quickly responded, yes. Where is your group leader? Do you know my group leader? My name is Wang Tingsong. I am the head of the Lucy district, and I am a friend of your leader. Greetings. Wang group leader, I am Zhang Sheng. My group leader has entered the Shunming world. He is not coming? No. Wang Tingsong paused for a moment, then gasped. Even though Su Yi was not present, he felt as if he had lost another round. Now that he had arrived, leaving would appear too conspicuous. Wang Tingsong scratched his head and remarked, This fellow is truly diligent. By the way, how long did your Xianghe district take to resolve the monster invasion? The results from various districts had yet to be announced, and Wang Tingsong's intention in conversing with Zhang Sheng stemmed from a desire to gather information. Zhang Sheng pondered for a moment and honestly replied, "Well, it should be less than half an hour." "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Sheng's response, Wang Tingsong was taken aback, then patted Zhang Sheng's shoulder with vigor. "You lad, you do enjoy jesting. In any case, when the minister arrives, he will announce everyone's times. Why conceal it now?" Zhang Sheng replied, "But I am not joking." Wang Tingsong grumbled as he departed. "This kid is not sincere. Half an hour? How could that be possible? Each district in Qingfeng City is roughly equal in size. His Lucy district, comprising 15 individuals, took 3.5 hours to conclude their battle, which was already an impressive feat according to the information Wang Tingsong had gathered. Among the other districts, only Zuma district, where Xiexinj was located, and Tianqi district, where Zhaoyu was situated, had slightly better results than theirs. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed that Lucy district would secure a top 3 position this time. Zhang Sheng watched Wang Tingsong's departing figure, feeling somewhat frustrated. Is it really so difficult to be an honest person these days? Soon, everyone had arrived, and the remaining districts noticed the conspicuous emptiness of the Xianghe district section. Some speculated. Could it be that the Xianghe district's members are too ashamed to attend the awards ceremony due to poor performance? Others conjectured, perhaps their strength is lacking, and too many have been injured and are recuperating. I heard that the Xianghe district has only 7 members, the fewest among all districts. Among these 7, one is a cook. Zhang Sheng naturally overheard these remarks, but he merely shook his head and scoffed, too indifferent to engage in debate. He could only hope that when they heard the results, their mouths would not drop in astonishment. Soon, Lu Ming arrived, and upon his entrance, the audience fell silent. Lu Ming also noticed the emptiness of the Xianghe district and subtly twitched his lips. After a few introductory remarks, he began announcing the results from the back to the front. However, the attendees displayed little excitement, as they had already compared their respective times before Lu Ming's arrival. Thus, they were aware of the rankings. Of course, the only variable was the Xianghe district, but the audience assumed that even if their results were commendable, they could not be extraordinary. 7th place, Zhaohe district, time 4 hours and 27 minutes. 6th place, Wangjiaba district, 4 hours and 5 minutes. 4th place, Lucy district, 3 hours and 30 minutes. Wang Tingsong abruptly rose to his feet. What is this? Are we in 4th place? At that moment, everyone else began to sense something amiss. The Xianghe district had seemingly been overlooked, as it had not been mentioned at all. The 3rd and 2nd places were announced, yet still, the name of the Xianghe district did not surface. Could it be that the Xianghe district is in 1st place? Wang Tingsong was beside himself with disbelief. He recalled Zhang Sheng's earlier words, and a wildly absurd thought crossed his mind. It couldn't possibly be true, could it? Xiexinga and Zhaoyu also furrowed their brows. Who is the leader of the Xianghe district? It seems to be a newcomer, cleverly concealed. At last, Lu Ming completed the list. Xianghe district, 28 minutes. Indeed, 28 minutes. 2 minutes shorter than Zhang Sheng's estimate. As Lu Ming's voice resonated, the entire room fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. What is this? 28 minutes? Is this some kind of international joke? This doesn't even account for our initial estimates. They could accept that the Xianghe district was in 1st place. But how could they accept such a short time? At that moment, Zhang Sheng straightened his back and proudly raised his head, surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. He finally understood what Su Yi must feel like on a daily basis. What a thrill. He even contemplated pulling out his phone to record the expressions of the others. But the potential risks held him back. Leader, this is pushing me to help you. Xiexinga suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Impossible. Zhaoyu also stood up. Director, this result is rather outrageous, isn't it? Lu Ming smiled. There is absolutely no issue with this result. Naturally, Lu Ming could not lie. Following this, a wave of gasps filled the room. With the chill in the air dissipating, Zhang Sheng felt the temperature rise considerably. Zhaoyu inquired, Director, I would like to know how many monsters the Xianghe district encountered this time. With this question, everyone present realized a crucial point. The distribution of monsters during the invasion was not entirely equitable across the districts. Before the meeting commenced, they had already noted that some districts were fortunate enough to face fewer than 100 monsters, while others faced over 200. Furthermore, they observed a pattern. The closer a district was to the Xianghe district, the fewer monsters they seemed to encounter. If one were to examine the map, the Xianghe district lay at the far left, and moving rightward, the number of monsters increased sequentially. Thus, it was highly probable that the Xianghe district encountered the fewest monsters. If the monster count was low and concentrated, it was indeed feasible to eliminate them in a remarkably short time. All eyes turned to Lu Ming, eagerly anticipating an answer. Lu Ming chuckled again. I know what you were thinking, and I can assure you that the number of monsters encountered by the Xianghe district was indeed the highest among all districts. Lu Ming glanced at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng. I see that the others are somewhat unconvinced. Why don't you elucidate what transpired in the Xianghe district? Zhang Sheng immediately stood up, his face radiating pride. The leader of the Xianghe district, Su Yi, utilized a special method to attract all the monsters in the district to himself, defeating over 300 monsters. Oh, and quite a number of monsters from nearby districts must have been drawn to ours as well. Following this, Su Yi even vanquished a monster leader exceeding level 30. Zhao Yu then posed a question. May I ask what level this Su Yi is as a trialist? Zhang Sheng replied, level 20. The room fell silent once more. Each word Zhang Sheng uttered was comprehensible. So why did the combination of those words seem so implausible? Are you certain you aren't recounting a myth? A level 20 trialist, within half an hour, single-handedly slaying over 300 monsters, plus a level 30 monster leader. Does that even sound reasonable? Lu Ming cleared his throat. Zhang Sheng did not speak falsely. Everyone was on the verge of madness. That evening, after a long day of training, Su Yi finally emerged from the training room. He stretched and reflected on the day's achievements. I have grasped the fundamentals of the dark arts, and I am not far from minor proficiency. With a mere thought, he returned to the realm of reality. Upon materializing on the sofa, he noticed 3 unfamiliar figures in the living room. Wait, among them, one was familiar to him, Wang Tingsong. Zhang Sheng was also present. Upon seeing Su Yi, he rushed over to explain the purpose of their visit. It turned out that Xiexinga and Zhao Yu had come to challenge Su Yi, while Wang Tingsong was merely there to observe. Both Xiexinga and Zhao Yu were competitive individuals, and after being astonished by Su Yi, they naturally harbored thoughts of challenging him. Upon learning of their intentions, Lu Ming was exceedingly supportive. According to Lu Ming, it was imperative to challenge Su Yi as soon as possible. The two might still possess a sliver of hope for victory. Good evening, Director Su. The two greeted Su Yi and introduced themselves. Xiexinga's profession was that of a muscle warrior, characterized by immense physical strength. Zhao Yu's profession was that of a dark hand, capable of wielding dark attributes for attack. Both noticed the fatigue etched on Su Yi's face, prompting Xiexinga to remark, your diligence puts us to shame. How about this? We shall rest here for the night and challenge you again tomorrow. To confront you now would seem to take advantage of your weariness. Su Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. He truly felt depleted, and facing challenges in such a state would be a form of disrespect. Although Su Yi believed that he would not lose even in such a state, the prospect of actually winning was profoundly disheartening. The next day, everyone rose early. Xie Sheng and his companions also departed at dawn, grumbling as they went. What a monster! If I challenge Su Yi again, I might as well be a dog. Among them, Wang Tingsong was the one in the most carefree spirits. Having suffered defeat at Su Yi's hands before and being thoroughly shocked by it, he felt a strange sense of relief upon seeing others who had shared a similar experience. After the trio left, Wang Yiming clapped Su Yi on the shoulder, saying, You did exceptionally well. Before I allowed anyone else to defeat you, I would not permit it. Su Yi was speechless, wondering if it was truly appropriate to indulge in such juvenile bravado so early in the morning. Wang Yiming chuckled at this moment. You are the uncrowned king of the 7 districts. You have indeed dominated the 7 districts, and now, the next step must be to confront Minister Lu Ming. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a surge of bewilderment and could not help but point behind Wang Yiming. What if I told you that the minister is right behind you? Would you believe it? Wang Yiming laughed. That is hardly likely. Yet, as he turned around, he found Lu Ming grinning at him. Wang Yiming, Lu Ming said, Are you eager to replace me? Wang Yiming retorted, I was speaking about Su Yi. Su Yi raised his hands in surrender. I said nothing. Lu Ming playfully kicked Wang Yiming, who seemed to wish for death as his eyes spun, and he promptly entered the realm of dreams. Lu Ming laughed. This fellow runs quite swiftly. Su Yi echoed the laughter. I hope the minister is not too amused. Yiming here lacks a certain sense. By the way, minister, is there a reason you sought me out? Lu Ming replied. Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. I am here to present you with a medal. With a flourish, he produced a medal, roughly the size of a bottle cap, emblazoned with the flag of Longhua and a dragon emblem. This is the City Guardian Medal, awarded to heroes who protect the city and have made significant contributions. Since your merit is the greatest this time, I personally applied for one on your behalf. Su Yi took the medal, weighing it in his hand, and inquired, What is its purpose? Lu Ming playfully kicked Su Yi again, exclaiming, This is honor. This is honor. Su Yi forced a smile. All right then. Lu Ming suddenly chuckled lightly. However, this medal does indeed possess some practical functions. For instance, should you venture to the upper realm and shop at our official Longhua store while holding this medal, you will enjoy a discount of 5. Su Yi's eyes immediately sparkled. This was splendid news. The thought of the upper realm store reminded him of his need to purchase Gu Benyi, which in turn made him consider the 1,000 contribution points. By the way, Minister, when will the contribution points for our efforts against the monster invasion be distributed? When I left, the tally was just completed. They should have been dispersed by now. The contribution points promised to the first-place team have also been credited to you. You can divide them internally later. Su Yi promptly took out his crystal and upon inspecting it, exclaimed, "Indeed." At that moment, his personal contribution points account boldly displayed the number 1,889. Even after accounting for the team distribution, he still had a solid 1,400. With Gu Binyi priced at 1,000 contribution points per unit, it meant he was eligible to purchase one. The pressing question now was how he could acquire Gu Binyi. Su Yi estimated he still had some time before heading to the upper realm, yet he wished to utilize it quickly and assess its effects. Thus, he felt compelled to ask for assistance. However, he was wary that directly soliciting help might expose the deficiencies in his profession. After contemplating, he decided to seize the moment while Lu Ming was still present and asked, "Minister, if I wish to purchase certain materials available only in the upper realm store in advance, what options do I have?" Chapter 90, Battle. Upon hearing Su Ye's inquiry, Lu Ming replied straightforwardly, "This is rather simple. You can go to the Night Dragon Guard's forum and find a purchasing agent. However, since it involves a purchasing agent, you might need to part with a few contribution points." After a pause, he added, "If you let me know what you need, I can help you acquire it." Su Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your kind offer, Minister, but I wouldn't want to trouble you, considering your valuable time." Lu Ming chuckled. "Why would you be so formal with me? By the way, Xiao Yi, I've noticed that you seem to have a penchant for combat, am I correct?" Su Yi nodded. "Yes, I thoroughly enjoy the exhilarating thrill of battle." Lu Ming patted Su Ye's shoulder. "Care to have a match with me?" Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. "What? You, a seasoned veteran of the Dream Realm for several years, are picking on a mere youth like me? That seems rather unfair." Lu Ming replied, "Of course, you can refuse." Su Yi quickly shook his head. "No, I accept." He was genuinely curious about the strength of those who had entered the upper realm. Thus, the two made their way to the arena in the training room. Perhaps due to the early hour, the training room was devoid of other combatants. "Come on," Lu Ming said, staring intently at Su Yi. "Unleash your full strength." Su Yi nodded, refraining from idle chatter as he began to gather energy for a powerful strike. Given that Lu Ming invited him to exert his full force, it was evident that he was confident in his ability to effortlessly counter it. "Impressive," Lu Ming remarked, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes as he nodded. He sensed Su Ye's momentum rising steadily, even surpassing that of some trial takers from the upper realm. Here it comes. As Su Ye's energy reached its zenith, a tremendous force of thunder erupted. Simultaneously, a radiant flash of sword light emerged, further amplifying the potency of the attack through sheer velocity. The swift lightning seemed to rend the very fabric of space, surging menacingly towards Lu Ming. In response, Lu Ming raised a single palm. The moment Su Ye's sword made contact with Lu Ming's hand, the thunderous force split apart like waves crashing against a rocky shore, diverging into two serpentine forms. As the lightning dissipated into the air, Lu Ming maintained his calm demeanor and the gesture of his outstretched hand. Remarkably, this strike was effortlessly deflected by him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Ye's eyes. How formidable! Such strength was astonishing, rendering Lu Ming's limits utterly inscrutable. Although Su Yi had anticipated this, the reality of the encounter still left him somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Now it's my turn to attack." With that, he casually slapped his palm forward. Instantly, a tempest erupted, surging towards Su Yi like an enraged dragon. In a mere heartbeat, it swept him away, leaving him helplessly plummeting to the ground below. However, just as his body was about to make contact with the earth, the gust transformed into a soft cushion, gently cradling him and providing a thrust to keep him upright. Su Yi was overwhelmed by a sense of awe. Such terrifying control. At that point, Lu Ming descended from the stage and patted Su Yi on the shoulder. "Xiao Yi, do you know why I wanted to battle you today?" Su Yi looked up, speculating. "Is it to impart the wisdom that there are always greater individuals beyond the mountains?" Lu Ming shook his head. "No. Then what is it?" "I simply believe that your growth has been exceedingly rapid, and I fear that soon you will surpass me. Thus, I wanted to seize the opportunity to defeat you before you reach your full potential. This is akin to disciplining a child early." "Su Yi, are you out of your mind?" he thought to himself, though his expression remained unperturbed. Lu Ming let out a hearty laugh before turning to leave. How exhilarating. As he approached the door, Lu Ming suddenly turned back to look at Su Yi. "Xiao Yi, I await your surpassing of me." Su Yi nodded earnestly. "I will." With that, Lu Ming vanished from Su Ye's sight. After Lu Ming's departure, Su Yi felt an unexpected surge of motivation. Indeed, the lack of competitive pressure from the trial participants of similar caliber had rendered him somewhat complacent, devoid of any impetus to strive harder. For the past few days, his training in swordsmanship had merely been a matter of expending energy before returning home. Su Yi murmured to himself, "I should not be so lazy. Simply exerting effort is insufficient. From now on, I must transcend my limits every single day. There are still so many masters in the world. The minister may not even be among the strongest. Yet here I am, lacking even the qualifications to make him fight seriously. My rivals should not be limited to my peers. After motivating himself, Suyi suddenly sat down and reflected. That minister's palm strike was indeed terrifying. It felt as if my entire being was disintegrating. He glanced around. Thankfully, no one was watching. He certainly did not wish for anyone to witness his moment of vulnerability. No questions asked. It was simply a matter of maintaining his idol persona. Suddenly, a small black hand landed on Suyi's shoulder. "Captain, I saw everything." Suyi's expression immediately froze. Damn, he had forgotten to check if Ingu was present when he entered. Instead of immediately entering the Shinming world, Suyi directly went to the forum to find a purchasing agent and spent 1,010 contribution points to have them procure a bottle of Guban liquid. As for the shipping address, he thought for a moment and decided to use the office's location. That night at midnight, utterly exhausted, Suyi returned to the real world. To his surprise, the purchasing agent had been quite efficient. The package had already arrived by the afternoon. Suyi took a brief nap to ensure he was in optimal condition before entering the Shinming world to retrieve the Guban liquid. This substance was a transparent liquid, and the instructions indicated that it should be consumed directly. Suyi complied. The taste was bitter. As the Guban liquid entered his stomach, he immediately felt something within him beginning to mend. Approximately half an hour later, this sensation ceased. Suyi looked at his data. Excellent. His occupational star level had indeed risen. The previous 125 stars had transformed into 1,299 stars. What the hell? Suyi felt a surge of indignation. As if he had been toyed with. Could the occupational star count truly be 1299? Or was it that one bottle of Guban liquid was insufficient for complete restoration? Yet, surely it should not remain at such an absurd level? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Suyi's ear. "You have a task. Please proceed to the temple to receive it." This voice was reminiscent of the guidance he had received during his initial trial in the Shinming world. A task? Could this sudden task be related to the restoration of my occupation? Suyi pondered for a moment, then resolved to visit the temple. Chapter 91. Matching Token. Upon entering the temple, he heard the voice once more. Task name. Restore occupation. Task description. You must enter the Chaos Valley and gain the recognition of the Blind Sword Saint to complete the occupation restoration. Would you like to accept this task? Suyi comprehended fully. He had wrongfully blamed the Guban liquid. This meant that he had to complete the task to restore his occupation. He directly chose to accept. And soon he noticed a new entry at the bottom of his data panel, labeled Current Unfinished Tasks. He could click on it at any time to view the task details. What, he wondered, is this Luan Bingu? And who is the Blind Sword Saint? Suyi's mind was filled with questions. He opened the forum for clarification. It turned out that Luan Bingu was a secret realm in the upper realm, teeming with countless abandoned equipment, both active and passive, waiting for a fated individual to appear. Once such a person arrives, the equipment would follow them away. A secret realm is somewhat akin to a dungeon, both being independent spaces. In fact, a secret realm encompasses dungeons, with dungeons being a singularly functional type of secret realm. In the lower realm, the concept of secret realms did not exist. Having clarified what Luan Bingu was, he found no information regarding the Blind Sword Saint. Even if Suyi were to expend 10 contribution points, no one could provide any intelligence about him, forcing him to momentarily abandon the inquiry. Suyi stroked his chin in contemplation. There was another stipulation regarding Luan Bingu. It only opened for 1 day each year, and the opening day was less than 2 months away. Thus, he needed to enter the upper realm within 2 months. Suyi resolved to continue his training in the training room. On his way there, he encountered Ma Wei, who stopped him, seemingly with something to discuss. "What is the matter?" Suyi inquired. Ma Wei produced a token and handed it to Suyi. "I obtained a matching token while grinding in a dungeon yesterday. I hesitated to use it, and after some consideration, I decided to give it to you since you are the strongest in our lower realm. It is up to you to decide whether to use it." "What is a matching token?" Seeing Suyi's perplexed expression, Ma Wei elaborated. "A matching token is not particularly rare. It is a tool that connects us to other lower realms. When someone shatters a matching token, their realm will be matched with another realm of comparable strength in the Shinming world. A battlefield will be established between the two realms, and combat rules will be randomly drawn. Then, both realms will negotiate to send suitable challengers into the battlefield to fight. The victorious side will receive a 10 increase in experience acquisition speed for all challengers in their realm, while the losing side will incur a 10 decrease." Suyi nodded. Having understood, it essentially amounted to a wager between two lower realms. By the way, does this experience acquisition increase apply only to monster grinding? Or can it also benefit non-combat challengers? Ma Wei responded. Any experience gained through any means will receive the enhancement. Suyi's eyes lit up. This was indeed promising. Frankly, he felt tempted. However, he refrained from using it immediately. Suyi believed it prudent to first consult with the top-ranked challengers on the combat leaderboard. Ma Wei mentioned that the combat rules were drawn randomly. If they drew rules disadvantageous to their side and lost the battle, it would affect all challengers in their lower realm. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the sky. All challengers present in the Shenmeng world looked up simultaneously. Challenger Ma Haotian has used a matching token, currently matching with a comparable lower realm. Estimated matching time, 3 days. Ma Wei, Su Yi, everyone in the lower realm. Well, there's no need to deliberate or find someone to discuss it. Someone has already used the token. Su Yi felt speechless. To be honest, the Ma siblings were truly lucky. Ma Wei was nearly frantic as she quickly dialed Ma Haotian's number. Soon, a voice came through. Sister, this is bad. I think I made a terrible mistake. Ma Wei exclaimed anxiously. Are you unaware of the purpose of the matching token? How could you use it so recklessly? Ma Haotian's voice was tinged with panic. I know. If I said I accidentally crushed it, would you believe me? If we win, that's one thing. But if we lose, I'll be the sinner of the entire lower realm. Ma Wei facepalmed. For now, you should return to the real world to avoid the storm. Ma Haotian logged off. Meanwhile, discussions began to stir in various locations, with many knowledgeable individuals eagerly explaining the function of the matching token. What the heck? Who is Ma Haotian? Is he out of his mind? What right does he have to represent our lower realm in using a matching token? By the way, a 10 experience boost sounds enticing. If it would take me 100 days to reach level 30, with the boost, I could reduce that by 10 days. Hell, what if we lose? Wouldn't you end up needing to stay in the lower realm for an extra 10 days? I say, it's better not to use the matching token. That's the safest approach. I actually think we should take a gamble. The crowd seemed to divide into 3 factions. One group was the optimistic risk-takers, believing they should take the chance. Another group was the pessimistic realists, feeling the risks outweighed the rewards. The last group was the indifferent faction, adopting an attitude of nonchalance. Ma Wei stamped her foot, feeling somewhat despondent. What a fool. Su Yi consoled her. Now that we are at this point, there is no turning back. Since we haven't team matched with an opponent yet, let us take these days to improve ourselves as much as we can. He pondered what it meant to have a comparable opponent and how the Shenmeng world determined that. Ma Wei sighed and bid farewell to Su Yi before leaving. After parting ways with Ma Wei, Su Yi continued toward the training ground. He found himself rather looking forward to it. He hoped that the challengers from other lower realms would bring him a greater sense of excitement in battle. Upon arriving at the training ground, Su Yi did not ascend directly to the upper floors. Instead, he made his way to the testing room on the first floor. Today marked the weekly ranking settlement, occurring every 7 days. At this moment, he still held the top positions on both the level and combat leaderboards. However, the second-place contender on the combat leaderboard, Chu Qingyin, had seemingly made significant advancements over the past week, achieving a staggering combat power of 8,000 points. This left her with a mere 1,000-point gap from his previous score. Concerned that she might make a last-minute attempt to seize victory, Su Yi resolved to slightly bolster his own score for safety. The difference between first and second place was a substantial 10,000 coins. As Chapter 92 unfolds, Su Yi stood before the testing stone tablet, refraining from utilizing his charged strike and instead remaining in a contemplative state for a considerable duration. Apparently, he was deep in thought. After approximately 2 minutes, other individuals had entered the room. Hey, don't just occupy the spot without testing. If you're not going to use it, step aside and quit daydreaming in front of the stone tablet. Someone suddenly addressed Su Yi. Upon opening his eyes, Su Yi apologized. I'm sorry. I'll be finished shortly. He acknowledged that monopolizing shared resources was indeed his fault. Suddenly, Su Yi sprang into action, launching a fierce strike toward the stone tablet. Instantly, 2 entwined light dragons, one purple and one white, erupted from the tip of his sword. The momentum was ferocious, causing the individual who had just spoken to him to tumble backward in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Soon after, the 2 light dragons were consumed by the stone tablet, and Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. This should secure his position. He then exited the room. The technique he had just employed was a new experiment, as he sought to amalgamate different energies to unleash a more potent force. In truth, the fusion he achieved was not entirely flawless. He noted significant issues, such as the energies merely intertwining rather than genuinely merging. Nonetheless, the power exhibited was beyond his expectations. Clearly, this path was worth further exploration. After Su Yi departed, the individual who had fallen sat on the ground for some time, still trembling. Who was that person just now? The intensity of that attack was terrifying. Just one glance left me feeling as if my soul was about to be torn apart. He cannot be an ordinary individual. The man, disregarding his own combat assessment, rushed outside to check the rankings. It seemed there had been no change in positions, but he quickly noticed something amiss. Su Yi's combat power had risen to 11,385 points. So he is the renowned Su Yi, he exclaimed with excitement. At the entrance of the dungeon, Chu Qingyin and Chu Xiang were making their way out. One could clearly discern the weariness etched across Chu Qingyin's face. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she appeared weary as she walked. Qingyin, you don't need to push yourself this hard, Chu Xiang urged, fully aware of the trials Chu Qingyin had faced in recent days. It could be said that her average daily rest had been less than an hour. A normal person, no, even a typical trial participant, would have succumbed to exhaustion by now. Yet she endured solely through the aid of potions, generously supplied by the Chu family. Chu Qingyin remained silent, stubbornly shaking her head. By the way, Qingyin, you might not be aware since you were in the dungeon, but there is an idiot named Ma Haotian who used a matching token without consulting anyone. Chu Xiang informed her. Chu Qingyin nodded in acknowledgement. We can't continue this conversation, Chu Xiang exclaimed. The two soon exited the door, amidst a flurry of discussions surrounding Su Ye's impressive feats. At that moment, Chu Qingyin lifted her gaze and was struck dumb by Su Ye's combat power. Chu Xiang was equally astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Goodness, the speed at which his combat power has increased is utterly absurd. Logically, combat power typically rises more swiftly only at certain pivotal moments, such as during class transitions. Under normal circumstances, the higher the combat power, the slower the rate of increase. Chu Qingyin felt as though her own vitality was on the verge of shattering, yet Su Ye's growth surpassed even her own. Curiosity piqued. Chu Xiang wondered what Su Ye had accomplished over the past week. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss and turned to gauge Chu Qingyin's expression. Although Chu Qingyin's demeanor remained composed, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Without hesitation, she pivoted and re-entered the dungeon. Qingyin, don't push yourself too hard. You'll end up exhausting yourself, Chu Xiang called out, to which Chu Qingyin merely responded with a brief acknowledgement before vanishing into thin air, re-entering the dungeon. Nearby, the former top contender Han Yang observed the scene, shaking his head as he witnessed the complete unraveling of Chu Qingyin. He felt a pang of nostalgia, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his former self. Meanwhile, Su Yi re-entered the training chamber to continue his cultivation. He sensed that his time was far too limited. He wished to delve deeper into the nuances of dark energy, while also experimenting with the fusion of different attributes. Yet he could not pursue both concurrently. After much deliberation, he resolved to split his focus evenly. Thus, the day passed pleasantly. Upon exiting the training chamber, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he elevated his mastery of dark energy to an intermediate level, but he had also made initial strides toward the fusion of light and thunder energy. The amalgamation of these forces birthed a unique power, simultaneously embodying the scorching effects of light and the explosive damage of thunder. Su Yi estimated that, under equivalent consumption, the combined power of these two energies was approximately 1.5 times greater than their individual use. This was merely the beginning, and he pondered further possibilities ahead. Since two attributes can merge, what if 3 or 4? Before exiting the Shunming world, he cast a glance at his crystal. Ah, splendid, another 60,000 gold coins have been credited. He remains, without a doubt, the foremost in both rankings. 3 days have elapsed. On this day, Su Yi was engrossed in his training when a resounding voice reverberated from the heavens. Matched with a formidable opponent, battle rules are being extracted, extraction complete. This battle's rules are a 10-person wheel battle. Rule description: the participating realms are to dispatch their top 10 trialists for a one-on-one wheel battle. The side that prevails over the last opponent is deemed the victor. The battle will commence in 2 hours. Participants are advised to prepare in advance and arrive punctually at the temple. Failure to arrive at the designated location within the stipulated time will result in an automatic loss. A temporary chat panel has been opened for both sides. Trialists can spend 1 gold coin to communicate in the chat panel. Su Yi rose to his feet. Is it finally about to begin? As the top of the strength ranking, he is undoubtedly required to participate. He felt a surge of excitement. By the way, what exactly is this chat panel? Just as he pondered this, a luminous screen materialized before him. At the bottom of the screen, there was an input box. He could manipulate the visibility of the screen with his thoughts. Is this the chat panel? At that moment, individuals began to converse. The chat panel was thoughtfully divided into factions. Su Ye's side was designated as the blue faction, while the opposing side was the red faction. Red faction Zhao Xingxing, Sofa. Red faction Wang Yi. I always felt something was amiss. Turns out we lacked a public screen. Chapter 93, 1 against 10. Blue faction Sun Yi meeting his fate. I am a trialist from Qingfeng City. Where do you fellows hail from? Red faction Zhang Hai. Qingfeng City? Never heard of it. I'm from Luosha City. Consequently, both sides began to probe each other. This exchange left the trialists from Su Ye's realm utterly bewildered. Blue faction Sun Yi, what the heck? You're all trialists from the central cities of Longhua? I thought we were matched with opponents of equal standing. The chat box even had a feature for sending images. As a young man from the opposing realm sent a screenshot of their strength ranking, the trialists on Su Ye's side were utterly shattered. 10th place, Zhang Cheng. Combat power, 6984. 9th place, Wang Xiaofeng. Combat power, 7209. 2nd place, Jiang Zihao, combat power, 7898. First place, Fu Xiao, combat power, 8098. In terms of high-end combat power, Su Yi surpassed the first of the opposing side. Chu Qingyin was on par with several of their top contenders. However, aside from the top two, the remaining 8 were utterly crushed. What a predicament. Their third-ranked trialist, Han Yang, currently possessed less than 6,000 combat power, unable to even match the 10th-ranked opponent. Is this what the Shinming world calls an equal match? Absurd. At this moment, the entire realm represented by Su Yi felt a chilling sense of despair. Defeat was inevitable. Someone from the blue faction shared a screenshot of their strength ranking, prompting the public screen to fall silent for several seconds before erupting. Red faction Zhang Shiji. What the heck? Over 11,000 combat power? Red faction Su Lai, a true powerhouse. Red faction Mei Mei, the first from the opposing side, is incredibly strong. Red faction Zhang Shiji, however, from their third-ranked onward, they seem rather weak. Looks like we're secure this time. Red faction Mei Mei. Indeed, we can merely dispatch anyone to swap with their second-ranked. The remaining 9 can easily exhaust the opposition. As for the rest, they can be disregarded. Red faction Su Lai. Haha, grateful to the Shinming world. Grateful to the opposition. We shall graciously accept this 10. Blue faction Xie Cheng. Unfair, I want to protest. Blue faction Sun Yi. Damn it, it's all Ma Hao Yan's fault. He has caused all of us to suffer a 10 reduction in experience gain. Red faction Mei Mei. Haha, you blue faction might as well concede. Blue faction Han Yang. The battle hasn't even begun. How can one speak of defeat? The honor of the blue faction shall be defended by me. Red faction Zhang Shiji. Defend it with words? You blue faction only have 2 strong ones. How can they take on several opponents? Red faction Su Lai. Exactly. I've seen trialists with over 11,000 combat power. They can barely take down 4 with 8,000 combat power at most. The atmosphere in the public screen was decidedly one-sided. Aside from a few stubborn blue faction members, most held a pessimistic outlook. The red faction, on the other hand, brimmed with confidence, utterly unaware of the possibility of defeat. Some benevolent red faction trialists even began to offer comfort to their blue counterparts. Su Yi shook his head. This group truly believes defeat is certain before the battle has even begun. He initially intended to send a message, stay calm, I will lead you to victory. However, he reflected that it would bear no tangible significance and decided against it. Su Yi returned to the training room and initiated a session lasting 1 hour and 50 minutes. Time cannot be wasted. Soon, the timer concluded, and Su Yi dashed towards the temple. The small square before the temple was already bustling with trialists. While the battle may not directly concern most, its outcome could significantly affect each individual present. 10 may not seem particularly numerous, but a single misstep can lead to successive failures. Su Yi has arrived. Someone recognized him, and the crowd immediately parted to create a path. Su Yi has become the embodiment of hope for all. Although everyone feels certain of defeat, what if an unexpected turn of events occurs? And he holds the greatest potential for such an occurrence. Su Yi approached the front, and of the 10 individuals slated to participate in the battle, only 7 had arrived, including him. Su Yi. Han Yang greeted him along with the others, nodded slightly. After Su Yi responded, he stood waiting for the battle to commence, observing the others. It was evident that there was no desire for communication. Soon, the final second arrived, yet the 3 missing individuals from the top 10 had not appeared. It seemed they had conceded defeat, deeming victory impossible. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the sky, declaring, battle begins. Following this, the 10th-ranked competitor vanished from sight. A colossal screen materialized in the sky, displaying a video. The recently vanished man stood opposite a stranger on the arena. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Regretting that the participants were likely to be summoned in descending order from 10th to 1st, he had hoped to be the first to take the stage. As the chosen combatants ascended the arena, the battle officially commenced. The red team's contestant, Zhang Cheng, boasted a combat power nearing 7,000, while the blue team's fighter possessed merely over 3,000, an unmistakable disparity in prowess, with the former being nearly double the latter. Like Su Yi, Zhang Cheng was a swordsman. With a single dash, he concluded the skirmish, leaving the blue fighter no opportunity to retaliate before being dispatched. This combat format ensured no fatalities, which was rather humane. With the 10th-ranked contender defeated, it was the turn of the 9th. The 9th managed to withstand 3 strikes, while the 8th and 7th followed suit until Han Yang took the stage, barely securing a victory through the advantage amassed by his predecessors. However, with the 9th contestant's entrance, Han Yang too succumbed to defeat. Wang Xiaofeng, an archer with a combat power of 7,209, swiftly pierced Han Yang's heart with a single arrow. Ranged attacks, intriguing. Su Yi felt a surge of interest. When it was Chu Qingyin's turn, he anticipated she would at least secure a victory, yet she faltered, attempting to close the distance. She fell prey to a relentless assault. After 3 minutes, Wang Xiaofeng's formidable kite-flying capability, combined with her reach advantage, ultimately led to Chu Qingyin's exhaustion. As she was teleported out, a tide of jeers inundated her. What? Our second place lost just like that? Chu Qingyin can't be throwing the match, can she? Her combat power exceeds that of her opponent, and yet she lost. How embarrassing for us. Is Chu Qingyin in collusion with the enemy? We have a traitor among us. Chu Qingyin, leave our realm. Chu Qingyin appeared pale, her head bowed, as if she had committed a grave error. Among the crowd, only a few, like Chu Xiong, voiced support. However, their words were drowned out by the majority's disdain. The crowd, burdened with repression, sought an outlet for their frustrations, and Chu Qingyin, having lost when statistics suggested otherwise, became the target. Suyi furrowed his brow and approached her, inquiring, "Are you unwell?" He sensed something amiss during her battle. Chu Qingyin nodded. Yes, she had been overexerting herself for some time and had yet to fully recover. Otherwise, she would not have lost so miserably. The jeers continued, and her head sank lower. Suyi could no longer contain himself. Chu Qingyin, despite her frail state, had chosen to fight for their realm and did not deserve such treatment. Drawing his sword, he slashed towards the sky, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that silenced the crowd. Silence. Suyi glared at the spectators. What are you cursing for? If you have the courage. Why aren't you in the top 10? Why aren't you up here? A voice timidly protested, but she shouldn't have lost. Suyi sneered. Do you even understand what a wheel battle is? I alone can take on 10 of them. What does it matter if the others lose? In that moment, a radiant glow enveloped Suyi, and he vanished from sight. Chapter 94, The Mastery of the Sword. At this juncture, the public screen was nearly devoid of comments from the blue team, as any further remarks would merely serve as desperate attempts to save face. The red team's Sunshan remarked, 10 experience points are nearly within our grasp. Zhao Yu added, we hope for more evenly matched opponents from our realm. The alien contender commented, it's a pity that the challenger named Su Yi possesses a combat power of 11,100. If the others on the blue team had performed better and left him with only 4 or 5 opponents, perhaps he could have turned the tide. Xie Gang countered. Combat power does not equate to everything. Just look at how Chu Qingyin, with 8,000 combat power, fell to Wang Xiaofeng, who has only 7,000. The alien contender agreed. Indeed, professions like Wang Xiaofeng's, which focus on ranged attacks, are especially advantageous in the early stages. With her ability to wear down opponents from afar, even someone with 10,000 combat power may struggle against her. Xie Gang laughed. In any case, Wei already secured victory. Even if Wang Xiaofeng isn't Su Ye's match, she can at least exhaust more than half of his stamina. The only uncertainty now is how many rounds Su Yi can endure. Sunshan speculated. Given his combat power of 11,100, we must show him some respect. I guess 4 rounds. The alien contender wagered. I'll guess 3. Jiang Zihao lamented. This is dull. I wanted to join the fray. But it seems I want to even get a chance before the battle concludes. At this moment, Su Yi stood upon the arena. As he steadied himself, an arrow hurtled towards him, less than 2 meters away. The battle had begun. Su Yi gripped the PLL-NGWing sword, yet instead of raising it, he merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the incoming arrow. Only then could one truly observe their opponent. Approximately 30 meters away, a woman of graceful stature maintained her archery stance, a hint of regret gracing her features. Indeed, she was a formidable adversary with a combat power of 11,000. Possessing remarkable perception, Wang Xiaofeng could not help but exclaim. She noted that after each elimination, there was roughly a 5-second interval before the next challenger would be transported in. Moreover, every new contender would materialize exactly 30 meters away from the position of the previous round's victor. Timing and positioning in mind, Wang Xiaofeng released her arrow, aiming to catch Su Yi off guard. A normal person, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, would instinctively freeze to gather information about their surroundings. An attack during this moment would undoubtedly be more likely to succeed. However, she did not anticipate Su Ye's calm demeanor. What astonished Wang Xiaofeng the most was that when Su Yi noticed the approaching arrow, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had foreseen this very scenario. After her moment of astonishment, Wang Xiaofeng maintained her archery posture while her lower body began to retreat. She intended to engage Su Yi in a sustained ranged assault. Su Ye's weapon revealed him to be a swordsman. Although a swordsman could unleash sword energy for long-range attacks, the essence of the profession lay in close combat, where their true strength could be realized. Just then, she observed Su Yi raise a hand, pointing his sword at her, and then he remained still. As she pondered this, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she felt herself transported to a realm filled with thunder. Wang Xiaofeng felt as though she had been struck senseless by lightning. When the thunderous spectacle faded and she opened her eyes again, Su Yi stood before her, his sword piercing through her heart. She had lost. Wang Xiaofeng. The red team spectators were left in a state of shock. To them, The preceding scene appeared utterly bizarre. Wang Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly glazed over as she stood motionless. And then Su Yi leisurely approached her and delivered the final blow, concluding the battle. Many spectators began to suspect that Wang Xiaofeng was merely putting on a show. Was this battle not conducted with a touch more seriousness? At that moment, Wang Xiaofeng had already been transported out, still wearing a dazed expression and maintaining her archery stance. A chorus of jeers erupted, with harsh words flying. They had not expected Wang Xiaofeng to win. But surely she could have at least managed to wear Su Yi down a bit. What had transpired? Su Yi had merely walked a distance of over 30 meters at a leisurely pace, and then thrust his hand forward. He had done nothing else. This was hardly more exhausting than performing a squat. The outcome of this battle bore significant implications for everyone present. Although few believed Su Yi would ultimately triumph, Wang Xiaofeng's indifferent attitude was intolerable. Jiang Tianyu, ranked 8th on the power leaderboard, could not help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated his turn would come so swiftly. Had this woman lost her mind? What was she doing? He could not fathom Wang Xiaofeng's motives. Moments passed swiftly. Just as Jiang Tianyu was about to be transported, Wang Xiaofeng finally regained her composure from the shock. She extended a hand towards Jiang Tianyu and exclaimed with fervor, "Deshang's sword intent. It is Deshang's sword intent." Jiang Tianyu. The challengers from the red team possessed generally greater awareness than those from the blue team. In an instant, Jiang Tianyu understood why Wang Xiaofeng had exhibited such peculiar behavior. However, there was no time to devise a strategy, as he was promptly transported away. Following this, an eerie silence enveloped the lower realm before it erupted in astonishment. What? Deshang's sword intent? Is this something that challengers from the lower realm should possess? It became clear that they had misjudged Wang Xiaofeng. Truly, she was a monster with a combat power of 11,000. Quick, devise a plan. The Deshang-level sword intent is beyond our current capabilities to withstand. On the arena, Jiang Tianyu's figure appeared. Su Yi wasted no time and unleashed a Deshang sword intent. In an instant, Jiang Tianyu became paralyzed. Su Yi, disinterested in moving closer, simply employed his sword technique, casting his sword and severing Jiang Tianyu's head. The battle concluded once more. The blue team's spectators erupted in excitement. What could they say other than to acknowledge his prowess? During Su Ye's previous battle with Chu Qingyin, only a few hundred had been present, leaving most unaware of Su Ye's possession of Deshang's sword intent. In fact, they were ignorant of what Deshang's sword intent entailed until others provided explanations, leaving them with a vague understanding. Regardless, they only needed to know that it was an extraordinary ability. The formidable Su Yi needed only to unleash his sword intent to eliminate an opponent, one that could not be resisted. Did this imply that if he released his sword intent 9 times, he could secure victory in a war of attrition? Someone gasped, making this conjecture. Many grew excited at the prospect. However, some rational minds interjected. It was not so simple. Chapter 95, No Weakness? Currently, Su Yi had caught the opposing team off guard. Once they regained their composure, they would undoubtedly seek methods to counter the Deshang sword intent. While the Deshang sword intent could enhance attack power, it also had the capacity to selectively incorporate mental assaults. This was why Su Yi could defeat an opponent with a single strike, unless one possessed an equivalent level of prowess. Ordinary challengers could not withstand mental attacks on their own. However, they could rely on external means. In the realm of Shenming, numerous pieces of equipment provided mental defense against such assaults. Someone furrowed their brow and remarked, "Such equipment must be exceedingly rare, and the opposition may not possess it." The previous analyst commented that if it were our realm, it would indeed be highly unlikely to find such an equipment. However, they are situated in the central urban district of the lower realm. After decades of accumulation, their ancestors surely possessed such items, and even if they needed to borrow, it would not take much time. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Thus, if they wished to secure victory, their hopes remained dim. Yet, it is certainly better than having no hope at all. Indeed, on the arena, after Su Yi defeated Jiang Tianyu, the next opponent appeared, successfully resisting the mental assault brought forth by the great achievement sword intent. He wore a wristband that illuminated with light the moment the sword intent cascaded upon him, swiftly forming a protective shield. The individual appeared to maintain a normal state. On the public screen, the blue team directly unleashed a barrage of insults towards the red team. Blue team's Sunny, isn't this cheating? Blue team's CSCU, how is this different from calling in a parent when you can't win? Truly shameless. Blue team's Nanjia, a bunch of cowards, trash, vermin. Red team's Zhang Chengha, why don't you ask Su Yi to throw away his sword while you're at it? Is a sword not considered an external object? Red team's Zhang Fan, the ability to produce mental defense equipment is our own merit. Your envious faces make me feel nauseated. The exchanges between the blue and red teams were fiercely contentious. Su Yi, standing on the arena, exhibited no emotional turbulence. Sun Qing had already informed him about such equipment, so he anticipated its appearance. Facing him was a burly man wielding a heavy hammer. After withstanding Su Ye's mental attack, he clasped his hands towards Su Yi and said, "Su Yi, I sincerely apologize. Under normal circumstances, losing would simply mean losing. However, at this moment, I represent our entire lower realm. Thus I must resort to external means to contend with you." Su Yi shrugged, disinterested in further dialogue, and executed the sword light flash, piercing directly forward. The mental attack was merely an auxiliary element of the great achievement sword intent. Did he truly believe that withstanding the mental assault would enable him to contend against himself? How swift! The man raised an eyebrow. In an instant, Su Yi surged from dozens of meters away to stand before him, the sword tip aimed directly at his heart. Although he perceived Su Ye's movement, his body failed to respond. Then, his heart was pierced through. Su Yi had won yet another match. The entire red team fell into silence once more. What the heck? They withstood the mental attack, yet were still defeated in a single blow? Su Ye's speed was astonishingly absurd. If I am not mistaken, that must be a skill. Indeed, it is a skill I recognize, Sword Light Flash. But Sword Light Flash shouldn't be this fast, right? Huh. That is because Su Yi has integrated the great achievement Thunder Intent into his Sword Light Flash. Damn, this guy is far too monstrous. Our 6th-ranked player, Song Ming, a swift spear master, possesses great speed. He should engage Su Yi for a few rounds. While some were discontent, others reveled in delight. The blue team was in an uproar. Huh, a bunch of clumsy chickens from the red team. Do you really believe that having mental equipment allows you to rival Su Yi? Su Yi is incredible. From this day forth, he is my idol. I misspoke. The battle continued. The swift spear master Song Ming, also donning the same wristband, stepped onto the arena. He felt an overwhelming pressure. Su Yi appeared handsome and refined. But to him, he transformed into a towering demon of 100 meters, dominating the heavens and the earth. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Su Yi remained stationary, awaiting the cooldown of Sword Light Flash. Each skill possesses a unique internal execution route, and repeated usage within a short period places excessive strain on the body. Simultaneously, he was charging the power slash. Song Ming, on the other hand, activated his skill, dashing towards Su Yi on the winds. Su Yi raised his hand and delivered a strike. This strike was immense and forceful. Having just defeated his previous opponent, he had already begun charging. 5 seconds of charging had yet to reach its limit. Yet, against a challenger with combat power around 7 or 8,000, it was more than sufficient. Song Ming clearly observed the trajectory of Su Ye's sword, tilting his spear to prepare for a block, then leveraging the force to counterattack. The spear shaft collided with the sword. However, the spear broke. Song Ming. Subsequently, the sword maintained its original attack trajectory, severing Song Ming's head. Once again, the red team was collectively bewildered. This monster not only relied on the speed of Sword Light Flash, but also possessed such outrageous strength. Is there truly no one who can compel him to use a second move? At this point, not only are we unable to exhaust him, but we can't even force him to deploy a second move. If this continues, we might genuinely face defeat. The thought of the severe consequences of losing made the red team feel a wave of headache. Had they known they would encounter such a monster, they should not have used the matching token. At this rate, Su Yi might just annihilate our lower realm. The next contender, Li Tu, who excelled in stealth and explosive power, might be capable of stopping Su Yi. Li Tu stepped onto the stage. In an instant, he seemed to melt away, directly entering the underground. His profession possessed earth attributes, allowing him to traverse beneath the surface. I am now underground. Let us see how you can find me. Upon facing the disappearance of his opponent, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, this ability is quite intriguing. I wonder if, one day, I could learn Earth Intent and simulate a similar ability. Shaking his head, he dismissed thoughts of the future, then closed his eyes, raising his sword. Entering a state of unity between sword and self, while maximizing the sensitivity of his perception. He sensed it. A large yellow light spot was lurking beneath the ground behind him, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, Li Tuo burst forth from the earth, only to be met by a sword that Su Yi had long prepared. With a piercing strike, Li Tuo's heart was pierced. The battle concluded, and at that moment, the blue team was filled with excitement, while the red team experienced profound disappointment. Was there truly no weakness in this monster? In the blue team's camp, many began to cheer. I finally understand why we are evenly matched with the red team. Someone exclaimed, and several others echoed in agreement. Although Su Yi still needed to overcome 4 more opponents to achieve ultimate victory, the combat prowess rankings of the top 10 in the red team were closely contested. Since Su Yi could dispatch his previous foes with a single strike, it was likely that the upcoming opponents would be similarly manageable. Observing Su Yi, it was evident that he was still brimming with energy, his strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassing those of his adversaries, categorizing him as a true hexagonal warrior. Unless Su Yi himself desired defeat, the onlookers could hardly fathom how he might lose. Some were even preparing to celebrate prematurely, convinced of victory. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a few faces remained less optimistic, such as Chu Qingyin, Chu Xiang, and the Ma siblings. These individuals shared a commonality. They were all members of prominent families. Ma Wei clenched her fists. If the competition relied solely on strength, Su Yi would undoubtedly prevail without fail. The concern lay in the possibility that the opposing team might act unscrupulously. The divine dream world had existed for some time, allowing various families to accumulate considerable resources. For instance, the wristbands worn by the red team's combatants were surely not acquired by these novice challengers through mere skill. On the arena, Su Yi continued his streak of victories, defeating the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd-ranked fighters from the red team consecutively. Finally, he reached the last battle, facing a seemingly frail young man named Fu Xiao, if Su Yi recalled correctly. With a yawn, Su Yi mused, is it finally coming to an end? He had anticipated that the red team might provide some surprises, yet they proved to be lackluster and ineffectual, lacking even those capable of exchanging a few blows with him. The monotony was becoming tedious. Fu Xiao was also observing Su Yi, his eyes filled with trepidation. This was the individual who had continuously challenged 8 formidable foes from their realm, and yet, he appeared utterly unfazed. As though defeating opponents was as simple as swatting a fly. Truly a monster. This was the first time Fu Xiao had felt despair emanating from a challenger. He had encountered many trial takers from the upper realms. While they were powerful, Fu Xiao could reassure himself that their strength was a product of time and experience. Su Yi, however, was different. The fact that he had been matched with Fu Xiao indicated that their time in the divine dream world was relatively equal. The two had spent the same duration, yet the other had grown to a level Fu Xiao could not even aspire to comprehend, which was undeniably disheartening. At that moment, having finished his yawn, Su Yi raised his sword, seemingly prepared to launch an attack. Fu Xiao then clasped his hands before Su Yi. Su Yi, under normal circumstances, I would never be your match. However, this time, I am not merely representing myself. I stand for the interests of our entire lower realm. Therefore, I must apologize. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, questioning the meaning behind his words. Then he watched as Fu Xiao tossed a red pill into his mouth, and subsequently brandished an exaggeratedly large knife. Fu Xiao's aura surged dramatically. His jaw clenched tightly. His expression fierce, blood oozed from his pores and streamed onto the blade, which erupted in a crimson glow. A spark of interest ignited in Su Ye's eyes. This was becoming intriguing. Although he initially intended to end the battle with a single strike, he now opted to wait for Fu Xiao to reach his peak before engaging. As for the potential for miscalculation, he hadn't even exerted 30% of his strength, so he felt no concern. It's the blood-exploding pill and the bloodthirsty blade. Chu Xiang gasped, recognizing the lethal trump cards Fu Xiao had unveiled. Damn, has this fellow lost his mind? Using such perilous items with horrific side effects, does he not fear damaging his own foundation? Chu, what are those 2 items you just mentioned? Could you elucidate for everyone? Someone inquired of Chu Xiang. She quickly explained. The blood-exploding pill is a concoction that ignites the vitality within the body, allowing the trial taker to unleash their potential for a brief period. For those below level 30, consuming one would enhance their strength by approximately 50% for 1 minute. However, the repercussions are equally severe, leaving the trial taker in a weakened state for at least half a month once the effects wane. For novices, time is particularly precious, and Fu Xiao was undoubtedly wagering his future for victory in this battle. As for the bloodthirsty blade, it is a weapon that increases its sharpness by feeding on blood. Since the blood-exploding pill causes extensive surface bleeding, this blood would otherwise be wasted. Thus, some have combined the properties of the bloodthirsty blade with the pill, creating a powerful synergy. These 2 items are typically reserved for trial takers facing life-and-death situations. Among the crowd, Ma Wei shook her head. This individual was truly willing to employ any means necessary to achieve victory. Nearby, Ma Haoyan inquired curiously, Sister, why doesn't Fu Xiao utilize gentler methods? The more formidable the item, the greater the restrictions on its use. Conversely, those with fewer limitations often possess diminished power. For trialists below level 30, the external resources available are inherently scarce. While the Baoxue Dan and Shixue Dao come with significant side effects, they undeniably represent the most effective means to enhance one's strength. I suspect another factor is that Su Ye's speed in dispatching opponents is so rapid that the red faction has little time to prepare alternative tools. Upon realizing the effects of the Baoxue Dan and Shixue Dao, those present erupted in vehement criticism, exclaiming how utterly shameless it is to possess such audacity. What difference is there from cheating? Cursed be it, does Shenming world not intervene? Where's the fairness? Can the esteemed Su Yi still emerge victorious? Who knows? Let us watch the match. Amidst the curses, the crowd's gaze remained fixated on the screen in the sky, each member brimming with anxiety. In the red faction's lower realm, everyone mirrored the blue faction's posture, gazing upwards. This was the final match. Should they suffer another defeat, they would collectively face debilitating penalties. At the onset of the battle, who could have anticipated that Su Yi would corner them to such an extent? Shogu, it all rests on you now. Jiang Zihao, ranked second, clenched his hands until they turned purple. Fu Xiu represented the entirety of the Red faction's lower realm. Naturally, the others would not allow him to bear the burden alone. Chapter 97. The battle concludes. The top 10 trialists in terms of combat strength had already reached an agreement to provide Fu Xiu with some compensation afterward. If Fu Xiu were to lose under such circumstances, the others would not only bear the high compensation, but also endure a tenfold penalty. Wang Xiaofeng, who had battled against Su Yi, stood alongside Jiang Zihao. Observing Su Yi's languid demeanor, she remarked that although Su Yi was powerful, he also exhibited evident vulnerabilities. His overconfidence was palpable. After consuming the Baoxue Dan, he required 5 seconds for it to take full effect. If Su Yi were to act during this interval, there might be a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, he was arrogant enough to wait for Xiaogu to reach peak condition. Jiang Zihao nodded in agreement. Once Xiaogu fully assimilated the elixir and combined it with the Shishua Dao sharpness, his combat strength would undoubtedly soar above 12,000. On the arena, Fu Xiu's momentum finally peaked, no longer escalating. He suddenly stepped forward, launching himself like an arrow towards Su Yi, wielding the exaggerated crimson blade aimed directly at Su Yi's face. Su Yi sensed the violent aura emanating from Fu Xiu, catching a whiff of the impending bloodlust. A subtle sense of danger flickered within him. This was the sensation. Su Yi felt every pore in his body open wide. Exhilarating. Fu Xiu indeed provided a considerable surprise, making the prolonged 5-second wait worthwhile. Su Yi also made his move. His sword struck the side of the large blade at a vulnerable point, immediately altering its trajectory. He then aimed for Fu Xiu's throat with a precise thrust. Fu Xiu roared, releasing a blood arrow from his mouth that struck the sword's tip, halting its advance, while he simultaneously exerted force beneath him, retreating several steps. In this initial exchange, neither party gained the upper hand. Impressive. Fu Xiu felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He could sense that, at present, Su Yi's strength did not surpass his own. Yet engaging in combat with Su Yi elicited a remarkably peculiar feeling. When Su Yi's gaze swept over him, Fu Xiu felt utterly exposed, as if he had nowhere to hide. Unbeknownst to Fu Xiu, there existed a weakness in his blade when he launched his attack. Yet, Su Yi was able to discern it during their first encounter. Furthermore, Su Yi's subsequent strike was excruciatingly precise. Both the timing and direction of his sword were impeccably calculated. Had it not been for Fu Xiu's mastery of a skill that allowed him to counter with a blood arrow, he would have already met his demise. Fu Xiu quickly assessed that Su Yi's combat skills were evidently superior to his own. How could he possibly contend with such a disparity? The effects of the Baoxue Dan were limited. Even in his current state, he was no match for Su Yi, and once the effects wore off, any chance of a comeback would vanish. With no other options, Fu Xiu gritted his teeth and pressed on, praying for a slip from Su Yi to present him with an opportunity. Meanwhile, Su Yi regarded Fu Xiu with a nod of appreciation. Quite well. Though Fu Xiu relied on external aid, he was finally someone capable of enduring a blow from him without faltering. Fu Xiu launched another attack, and Su Yi's response mirrored his previous one, targeting Fu Xiu's weaknesses to disrupt his rhythm. However, this time Fu Xiu acted wisely. Upon failing to land a hit, he retreated immediately, denying Su Yi any chance for a counterstrike. Finding the situation amusing, Su Yi began to engage playfully with Fu Xiu. Fu Xiu would strike. Su Yi would deflect. Fu Xiu would strike again, and Su Yi would again neutralize. For a moment, they relished the exchange. The Red faction was left in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Observers could easily discern the disparity in strength. While it appeared that Fu Xiu held the initiative in his assaults, after at least 20 exchanges, Su Yi had yet to move a single step. In contrast, Fu Xiu was leaping about like a monkey. Was the difference truly so vast? Jiang Zihao could not suppress his tears of despair. No one responded to him. A profound sense of hopelessness surged within the hearts of the crowd. Su Yi loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. They had resorted to this unethical, borderline cheating tactic, yet still found themselves unable to secure victory. On the arena, a minute swiftly elapsed. Within that minute, Fu Xiu had launched a total of 40 attacks, each returning empty-handed. At this juncture, Su Yi seemed to grow weary of the game, and thus he raised his sword proactively. Next, let me take the offensive. Fu Xiu, however, just as Su Yi was poised to strike, he discovered that Fu Xiu's momentum dissipated abruptly, akin to a balloon bursting in an instant. Su Yi? He was aware that Fu Xiu's methods could not possibly last long, but to end it in merely a minute was rather swift, was it not? Su Yi stood momentarily stunned, while Fu Xiu, seizing the opportunity, offered a wry smile. Subsequently, he raised the blade to his own throat and ended his life in one swift motion. Su Yi, well, The battle has concluded once more. At that moment, it seemed a mechanical voice echoed above the arena, yet Su Yi found himself disinterested in its content. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light enveloped Su Yi, and he was transported back to the Shenming world. When his figure re-emerged in front of the plaza of the temple, the crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. Su Yi, Su Yi, Su Yi has triumphed. All shall benefit from his victory. Leader, you are magnificent. I knew you could win. Had you been the first to participate in the wheel battle, you would have undoubtedly overwhelmed the opposition single-handedly. Jiang Jie emerged from the crowd and embraced Su Yi, only for Su Yi to push him away once more. At that moment, Chu Qingyin approached Su Yi, halting about a meter before him, and earnestly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Su Yi scratched his head. There is no need for thanks. I acted in my own interest. Had Su Yi lost, at least two individuals would have faced severe backlash. One being Ma Haoyan, the instigator of the match, and the other being Chu Qingyin, who had performed poorly due to health issues and had become the target of everyone's ire. With the crowd no longer filled with anger, she was naturally spared. Not far away, the liberated Ma Haoyan was forcefully tearing off the black hood that had shrouded his face. He then turned to the crowd and proclaimed loudly, I, Ma Haoyan, have long recognized the prowess of the esteemed Su Yi and anticipated the outcome of the battle, which is why I dared to utilize the matching token to procure benefits for our realm. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes, as though he were speaking the truth. Where was this bravado before, when you dared not reveal your face? Nonetheless, as everyone had now reaped the rewards, no one held grievances against Ma Haoyan. He continued to boast, the esteemed Su Yi deserves accolades. He is a hero. As for me, if I lack merit, does that mean I am not a hero as well? The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from him. Even Ma Wei scurried away, muttering to herself, I do not know him. I do not know him. Chapter 98. Another round? While the blue faction celebrated exuberantly, the red faction remained silent, the stillness palpable enough to hear a pin drop. They had lost, and the defeat was utterly ludicrous. It could be said that they were not merely defeated by the blue faction, but singularly by Su Yi himself. At that moment, Fu Xiu had already been transported away. The top 10 challengers from the red faction stood in the small plaza, their expressions darker than the last. No one came forth to blame them, as the decision to employ the matching token had been approved by a majority vote and was not the whim of a single individual. Moreover, anyone with discernment could see that these 10 had exerted their utmost effort. Fu Xiu held the most authority to speak on the matter, feeling that he had not compelled Su Yi to unleash his full strength. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Xiaofeng suddenly broke the silence. What shall we do next? Shall we allow this debuff to linger upon us? Currently, each of their data panels displayed a new status entry. Realm 10 Experience Debuff. Effect description. Trialists with this status will experience a 10 reduction in all experience gained from any source in the realm. Zhang Zihao shook his head. What else can we do? Losing to the blue faction is already a fact. Wang Xiaofeng furrowed her brow. What I mean is, we can fight again. As she spoke, she retrieved a matching token from her backpack. The others turned their heads in unison to gaze at Wang Xiaofeng. Fu Xiu remarked, what if we encounter a monster like Su Yi again? Wang Xiaofeng replied, what are the odds of that? Our strength in this realm is among the most formidable of all newly born realms. The reason for our loss was not solely due to encountering a monster like Su Yi, but rather our sheer misfortune. We were unfortunate enough to draw the wheel battle, giving Su Yi the opportunity to take us down one by one. In a team battle, I have little doubt that Su Yi could not withstand all 10 of us simultaneously. Are you truly content to remain burdened by this debuff? The others began to feel a stirring of resolve. Zhang Zihao pondered deeply. In truth, we had a chance of winning against Su Yi this time. Our initial underestimation of him allowed him to defeat several of us in rapid succession. If we had utilized external assistance from the very first participant, we could have worn him down. Ultimately, it was our carelessness that led to this outcome. Many nodded in agreement. They did not perceive the use of external assistance as a negative. In their view, those who possessed connections yet chose not to utilize them were the foolish ones. Wang Xiaofeng continued, the trialists from our realm predominantly hail from the central urban clusters of Longhua. In terms of family heritage, who can rival us? As long as we are adequately prepared, I am confident there is no realm that can challenge us. Many who had previously hung their heads in despair now raised them. And someone raised their hand. I support fighting again. The attendees seemed to be invigorated, raising their hands in agreement. Wang Xiaofeng nodded and then crushed the matching token. Subsequently, a singular voice resonated in everyone's ears. Tester Wang Xiaofeng has utilized the matching token and is matching with an equally matched lower realm. Estimated matching time, 1 day. Upon hearing this, many individuals could not help but pray silently, hoping to avoid encountering Su Yi once more. Meanwhile, on the blue side, after a brief celebration, Su Yi took out the matching token previously gifted by Ma Wei and addressed the crowd. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something important to discuss. The crowd immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on Su Yi. Observing this scene, Ma Wei felt a pang of admiration. Su Ye's reputation in the lower realm was indeed unparalleled. Only he could command such attention with a mere sentence. Su Yi raised the matching token. By fortunate coincidence, I have another trial token here. I would like to seek your opinions on whether we should use it once more. The crowd erupted into animated discussions. What? There's another one? Of course, we should use it. Yes, I agree. If we win, we can become a team of 20. Even in the unlikely event of a loss, we can simply return to our starting point. With Su Yi here, victory is all but guaranteed. The overwhelming majority endorsed the idea of using the token, though a few voiced caution, arguing that one should know when to stop. Han Yang was among them. He approached Su Yi, saying, Su Yi, your contributions were pivotal to our victory, and I wholeheartedly trust your capabilities. However, the rules of the matching competition are determined randomly by the divine dream world. If we encounter unfavorable conditions, it may hinder your performance. Su Yi nodded in agreement, reflecting on his research on the matching rules during his breaks at the Yi Longwei Forum. The rules were ever-changing, sometimes requiring team battles, other times will battles, or even one-on-one duels, and occasionally pitting skills in cooking, alchemy, or artifact forging against each other. Thus, he harbored some concerns. As Su Yi pondered, a voice from the heavens interrupted his thoughts. Tester Zhang Qi has used a matching token and is matching with an equally matched lower realm. Estimated matching time, 2 days. Su Yi, Han Yang. At that moment, a young man in the crowd was bouncing with excitement. I am Zhang Qi. It was my matching token. Su Yi, I believe in you. But please, do not carry too much psychological burden, even if we lose. We can simply forfeit the 10-point bonus. Han Yang's temples bulged with frustration. Can we not be so reckless? Su Yi shared a look of exasperation. Yet, there was no turning back now. It was rumored that a lower realm could produce at most 3 matching tokens. The other 2 had already been used, leaving only his as the final token. After exchanging a few more words with Han Yang and Chu Qingyin, Su Yi departed for the training room. Recently, his mastery of the dark forces had reached a significant level, and he was exploring the fusion of light and dark powers. However, he faced repeated failures, as these 2 forces seemed to inherently repel each other. Conversely, the thunderous force could merge harmoniously with both, which he referred to as light thunder force and dark thunder force. However, his current fusion was merely preliminary. He sensed the potential for a deeper integration, transcending mere coexistence. That evening, Su Yi returned to the real world, utterly fatigued. Wang Yiming was excitedly seated beside him. Haha. Today we participated in a matching competition in the lower realm, 3 against 3 team battles. Can you guess the outcome? Su Yi shot Wang Yiming an unimpressed glance. You might want to tone down that exuberance. Wang Yiming slapped the table in delight. It was exhilarating. I ranked first on the power leaderboard in the lower realm. The second and third ranks were quite mediocre, barely at the same level as Inge. Today, I led both of them to victory. With my great shield, I absorbed the attacks of 3 opponents, providing them ample space to unleash their power, and we triumphed against the odds. Wei Ying, who was lazily sprawled on the ceiling, interjected, First of all, I did not provoke any of you. Noticing Su Ye's lack of enthusiasm, Wang Yiming leaned closer. Don't you think I'm impressive? Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Impressive, indeed. Wang Yiming scoffed, sensing the lack of sincerity in Su Ye's response. I've decided, when we reach the upper realm, we should form a small team. I'll be your shield, ensuring your safety. Su Yi nodded. Sounds good. By the way, did you participate in the matching competition in your lower realm? I did. And the result? We won. I figured as much. With you around, victory is assured. Are you planning to continue competing? Someone has already used another matching token. What? You should have said so earlier. Wang Yiming exclaimed, visibly excited. Upon seeing the puzzled look from Su Yi, he added, Oh, we also used a matching token. If we cross paths, that could be troublesome. Su Yi contemplated for a moment. No need to worry. According to the Divine Dream World's protocol, we are matched with equally skilled opponents, so our chances of encountering one another are slim. Wang Yiming nodded in agreement. True. But then he paused, realization dawning. Wait, did you just look down on me? Wang Yiming, incensed, sought out Su Miao and promptly issued a duel challenge. Su Miao, bewildered, responded. What does this have to do with me? Are you venting your frustrations on me because you can't defeat Su Yi? The following day unfolded. Su Yi had entered the Shinmeng world early on, commencing his cultivation. His passion for training was unparalleled. To be frank, the 10 enhancement effect was indeed remarkable. Su Yi could distinctly feel a substantial increase in the efficiency of experience acquisition. Around midday, that familiar voice finally resonated, matched with an equally formidable opponent. Battle rules are being extracted, extraction complete. This round's rules, tri-party refining competition, rule description. In this contest, there are 3 realms participating. Each realm may dispatch up to 3 individuals to engage in a refining competition. Within 10 hours, the trio must collaboratively forge a single piece of equipment, which will subsequently be judged by the Shinming world. After the competition concludes, rewards and penalties will be assigned based on rankings. The first place will receive a 10 experience gain, the second place remains unchanged, and the third place incurs a 10 experience loss. The battle will commence in 1 day. Please prepare your refining materials. A temporary chat panel has been opened for the 3 parties. Challengers may spend 1 gold coin to communicate in the chat panel. Suyi was taken aback. The rest of the inhabitants of the lower realm were equally bewildered. How could this be a refining competition? This would completely undermine Suyi's advantage and strength. At that moment, messages began to flood the public screen, indicating that the division of factions was based on the names of the top contenders from each realm. Suyi's realm, Sun Yi, Sofa. Fuxiu's realm, Wang Mingming. What the heck, it's you guys again. Wang Yiming's realm, Sun Su. Oh, do you know each other? Suyi facepalmed, realizing that not only was it a tri-party contest, but he also encountered his previous adversaries, including Wang Yiming. Fuxiu's realm, Jiang Zihao. Haha, brothers. Here's our chance for vengeance. This time it's a refining contest. Suyi can't even step up. Fuxiu's realm, Fuxiu. I wanted to battle with brother Suyi once more. Who would have thought that the Shinming world would deny us the opportunity? Suyi's realm, Suyi. Fuxiu. Let me give you a real-life address. How about we fight offline? Fuxiu's realm, Fuxiu. Haha, definitely next time. Wang Yiming's realm, Wang Yiming. You coward. Fuxiu. Fuxiu's realm, Fuxiu. And who do you think you are? Wang Yiming's realm, Wang Yiming. I am Suyi's destined enemy. Fuxiu's realm, Fuxiu. Suyi could no longer bear the awkwardness of the conversation. The public screen was rife with embarrassment. Beyond the tri-party mixed chat room, there were now individual chat rooms for each realm. The discussions within erupted into chaos. Hanyang, I told you to be cautious. Look where we are now. In a refining contest, can our realm even muster 3 refiners? Go away, we're doomed. I heard that prominent families specifically cultivate some direct descendants to focus on non-combat professions. And Fuxiu's realm is a hub for second-generation players. Ma Haoyan, my family does have a refiner in our realm, but are there any other refiners? With only a day left, we need to confirm who will participate and practice together. Even if we can't secure first place, let us aim for second to avoid losing experience. Chu Xiang, I volunteer. I am also a refiner. Ma Haoyan, anyone else? After a long wait, no one else responded. Currently, only about half of Suyi's realm had transitioned to the trialists, and non-combat professions were exceedingly rare. Moreover, among these non-combat professions, refiners were the least numerous. In the real world, few individuals still studied blacksmithing, as most operations had become mechanized. Over time, even those with talent had regressed. Zhangqi, Songwen, are you there? I remember you transitioned and obtained a refining profession. Songwen, sorry, I just transitioned 2 days ago and am not familiar with my skills, so I want to participate. I would only slow the others down. The inhabitants of Suyi's realm suddenly sank into a wave of despondency. They couldn't even gather 3 participants. How could they possibly compete against the other 2 realms? They might as well concede defeat. At that moment, Suyi unexpectedly spoke up in the public chat. Suyi, how about I give it a try? Immediately, a flurry of question marks appeared on the public screen. Hanyang, the big boss knows how to refine? Suyi, not really, but I can learn. Suyi recalled that after completing his transition task, he had received 2 career options, one of which was a refining profession, indicating he must possess some talent, likely of a considerable degree. He had never been one to accept defeat easily. How could he know unless he tried? He certainly did not wish to forfeit the 10 experience gain. As his level increased, the pace of his advancement had begun to slow significantly. Based on his estimates, at the current rate of experience acquisition, it would take at least 20 days to reach level 30. An additional 10 efficiency could potentially save him 2 days. And all he needed to invest was a day to attempt the challenge, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Even if he ultimately lost, he would still gain experience in refining, which would not be in vain. After a brief lull in the chat, where no new participants emerged, the others had no choice but to acquiesce to Suyi's decision.